Chapter 1, Never Bow to Power. Inside the restaurant by the police academy gate, a group of freshly graduated trainee officers sat with indignation written across their faces. Hey Lao Su, what's going on? How did you end up assigned to Jiangyun City's first traffic police unit? That's right, we all majored in criminal investigation, you're practically a prodigy in it. Why were you demoted to traffic police? It makes no sense, you aced every exam and even earned a third-class merit award at the academy. How could they do this to you? This is infuriating. I'm going to the administration right now to complain, they said, already getting up to leave. I grabbed my classmate Zhang Chao by the arm as he stood. Sit back down, Zhang Chao, I said. Zhang Chao glared at me indignantly. You, old Su, what the hell are you thinking? The female classmate Li Xinxin sitting across from me also bit her lip and said, Su Lin, whether we make steamed buns or not, we must stand up for dignity. We have to demand an explanation from the higher-ups. I retorted, explanation? What explanation? Li Xinxin immediately fell silent. Around this table were my 5 closest friends from the police academy, Zhang Chao, Li Xinxin, Hua Xiaoran, and Wang Feng. Just yesterday, Li Xinxin confessed her feelings to me, but I gently turned her down. As someone who had crossed over from another world, I still hadn't quite processed how I'd inexplicably ended up in this parallel universe that bore a 90% resemblance to Earth. The history, background, culture, and geography remain largely unchanged, the same countries exist, and international relations closely resemble those of my past life. The only difference is that my soul now inhabits this body. After merging with its memories, I learned that we graduated from the police academy's investigative major and were all assigned to internship units. Most interns start as trainee officers at local police stations, and Zhang Chao and the others were dispatched to various precincts across Yunjiang City. Only I, the top performer, was assigned to the traffic police unit as an officer. If there weren't shady dealings behind this, nobody would believe it. Deep down, I know the truth, I've made enemies. But being in the traffic police unit isn't so bad. Yesterday I activated the system even as an auxiliary officer, I can still make contributions. System, activate Eyes of Judgment. Instantly, prompts appeared above the heads of several classmates before me. Zhang Chao, evil value 0, Li Xinxin, evil value 0, Hua Xiaoran, evil value 0, Wang Feng, evil value 0. The system activation also comes with a special ability, I can see through people's evil values. Criminals can't hide from me. The Eye of Judgment is the first ability granted by the system. To obtain future special abilities, one must capture criminals to accumulate points and exchange them through a lottery draw. Suppressing my excitement, I raised my glass and said, come on, let's drink. Just as everyone was about to clink glasses, crisp footsteps echoed from outside. Tap, tap, tap. Then the private room door swung open, and a burly, thick-set woman strode in. The moment she entered, the woman confronted me loudly. Su Lin, what do you mean by this? You're refusing to save face when it's offered, huh? Let me make this clear, if you don't agree to my terms, by tomorrow you won't even be fit to remain a traffic cop. Lin Su? Everyone except me froze. One look at Lin Su's expression, and they instantly understood why I'd been assigned to the traffic police unit. Lin Su's father is the deputy director of the police academy with strong connections at the municipal bureau, a man of real influence. Her relentless pursuit of me became academy gossip, though anyone with eyes could see I had zero interest in her. To be honest, any normal man wouldn't like Lin Su unless he coveted her father's power, and I'm definitely not that kind of person. My expression darkened as I took in Lin Su's face with its prominent cheekbones, broad chin, and mean-spirited sharpness. Damn it, is she seriously not done yet? She should take a good look at herself. I'm the police academy heartthrob, a straight-A student, a campus legend. If I gave in now, I'd be the laughingstock of the whole city. Just then, a glowing red number appeared above Lin Su's head in my vision, along with detailed information. Lin Su, sin value 32. Out of jealousy for her classmate Wang Ziyu's beauty, adulterated the girl's facial cleanser with acidic substances, causing severe facial burns, erosion, and permanent disfigurement. Out of envy for classmate Li Xiaoxiao, drugged her drink to render her unconscious, then took compromising photos to blackmail her. Due to jealousy towards classmate XXX, collaborated with off-campus individuals to bully. Upon seeing this information, my expression instantly darkened. Wang Ziyu was also our police academy classmate who dropped out a year ago due to facial disfigurement. Who could have imagined it was related to this woman before me? This was just one of her crimes, any single one of which was enough to sentence her for several years. The phrase viperous woman might as well have been tailor-made for her. I thought giving her 10 years wouldn't even be excessive. Moreover, I could almost certainly conclude that the person who suppressed Wang Ziyu's case must have been her father, Lin Jinghe, the deputy principal of the police academy. I smirked coldly and said, Lin Su, let me give you a chance, turn yourself in. Otherwise, you'll live to regret it. Lin Su wore a scornful expression and sneered, I have no idea what you're talking about. As for you, Su Lin, you should be flattered that I've taken a liking to you. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll personally ruin you. What I can't have, no one else will either. I'll give you a night to think it over." With that, she turned to leave. I immediately called out, "Hold on." Lin Su stopped in her tracks and turned her head. Zhang Zhao and the others' expressions changed instantly. No way, I was stopping Lin Su now? Was I about to back down? They didn't want to see me suppressed, and they certainly didn't want me to bow my head to Lin Su. Lin Su snorted, "Humph. Su Lin, if you want to climb up, you'd better face reality. With my connections, if you just obey, maybe." Disgust twisted my face, and I swore bluntly, "Fucking moron, don't get the wrong idea." I looked at Lin Su, her face twisted with anger, and said, "I just want you to deliver a message to your old man. I will personally arrest him, and you too. Because people like you don't deserve to live in this beautiful world." These words made Zhang Chao and the others turn pale. This was truly courting death by offending others. Does he have someone powerful backing him? Lost in rage, Lin Su pointed at my nose and sneered, "Fine, have it your way. Just wait, I'll make sure you lose even your traffic cop position." With that, she turned and walked away. I chuckled non-committally. Did she think I'd bow my head? In her dreams. Chapter 2, Reporting for Duty at the Traffic Police Unit, to catch or not to catch criminals? Zhang Chao patted my shoulder and handed me a glass of alcohol, saying, "Old Su, that woman isn't someone to be trifled with. Be careful of her revenge." I smiled faintly. Revenge? Don't worry, she'll soon learn what it means that heaven watches over men's deeds. Everyone raised their glasses. I lost track of how late we drank. Returning to my modest sub-50 square meter apartment with bleary eyes, I closed the door, entered the room, and collapsed directly onto the bed. At 6 a.m. the next morning, I woke up precisely on time with a heavy head. Shaking off the grogginess, I took a shower in the bathroom and instantly felt refreshed. At 7 a.m. sharp, I left home and headed straight for the 1st Traffic Police Unit of Jianyun City. Arriving at the captain's office, I gently knocked on the door and called out, "Reporting." "Enter." A deep voice responded from inside as I stepped in. The middle-aged police officer behind the desk looked up and momentarily froze upon seeing me. I immediately saluted and announced, "Reporting for duty, Probationary Officer Su Lin reporting in." Captain Zhao Guodong waved his hand and smiled, "So you're the new trainee officer? Not bad, not bad. I've reviewed your file." Someone with a strong sense of responsibility. Their 1st brigade had been short-staffed for a long time. The captain had requested new personnel from superiors more than once, but no one had come. This time, when someone was finally assigned, of course I checked the file immediately. The records show this police academy graduate had average grades, but his chosen specialization is utterly perplexing. A criminal investigation major actually applied to join our traffic police unit. This is beyond ridiculous. Everyone knows that while criminal investigation work is tough and dangerous, the career prospects are bright, with much faster promotion tracks than our traffic police division. In traffic police units, everyone climbs the ranks through seniority, whereas in criminal investigations, exceptional performance can lead to special merit-based promotions. But I had no idea that file had been altered. I met that police academy graduate, Su Lin, and introduced myself. "So you're Su Lin, right? I'm Zhao Guodong, captain of the 1st Brigade." He was about to salute when I stopped him, saying, "Alright, we're different from the precinct here. Just relax." He responded with a firm yes. Curiosity getting the better of me, I asked, "I'm really curious, why did you choose to become a traffic officer? I remember, you majored in criminal investigation, didn't you?" He forced a bitter smile and said, "Captain, it's a long story." I didn't press further and said, "Fine, let's not talk about it for now. Report to the field office first. Some officers are on rotational leave right now. Since it's morning rush hour and we need field personnel, go help out there first." I'll come along too." As I spoke, I glanced at my wristwatch, stood up, grabbed my police cap, and walked out. Su Lin looked at me completely bewildered. Knowing he was thinking, why is the squad leader himself going on field duty? I gave him a push and said, "Let's go. Don't just stand there. We're short-staffed, everyone has to pitch in." He snapped out of it, nodded slightly, and followed me. Traffic police hold a unique position in the force, one that many police academy graduates are reluctant to join. Never mind the wind and sun exposure, just the car exhaust alone is unbearable, not to mention enduring freezing winters and scorching summers. Entering the field operations office, I saw 6 traffic officers already dressed in reflective gear and ready to head out. I called out, "Lao Lu." The middle-aged traffic police officer leading the squad, Lu Zhao, looked up and was momentarily stunned to see it was me. "Old Zhao, maybe you should sit this one out today?" I replied, "What do you mean sit this one out? We've got a new recruit today, perfect for pairing up and tackling 4 congested routes. With an additional squad of auxiliary police, I think we can clear the morning rush hour smoothly." As I spoke, I pointed to Su Lin and introduced, "This is Su Lin, fresh out of the police academy." Then I turned to Su Lin and said, "This is our deputy squad leader, Lu Zhao." Su Lin immediately straightened up and saluted. "Hello, deputy squad leader Lu." Lu Zhao said, hold on, none of that nonsense. Xiao He, hand him an operations manual." Su Lin quickly received a thick duty manual. Lu Zhao said, Captain Zhao, I'll take the team and head out first. I said, give us vehicle 3, you can take the rest. Lu Zhao flashed an OK sign and left. Su Lin watched their hurried figures, feeling a stirring in his heart. He realized that while criminal investigators faced dangers, traffic officers also had their own hardships, and he couldn't help but feel deep respect for these veterans of the force. I found a reflective vest for Su Lin and put one on myself. Then we headed to the parking lot and drove toward the intersection of Longhua Street in Jianyun City. Longhua Street is the largest commercial avenue in Jianyun City, with dense pedestrian traffic especially near the subway exits, where daily footfall easily exceeds 1 million people. Combined with all sorts of vehicles, morning and evening rush hours become exceptionally congested. I parked the car in a nearby lot and brought Su Lin to the intersection of Longhua Street and Xiling Street, where traffic was already starting to build up. I told Su Lin to observe and learn from the side, explaining that traffic police work could be considered both simple and not so simple at the same time. He nodded in agreement. I immediately began directing traffic, and soon the flow improved, though still slow. It was much better than before. Su Lin memorized my movements after just 2 glances. Just as he was about to offer to try himself, his sinister eye activated. He noticed information appearing above everyone's heads around him, with crime ratings no higher than 5 points. These were basically people who had committed minor offenses, not even worth a reprimand or corrective education. 5 to 10 points of criminal value are somewhat more serious, and getting caught will result in warnings or penalties. Anything above 10 points constitutes a crime. Solid evidence can lead to a conviction. He saw a uniformly white list and nodded with satisfaction, feeling that most citizens of Daxiao were law-abiding. But then, a red alert popped up. Zhang Honghao, crime value 38, habitual thief, involved in stolen goods worth up to 300,000 yuan, currently carrying recently stolen items. His expression turned serious as his gaze locked onto a seemingly honest middle-aged man. I began to wrestle with myself. After all, I'm just a trainee traffic officer. Should I make the arrest or not? After struggling for just a few seconds, I made up my mind. Arrest him. If I encountered him, I had to make the arrest. Once he slipped away and disposed of the stolen goods and money, catching him would be futile without evidence. To make an arrest, it had to be done on the spot with the stolen goods in hand. I kept my eyes on Zhang Honghao as I slowly moved forward. He seemed to notice me, his gaze wary as he stood at the intersection, his face tense. When we were about 5 or 6 meters apart, I suddenly stretched out my arm and pointed at a girl riding an electric scooter, shouting, "Helmet! Helmet!" Zhang Honghao visibly relaxed, convincing himself he had overreacted. This was just a traffic officer, not someone handling theft cases. The girl wasn't wearing a helmet. Upon hearing the warning, she pleaded pitifully, "Officer, I was in such a hurry this morning that I forgot my helmet. Could you please?" I said sternly, "Hey, little miss, no matter what, traffic rules must be followed. This isn't just to restrict you, it's for your own good. A safety helmet is very important. You must always wear one when riding." Zhang Honghao showed a simple, honest smile as he kindly reminded the girl. He was completely relaxed now, not even in a hurry to leave, wanting to see how I would handle this situation. I walked up to them and said to Zhang Honghao with a smile, "Now, you can immediately squat down." Zhang Honghao froze, his pupils contracting. He forced a dry laugh, saying, "Officer, what do you mean by that? I don't quite understand." With a grin, I shouted, "Zhang Honghao." His face turned pale, and he let out a startled cry as he stumbled backward over the curb, landing hard on his backside. He tried to turn and run, but I kicked him hard in the lower back, knocking him down again, then swiftly twisted his arms behind his back. The crowd waiting to cross the street froze in confusion, and the girl on the electric bike also looked utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how my simple helmet reminder had escalated into a full-blown fight with this man. My name is Su Lin, and today is my first day on the job as a traffic police officer. Captain Zhao Guodong, who was directing traffic, noticed the situation here and came jogging over. In no time, he reached the roadside. Seeing me pinning someone down, he approached with a stern face and asked, "Xiao Su, did this guy violently resist enforcement?" I was taken aback, raising my head to reply, "No, Captain Zhao, this guy's a repeat offender. I caught him red-handed with plenty of stolen goods on him. __markdown_content_delimiter__." After speaking, I yanked the person up by the collar and said coldly, "Hand over the goods." The habitual thief named Zhang Honghao wore an expression of utter disbelief. He probably still couldn't comprehend how I knew he was a repeat offender, let alone his name and the stolen goods he had on him. He was just about to speak when he caught sight of my murderous glare and immediately deflated. Reaching into his clothes, he pulled out 8 phones, 4 wallets, and 3 gold chains. The crowd gasped in astonishment. This was indeed a seasoned thief. Just look at the loot. He was clearly a master of his trade. Captain Zhao's mouth twitched and his eyelids gave a couple of involuntary jumps, probably thinking to himself, "I sent you here to direct traffic, and here you are catching a habitual thief the moment you arrive. Just what kind of cop are you, traffic or criminal investigation?" Still, he shook his head and pulled out his phone to make a call. Hello, old Huang? Zhao Guodong here. On the other end of the line, Su Qingshan sounded surprised. Old Zhao? Morning rush hour's your busiest time, what's up? When Captain Zhao explained that a rookie traffic cop under his command had spotted and apprehended a habitual thief, Su Qingshan found it hard to believe. Serial thieves were notoriously difficult to catch, let alone by a traffic officer. He agreed and immediately sent officers over. Shortly after, the patrol officers arrived. Officer Zhao and I handed over the habitual thief and the stolen goods to them. Once the police car left, the crowd dispersed, and order was restored at the scene. Officer Zhao looked at me, giving me a thumbs up and said, "You're really something." He had initially intended to remind me to focus on my primary duties first, but the words never made it past his lips. "All right, back to duty," he said, then turned away to direct traffic. I nodded with a smile and turned to the scooter girl who had lingered. "Why haven't you left yet?" I asked her. She asked, "Officer Uncle." "No, brother, I broke traffic rules. Aren't you going to find me?" I told her as long as she understood her mistake and wouldn't do it again, she could go. She smiled and thanked me, complimenting me for being handsome, then walked away pushing her electric scooter. At that moment, a notification popped up in my mind. "Congratulations host, for arresting a thief and gaining 100 points. Accumulate 1000 points to participate in a special skill lottery. A pleased expression appeared on my face, though 1000 points would still require more effort. The intersection returned to normal, and I began directing traffic. Manhua Road had heavy pedestrian and vehicle flow, making the morning rush hour extremely congested. Captain Zhao and I directed traffic on both sides of the intersection, stopping any violations we saw to ensure smooth passage. At 8:30, the peak of the morning rush arrived. Captain Zhao reminded me via police comms to stay sharp. When the pedestrian light turned green, I moved to the center of the road to direct the crowd. Seeing how smoothly I handled it, Captain Zhao nodded approvingly before turning his attention to his side. At this moment, my gaze sharpened as I spotted a man and woman walking side by side. The man wore a cap, gaunt and sharp-eyed, while the woman turned out to be that same young girl from earlier, her face pale, eyes filled with terror. I immediately activated my eye of judgment and saw the man's information. Chen Zichao, crime value 106, charges, kidnapping, murder, currently holding victim's child hostage, preparing to flee. Special alert, danger level 3 stars. A chill ran through me, my body tensing up. As the distance between us closed, the girl noticed me and silently mouthed help me, but I pretended not to notice, blowing my whistle as I continued directing traffic. The girl and the criminal were less than 5 meters away from me, about to pass by. I kept my eyes straight ahead, continuing to urge the crowd forward. As we passed each other, I noticed the man's hand in his pocket pressing against the girl's lower back. He has a weapon, I thought, a chill running down my spine. I couldn't afford to be careless, this was a kidnapper and murderer, capable of anything to survive. In an instant, I made my move. As we brushed past, I shoved the girl aside, seized his right arm, headbutted him, twisted his arm behind his back, and pinned him to the ground, all in less than 2 seconds. The onlookers were stunned by the scene, with some rushing to help the fallen girl. My forehead throbbed with pain as I stared intensely downward at the man I'd pinned with an arm lock. He was gripping a razor-sharp boning knife wrapped with duct tape around the handle, impossible to dislodge. This lunatic was clearly a desperado. Had I hesitated even slightly during the takedown, his blade might have found its mark. The nearly 30-centimeter-long knife gleamed menacingly under the sunlight, sending a chill down my spine that left me drenched in cold sweat. "Su Lin, what's going on?" Zhao Guodong immediately sensed something amiss and rushed over, likely cursing under his breath about me causing trouble yet again. When he pushed through the crowd and saw me pinning that man down, his expression changed instantly, especially when he noticed the butcher knife taped to the other's hand, his eyes filled with grim seriousness. Without lifting my head, I used all my strength to pin down the suspect and said, "Captain Zhao, quickly disarm him, get that knife out of his hand." Without another word, Zhao Guodong bent down and exerted great effort to pry the knife loose. "Wait, don't move yet, let me make a call first." He lifted his head and took out his phone, only to find a dense crowd surrounding them. Many were recording videos with their phones, while others pointed fingers. He immediately raised his voice to dissuade them. "Everyone, disperse. With all these cars coming and going, do you really value spectating over your lives? Hurry up, all of you, clear out." Hearing this, the onlookers quickly scattered one by one. Zhao Guodong scrolled through his call records and dialed the number he had just called. "Hey, old Su, send someone over again. This time we've caught a suspect involved in a violent assault right on the street. Get here fast." As soon as the call connected, he spoke urgently. "Wait, what? A violent assault in broad daylight?" Su Qingshan nearly jumped out of his chair. Glancing at the habitual thief he was about to interrogate in the interview room, he double-checked with Zhao Guodong. "Old Zhao, you're not joking, are you? A violent assault in public was no small matter. The slightest misstep could trigger social panic, and in this era where public opinion reigns supreme, many might end up shouldering the blame." Zhao Guodong snapped impatiently, Su Qingshan, cut the nonsense and get over here. With that, he hung up abruptly. His gaze fell upon me, a complex mix of emotions swirling in his eyes, probably wondering how we, mere traffic cops, ended up doing the work of criminal detectives and major crime units. This time, Su Qingshan came rushing to the scene in person. When he arrived, he saw me pinning down a scrawny young man who lay motionless on the ground, having clearly given up all resistance. A little girl's heart-wrenching sobs echoed from the roadside. Woo-woo, uncle, he killed my dad, he killed my dad. Her face was twisted in anguish and despair, enough to move anyone's heart. Handcuff him. Su Qingshan immediately ordered the two officers behind him to take over. They twisted the suspect's arms behind his back and slapped on the cuffs. He called out to Zhao Guodong, who was comforting the little girl by the roadside, "Old Zhao, what's going on?" Hearing the voice, Zhao Guodong looked up at his old classmate, patted the little girl's shoulder, and stood up to walk over. Pointing at the little girl, he said, "She's the victim, but she's badly shaken up. Take her back first and arrange for someone to give her some psychological counseling." Got it. Su Qingshan nodded and immediately assigned a female officer to take the little girl into the car. As the two passed by me, the little girl suddenly broke free from the policewoman's grasp and timidly stood beside me, clutching my sleeve tightly. "I won't leave. I'm staying with Big Brother here. Not leaving, not going anywhere." This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Staring blankly at the girl's delicate features, I couldn't understand when exactly I'd become her pillar of support. Little one, be good now. Big Brother's still working. You should go with this older sister to the police station first and explain what happened. Don't worry, I'll come see you as soon as I finish my work here. I comforted her patiently. Big Brother won't lie to me? The little girl looked at me with tear-streaked face. I flashed a warm smile and nodded. I won't lie. I'm a police officer. Okay, then I'll go with this sister. The little girl nodded and returned to the female officer's side. The policewoman looked up at my sunny, handsome face radiating righteousness, as if finally understanding the little girl's choice. Indeed, being both a lifesaver and a paragon of justice with rock-solid reliability, anyone in their right mind would probably choose me. When the young girl was escorted to the police car, Su Qingshan, Zhao Guodong, and I all withdrew our gazes. Su Qingshan looked at me and Zhao Guodong and asked, "What's the situation?" Zhao Guodong glanced at me, his silent cue for me to explain. "When we captured that repeat offender earlier, I noticed the young girl. Then when I saw her again, she signaled for help. Something felt off." I explained calmly, making Zhao Guodong's scalp prickle and sending Su Qingshan's blood surging. They must have been thinking, damn, this kid's fearless, throwing himself between the victim and the assailant like that, literally putting his life on the line. What if the guy hadn't been packing a knife, but a gun instead? The thought alone sends a chill down my spine. Zhao Guodong couldn't help but step forward, giving me a thorough once-over. "Don't worry, Captain Zhao, I'm not," I started with a grin, only to be cut off. "Hold up. Jesus. You little madman, you've got the devil's own luck." Zhao Guodong gasped in shock, yanking up my reflective vest. I froze for a second, then looked down. A foot-long gash ran clean across the vest. The police uniform inside wasn't pierced, but I was still scared into a cold sweat. Su Qingshan's face also showed astonishment. He knew that sharp boning knife could easily slice through beef tendons. Cutting open a human belly would be effortless. He gave me a profound look and said, "Young man, how about joining our police station? If you're willing, I'll submit the request to superiors immediately." Hearing this, I wasn't unmoved. After all, I majored in criminal investigation. With some experience at the local station, I could definitely qualify for the Municipal Criminal Investigation Unit based on my abilities. But I refused to leave without justice, no matter who's suppressing me. Agreeing now wouldn't just prevent my transfer, it might implicate Su Qingshan too. It's not the right time. I immediately shook my head and said, "Sorry, but since the organization assigned me to the traffic police, that's where I'll stay. I'm not going anywhere else." Both Su Qingshan and Zhao Guodong froze. Su had tried to recruit me while Zhao didn't object, because after my performance this morning, Zhao had pegged me as investigative material. They expected me to accept, but instead I refused, and there was even a hint of anger in my refusal. "Why? Why?" they asked almost simultaneously. I chuckled and replied, "There aren't that many whys. Our police academy instructors taught us to resolutely obey superior orders." Su Qingshan noticed something strange. He instinctively seemed to realize something, his lips moved slightly, but ultimately he remained silent. Zhao Guodong's expression also flickered as he stopped questioning. The more they acted this way, the more they seemed to take a liking to me. I reckon they were already thinking about pulling some strings to investigate what really happened. Soon after, Su Qingshan left with his team. Right then, the system notification sounded. "Congratulations, host, for capturing the perpetrator of the kidnapping and murder case, reward 500 points. I clenched my fists in secret, just 400 points left. Remembering how I'd nearly been stabbed to death by the killer moments ago, I couldn't wait to proceed. Next, Zhao Guodong and I continued with our traffic control duties. Zhao Guodong thought to himself that the morning would probably pass without incident. But who could have guessed that in less than 10 minutes, I caught yet another habitual thief, recovering several phones and cash jewelry from his person. Zhao Guodong was dumbfounded, but before he could even speak, roughly 7 or 8 minutes later, I struck again, this time subduing a heavily tattooed young man with an aggressive, unruly demeanor. This guy was suspected of multiple counts of provocation and assault, starting at 5 years minimum. One after another, until 10 o'clock in the morning when the entire street was completely cleared, I reluctantly wrapped up work at Zhao Guodong's call. I watched as the last criminal suspect was stuffed into the car. A police officer from Dachia community standing nearby watched the scene numbly, probably feeling like he was in a dream. His car was already packed with 6 suspects. Adding the petty thief and the kidnapper-murderer who had been sent to the station earlier, that made 8 arrests in a single morning. What kind of deity was this? Not even a seasoned criminal investigator could pull off something like this. Meanwhile, I was all smiles, tallying up my gains. The system kept notifying, "Congratulations, host, for apprehending a thief. 100 points awarded. Congratulations, host, for apprehending a suspect in an assault case. You have earned 210 points. Congratulations, host, for apprehending a thief. You have earned 110 points." Looking at the system interface displaying a total of 1,460 points, I issued the command without hesitation, "System, open the mystery box." Chapter 6, Su Lin, You're Famous. Drawing a skill is similar to opening a mystery box, and I felt a bit nervous, wondering what I would get on my first draw. With my heart in my throat, a flash of light instantly appeared on the system interface. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a new skill, King of Close Combat. Close Combat King, exceptional hand-to-hand combat skills, granting the host overwhelming strength to overpower criminals. Next, a flood of information poured into my mind, filling my memory and searing itself deep within. Simultaneously, I sensed my body undergoing subtle transformations, every fiber of muscle growing stronger, reaction speed and power intensifying. The combat techniques I'd learned at the police academy merged seamlessly with the combat data transmitted by the system, ultimately forming an entirely new set of fighting skills. With this close combat supreme skill and explosive combat power, even if the world champion in fighting stood before me, they might not be able to gain an advantage. If my strength increases further, I could completely overpower them. I took a deep breath, raised my head, and broke into a brilliant smile. With every bit of growth in my strength, my confidence grew as well. If I were to face the murderer from earlier now, I could absolutely achieve a flawless, uninjured takedown. "Ancestor, can we go back now?" Zhao Guodong's voice suddenly rang in my ears. I turned my head to see the brigade leader wearing an aggrieved expression. The morning rush hour was delayed by nearly an hour before ending, prompting the squad leader to receive numerous complaints and a scathing phone call reprimanding him. To be honest, he was quite unfairly treated. He gave me a deep look, and suddenly I felt that having overly capable subordinates wasn't necessarily a good thing, especially when their talents weren't being used for their official duties. Still, you couldn't exactly say I was at fault, since I was apprehending criminals with solid evidence, sometimes even catching them in the act. From Zhao Guodong's perspective, I was practically an ancestor, someone you couldn't scold or afford to provoke. "Captain Zhao, what did you just call me?" I asked, baffled. "Ancestor," Zhao Guodong snapped. I was speechless. "Stop joking, Captain Zhao. My surname is Su, not Zhao." Zhao Guodong was also speechless. His eyes widened like bronze bells, and seeing my mocking expression, he probably wanted to slap me across the face. The two of us got into the car and left the intersection of Longhua Road. Meanwhile, at the 1st Traffic Police Brigade, Deputy Captain Lu Zhao and a group of officers and auxiliary police who had returned were watching the footage, utterly shocked. One traffic cop swallowed hard, pointing at the figure on the tablet in disbelief. "Deputy Captain, are you sure this guy is that rookie from our team?" In the morning, the video of me subduing the habitual thief and the kidnapper-murderer went viral online, with various sensational headlines spreading rapidly, such as "The strongest traffic cop in history emerges, murderer caught without a fight." "Traffic police heroes, brave and fearless." Traffic cops are police too, they'll step up when it matters. Although the video didn't capture my dramatic tackle taking down the habitual thief and murderer, it clearly showed me restraining the criminal. There was also a segment that distinctly recorded Zhao Guodong removing the knife from the murderer's hand. Netizens quickly uncovered the details of the incident. Yu Haojiang, chairman of Haojiang Group, was brutally murdered in his office, leaving his only daughter, Yu Xiaoyan, as the sole heir. The perpetrator was a contractor working for Haojiang Group who, enraged after Yu Haojiang refused to approve substandard construction work, harbored malicious intent and committed the murder. The case involved a hostage situation right on the street, sparking a citywide uproar. Later, brief clips of me apprehending the remaining criminals were posted online, instantly making me the handsomest traffic cop and the new poster boy for the traffic police department. But I had no idea I'd gone viral, as Zhao Guodong and I arrived at the Longhua Road police station in Dachao district. I promised that little girl I would visit her once the mission was over. As I entered the reception room of the police station, the shivering child spotted me and immediately ran over to throw herself into my arms. I was completely bewildered, glancing at Zhao Guodong and then at the female officer comforting the little girl. Nervously, I said, "Wait, little girl, let go of me first." The little girl wept and said, "Big brother, daddy was killed. Yen has no family left, sob. I'm all alone now, sob." Her heart-wrenching sobs silenced everyone in the reception room. I sighed and gently patted her back. When her crying gradually subsided, the little girl clung to me and fell asleep at some point. Carefully, I picked her up and laid her on the sofa. Turning to the policewoman, I said, "Comrade, we'll take our leave now. Please take care of her." "Got it, don't worry. I'll comfort her when she wakes up." The policewoman nodded, gazing at me closely with starlight in her eyes and a blush on her cheeks, probably thinking to herself how handsome this guy was. I kept my promise to the little girl and went with Zhao Guodong to the office of Station Chief Su Qingshan. Su Qingshan personally brewed us good tea, treating me particularly courteously to the point of being almost obsequious. He said, "Xiao Su, all the people you arrested this morning have confessed, even the murderer admitted everything clearly. I've already submitted a report to the higher-ups, recommending you for commendation regarding the daylight assault case, though I can't promise whether it'll be approved. But you're not part of our system, so I've applied for an informant reward for you." "Thanks." I didn't refuse, I really needed the money. After my parents bought me a small apartment in Jianyun City, they returned to the countryside, and I still had to pay thousands in mortgage every month. Su Qingshan continued, "I should be thanking you. You've done me a huge favor. If you hadn't restrained that deranged bastard, everyone at the Longhua Road police station would have gotten disciplinary action." I shook my head. If I hadn't run into it, fine, but since I did, I had to step in. Traffic police are also law enforcement officers, tasked with safeguarding people's lives and property. Well said. Su Qingshan slapped his thigh approvingly. He added, "Oh, I almost forgot, Xiao Su, you've gone viral. The entire internet is buzzing with headlines about you now, the most handsome traffic officer who dared to act righteously, hero without fear, and so on. I reckon you'll hit the top 3 trending searches in Jianyun City by today. The higher-ups have already begun noticing you. At this rate, even that hidden manipulator behind the scenes won't be able to suppress your rise." Having heard my account earlier, he concluded there must be some sinister force at work before making these statements. Leaning closer, he whispered, "Xiao Su, should you ever leave the traffic police unit, come straight to me. I'll keep the deputy director position reserved for you." Zhao Guodong said, "Su Qingshan, that's enough. Poaching right in front of me." Su Qingshan shot him an exasperated look and replied, "Come on, old Zhao. Keeping him with you is a waste of talent. Our systems have different functions, you know that better than I do. With Su Lin's abilities, he can go much farther on our side." Zhao Guodong sighed helplessly, it was the truth, and he couldn't argue. I frowned. This was moving too fast, it felt ominous. If everyone found out, criminals would just steer clear of me. How was I supposed to catch them and earn points then? But I don't have the ability to sway public opinion, so this will have to do. Chapter 7, Concealing Su Lin's Influence Under Reasonable Cover. Su Lin couldn't influence public opinion, but someone else possessed that capability. Police Academy, Vice Principal's Office. Lin Jinghe couldn't withstand his daughter's persistent pleas and agreed to help eliminate Su Lin, or at least ensure he'd never have a chance to rise again. Especially after hearing Lin Su say that this guy intended to personally arrest him, he resolved to crush Su Lin completely this time, burying him so deep he'd never resurface. But just as he was about to make his move, someone suddenly stormed into his office, face twisted with confusion and fury. "Old Lin, what's going on? Why is Su Lin in the traffic police unit? Explain this to me." The man was clad in his Zhongshan suit, appearing to be in his 50s, with an air of imposing authority that commanded respect without the need for anger. Tang Yan, Dean of the Police Academy, also serving as party secretary. He had just discovered through online videos that Su Lin, their outstanding graduate, had unexpectedly been assigned to the traffic police department as a probationary officer. He knew Su Lin well. The young man had excelled in all aspects during training, earning top marks across the board, and had even received a third-class merit award during his academy years. Why would someone like him be assigned to the traffic police unit? Upon recognizing it was Tang Yan, Lin Zhenghe immediately stood up and said, "Principal Tang, why have you come in person? Weren't you supposed to be recuperating? What matter has brought you here?" Tang Yan waved his hand dismissively. "Lin Zhenghe, don't try to deceive me. I won't bring up past grievances, but regarding this matter with Su Lin, you must give me an explanation." With that, he tossed his phone onto the table in front of Lin Zhenghe. Glancing at the video on his phone, Lin Jinghe's expression darkened slightly. "Come on, give me an explanation." Tang Yan spoke again, his face filled with fury. Hearing this, a faint smile curved Lin Jinghe's lips. "Principal Tang, what kind of explanation do you want? His tone had subtly changed, losing its previous respect and now carrying a trace of disdain. Then he continued, by the way, regarding your son's matter, I'm currently arranging for it to be resolved. I believe it won't be long before he's completely cleared. TSK, 2 lives lost. If we don't handle this properly, he'd likely face execution if caught. Yu Tangnian's expression changed drastically upon hearing these words. His finger trembled as he pointed at Lin Zhenghe. After a while, he finally swallowed his curses and slumped wearily onto the sofa. Forget it. I wash my hands of this, handle it yourself, Tang Nian said as he strode out. His authority had long been hollowed out by Lin Zhenghe. Because his son had hit and killed 2 people in a car accident, a hit and run no less, and later, fearing the victims might wake and testify, went back to run them over twice more until they were unquestionably dead. The level of madness is utterly appalling. But just as he was about to take his son to turn himself in, Lin Zhenghe spotted them. That guy immediately offered to handle it for them. From that moment on, he was constantly under their coercion. In the end, with no other option, he simply reported sick leave and left out of sight, out of mind. After Tang Nian left, Lin Zhenghe immediately picked up the phone on the desk and said, "Hello, Mayor Li, this is Lin Zhenghe. Here's the thing." The call ended, and in less than 10 minutes, all online videos and information about Su Lin had completely disappeared. All related discussions had also vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the individuals who uploaded the videos were visited by authorities, who warned them that their actions could endanger the life of the heroic traffic officer, given the prevalence of retaliation in society. After hearing this, those people also realized they had been too impulsive in exposing the hero, so they handed over their phones on the spot and voluntarily deleted all backups. In just 1 hour, the Su Lin incident completely faded into silence. Lin Zhenghe's goal was to minimize Su Lin's influence before completely crushing him. The best approach was to find some faults and have him kicked out of the traffic police unit. At the 1st Traffic Police Brigade's field office, Lu Zhao and the officers under his command were discussing Su Lin from the video when suddenly the video abruptly went offline. No matter how they searched, they couldn't find it again. "Deputy Captain, what's going on?" asked a tall, burly traffic officer, eyes wide with surprise. Lu Zhao replied, "It must be intervention from higher-ups. After all, the cases Su Lin's involved in are no small matter. What if the suspect's family or friends seek revenge?" It had to be said, the reasoning Lin Zhenghe and the others came up with was indeed logical and well-founded, making it impossible to refuse. Even Lu Zhao shared the same thought. What's everyone crowding around for? Nothing better to do? Go grab lunch now, and send out 2 patrol teams after eating. Suddenly, Zhao Guodong's voice rang out from outside the door, making everyone instantly turn their heads toward the sound. Then, including Lu Zhao, they all rushed to the entrance and surrounded Su Lin. Seeing the wolf-like gazes of the crowd, Su Lin immediately spoke up, "Deputy Captain, let's talk this out properly, no need for violence. I did delay the morning rush hour, but there was a good reason for it." "Damn," with a crack in his voice. "Su Lin, you're the man." Lu Zhao vigorously patted Su Lin's shoulder, thumbs up, his face brimming with admiration. "Su Lin, we haven't officially introduced ourselves before. Let me properly introduce myself now. I'm Yang Wei, leader of Team 1 Section 1. The towering second-class officer cheerfully introduced himself. Su Lin's eyes widened. "Yang Wei? Is this name of yours for real?" He continued, "Su Lin, you've really brought honor to our 1st unit. Let's see who dares say traffic police are only good for directing traffic, never reliable in investigations. We don't even need collaborative investigations, we nabbed 8 criminals in 1 day. Su Lin, well done. Su Lin, you're a legend in my book. I'm watching everyone get along so well with Su Lin, chatting and laughing together. Zhao Guodong also smiled and nodded. Lu Zhao came to Zhao Guodong's side, glanced at the group of youngsters, and suddenly shook his head with a sigh. A dragon stranded in shallow waters, this place can never hold him captive. Zhao Guodong was taken aback and said, "Lao Lu, you do see things clearly. Our little traffic police unit truly can't confine someone like him. Still, no matter what, he's made us proud today. Not only will we likely get rated as exemplary this year, but I suspect a collective 3rd-class merit citation is also in the bag." "Hey, that's exactly what I was thinking." Lu Zhao chuckled. After spending some time together, Su Lin had become quite familiar with everyone, and the gloom in his heart had lifted somewhat. Since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. After all, the traffic police unit didn't forbid him from making arrests. As long as he could catch criminals, earn points, and unlock new skills, what did it matter where he was stationed? At noon in the 1st Brigade cafeteria, Su Lin was eating at the same table with 2 buddies he got along well with. "Wei Ge, which area are we patrolling this afternoon?" Su Lin asked between bites of a chicken drumstick. "Damn it, Xiaosu, can you stop calling me that? I'm still in my prime at 30, strong as ever," Feng Wei retorted with widened eyes. The guy beside him laughed and said, "Ha, Lao Feng, I told you he'd call you that for sure. Feng Wei, like your name's any better? Yang Wei, don't push your luck." "Put." Su Lin nearly spat out his mouthful of rice. Yang Wei, this name really seems to have it out for itself. Laugh if you want, I'm used to it. Yang Wei shrugged and said, this afternoon we'll patrol the area around the East High-Speed Rail Station. It's a high-traffic zone with lots of illegally parked vehicles and unauthorized passenger pickups. Even during off-peak hours, congestion often occurs there. Wheel. Chapter 8 Acting Chief Prosecutor, is this too harsh? At Manhua Road Police Station, Station Chief Su Qingshan and political instructor Yu Ning were scratching their heads over something. The two sat in the office, staring at each other at a loss about how to report this to their superiors. Yu Ning lit a cigarette and said, Old Su, we can manage those theft cases, but how am I supposed to write this kidnapping and murder case into our report? Su Qingshan, I've been thinking about it too. If we write about those captured by officers from our station, that obviously won't work. There was quite an uproar online before. If we write it this way, the higher-ups will probably accuse us of claiming credit undeservedly. Then how should we handle it? Tell me and I'll write it down, Yu Ning said. Su Qingshan blared, tell me, are you the political instructor or am I? Yu Ning. Alright, let's just write it as it is. Su Qingshan suddenly sighed. He had originally thought that doing so might bring some trouble for Su Lin, as he was a target being suppressed by superiors. Too much limelight could easily lead to complications. But since the internet had already been abuzz about it for a day, it didn't matter much from his side anymore. To be honest, Old Su, if you hadn't said it yourself, I wouldn't have believed a traffic officer could catch so many criminals on his first day. Is this traffic police or anti-pickpocketing? No wait, he's even doing detective work. Yu Ning kept his head down, writing the report while still managing to talk. Ha ha, great minds think alike. Su Qingshan laughed heartily. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Come in, Su Qingshan said immediately. A police officer pushed the door open and walked in, saying, Captain Su, political instructor, the criminal investigation team is here to pick up the suspect. Hearing this, Su Qingshan immediately stood up and walked outside. Yu Ning also put down his pen and followed them out of the office. In the courtyard of Longhua Road Police Station, 3 police cars were parked outside the gate, and several plainclothes detectives got out of the vehicles. Captain Hu, you arrived so quickly. Su Qingshan looked at the leader with surprise in his eyes and hastily stepped forward to shake hands. Hu Gang, captain of the 2nd Investigative Unit. His 2nd unit boasts an exceptionally high case resolution rate, making him a highly respected figure within the Jiangyun City Police Force. Lao Su, sorry about this, but the higher-ups are in a hurry. You know how it is when a prominent entrepreneur gets involved, especially one who's a major taxpayer in our Jiangyun City. The superiors pay extra attention to the case, Hu Gang said as he shook Su Qingshan's hand. Understood. Su Qingshan nodded, then turned to his subordinate and said, Xiao Su, take the detective team to retrieve the suspect. Yes, sir. The officer nodded and immediately led the detectives to the holding area to bring out the detainee. Su Qingshan pulled Hu Gang, who was about to follow along, and said, Lao Hu, hold on. I've got a few more theft cases involving significant sums here. Take them with you as well. Don't worry, we came with 3 vehicles this time. We'll definitely take them all back. Hu Gang nodded in agreement. Creak. As soon as he finished speaking, a car drove into the courtyard. When Hu Gang, Su Qingshan, and the others recognized the license plate, their expressions stiffened, and they immediately stepped forward. A senior officer in police uniform stepped out of the vehicle, adorned with olive branches and a 4-pointed star on his shoulders, unmistakably a 3rd-level police supervisor. Director Gua. Director Gua. Several men spoke up immediately. Guo Liang nodded solemnly and said, I just got out of a meeting. I heard you Hao Jiang was killed, and the murderer was caught by your Longhua Road Police Station. Is that true? Su Qingshan immediately responded, Chief Gua, that's correct. We were about to hand the suspect over to Captain Hu when you arrived. Well done. As the district bureau chief, Guo Liang was under immense pressure with such a major case occurring in his jurisdiction. Hearing that the suspect had indeed been caught, he finally felt a wave of relief. He said, Su Qingshan, your Longhua Road precinct has done well this time. When the bureau evaluates exemplary performance, I'll allocate 1 more slot to your unit. Thank you, Director Gua. Su Qingshan immediately straightened his posture and exclaimed. Then he scratched his head and said, But, Director Gua, to be precise, the arrest wasn't made by us, it was done by a traffic officer. At the time, the suspect was holding the victim's daughter hostage. After hearing Su Qingshan's account, a flicker of emotion passed across Guo Liang's brow. He nodded and said, Excellent, fearless and stepping forward bravely. Once the case is concluded, I'll call their unit leader and recommend him for commendation. Just as they were speaking, the criminal investigation team members walked out with the 7 thieves and that murderer. When he saw 7 or 8 people being escorted out, Guo Liang froze momentarily. Wasn't it supposed to be just 1? Why so many? His face was full of astonishment. Su Qingshan's lips twitched slightly as he said, Director Gua, here's the thing. One is a murderer, and the others are thieves, all apprehended by that same traffic cop, Guo Liang. Hu Gang was also stunned. He had assumed these thieves were caught by the Longhua Road police station. It took them a good while to process this information. Guo Liang looked at Su Qingshan and asked, all thieves? Yes, the latter nodded. All caught by the traffic police team? Yes. Su Qingshan lowered his head. Then you're telling me you're the police station chief? Ha? What the hell have you been doing? A mere traffic cop outperformed all of you. Disgraceful. Absolutely disgraceful. Guo Liang roared before turning to get into his car. Before closing the door, he pointed at Su Qingshan and ordered, prepare a 10,000-word report for me. This is outrageous. Su Qingshan broke into a cold sweat. 10,000 words? That's cruel, isn't it? Chief, is the blow so devastating? Immersive translate. At the East High-Speed Rail Station, Su Lin followed Yang Wei and Fong Wei, collectively nicknamed the Two Weis, to the intersection outside the station. Yang Wei pointed to the roundabout at the center of the intersection and said, this spot sees frequent accidents, so I'll take charge here. Fong Wei, you handle that high-traffic intersection to the east. Su Lin, you're responsible for pedestrian flow at the station exit. Good. Without further discussion, Fong Wei and Su Lin promptly took up their respective posts. Soon, the three of them got busy. Su Lin stood at the exit, his eyes scanning the passing crowd. Unconsciously, he activated the judgment eye. Hao Qinglai, evil value, 3. Qin Son, morality score, 1. Yang Banian, morality score, 47. Habitual thief, total amount involved in cases exceeding 540,000 yuan. His gaze sharpened, he could feel himself about to neglect his official duties again. But when encountering someone like this, he simply couldn't let them go. He silently apologized in his heart to squad leader Zhao and squad leader Yang, who had led him on the mission. Professional ethics wouldn't allow him to see a thief and not make an arrest. Locking eyes on the target, he strode forward and grabbed the suspect's arm directly under their horrified gaze. Click, click, click. With a swift maneuver, the young thief was pinned to the ground. The surrounding crowd stood stunned, while Yang Wei and Fong Wei couldn't help but rush forward. Su Lin rummaged through the little thief's pockets and gasped. There were nearly 20 smartphones on him. Realizing he'd been exposed, the thief immediately gave up resisting. Yang Wei's lips twitched as he turned to Su Lin and said, Su Lin, don't you think traffic's getting even more choked up with all these bystanders? Su Lin grinned and replied, Captain Yang, a thief is a thief, don't we have to catch them? You win. Yang Wei gave a thumbs up, then took out his police communicator to contact the team. Chapter 9, Wrong Mindset, Fleeing also counts as resistance. 1st Traffic Police Squadron, Captain's Office. Zhao Guodong was vividly narrating the process of Su Lin capturing the suspect to Deputy Captain Lu Zhao, his silver tongue making Lu Zhao so tense it was as if he were experiencing it firsthand. Wait, Lao Zhao, you're saying this kid almost got hurt? That's right, he got slashed across the stomach. Fortunately, it only cut through the reflective vest and our uniform. That's too dangerous. We absolutely can't let this happen again. Lu Zhao waved his hand dismissively. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from the police communicator in front of them. Captain Zhao, this is Yang Wei. About that. Zhao Guodong, stop stammering, out with it. Alright then. Captain Zhao, Su Lin has caught another thief, Yang Wei said straightforwardly. Bang! Lu Zhao, who was just about to take a sip of tea, abruptly set his cup back down on the table, eyes widening in sheer disbelief. Zhao Guodong smirked. He turned to Lu Zhao and said, Oh Lu, maybe, we'll have to get used to it. Yeah right, get used to it. We're traffic cops. Come on, let's go check it out. As he spoke, he got up and headed outside. Zhao Guodong also stood up, grabbed his police cap, and hurried outside. While running, he picked up his phone, opened the contact list, and dialed Su Qingshan. Hey, old Su, I've caught another thief here. Yeah, right at the East City High-Speed Rail Station. What? That area is under the jurisdiction of the station front police station? Okay, I understand. Give me the phone number. As Zhao Guodong hung up the phone and just arrived at the parking lot, he spotted Lu Zhao rushing out of the parking space in his car. Zhao immediately took the passenger seat. After fastening his seatbelt, the car sped out of the traffic police brigade's gate, heading straight for the high-speed rail station east of the city. On the road, Zhao Guodong received a text message. It was from Su Qingshan. He glanced at the number and immediately dialed. At Longhua Road Police Station, Su Qingshan was tearing at his hair in frustration. A 10,000-word self-criticism, who on earth could write such a thing? He felt that even if he racked his brains, he could barely manage to write 100 words at most. Thinking back to Zhao Guodong's recent phone call, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Having just taken on 8 criminals, he was already punished with a 10,000-word self-criticism by the bureau chief. If a few more came his way, would he even survive? So without hesitation and with perfectly valid justification, he dumped the responsibility squarely onto his old buddy at the precinct station. Hey, Zhang Wengue, don't blame me. It's just, I can't handle the inspections anymore, Su Qingshan said, shaking his head with a bitter smile. It was the first time he'd ever pushed a criminal out the door, but what else could he do? The bureau chief would have finished him otherwise. At least now someone could help shoulder the chief's wrath for him. Upon receiving Zhao Guodong's call, Zhang Wengue, the director of Zhanshin Police Station, immediately gathered 6 officers from the anti-theft squad and hurried to the crossroads of Zhanshin Square. Pickpocketing has always been a persistent headache in crowded places like train stations. Over the years, several batches of anti-pickpocketing officers have come and gone, yet thieves continue to emerge endlessly. The anti-pickpocketing squad at the station front police station arrests hundreds of pickpockets annually, but what difference does it make? Countless others still slip through the net. These criminals are remarkably skilled. Even the most seasoned anti-pickpocketing officers can't spot their tricks. At times, they even dare to provoke the officers, having stolen handcuffs from anti-pickpocketing team members only to mail them back to the police station later. At that time, the bureau chief was furious and gave them a severe dressing down, after which the entire train station was thoroughly cleaned up. Yet even during the cleanup period, reports from victims kept coming in daily. According to incomplete statistics, there were at least close to 200 criminals operating in the entire East Side high-speed rail station. For the entire station precinct office and their anti-pickpocketing squad, this was nothing short of a disgrace. At every general meeting, they were singled out for criticism, leaving them utterly frustrated and aggrieved. The front station police precinct was just a 5-minute walk from the intersection. By the time Zhang Wengue arrived with his anti-pickpocketing team, Zhao Guodong had just reached the spot as well. At the intersection, Su Lin, Yang Wei, and Feng Wei stood on the roadside curb, with 3 men squatting before them. The 3 men looked resentful but remained obediently still. Upon closer inspection, one of them had patches of redness and swelling on his face. Zhang Wengue and Zhao Guodong's groups approached them. The former glared and asked, "Hello, comrade. Did you catch this thief? By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Zhang Wengue, the director of the Qinjiang police station. This is our anti-theft team leader Li Dong, along with a few of his team members." Zhang Wengue introduced. Without waiting for Zhao Guodong to speak, upon hearing Zhang Wengue's self-introduction, he immediately stepped forward and said, "Director Zhang, I'm the one who called you. I'm Zhao Guodong from the Traffic Police First Unit." "Hello, Captain Zhao." Zhang Wengue immediately shook hands with him. Zhao Guodong then looked at Su Lin and asked, "Why are there 2 more?" "Su Lin, Captain Zhao, I just caught one, but then these 2 showed up. They even reached into a passenger's pocket right in front of me. How could I let that slide?" Zhao Guodong. He really wanted to say, "This is unacceptable." But of course he couldn't voice that thought. It would show improper mindset. Zhang Wengue. Looking at Su Lin, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up and said, "Kid, well done. It's precisely because of too much indifference and inaction that these scoundrels have grown so bold. By the way, what's going on with this guy?" he asked, pointing at the bruised and battered figure. "Su Lin, Captain Zhang, this guy thought he could get away with resisting just because he knows some martial arts. Made me even more determined to take him down. I didn't resist," the battered thief wailed, on the verge of tears the next moment. He'd only tried to run, but before he knew it, he'd been grabbed by the scruff of his neck, flipped over in a judo throw, and then wham, 2 punches that nearly knocked him out cold on the spot. "Fleeing is also resistance," Su Lin retorted fiercely. The guy immediately shrank his neck, daring not to speak another word, while the 2 beside him trembled even more. Zhao Guodong patted him on the shoulder and said, "All right." Then, turning to Zhang Wengue, he said, "Captain Zhang, I'll leave him to you. Take him back to the station. We need to manage the traffic at the scene, and with so many spectators gathered, I'm worried things might get out of hand." "Good. Thank you, Captain Zhao." Zhang Wengue spoke while turning to Su Lin and asked, "What's your name?" "Su Lin." "Great. Comrade Su, you've done well. I'll put in a request for your bonus later." "Thank you, Chief Zhang." Su Lin nodded with a smile. Zhang Wengue immediately said goodbye to Zhao Guodong and was about to leave, but was stopped by Zhao before he could go. He suggested, "Director Zhang, why don't you assign a police car and 2 officers?" "What do you mean?" Zhang Wengue looked somewhat puzzled. "It's nothing much, just that this kid in my team, he's really capable. You wouldn't believe it, he's already caught 8 at the Longhua Street subway entrance on line 2 this morning." "No way." Zhang Wengue was startled by this statement. If he's that good at catching criminals, why is he in the traffic police unit? He'd have a brighter future joining our frontline anti-theft squad at the station police department. 100 yuan bounty per capture would have you counting cash till your arms go numb. "Trust me," Zhao Guodong said earnestly. "Got it. I'll send a car later and have it wait at the intersection back there," Zhang Wengue said as he left with his men. In less than 10 minutes, a police car parked at the intersection ahead, and 2 plainclothes officers stepped out. Both of them were newcomers, fresh recruits assigned as trainee officers. One of them spotted Su Lin and immediately rushed forward with a delighted expression, giving him several hearty slaps on the shoulder. "Su Lin, what are you doing here?" a surprised voice rang out. Chapter 10, Demon Back, Bull Waist, and 8-pack abs. Su Lin, who had been scanning the crowd, was suddenly startled by the voice behind him. He turned around and couldn't help but smile when he saw it was Zhang Chao. The two men reached out and touched fists. On duty, Lao Zhang, you're at the front station police station now? Su Lin asked. That's right. First day on the job, Zhang Chao nodded, speaking with excitement. Lao Su, you came at just the right time. I heard from our station chief that a real expert showed up here today, nabbed 3 thieves as soon as he got started. The chief sent us over to learn from the experience. He told us to wait here in case this expert catches anyone else, we can just load them straight into the van. Let me tell you, it's only because we're new here, fresh faces, that we got such an opportunity. Zhang Chao spoke, his gaze sweeping around before settling on Zhao Guodong. The stern expression and imposing demeanor instinctively made him think this must be the expert the station chief had mentioned. Just as he was about to step forward to greet Zhao Guodong, Su Lin beside him suddenly darted out like a leopard. What's going on? Instinctively turning his head, Zhang Chao saw Su Lin approach an honest-looking, somewhat dull middle-aged man. Without waiting for the other to speak, Su Lin promptly seized his arm. What are you doing? The middle-aged man immediately shouted, help! Traffic police assault! Traffic police assault! Hearing the commotion, the surrounding crowd quickly gathered, murmuring and pointing fingers. Frozen in disbelief, Zhang Chao rushed over, yelling, Old Su, are you crazy? Let him go! As a result, Su Lin calmly frisked the middle-aged man, and in the next moment, wallets, phones, jewelry, and other stolen goods were all retrieved by him. Holy shit! Zhang Chao widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Suddenly, it dawned on him, could the expert the station chief mentioned be Su Lin? At that very moment, Su Lin lifted his head and said to him, Old Zhang, what are you spacing out for? Hurry up and take both the suspect and the stolen goods away. Hey, got him. Zhang Chao and another officer immediately stepped forward to restrain the dejected little thief. Then he couldn't help but ask, Old Su, that expert Zhang mentioned, could it be you? Su Lin smiled and said, barring any surprises, it should be me. Incredible, absolutely incredible. I knew what real talent shines through everywhere. Zhang Chao lavished praise before leading the little thief away. Zhao Guodong watched as the thief was led away, raising a thumbs up from across the intersection, feeling both pride and a touch of helplessness in his heart. TSK. Not focusing on proper work. Lu Zhao stood in the middle of the crossroads, flashing Su Lin a wide grin from a distance. Gotta admit, this kid's got talent, one arrest after another, none ever slipped through. It's truly a pity he ended up in the traffic police unit. With his sharp eyes for spotting criminals and his hatred for evil, if placed elsewhere, wouldn't his promotion skyrocket like a rocket? Both Yang Wei and Fang Wei gave Su Lin a thumbs up from afar. The afternoon passed quickly, and by evening, Zhang Chao was completely dumbfounded by Su Lin's performance. In just 3 short hours, all 9 petty thieves who passed by Su Lin's station were apprehended. Remarkably, during the evening rush hour, peak time for theft incidents, not a single theft report was filed in their vicinity. Clearly, the word had spread among the thieves. Zhang Wengue and Li Dong stared at the line of 12 apprehended thieves before them. After a long silence, bitter smiles crept onto both their faces. Chief Shang, we must get this talent back on our team, Li Dong declared resolutely. If we could transfer him here, I guarantee our station will secure a spot at next quarter's commendation ceremony. Alright, I'll give it a try. Zhang Wengue nodded with visible enthusiasm. However, when he called Su Qingshan to inquire about the situation, he received a stern warning instead. What? Someone's suppressing him? Who'd dare do that to someone so outstanding? Fine, understood. Zhang Wengue sighed and reluctantly hung up, abandoning his transfer plan. Jianyun City has over 100 police stations. Though they appear to govern their respective jurisdictions, their administrative rank ultimately isn't high, their voices carry little weight, and they're anxious about crossing paths with someone beyond their standing. To be frank, nobody wants trouble these days. After hanging up the phone, Su Qingshan inhaled sharply in shock, nearly scorching his lips when taking a sip of tea. 12 thieves in a single afternoon, that's even wilder than this morning's haul. After finishing his shift, Su Lin said goodbye to Zhao Guodong and Lu Zhao, then rode off on his scooter from the first division. Watching his retreating figure, Zhao Guodong let out a sigh. He shouldn't be staying here, Lu Zhao said solemnly. I'll investigate further. No matter what it takes, we must transfer that lad away. He deserves a broader stage and brighter prospects ahead. Zhao Guodong nodded in agreement. As night fell, Su Lin returned home after having a bowl of pulled noodles outside the residential area. After taking a shower, he walked into the living room in his pajamas and sat on the sofa, pulling up the system panel. Congratulations, host, for apprehending a thief and earning 82 points. Congratulations, host, for apprehending a thief and earning 102 points. Congratulations, host, dozens of notifications densely packed together, bringing him over 890 points in total. Combined with the remaining 460 points from the morning, he once again accumulated enough for another lottery draw. System, draw the lottery. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a physical enhancement card. As the notification sound rang, Su Lin immediately noticed a golden glowing card appear on the system's interface. Physical enhancement card comprehensively enhances strength, speed, and endurance, producing a devil's back, a waist like a greyhound's, and an 8-pack, bestowing the host with a formidable physique capable of mesmerizing mature women, colloquially known as the Cougar Slayer. Su Lin glanced through the card's functional hints, his lips twitching slightly. This system seemed a bit unconventional, but with such a treasure at hand, one might as well use it without second thoughts. Activate. The next moment, Su Lin felt a peculiar energy surging through him, as if his entire body was enveloped in a warm, tranquil sea. Nearly 10 full minutes had passed before all the anomalies dissipated. When he stood up and approached the mirror, he was instantly startled by the sight of his own body. His muscles weren't explosively exaggerated like a bodybuilder's, but their supple contours radiated power. 8-pack abs, a tapered waist, and those devilish back muscles all on full display. Standing at an impressive 1.85 meters tall, his physique was nothing short of perfection. His face bore chiseled, angular features with a sun-kissed, healthy complexion. His facial structure was regular and symmetrical, with sharp eyebrows that arched like swords and eyes that shone like stars. To be honest, not even women, he himself was nearly mesmerized by that handsome devil in the mirror. Chapter 11, a Grade B wanted criminal, a walking third-class merit. Early the next morning, Su Lin arrived at the station carrying a bag of steamed buns. The moment he stepped inside, he spotted Yang Wei and Fong Wei studying a notice seeking assistance from other units. He walked over curiously and immediately saw the bolded, emphasized text on the notice. Wang Wangping, a Class B wanted criminal? Munching on his steamed bun, he peered over the shoulders of the two officers to read the alert notice. Hearing the voice behind them, Yang Wei and Fong Wei both turned their heads. Upon recognizing Su Lin, their faces broke into smiles. Yang Wei handed the investigative notice to Su Lin and said, "This guy is downright vicious. He murdered his ex-girlfriend and dismembered her body into 8 pieces, scattering them across multiple locations. It took our colleagues from Lincheng City's Criminal Investigation Unit nearly 2 months to finally identify this monster. However, we've heard he's already fled to our Jiangyun city, which is why they've sent this cooperative investigation notice over to us." Su Lin continued eating his breakfast while scrutinizing the photo on the notice, silently committing the face to memory. Murder and dismemberment, this guy must have nerves of steel, he muttered to himself. No matter how capable he might be, once discovered by me, there's absolutely no escape. Casually setting the investigation notice aside, he looked up and asked, "Captain Yang, which area are we responsible for today?" "Today it's the intersection of Jiaoyun Road and Jianxi Road. With the urban planning efforts, this area has gradually taken shape. The addition of key public facilities like the high-tech industrial park, hospitals, and schools has significantly increased our workload. Alright, I'll finish this bite." Su Lin hastily finished his breakfast. The three of them then got into the car and headed straight for the intersection of Jiaoyun Road and Jianxi Road. Jianxi Primary School was right beside the intersection of Jianxi Road. As the morning crowd began to gather, parents started arriving one after another to drop off their children. By the time Su Lin and his team reached the intersection, traffic had already started to clog up, and they immediately dove into their work. Unlike subway exits and high-speed rail stations, most people in this area were law-abiding citizens. Even those with some criminal values didn't exceed 10, so Su Lin ignored them whenever he spotted such cases. Scanning the crowds with his eye of judgment while directing traffic gradually made him feel overwhelmed. After all, with so many people coming and going, even his eye of judgment would grow fatigued. Moreover, directing traffic required full attention. The slightest distraction could lead to accidents. So Su Lin simply deactivated his eye of judgment and focused on his official duties. Time passed, and about an hour later, the morning rush hour gradually began to taper off. All three of them were drenched in sweat, their uniforms thoroughly soaked. Seeing the crowd thinning out, Su Lin finally let out a relieved sigh, thinking to himself how truly exhausting it had been. He glanced at several pedestrians waiting to cross the street in the distance, then averted his gaze after a quick scan. Yet the next moment, his eyes suddenly froze as an inexplicable sense of familiarity struck him. Pretending nonchalance, he looked back at those pedestrians waiting for the green light and noticed one among them, a quiet-looking man with black-framed glasses holding a magazine, appearing every bit the standard office worker. Upon closer inspection, that feeling of familiarity grew even stronger. He always felt he'd seen the man somewhere before. As his mind raced through possibilities, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. No way, could my luck be this good? His eyes widened in disbelief as shock waves surged through his heart. This person, he'd seen him before, on that very morning's wanted notice. But to confirm his suspicion, he directly activated the Eye of Judgment. Wang Guangping, perpetrator of murder and dismemberment, Class B fugitive. Special note, danger level 3 stars. Sure enough, The man standing less than 20 meters away from him was none other than Wang Guangping, the B-level wanted criminal listed in the arrest bulletin, the perpetrator behind the gruesome murder and dismemberment case. As Su Lin stared at the other person, those calm eyes also turned towards him, their gazes colliding midair. Oh no! Su Lin's heart skipped a beat. Most ordinary people wouldn't think twice about a casual glance from a traffic cop, but Wang Guangping's nerves of steel were evident from how he'd brutally murdered and dismembered his girlfriend. Moreover, his ability to evade capture for 2 full months demonstrated remarkable counter-surveillance skills. Under these 2 conditions, his glance would surely spark suspicion in the other party. As expected, within Su Lin's line of sight, Wang Guangping began subtly retreating. Seeing this, Su Lin's heart sank. In the very next moment, his figure burst forward, covering several meters in an instant. He ran while shouting into his police communicator, "Captain Yang, alert! We've found Wang Guangping." Across the street, that Wang Guangping's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. He immediately turned and bolted down the road behind him. Yang Wei froze momentarily when he suddenly heard the shout. Then the realization hit him like a thunderbolt. His face underwent a drastic change as he jerked his head up to look for Su Lin's position, only to see him already chasing someone around the corner of the street. Holy shit! Feng Wei gasped in shock. Yang Wei, La Feng, go help Su Lin, quickly. The two immediately sprang into action and gave chase. While running, Yan Wei picked up his police communicator to contact headquarters. Captain Zhao, we spotted Class B fugitive Wang Guangping moving toward Dongming Road in pursuit. Requesting backup. At this very moment, while directing traffic, Zhao Guodong suddenly heard the urgent message through his police communicator, his expression instantly changing drastically. Class B fugitive Wang Guangping, an extremely dangerous and vicious criminal. He had reviewed the wanted bulletin that morning, never expecting their team would locate him in less than 2 hours. Yang Wei contacted him, and without even thinking, he knew it must be Su Lin who spotted that guy first. Realizing his fellow officers might be in danger, he immediately grabbed the police communication device and shouted, "All units, proceed to Dongming Road now. Surround the area and detain anyone you see. Unit 2, copy that. Unit 3, acknowledged. Understood." As the voices rang out one after another, the traffic police on duty quickly sprang into action. With Dongming Road at the center, all patrolling motorcycle officers and traffic directing comrades from over a dozen surrounding streets began converging towards the middle. Zhao Guodong then got into his car, made a call to Su Qingshan, and immediately sped off toward Dongming Road. Su Lin moved swiftly, closing the gap between himself and Wang Guangping in less than 5 minutes until they were barely 10 meters apart. Wang Guangping's face turned pale when he saw the traffic cop relentlessly pursuing him from behind. Without hesitation, he immediately rushed into a residential complex ahead. The security guard at the entrance tried to stop him, but was forcefully shoved aside. Su Lin saw this and without a second thought, chased right into the complex. The residential complex boasted lush greenery and an elegant environment, with several elderly residents and children enjoying the shade beneath the trees, some resting while others played. Upon seeing the elderly and children, Su Lin's expression instantly darkened. As fate would have it, Wang Guangping spotted an elderly person with a child ahead, his face immediately twisting into a vicious sneer. Without hesitation, he pulled out a sharp knife and charged toward the elderly couple and child seated on a bench. "Stop!" Su Lin roared under his breath, summoning every ounce of strength to sprint forward before launching himself in a desperate tackle. Just as Wang Guangping was about to press the knife against the child's neck, a dark figure suddenly bore down. Su Lin seized his arm and violently tackled him to the ground. However, Wang Guangping proved utterly ruthless, twisting his wrist with vicious intent. He stabbed straight toward Su Lin's chest. A cold glint flashed, and Su Lin hastily rolled aside, yet a wound was still torn open on his chest, blood streaming down. "Go to hell!" Wang Guangping's face twisted with ferocity as he charged madly toward him, brandishing a dagger aimed straight at his throat. Su Lin's expression darkened as he prepared to retaliate, when suddenly a burgundy luxury car burst out from an underground garage nearby, slamming violently into Wang Guangping. Bang! The unlucky bastard was sent flying 5 or 6 meters, crashing heavily to the ground. The dagger skittered far away, leaving him sprawled and unconscious. Seeing this, Su Lin breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but glance gratefully at the luxury car. He then stepped forward, flipped over the knocked-down Wang Guangping in one swift motion, searched his body to confirm there were no other weapons, then removed his belt and tied him up with it. A Class B wanted criminal, this was basically a walking third-class merit. Chapter 12, Want to touch it? Disgusting. Only once he was certain Wang Guangping couldn't break free from his restraints did Su Lin finally stand up. The movement instantly sent a sharp pain shooting through his chest. He waved to the frightened elderly man and child, signaling them to leave, before sitting down on a nearby ornamental stone. Removing his outer traffic police uniform, he then peeled off his inner clothing as well, revealing a powerfully sculpted physique that commanded attention. A roughly 10 centimeter long wound on his chest was bleeding. Glancing at the exposed flesh, he noted with relief that the wound wasn't deep, thanks to his swift evasion. Pressing his vest against the wound, Su Lin picked up his police communication device to inform his teammates of his current location. Thud thud thud. Just as he was giving Yang Wei and the others the address, sudden footsteps made him turn in surprise. The first thing that caught his eye was a pair of exquisitely fair, jade-like feet. Red nail polish, fair and delicate toes, and smooth skin made him involuntarily steal another glance. "Are you okay?" Then a voice sounded, lazily sweet and distinctly unique, strikingly similar to that Ms. Yang from his past life. Su Lin immediately raised his head and looked toward the source. Dressed in a black business suit, her face delicately beautiful with light makeup, exuding a blend of maturity and allure. She lightly brushed back a strand of hair near her temple, her bright, glistening eyes gazing at him with a hint of concern. If he had to rate her, Su Lin would give her a 99, withholding that last point just to keep her pride in check. Suppressing his restless emotions, he pressed a hand against the ground and stood up, meeting the gaze of the stunning woman who stood nearly 170 centimeters tall. By his estimate, she was around 27 or 28, flawless in appearance except for the faint beauty mark near the corner of her eye, which only made her all the more alluring. "I'm fine." He shook his head with a smile, then added, "Thanks for earlier." After a brief moment of distraction, Su Lin's gaze regained its clarity. Right now, all he wanted was to catch criminals and improve himself. Everything else was meaningless. And women? They'd only slow down his draw. "No need, helping an officer is my duty." The woman smiled brilliantly, putting even the most beautiful flowers to shame. "Su Lin, sis, I'm 22, calling me uncle isn't quite appropriate, is it?" Giggle. "That's what my teacher taught me." The woman glanced at Su Lin's near-perfect physique, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. She quickly averted her gaze and said, "Since there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first." "All right, goodbye." Su Lin nodded. The woman stepped back into her car in her high-heeled sandals, and it was only as Su Lin watched her get in that he noticed the deep dent on the front of her burgundy Bentley, with one of the headlights completely shattered. He was just about to speak when, unexpectedly, the car started up and drove off toward the neighborhood's entrance. "Forget it, I'll check back later. At any rate, I should thank her," Su Lin muttered to himself, silently memorizing the license plate number. No sooner had he spoken than several figures came rushing into the neighborhood entrance, 2 security guards, along with Fang Wei and Yang Wei. Yang Wei spotted Su Lin first, and seeing him covered in blood, his face instantly turned pale. Su Lin, are you hurt?" He hurried forward, looking somewhat worriedly at Su Lin's hand pressing on the wound. Su Lin casually laughed it off. "Team leader Yang, I'm fine. Just a small cut, though my blood's a bit too vigorous, so it bled a little more." "Are you sure you're okay?" Fang Wei asked, frowning. "Really, I'm fine. See for yourselves if you don't believe me." He removed his hand, revealing that the wound he'd been pressing for so long had stopped bleeding heavily, with only a small amount still oozing out. The two carefully examined him again, confirming he wasn't seriously injured before relaxing. Now they just needed to wait for help to arrive before sending Su Lin to the hospital. "Holy shit, Su Lin, how the hell did you train your physique?" Fang Wei suddenly noticed Su Lin's muscular build, his eyes widening in astonishment. Yang Wei also froze in shock, taking several steps back for a better look before sucking in a sharp breath. "Whoa, 8-pack abs, tapered waist, Su Lin, you're even more intimidating than those foreign guys in movies." "Fang Wei, let me feel that." Su Lin immediately broke out in goosebumps and quickly stepped back, saying, "Lao Fang, aren't you disgusted?" "Ha ha ha." Fang Wei also realized how it sounded and couldn't help but laugh while scratching his head. "Congratulations, host, for apprehending Class B fugitive Wang Guangping and earning 600 points. Points credited." A glimmer of delight flashed in Su Lin's eyes. 600 points, plus the remaining 350 points from before, meant he could soon draw another lottery. Woohoo! The siren grew louder as it approached, and soon the whole team arrived. Every member of the 1st Traffic Police Unit was present, except for 2 on duty at the station and the administrative staff. In addition, Su Qingshan, the chief of Longhua Road Police Station, had also brought several officers with him. Upon stepping out of the car, Zhao Guodong's face instantly darkened upon seeing Su Lin, whose upper body was covered in blood. "Captain Zhao, I'm fine, just a superficial cut from the scrape," Su Lin quickly replied. "Zhao Guodong, my ancestor, you truly are my ancestor. Do you know how I feel right now? I really want to kick you out, save myself from being tormented into a nervous wreck by you." He genuinely feared something might happen to Su Lin. A minor injury was manageable, but what if it were serious, or worse, a sacrifice? Would he even be able to keep his position as squad leader after that? Su Qingshan stepped forward, looked at the bloodstains on Su Lin's body, and nodded with a smile. "Well, it shouldn't be anything serious. This amount of blood, at most a 10-centimeter wound, and not too deep either. Otherwise, the bleeding would have been much heavier." Su Lin gave him a thumbs up upon hearing this. Sure enough, he lived up to being a veteran cop, judging his wound just from the blood loss. Su Qingshan grinned and returned a thumbs up as well. "Just wait. Sooner or later, I'll get you transferred to our station. The deputy director position, I'm saving it for you. With that, he strode over to Wang Guangping, who lay unconscious on the ground. After a careful look, he immediately ordered, "It's him, no mistake. Cuff him and toss him in the car. Xiao Zhou, Xiao Yan, you handle escorting him to the hospital. Remember, don't lose sight of him for a second." Yes, the two seasoned officers immediately escorted the suspect into the vehicle. Su Qingshan returned to Su Lin and said, "Little Su, one yesterday, another today. Two violent criminals, two third-class merits, I'll report them all for you. As for those thieves, I'll apply for bonuses on your behalf. You'll get everything together later." "Thank you, Director Su." Su Lin grinned and saluted him. All right, let's head to the hospital. The wound might be small, but it still needs treatment." Su Qingshan waved his hand and turned to leave. Once in the car, his phone rang. He pulled it out and saw the words Director Gua glaring back at him. "Director Gua," he answered hastily. "Su Qingshan, I heard things got pretty lively today in the entire Dachau district. A whole district's traffic police mobilized to surround a B-level wanted criminal, yet somehow none of our station's officers were involved. TSK, looks like tomorrow I'll have to join you all in directing traffic, might as well hand over all our current cases to the traffic police unit." The eerie tone and words sent shivers down Su Qingshan's spine. "Director Gua, please let me explain." Chapter 13, from now on I'll have to cross the street when I see this woman. Su Qingshan got thoroughly chewed out again, while Su Lin arrived at the hospital accompanied by Zhao Guodong. After the debridement and suturing, the young nurse, flushed and breathing rapidly, finished bandaging his wound. Meanwhile, the female doctor who had stitched him up was still wiping her nosebleed with a tissue. "Such a physique, how did you train to get so flawless?" "Girl, I think my thighs are getting a little hot. What should I do? I can barely stand anymore." "Hey officer, do you have a girlfriend? I want to have a litter of babies with him." "Xiao, aren't you getting married soon?" "Marriage my ass. Let that bastard crawl back to wherever he came from. This lady ain't marrying anymore." With a figure like that, even the head nurse can hardly resist throwing herself at him. "Come on, let's go check it out together." Immersive translate. Su Lin had originally planned to rest a bit longer, but he simply couldn't bear those shameless remarks any longer and hastily fled the hospital in embarrassment. "Zhao Guodong, let's be honest, your physique is top-notch, just a tad shy of how I looked in my younger days." Su Lin. "Captain Zhao, then why didn't you go to criminal investigation and ended up in traffic police instead?" Zhao Guodong's face darkened. "Brat, can't we have a proper conversation?" Su Lin, weren't you calling me ancestor earlier? How come I'm a brat now? Creak. The car almost crashed into a roadside tree. For the following few days, Zhao Guodong kept Su Lin grounded, not letting him go anywhere. There was no choice. If they let him out and he happened to catch another criminal or something, his wound would definitely never heal. This drove Su Lin stir crazy, but there was nothing he could do. Orders were orders. He could only stay at the station every day, answering phone calls on duty. 1 week passed in the blink of an eye. As soon as he arrived at the station that day, he immediately sought out Zhao Guodong. "Captain Zhao, help me check a license plate." Su Lin handed Zhao Guodong a small slip of paper with a series of license plate numbers written on it. The latter gave him a suspicious look and asked, "Kid, don't try any shady tricks. Let me tell you, I'm not that kind of person. I don't handle those things." He thought Su Lin was trying to pull strings, asking him to fix a traffic violation. Such matters were beneath him. He'd never stoop to it, not even to help his own wife. Realizing the misunderstanding, Su Lin quickly clarified, "Captain Zhao, you've got it wrong. This is the car that hit Wang Guangping and helped me that day." "Is that the car? I'll check it right now." "You'd better thank that person." Without another word, Zhao Guodong opened the system and entered the license plate number. Soon, the vehicle's registration details appeared. Yen Yao, female, 29 years old. Phone, 13. Home address, number 1 Hamwan Villa, Zhongjiang, Jianyun City. It's her? Upon seeing the message, Zhao Guodong's face revealed a look of astonishment. "Captain Zhao, you know her?" Su Lin chimed in upon hearing this. Zhao Guodong, a renowned female tycoon in Jianyun City, Zhongjiang number 1 Hamwan is her own property. 2 years ago, she took over the family business, crushed all dissent with an iron fist, and single-handedly controls a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. Now tell me, isn't that damn impressive? Su Lin. Holy moly, that's seriously impressive. Zhao Guodong, I also heard she's single. What do you think, Xiao Su? Can you bring some glory to our traffic police unit by winning over this beautiful CEO? Su Lin, Captain Zhao, stop fooling around. With that kind of background, I'd have to walk the other way. Ha ha ha. Joking aside, Su Lin still gave the other party a call. Hello? The call connected, and a cool yet familiar voice came through on the other end. Hello, Ms. Yen, how are you? Su Lin gave a greeting and then continued, I'm the traffic cop you met last week. Not sure if you still remember me? In the spacious and bright office, Yen Yao twirled a pen in her hand while answering an unfamiliar call. When the other party revealed their identity and asked if she still remembered, she was momentarily stunned before an image of that perfectly sculpted physique flashed through her mind. Her cheeks instantly flushed rosy, and a faint trace of shyness flickered in her eyes. Truth be told, it was quite embarrassing. She'd remembered the muscles but not the face. That's right. On behalf of our traffic police unit, I'd like to express our gratitude to you. We'll also cover your vehicle repair costs. Su Lin's voice sounded again. And no, that's unnecessary. I'll handle the repairs myself. Fine then, how should we meet? Unable to suppress that belated flutter of youthful longing, Yan Yao found herself agreeing almost as if bewitched. Su Lin on this side was also stunned. Weren't you refusing just now? Why suddenly agree? But he didn't dwell on it. He said, afternoon works. You can come find me at my team, or I can go to you. Yan Yao replied, I have a meeting this afternoon, but I'll be free after 3 p.m. I'll come find you then. Alright, I'll be waiting for you at the 1st Traffic Police Unit. Just give me a call when you arrive. My number is 138. After confirming the details, Su Lin hung up the phone. Another morning wasted idly in the office. At noon, Su Lin headed to the cafeteria for lunch. Spotting Yang Wei and Fong Wei, his eyes lit up as he carried his tray over to them. Captain Yang, mind if I join you? The two men immediately broke into wide smiles upon seeing Su Lin and made room for him to sit down. Xiao Su, these past few days have been peaceful thanks to you staying quiet, which means we've had peace too. It's nice to just focus on our regular duties without having to constantly worry, Fong Wei said between mouthfuls of rice as he ate. Yang Wei nodded, exactly right. A normal patrol shift means every day is a good day. Su Lin. He felt like the two were just puing him, trying to make him a useless slacker. But how could that be? He was determined to wear a white uniform shirt someday. Enough, stop the nonsense. There's nothing to do this afternoon, take me out for a walk. Sitting in the office any longer, and I'll start rusting, Su Lin said irritably. That won't do. Without the captain's permission, Su Lin didn't wait for him to finish before interrupting. Are we done yet? If this keeps up, I might as well quit. How long was this suppression going to last? He had been hoping to rack up more achievements, find a way to get the higher-ups' attention, secure a transfer back to the municipal bureau, and then strike hard against the Lin family father and daughter duo. Stuck in this office, forget making achievements, he probably wouldn't even get a chance to show his face. Alright, we're heading to the sand quarry near Xiawantang this afternoon. We've received reports about overloaded and speeding dump trucks in that area. Let's go check it out. Su Lin, you're coming too. Yang Wei looked up with a smile as he spoke. Got it. Su Lin immediately grinned broadly and began wolfing down his meal. Don't look so pleased with yourself, young master. Remember this, be careful. A deep, muffled voice suddenly came from behind. Su Lin immediately reacted, turning his head to see Zhao Guodong standing behind him, holding a meal tray. Yes, Captain Zhao. Su Lin smiled. Finally, he understood why Captain Yang had suddenly agreed. It turned out Zhao Guodong had signaled from behind. Hey, let's push hard this afternoon, break 1,000 points, and get another lottery draw. Chapter 14. Speeding check leads to a nest of felons. After finishing their meal and taking a half-hour break, Su Lin, Yang Wei, and Fong Wei drove straight to the sand quarry in Shaowanpan District. Shaowanpan District is located at the edge of the 1st Brigade's jurisdiction, adjacent to a newly planned industrial park. Since many factory buildings in the industrial area were still under construction, sand resources were in high demand. Because of this, numerous sand quarries had sprung up in Shaowanpan District. However, it later seemed that all of them had been swallowed up and consolidated into one massive sand quarry named Jiangong. This sand quarry, dominating almost 70% of Jiangyun City's market share, has indirectly driven up sand prices, reaping enormous profits. When Su Lin and his team's vehicle arrived at the urban-rural fringe near the sand quarry, they saw streams of dump trucks speeding down the road, kicking up clouds of dusty haze. Not to mention the environmental pollution, those dump trucks were moving at dangerously high speeds, at least 70 to 80 kilometers per hour, some even exceeding 100 kilometers per hour. Bear in mind, this was still an urban-rural fringe area with plenty of pedestrians and vehicles nearby despite being on the outskirts. Yang Wei watched the speeding dump truck with a hint of resentment in his eyes. These goddamn beasts hauling dozens of cubic meters of sand. When there's a vehicle ahead, they can't even brake properly. They simply can't stop. They're gambling with people's lives and property. He slammed the steering wheel hard. Fong Wei, last year, 3 people were killed in accidents on this road, one of them a child under 10. But they just threw money at the problem and carried on as if nothing happened. There's no way around it. They say Wang Jiangong has connections up top, no one can touch him. Su Lin stared at the rapidly approaching dump truck, his expression grim. Seeing their traffic police car parked on the side yet still speeding, what is this? Provocation. They're challenging law enforcement, defying the authority of traffic regulations. At this thought, a surge of anger rose in his heart, and he said, Captain Yang, let's go to the sandpit factory entrance. We'll directly block the road. Hearing this, Yang Wei shuddered inwardly. He glanced at Su Lin and said, "Have you lost your mind, kid? Why block the road?" Su Lin said, "If they keep going like this, accidents are bound to happen again. Damn it, what do these bastards take human lives for? Hitting and killing someone, then settling it with money. Have they ever considered the social impact they're causing? Before I didn't know, so it couldn't be helped. But now that I'm aware, I absolutely won't tolerate them disregarding the law. We saw it clearly, yet failed to act. That's dereliction of duty. Do ordinary people look upon us without you feeling guilty in your hearts?" Hearing this, Yang Wei and Fang Wei both wore expressions of shame on their faces. Their intention today had merely been to patrol and issue a warning, as after all, there was nothing they could do about the sand quarry anyway. Yet Su Lin's words struck like an alarm bell, reverberating heavily in their minds. "Seal it for real?" Fang Wei asked uncertainly, glancing at Yang Wei. After all, he is the team leader of the first group, also known as Squad 1. Yang Wei raised his head, his eyes blazing with determination as if ignited by flames, his entire chest surging with boiling blood. Su Lin's words had completely awakened his primal courage. "Lock on," he growled, slamming the gearshift and stomping on the accelerator, ready to charge forward. Su Lin, sitting in the back seat, patted his shoulder and said, "Captain Yang, wait a moment. Stop here first and capture all the speeding vehicles." Yang Wei froze momentarily, then nodded in understanding. To enforce the law, solid evidence is naturally required. As long as they recorded all the offending vehicles, blocking the road would be fully justified. The car came to a halt again, and Su Lin stepped out, setting up the speed detector. Whoosh, whoosh, one speeding dump truck after another roared past, trailing thick noise and clouds of dust in their relentless comings and goings. In less than 10 short minutes, nearly 100 dump trucks had passed by. Every single one was speeding, and not a single driver even glanced at the police car parked by the roadside. Su Lin saw that they had gathered enough information and immediately patted Yang Wei on the shoulder, saying, "Captain Yang, let's go, time to move." "Good." Yang Wei didn't hesitate, he floored the gas and charged straight for the sand quarry's entrance. In no time, they reached the main gate of the sand quarry. At that moment, several security guards in the booth to the right of the quarry entrance spotted the traffic police car and immediately stepped outside. But Yang Wei unexpectedly swung the car into a sharp drift, blocking the entrance with his vehicle. Fang Wei and Su Lin both stepped out of the car and, without a word, pulled out a tire deflator, laying it horizontally across the entrance of the sand quarry. "What are you doing?" A security guard saw their actions and immediately rushed over to intervene. Fang Wei reacted swiftly, stepping in front of him and shouting sternly, "Traffic police enforcing the law, step aside." "Law enforcement? Damn, do you even know where this is? Get lost, or don't blame us for getting rough." The security guard shouted loudly and waved his hand. Figures began emerging one after another around them, each wearing short sleeves, their bodies adorned with dragon and phoenix tattoos, their eyes fierce and menacing. Even when faced with traffic police, these thugs showed no fear at all. If anything, they seemed eager for a fight. Yang Wei stepped out of the car and, seeing the scene, paled before roaring, "What's going on? Back off." With that, he swiftly grabbed 2 spare extendable police batons from the trunk of the patrol car, handed one to Fang Wei, and then fought side by side with him against the gang. Lawless, absolutely lawless. They've already stated their law enforcement, yet these people dare to directly threaten with force. Their audacity is staggering. Su Lin narrowed his eyes, his icy gaze sweeping over those standing at the front of the crowd. Gua Hang, alias Big Pot, wanted for homicide, evading justice for 11 years, currently employed by Jiangong Group. Yu Shui, alias Old Shui, a fugitive from a major criminal case responsible for 2 deaths and 6 injuries, with severe circumstances, currently employed by Jiangong Group. Zhang Dake, alias Cola. With a sweeping glance, among the crowd of over 20 people, at least 10 were fugitives, utterly a hideout for criminals. Beyond that, Su Lin also spotted 2 core members of Jiangong Group in the crowd, both bearing serious cases on their backs. Not a single one was uncomplicated. Facing Yang Wei and Fang Wei wielding police batons, several of the 20-odd men showed looks of disdain on their faces. Had they been confronted by 2 criminal police officers or SWAT team members, they might have shown some caution. Even if officers from the local police station had arrived, they wouldn't have cared, let alone 2 insignificant traffic cops. A young man striding at the front, wearing a black short-sleeved shirt, floral shorts, and flip-flops, stood before Yang Wei and directly pointed at his nose, shouting angrily. Su Lin's pupils constricted slightly as the suspect's information flashed through his mind. Wang Jiancheng, younger brother of Wang Jiangong from Jiangong Group, suspected charges include provoking trouble, kidnapping, intentional homicide, intentional assault. A dense list of criminal records flooded his consciousness, igniting a surge of fury in Su Lin's chest. Such scum deserves divine retribution if left unpunished. Chapter 15, Violent Resistance to Law Enforcement, So Fierce? As Wang Jiangwo's younger brother, Wang Jiancheng took advantage of his brother's influence to act without restraint, ruining countless lives. At least 10 common citizens have died directly or indirectly at his hands. He also operated loan sharking schemes, forcing female college students who borrowed money to take compromising photos, then step by step luring them into the abyss, selling their bodies to pay the interest. Yet even so, with predatory loan terms where only 90% of the principal is given but 130% must be repaid, compounded endlessly, they could never pay it off even if they sold themselves to death. Besides, this guy also uses drugs to control those women. According to the system's hints, this sand quarry is a drug den where Wang Jiancheng, under the direction of his older brother Wang Jianong, controls those female students. These beasts, in order to win people over, usually force the female students to serve their subordinates. If the service isn't up to par, they face beatings and even threats against their families. Under such coercion, several female students have committed suicide here, with their bodies buried beneath the sand quarry. Upon seeing this information, Su Lin thought of 4 words in his mind: a horrifying case. Once this case gets dug up, it will send seismic shocks throughout the entire Jiangyun city. Anyone connected to the brothers Wang Jianong and Wang Jiancheng will be investigated, even directly imprisoned. Last chance, get the hell out, or don't blame me for what happens next, Wang Jiancheng snarled at Yang Wei and Fang Wei, holding his phone as he dialed a number. Big bro, the traffic police are back at it again, Wang Jiancheng said into the phone to none other than his elder brother Wang Jianong, the founder of Jianong Group. Upon hearing his brother's words, Wang Jianong, who was enjoying a bath with several women, abruptly sat up from the large tub and said coldly, "What do they want? Those bastards, can't they let go of such a trivial matter? Jiancheng, the sand quarry must not be exposed. Under no circumstances should they be allowed inside. Drive them out by force, and I'll take responsibility if anyone gets killed." Hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, Wang Jiancheng immediately felt fully confident. If he had hesitated earlier due to concerns about his status, he now had no reservations left. So what if they're traffic cops? Worst case, we kill someone, bury them underground, and no one will ever know. He put his phone back in his pocket and said coldly, "Big bro, get them." "Got it, brothers, beat the crap out of them." Taking Wang Jiancheng's cue, Hua Hang didn't hesitate. With a shout, he charged straight at Yang Wei and Fang Wei. The color drained from both their faces in an instant. They'd never imagined these lawless, heartless thugs would actually dare to strike. Suddenly several men lunged forward swinging punches. The officers immediately countered with their collapsible police batons, but even Hercules couldn't fight against 2 at once. Within moments they'd taken several brutal hits. A steel pipe emerged from nowhere, crashing against Yang Wei's skull with a sickening crack. Blood instantly gushed down his face like a crimson waterfall. At that critical moment, a figure moved with panther-like speed, bursting from behind to crash violently into the mob's formation. Having already acquired the close combat king skill, coupled with his fully enhanced physical prowess, Su Lin's combat abilities had now reached terrifying levels. Bang! Like a ferocious beast, he charged straight at the criminal named Hua Hang and delivered a brutal punch to his jaw. The punch, carrying terrifying force and lightning-fast speed, sent Hua Hang's head snapping sideways before he collapsed straight to the ground. Bang! Su Lin then launched a flying kick, sending another thug hurtling backward into several others. Plunging into the crowd like a wolf amidst sheep, every strike he landed took down at least one opponent. His eyes gradually turned bloodshot as Su Lin unleashed the full potential of his close combat prowess obtained from the system, whether it was strikes with fists, feet, or elbows, ruthless grappling techniques, or directly dislocating joints. In less than a minute, he had taken down 6 men, but this was just the beginning. The next moment, he abruptly grabbed a hulking man standing at 1.8 meters tall and weighing at least 100 kilograms. With one hand gripping the man's throat and the other seizing his belt, Su Lin swung him like a weapon. Bang! 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 Several men failed to dodge in time and were brutally smashed to the ground, instantly filling the air with cries of agony and groans of pain. Su Lin, disregarding everything else, grabbed that guy and began viciously swinging him into the crowd ahead. After several rounds, he had knocked down another 7 or 8 people. Out of the 20-plus men, apart from Wang Jiancheng and the 3 or 4 standing near him, all had been taken down, each with serious injuries. Stunned, Yang Wei and Fang Wei wore expressions of sheer disbelief, especially the former. Having taken a blow to the head, his mind was still ringing, making him feel as if he were trapped in a dream. Fang Wei, this Su Lin kid, is he really that fierce? Fang Wei, old Yang, you just saw it with your own eyes, why are you asking me? Yang Wei, I did see it, but it's just unreal. A burly man weighing over 200 pounds, lifted effortlessly and swung around. Just how much strength would that take? Across from him, Wang Jiancheng watched in horror as Su Lin casually tossed the unconscious brute onto the ground with a thud, his face twisting in disbelief. Meeting Su Lin's bloodshot glare, he shuddered involuntarily and hastily retreated several steps. Old Shui, Kola, take him out now. Wang Jiancheng frantically pulled the 2 men in front of him as a shield, shouting hysterically at Su Lin. Both Old Shui and Kola drew sharp daggers from their persons, gritting their teeth as they charged toward Su Lin. Faced with the cold glint of the blades, Su Lin took a step back. Su Lin, here. Feng Wei hurried over and handed him the extendable baton. Su Lin took it and turned around to see the two men already rushing toward him. Without hesitation, he swung his police-issue extendable baton with full force, smashing it onto the knife-wielding hand of one assailant. Crack! A bone-cracking sound rang out as the dagger clattered to the ground. But the other man's dagger was already thrusting toward him mere centimeters away from piercing his body. Su Lin, watch out! Yang Wei shouted, his heart leaping to his throat. Su Lin grabbed the assailant's hand like lightning and gave it a vicious twist. Crack! Bang! With one swift motion, he broke the arm, then dealt a brutal blow to the head. Kula collapsed before he could even scream. Last time Su Lin got that scratch from Wang Wangping because he was rescuing someone. This time was different. With his skills and reflexes, handling 2 or 3 of these punks would be child's play. Seeing Su Lin so fierce, Yang Wei's hanging heart finally relaxed. He touched the police communicator at his waist. It had long been knocked away to who knows where, and the body cam on his shoulder had been shattered moments earlier. Not just him, Feng Wei, Su Lin, none of them knew where their police communicators and body cams had gone either. With such chaos unfolding, it was only natural these items had been scattered and broken. Hurry up, Feng Wei, call the squadron leader and request backup. Yang Wei finally thought to call for reinforcements at this moment. Chapter 16, is this a traffic cop or a special forces unit? Hurry up, Feng Wei, call the squadron leader and request backup. With blood streaming from his forehead, Yang Wei shouted at Feng Wei. Su Lin listened, a hint of composure returning to his eyes as he turned his head and said, call the police. Tell them someone is resisting law enforcement with a deadly weapon, resulting in multiple casualties at the scene. Resisting law enforcement with deadly force, multiple casualties? Hearing these 8 words, Feng Wei and Yang Wei froze for a moment. This guy clearly thinks the situation isn't explosive enough. If the report actually goes out like this, forget the local police station, even the SWAT team from the municipal bureau would probably be mobilized. But to be fair, this is indeed the most effective approach. Oftentimes, the speed of police response and the severity of the case are directly linked, and so is the allocation of police resources. If it were just a routine conflict reported, the municipal bureau would probably only send a few officers. Given these sand quarry thugs' track record attacking 3 traffic officers without hesitation, who's to say they wouldn't put up violent resistance against a handful of regular police? No. Yang Wei and Feng Wei were certain these men would resist. The sand quarry definitely had serious issues, evident from their frenzied actions. I'm calling my SWAT team classmate. As he spoke, Feng Wei immediately pulled out his phone to make the call. Fuck your mother, go die. Hearing Feng Wei threaten to call the SWAT team, Wang Jiancheng, who had been retreating in fear, suddenly revealed a wild look in his eyes. He reached inside his jacket, and when his hand emerged again, it was gripping a pistol. Su Lin's nerves screamed to life. Acting on pure instinct, he swung the telescopic baton in his hand with desperate force. Clap! The baton struck Wang Jiancheng's wrist with pinpoint accuracy. Bang! A gunshot rang out, the bullet embedding itself into the ground as the pistol clattered from his grasp. Ah! Wang Jiancheng let out a cry of pain and then reached for his gun, but he no longer had the chance. Su Lin lunged forward with a powerful stride, delivering a fierce kick that sent Wang Jiancheng flying 2 or 3 meters away. He swiftly picked up the fallen pistol, exhaling a shuddering breath of relief, his back already drenched in cold sweat. No one had expected Wang Jiancheng to be armed. Had Su Lin reacted even a fraction slower, all 3 of them might have met their end right there. The moment the gunshot echoed, the entire entrance of the sand quarry erupted in chaos. Yang Wei and Feng Wei stood frozen, mouths agape, staring in horror at the pistol Su Lin had picked up. Feng Wei was still holding his phone to his ear, mid-call with his classmate, a SWAT team captain on the other end. Just seconds earlier, he had relayed Su Lin's warning as instructed, but the response had been sheer disbelief. What era is this? Violently resisting the law? Ridiculous. Then, as the gunshot rang out, the line exploded into frantic clamor. Old Feng, are you okay? What was that gunshot? He asked in alarm. Armed resistance. It's armed resistance, old Sway. If you don't come now, just collect my corpse. Feng Wei roared. Hold on, I'm coming right away. First squad, assemble now. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The call hadn't even ended before urgent assembly orders could be heard from the other end. Feng Wei let out a sigh of relief, hanging up the phone before immediately dialing the team leader Zhao Guodong. Upon hearing they'd encountered violent resistance against law enforcement, Zhao Guodong wasted no time and ordered the entire team to assemble. Outside the 1st Traffic Police Brigade, a luxury car slowly came to a stop. Yan Yao stepped out and tapped the number into her phone. But after the call went through and rang a few times, she was met with an automated message informing her it could not be connected. She frowned slightly. He'd asked her to come, yet now his phone was unreachable. Was he planning to stand her up just like that? Her expression turning cold, she instructed the driver and walked to the guard post at the main gate to ask for directions to Su Lin's office. Just at that moment, a stern shout rang out. Hurry, Lao Lu, the sand quarry in Shaoan district. What's going on? Violent resistance to law enforcement, those bastards even have guns. What? A group of traffic police officers boarded their vehicles and hurriedly departed. Yan Yao watched in bewilderment, her limpid spring water-like eyes brimming with curiosity. Violent resistance against law enforcement, and guns too, what does that have to do with the traffic police department? Shouldn't that be under the jurisdiction of criminal police or SWAT teams? Why are they in such a hurry? Suddenly, it occurred to her that just a week ago, that same young traffic officer had caught a wanted criminal. She'd only learned about the criminal's identity by reading the evening newspaper. Could they be some kind of special unit? Watching the group of traffic officers hastily depart, Yan Yao was completely baffled. The phone call wouldn't go through again, and she couldn't find the person, so she had no choice but to get in the car and leave. Immersive translate. Shaoan Sand Quarry. Su Lin held his pistol, coldly staring at Wang Jiancheng, inciting trouble, kidnapping, intentional homicide, intentional assault, illegal possession of firearms and ammunition. You're finished. No one can save you now. Wang Jiancheng's face turned pale. Trembling, he stammered. You're just a traffic cop. Why are you meddling in our business? Damn it. So what if you know? I've got people in high places. Su Lin sneered. No matter how powerful your connections are upstairs, they won't be able to suppress this. The Wang brothers are done for. Every single fugitive lying here is going down, not one will escape. Boom! Just at that moment, the roar of an engine erupted as a sand-hauling truck burst out recklessly, ignoring the spike strips on the ground, and charged straight toward them. Bang! The tire exploded, causing the police car to flip over instantly before the vehicle came rolling toward Su Lin, Yang Wei, and Fang Wei. Holy shit! Su Lin's eyes widened. Without hesitation, he dashed toward Yang Wei and the other, grabbing the stunned pair and rolling aside with them. Boom! Because of the blown tire, the sand truck driver lost control, crashing into a wall by the entrance before the vehicle finally came to a stop. Then the guy climbed out of the truck, a handgun in his grip, and immediately opened fire on Su Lin and the other two. Bang! Bang bang! As the gunshots rang out, Yang Wei and Fang Wei immediately ducked and scurried away like rats, cursing internally with frustration. These desperados, these damn guys just don't value their lives at all. They were just here to catch a speeding violation. First they got jumped by a mob, and now it's turned into some Hollywood-style shootout. Su Lin rolled behind the wrecked police car, then rushed out from the other side, raising his gun and pulling the trigger. Bang bang! 6 consecutive shots, 3 of them struck the outlaw. Hit by the bullets, the man collapsed. Lying on the ground as he spat blood, no matter how fiercely he struggled, he couldn't get back up. Su Lin also fixed his gaze on him, activating the Eye of Judgment. Zhang Hu, nicknamed Little Tiger, a hired killer trained by the Jiangun Group, has previously murdered 2 of the group's competitors and maimed or injured numerous others. Just as he was reviewing Zhang Hu's criminal record, another system notification instantly echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for eliminating a murderer. Reward, 500 points. Current total, 1,450 points. The bounty payout sure comes fast. Another lottery draw is available, but clearly now isn't the time. Glancing at the corpse, Su Lin took a deep breath without showing any discomfort. He was a police officer, evil's natural adversary. Eliminating vicious criminals was his duty. There was nothing to fear. He walked past the corpse and returned to the front gate of the sand quarry, only to find Wang Jiancheng already running inside. His expression instantly changed. According to the system's prompt, this sand quarry concealed far too much evil. Drugs alone exceeded 1 kilogram in quantity. Wang Jiancheng's rush inside was undoubtedly to destroy evidence. Wee woo wee woo wee woo. At that very moment, sirens blared as 2 SWAT armored vehicles came speeding toward the scene, followed by several riot control vehicles and ambulances. Seeing this, Su Lin turned to Yang Wei and said, Captain Yang, I'll leave the perimeter to you. I'm going after Wang Jiancheng. There's something seriously wrong with this sand quarry. I suspect he's trying to destroy evidence. Understood. Be careful. Yang Wei immediately nodded. Without looking back, Su Lin dashed into the sand quarry in pursuit of Wang Jiancheng. Less than a minute after he entered, police cars arrived at the scene, with heavily armed SWAT officers rushing forward first. When they saw the 2 traffic officers sitting on the ground, a SWAT captain in his 30s stepped forward and immediately pulled Fang Wei up upon recognizing him. Old Fang, are you okay? Fang Wei recognized the man and quickly said, Sui Dong, get your team inside now. One of our guys chased in there. Upon hearing this, Sui Dong immediately shouted, First squad, secure the scene. Second squad, move in. Immersive translate. Chapter 17, The Golden Rose. The headquarters of Jiangong Group was located in the city center, a towering 20-story building. At this very moment, on the top floor of Jiangong Group, Chairman Wang Jianong put down the phone with a grim expression. Idiot! A hopeless piece of trash! Bang! With a furious roar, he smashed the golden toad in front of him onto the floor with tremendous force, producing a muffled thud that caused the tiles to crack entirely. The The toad was made of solid gold, weighing 10 kilograms, a testament to Wang Jiangong's extravagance. But at this moment, he had no mind to care whether the golden toad was damaged or not. Instead, his face darkened with rage as he pulled out his phone and dialed his younger brother Wang Jianqing's number. After thinking it through, the phone was answered. "Brother, save me, save me." Wang Jiangong gritted his teeth and roared angrily, "You idiot. I told you not to let them in. Who told you to attack them first? They were just checking your speeding violation. If you had cooperated, they never would have laid a hand on you. Damn it, you useless fool. Why don't you just drop dead?" Wang Jiangong's voice turned icy cold by the end. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiancheng, who was running toward the sand quarry office building, shuddered violently, feeling as if his breath had been stolen. "Bro, I swear, I won't say anything. I'll never breathe a word. Bro, I'm your own flesh and blood. Big brother, our mom passed away young, and now dad's gone too. You're my only family left." Wang Jianqing's choke sobs came through the phone, and Wang Jiangong's heart finally softened. He asked, "Where are you now?" Wang Jiancheng replied, "I'm inside the sand quarry. There's a traffic cop chasing me." Hearing his words, Wang Jiangong immediately snapped, "That bastard. He's just a traffic cop. Why is he fighting so desperately? Does he have a death wish? Little brother, hurry to the tiled house on the right. Someone will cover you there. Forget everything else and move fast." "Oh, got it, boss," Wang Jiancheng responded immediately, his face lighting up with delight as he dashed toward the tiled house without another word. The blue tiled house was a peculiar structure within the sand quarry, surrounded by walls that only opened when Wang Jiangong himself visited. Even Wang Jiancheng wouldn't dare approach casually, because Wang Jiangong had warned him, without permission, entering would mean forfeiting one's life. Su Lin chased right into the sand quarry and saw Wang Jiancheng running toward a house with cyan blue walls. Without hesitation, he immediately gave chase. The distance between them closed rapidly. By the time Wang Jiancheng reached the door of the tiled roof house, a figure had already opened it for him. "Yes, he's here now." "Understood. After I get him out, I owe you nothing more," said a cold-faced woman in skin-tight leather that accentuated her bombshell figure. Holding a phone in one hand, she spoke to Wang Jiangong on the other end while casting an icy glare at the panting Wang Jiancheng who just barged in. Then, all eyes turned to a figure sprinting at full speed about 10 meters away. "Raise hand, aim gun." Bang, bang, bang. The pistol instantly fired several rounds. Su Lin, who was chasing Wang Jiancheng, noticed the door of the tiled roof courtyard swinging open and immediately focused his attention there. Suddenly, he spotted a woman, and his gaze sharpened. When she raised her gun and fired, he instinctively ducked to the side without a second thought. Yet, despite his evasive maneuver, her marksmanship seemed to follow like a shadow, leaving a bullet hole in his shoulder. Hiss! Watching the blood gush from his shoulder, Su Lin's face twisted into an expression of intense displeasure. But at this moment, he had already hidden behind a section of the wall, cutting off the shooter's line of sight. Moving his excruciatingly painful shoulder, Su Lin raised his head, his eyes instantly turning crimson. "Damn it! How brazen! I'm someone with a system. Did you think you could hurt me and just get away with it? Damn it!" With a furious roar, Su Lin felt as if he had been infused with a surge of tremendous power, bursting forward like a hunting leopard. His wounds no longer burned, as though he had entered a miraculous state. The adrenaline in his body was surging wildly, erupting at levels 100 times higher than normal. The voluptuous woman was just about to lead Wang Jiancheng into the tile house to escape through the back when suddenly, she heard the sharp whistling of something cutting through the air behind her. Her expression instantly changed. Turning around to raise the gun, she was shocked to see the opponent flick their hand, sending a cloud of sand scattering into her face. Thud! The woman instinctively closed her eyes, but her fingers still pulled the trigger. The moment the gunshot rang out, her body was violently flung backward, crashing heavily against the wall behind her. Boom! The wall cracked under the impact, and the woman felt as if she'd been hit by a speeding truck, agony radiating through her entire body. Wang Jiancheng let out a startled cry as Su Lin stood before him. Before the man could turn to flee, Su Lin seized his neck and hurled him outward with tremendous force. Bang! Wang Jiancheng fell to the ground, hitting his head first in a faceplant, skidding several meters before completely blacking out. Su Lin stared grimly at the woman who was slowly rising from the collapsed wall. Though she was a woman, she gave him an overwhelmingly dangerous vibe. In that split second when he'd thrown the sand, she'd calmly fired 3 shots, one even hitting his thigh. Had he reacted even slightly slower, the bullet might have struck a vital spot. This woman is definitely no ordinary person, far more terrifying than the assassin who charged out in the dump truck earlier. System, the Eye of Judgment. Golden Rose, a native of Mianbong, a mercenary and assassin. After being captured in a battle, she was rescued by Wang Jiangong and agreed to help Wang Jiangong 3 times. Mercenary, assassin. Seeing the other party's identity, Su Lin immediately understood. This woman was truly incomparable to ordinary people, a bona fide femme fatale. Su Lin stared fixedly at her opponent, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain as he staggered forward step by step. Golden Rose, you shouldn't have come to Great Xia. He directly spoke the other person's name out loud. Golden Rose's expression instantly changed dramatically as she asked in an icy tone, "Who are you? How do you know my identity?" "Impossible. Did Wang Jiangong betray me?" Su Lin's lips curled into a faint cold smile. Without saying a word, he seized the moment when her focus wavered and lunged forward. Golden Rose reacted with astonishing speed, realizing instantly when Su Lin attacked that he had deliberately called her name to distract her. In a duel between masters, distraction equals death. Wham! Wham! Su Lin's elbow strike was blocked, and in an instant, he lifted his leg for a flying kick, which Golden Rose narrowly avoided by ducking. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged over a dozen moves. Su Lin grew fiercer with each strike, while Golden Rose was forced into continuous retreat. Her mind was in turmoil. This young man was definitely no ordinary traffic officer. How could a mere traffic cop possess such terrifying combat skills? This method would be considered first-rate even among the mercenary organizations in Cottonland. Damn it! Cursing inwardly, Golden Rose endured Su Lin's punch before abruptly retreating into the tiled roof house. Just as Su Lin was about to give chase, he suddenly spotted a gun barrel pointed at him, startling him into immediate retreat. However, after several seconds passed, the other party never fired a single shot. Then a splashing sound came from behind the blue-tiled house, and Su Lin immediately sensed something was wrong. Rushing inside, he discovered an open, wide river stretching behind the property. The river flowed fiercely, its surface rippling with nothing else in sight. Chapter 18, This little ancestor can't be kept any longer. Golden Rose had escaped, Su Lin was certain of it. The entire tiled roof house was completely empty inside, containing nothing but some training equipment and a simple single bed, nowhere to hide, no place to conceal anyone. The open window, the raging river, his expression darkened as he glanced at the water's surface. Assassins, mercenaries, those in this profession were all masters of stealth and escape. They always prepared an exit strategy, no matter the circumstances. The Golden Rose would be no exception. Phew! He took a deep breath, eager to give chase, but his body simply wouldn't cooperate. The river's current was swift, and in his current condition, forget catching anyone, even saving himself seemed questionable. Hiss! He plopped down onto the ground, sucking in a sharp gasp of air, then leaned against the wall as he panted heavily. The overwhelming fatigue, coupled with the dizziness from excessive blood loss, made his entire body feel as heavy as lead. Earlier, it was all adrenaline rushing through his veins, but now that he'd relaxed, even lifting a finger felt like an impossible effort. Bang! The next moment, the door was kicked open with brute force, and a heavily armed figure charged inside. Then came the second cop, followed by the third. When Su Lin spotted the SWAT insignia on their uniforms, a wave of relief washed over him. His head lolled to the side as he sank into deep, exhausted slumber. Found a wounded man, quick, get him to the hospital now. Sui Dong shouted loudly and immediately instructed two of his team members to carry Su Lin out as they rushed toward the exit. Afterwards, he led the squad in meticulously searching every corner of the tiled roof house. Only after confirming there were no other individuals did they finally withdraw and depart. Once outside, Sui Dong glanced at Wang Jiansheng, who was being restrained by a SWAT officer. The man hung his head in dejection, looking utterly crestfallen. A chilling glint flashed in Sui Dong's eyes. Openly resisting the law and even attacking law enforcement officers with a gun, this guy is done for. Take everyone away. Wrap it up. At Sui Dong's command, the SWAT team immediately escorted the suspects out of the sand quarry. Here, the supporting officers from the Criminal Investigation Unit and local police station had also completed their tasks. Over 100 people were let out from the sand quarry. Additionally, the Criminal Investigation team had contacted their counterparts from the Narcotics Unit, because they found over a kilogram of meth in a basement at the sand dredging site. Besides the meth, they also discovered several female students who had been tortured beyond recognition. After everything was settled and the sand dredging site was completely shut down, Sui Dong and others stood outside while leaders from several departments gathered to discuss. These bastards all deserve to die, Sui Dong said through gritted teeth. Seeing those girls stripped naked and in such a wretched state, he had felt like shooting Wang Jiansheng on the spot just moments ago. The narcotics team leader nodded and said, he deserves to die. Even ignoring his other crimes, that 1 kilogram of meth alone is enough for us to execute him multiple times. Hearing their words, the leader of the criminal investigation team grew somewhat anxious and said, Team Leader Yi, Team Leader Sui, I think you should hand him over to our criminal investigation unit for interrogation first. I suspect there's much more to his crimes than what we've uncovered. When we brought those girls out just now, they mentioned that several other sisters had been beaten to death. Sui Dong, exactly. No matter what, we must dig out all their crimes and deliver justice to the victims. I agree, nodded Team Leader Yi from the narcotics division. By the way, I heard this operation was initiated by a traffic cop. Where is he? Team Leader Yi suddenly looked up and asked. Sui Dong nodded and said, it all started when the traffic cop was routinely checking for speeding, only for the sand dredgers to violently resist law enforcement, even assaulting our officer. Then our traffic cop took them all down single-handedly. The young man took 2 bullets. I just sent him to the hospital. The gun-related case is going to shake our Jeongyun city to its core." As he spoke, he turned to the criminal investigation team leader and said, "By the way, team leader who? We need to investigate those people lying at the sand quarry entrance. I suspect there's more to these individuals. In this day and age, assaulting police officers? Only desperate outlaws would dare do such a thing." "I understand." Team leader who nodded in response. Immersive translate. At Jeongyun City's first hospital, Yang Wei and Fong Wei walked out of the building. Yang Wei took a blow to the head, requiring 8 stitches, while Fong Wei suffered multiple superficial wounds but was found to be otherwise unharmed after the examination. As soon as they stepped out, they ran into Zhao Guodong and Lu Zhao, who had rushed over anxiously. "Captain Zhao, Captain Lu." Seeing their superiors, the 2 men called out, their voices carrying the relief of survivors. To be honest, they almost didn't make it back just now. If it weren't for Su Lin risking everything to shoulder all the responsibility at the last moment, those 2 would have been either dead or crippled. Zhao Guodong stepped forward, patted Yang Wei and the other on their shoulders, and said, "What matters is you're safe, you're safe." "Lu Zhao, where's Su Lin?" "Yang Wei, took 2 bullets, still in the operating room right now. But we just asked the doctor, shouldn't be life-threatening." "Took 2 bullets." Zhao Guodong's eyes flickered with shock and lingering fear. More than anything, there was an overwhelming urge to slap Su Lin across the face twice. If only he'd known earlier, he would never have let that kid go out at noon today. Those criminals had guns. What are you, a traffic cop, trying to prove by acting tough? Couldn't you have called the police sooner? Better leave it to the professionals than have a traffic cop risk his life, don't you think? This little troublemaker, really. Zhao Guodong muttered gruffly before shaking his head with a bitter smile. A sense of justice isn't something that can be easily explained or simply set aside with just a few words. However, not everyone possesses the same courage as Su Lin. If it were someone else, they'd likely hesitate in such situations, even knowing death was certain. After all, apprehending criminals isn't their primary duty. That reckless little bastard truly was a madman who cared nothing for his own life. "Lu Zhao, old Zhao, it seems we really might not be able to keep him this time." Zhao Guodong froze momentarily, then nodded with a bitter smile. With someone this exceptional, the higher-ups would never just leave him be. Even if suppressed, he'll inevitably soar to great heights one day. Hearing this, Lu Zhao's mouth twitched violently. On his very first day reporting for duty, he arrested 8 criminals in the morning and 12 more in the afternoon. A few days ago, we apprehended a Class B fugitive. Today, we directly busted a gang involved in organized crime and illegal firearms, arresting nearly 20 people, including several hardened criminals. Was he really here to be a traffic cop? He came to deliver achievements to their traffic police unit. Although their involvement wasn't particularly intense, regardless, this still counts as a shared honor for their first traffic police brigade, doesn't it? I wonder where this kid will be assigned next. While Zhao Guodong and Lu Zhao were still debating Su Lin's future destination, in a luxurious villa in Jeongyun City, several figures sat in a dimly lit room, silently sipping their tea. "Wang Jiancheng cannot stay, he must be silenced." A commanding voice suddenly broke the silence. In the darkness, the speaker's silhouette appeared exceptionally tall, his face obscured. Yet, even just from his voice, one could tell he was undoubtedly a high-ranking figure of authority. "I also agree. If Wang Jiancheng stays, our entire group will be doomed." Another slightly aged voice chimed in. "I agree, Mr. Hong is right. I suggest we have someone act from within." Then came yet another voice of approval. The person who had been sitting silently in the corner suddenly stepped forward. Under the dim light, his face became fully visible. "That's my brother Wang Jiangong, my own blood brother." Chapter 19, Su Lin framed. No one knew exactly how many people were in Wang Jiangong's interest group, but one thing was certain, within this organization, there must have been several highly influential figures. Otherwise, they could never have so easily silenced Wang Jiancheng. Consider that Wang Jiancheng had already been detained in custody with no visitation permitted. To silence someone like him forever would require extraordinary powers and connections. Immersive translate. Su Lin slowly regained consciousness to find himself in a hospital, staring at the snow-white ceiling amidst the sterile whiteness surrounding him as his eyes gradually refocused. "Still alive, looks like I'm tougher than I thought." He couldn't help but reveal a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. His heart knew no fear, only righteous anger at the sight of evil, and an unshakable core of justice. "Congratulations, host. Assistance in capturing a murderer rewarded with 100 points. Congratulations, host. Assistance in capturing a murderer rewarded with 160 points. Congratulations, host. Assistance in capturing a criminal rewarded with 110 points. Congratulations, host. For assisting in the apprehension of criminals, you have earned. Congratulations, host. For assisting in the arrest of principal suspect Wang Jiancheng, you have obtained 580 points." As soon as he woke up, Su Lin heard a series of frantic notification sounds echoing in his mind. The rewards arrived one after another. In just over 10 seconds, nearly 20 notifications popped up. The smallest reward was over 80 points, while the highest reached a staggering 580 points. Su Lin pulled out all his rewards and glanced at the numbers. Wow! 3,730 points, enough to open 3 blind boxes. The highest reward among them came precisely from Wang Jiancheng. This guy is the ringleader, with numerous brutal crimes to his name, a truly heinous figure. However, it was somewhat regrettable that Su Lin ultimately lost consciousness, and the system automatically settled it as assisting in the arrest. Though it made him somewhat unhappy, it was still reasonable. However, because it was just assistance, his points were slashed by more than half. It was indeed much less, but still better than nothing. With a sigh, Su Lin gazed excitedly at the number 3,730. 3 skill draws. Who knew what powerful abilities they might bring him? He muttered to himself and immediately chose to draw a skill. Congratulations, host. Skill acquired, Corpse Speaker. Corpse Speaker, communicate with the deceased, the ultimate forensic skill. A brief introduction flashed by, followed by a flood of information pouring into Su Lin's mind. Countless pieces of information about autopsies, human anatomy, and more converged into his memory as if they had been permanently engraved within. Su Lin merely felt his head grow heavy, barely able to withstand the overwhelming infusion of knowledge, though this sensation gradually faded after a few minutes. Closing his eyes, he found various professional details surfacing in his mind. From dissections to examinations to analyses, his ultimate skill was formidable indeed. He couldn't help but feel an itch to test his newfound skills on a corpse. Of course, it was just a thought. If he really wanted to put it into action, there were no corpses available for him to experiment on. Shaking his head and thinking he had nothing better to do, he promptly activated the second skill lottery draw. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a skill enhancement card +1. Hearing the system's prompt, Su Lin was momentarily stunned before immediately opening the system inventory to check the skill enhancement card. He quickly grasped the function of the skill enhancement card. Most skills obtained through draws were at the elementary level. For instance, both the Eyes of Judgment and the King of Close Combat were elementary level skills. The skill levels are categorized as beginner, intermediate, advanced, and the most powerful ultimate skill. By using skill enhancement cards, one can directly upgrade skill levels, thereby increasing their own strength. But there are exceptions. For example, the Corpse Speaker skill starts as an ultimate skill when obtained from the system. Again, Su Lin wasn't in a hurry to use the enhancement card. Instead, he initiated his third lottery draw. Congratulations, host. Skill obtained, tracking. Tracking, follow the faintest clues to hunt down criminals across thousands of miles. The ultimate investigative skill. The ultimate skill. Su Lin almost jumped up from the hospital bed in excitement. Another ultimate skill. The moment the system notification appeared, a storm once again raged in Su Lin's mind, and this time, it was no weaker than before, if anything, even more overwhelming. As the ultimate criminal investigation skill, tracking practically encompassed all crime-solving techniques, footprint identification, microscopic observation, crime scene reconstruction, scent discrimination, chemical analysis, and so on. The sheer volume of knowledge nearly exploded his brain. He couldn't help letting out a pained groan. This agony truly felt worse than death. Bang! The hospital room door suddenly swung open as 2 people hurriedly rushed inside. Seeing Su Lin clutching his head, their expressions abruptly changed. These 2 were none other than Yang Wei and Fong Wei. All 3 had sustained injuries and were kept in the hospital for observation, while also taking turns caring for Su Lin, who had limited mobility. Who would have thought that during the brief moment they stepped out for a smoke, something would happen to Su Lin? Yang Wei shouted anxiously, "La Fong, you watch him, I'll go call a doctor." Why shout? Just press the call button. Oh, right, press the button. No need. Just as the 2 were scrambling about in panic, Su Lin had already recovered, his ferocious expression gradually calming down, leaving only beads of sweat covering his forehead. Su Lin, are you alright, kid? Fong Wei asked with concern. Su Lin chuckled and replied, I'm fine. It's just that I slept too long and got a neck cramp. Holy shit, you scared the hell out of me. Yang Wei couldn't help but smack him on the head. It's good that you're okay, it's good that you're okay. Fong Wei also breathed a sigh of relief. Su Lin looked at Yang Wei's bandaged head and Fong Wei's hanging left arm before asking, are you 2 alright? Were all those suspects captured and brought back? He was pretending to ask what he already knew. After all, without the system's tip-off, he wouldn't have known whether they'd caught them or not. Yang Wei nodded and said, don't worry, not a single one escaped. They've all been caught. He gave Su Lin a thumbs up and said, you really pulled off something huge, kid. I just asked around, and the guys from the Criminal Investigation Division said at least 3 of them were involved in murder cases, especially that Wang Jiancheng. His hands are stained with at least 5 lives. Su Lin stayed silent, but he added in his mind, that's an understatement. That bastard has way more, at least 10 lives on his hands. Fang Wei said, these cases are all under investigation now, but they've got nothing to do with us anymore. Yang Wei, of course it matters. We'll definitely get a third-class merit award later. At least a third class, maybe even a second-class collective merit award. At this point, he couldn't help trembling slightly from excitement. After working for 7 or 8 years, he'd never gotten any commendation. If he could secure a third-class merit award, or even a second-class collective merit award this time, his future promotions would surely become much easier. Fang Wei was in a similar situation. However, after the initial excitement, they almost simultaneously turned their gazes toward Su Lin. This guy is probably going to be even more monstrous, isn't he? Facing their admiring stares, Su Lin felt somewhat overwhelmed and quickly changed the subject. By the way, how long was I unconscious? Yang Wei, 2 full days. Yeah, you don't know how terrifying you looked when you arrived the day before yesterday, covered in blood. Fang Weizhang began, when suddenly Yang Wei's phone rang from his pocket. He picked it up and saw it was Zhao Guodong calling, answering immediately. Zhao Guodong said something on the other end of the line, and Yang Wei's face instantly turned extremely grim. What's wrong? A hint of unease rose in Su Lin's heart. Yang Wei spoke up, that Wang Jiancheng is dead. According to the doctor's examination, he died from a heavy blow to the back of his head. The higher-up suspect this is related to you. They've ordered you brought in for questioning. Hearing this, Su Lin's expression instantly darkened. He was being framed. Chapter 20, is this how we treat heroes? With interrogation? What? Fang Wei sprang to his feet, his earlier joy completely vanished. He said through gritted teeth, this is infuriating. Given our situation at the time, surviving was already a stroke of luck. They were armed and resisting arrest, even openly shooting at us. Was it wrong for us to fight back? An investigation, how dare they suggest that? Forget about us, even an ordinary civilian would be justified in killing someone under those circumstances. Isn't that self-defense? Yang Wei put down his phone, stood up and headed straight for the door, muttering as he walked, those bastards. I'm going to argue this out with them. I want to hear exactly what their reasoning is. Captain Yang, come back. Su Lin called out to stop Yang Wei. His eyes were calm, yet a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, especially the scene from that moment, which kept replaying in his mind over and over. He could be certain he hadn't dealt Wang Jiancheng a heavy blow. In other words, the root cause of death did not originate from him. So what exactly was going on? The more Su Lin thought about it, the more a chill ran down his spine. It was as if there was a colossal hand looming over him and Yang Wei, leaving them with a sense of despair when they tried to resist, because he had no idea who exactly formed that colossal hand in the first place. Where are they positioned, and what capabilities do they possess? Su Lin shook his head and sighed. This was indeed troublesome. They not only had to guard against enemies but also needed to watch their own people. Yet, the more challenging it became, the more unwilling he felt to concede. His blood had already begun to simmer in quiet defiance. They want to suppress it, but I won't let them have their way. He gritted his teeth and said, What? Yang Wei was stunned. Su Lin, it's nothing. Fang Wei, Su Lin, what should we do now? Don't do anything, just wait for them to come over. How can that be? What if? There are no what ifs. Su Lin shook his head. Then he sighed and said, there's nothing we can do about this matter. After all, our body cameras and police communication devices were broken at the time. We have no evidence. Secondly, we don't have the authority to apprehend criminals. You should know that better than I do. Hearing this last remark, both men froze momentarily. Su Lin was absolutely right, they lacked arrest powers. Yet under those circumstances, they'd had no choice but to act. Their greatest mistake was failing to call for backup immediately. Su Lin had been confident at the time, but even he hadn't anticipated that the sand quarry would harbor such massive issues and be entangled in such an extensive profit chain. That dark web could never have been woven, let alone extended its reach into detention centers to commit murders, unless it was backed by an enormous network of illicit interests. The ward fell silent for a moment until Fang Wei suddenly remembered something. He pulled out Su Lin's phone, the one left in the car before the mission, from his pocket. Xiao Su, there are quite a few missed calls. We don't know who they're from, so we didn't dare answer them randomly. Fang Wei spoke while handing his phone to Su Lin. Su Lin nodded, took it, and glanced at the hundreds of missed calls over the past 3 days. He merely frowned without bothering to respond, tossing it aside directly. He needed to consider how to face the upcoming investigation. Everything else would have to wait. About an hour later, footsteps echoed outside the ward, and then a group of people strode in with heavy steps. The leader was none other than the criminal investigation captain who had appeared at the scene earlier, named Hu Gang. Upon seeing them, Yang Wei and Fang Wei immediately stood up, positioning themselves in front of Su Lin. Hu Gang couldn't help but frown slightly at the sight. Brothers, no need to be nervous. We're just here to take him in for questioning about the incident, Hu Gang said, eager to avoid any misunderstandings. To be honest, they didn't understand why the higher-ups were making such a fuss about this. After all, Su Lin had no control over the situation at the time. It seemed like an overreaction, but the higher-ups insisted that Wang Jiancheng was a primary suspect with significant hidden secrets, leaving them no choice but to take it seriously. If you want details, get them here. Can't you see Xiao Su is still injured? A deep voice sounded from the doorway as Zhao Guodong, dressed in a traffic officer's uniform, strode in briskly. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Clearly, he had rushed over straight from duty upon hearing the news, worried that Su Lin might be at a disadvantage. Captain Zhao, I'm sorry, but my orders are to bring Su Lin back. Hu Gang shook his head with a bitter smile. Zhao Guodong, wait. He left those two words, then took out his phone and dialed a number. Soon the call connected, and the voice of a middle-aged man named Shen Ho came through from the other end. Old Zhao, if you're here to plead for that trainee traffic officer, there's nothing I can do. The orders came from above, and we have no choice but to comply. With these words, Zhao Guodong found all his prepared arguments instantly shut down. Gritting his teeth, he asked, Old Huang, whose orders exactly are we talking about? Deputy Mayor Li, came the reply from the other end of the line. I understand. Zhao Guodong helplessly set down the phone. Even the official overseeing political and legal affairs had intervened. Su Lin being taken away was virtually a done deal. His face burned with rage. What kind of absurdity was this? The greatest contributor to the case, yet being investigated simply because a prisoner had died? What on earth was wrong with this society? Aren't they afraid of demoralizing the brothers below? Just as he was fuming and about to lash out, Su Lin suddenly spoke up. Captain Zhao, it's fine. I'll go with them. I believe there's still justice and fairness in this world. Upon hearing this, Hu Gang and several members of the criminal investigation team hung their heads in shame. Their current role was truly disgraceful. Zhao Guodong nodded solemnly and said in a deep voice, wait here. I'll fetch you a wheelchair and personally accompany you there. Thank you, Captain Zhao, Su Lin replied without declining, nodding in acknowledgement. Immersive translate. Jianyun Police Academy, Principal's Office. Lin Jinghe put down the phone with a cheerful laugh just as his daughter Lin Su walked into the office. Dad, I heard that damn Su Lin actually got commended? How did you mess this up? Such a simple matter and you still let him achieve merit? Lin Su said with evident resentment in her voice. Lin Jinghe chuckled at her words. Merit? Ha! I'd say he's about to meet his end. Don't worry, Susu, when I say I'm going to crush someone, I never give them a chance to recover. He actually thinks he can personally arrest me? I'd like to see if he can still talk so arrogantly when he's become dogshit that everyone avoids. Is that so? Wonderful. Dad, you must tell me when the time comes. Let him pretend to be noble in front of me. Humph. If I, Lin Su, can't have him, then I'll make sure to ruin him. Immersive translate. At the Jianyun City Criminal Investigation Division, Su Lin sat in a wheelchair as Zhao Guodong pushed him into a meeting room. When they entered the meeting room, they saw 4 people seated at the front. One of them appeared to be around 50 years old, dressed in a well-tailored suit and wearing black-framed glasses. His sharp gaze exuded authority without the need for anger. There was also a man in his 30s beside him, who looked like a secretary. Then came another man wearing a white shirt, with olive branches and 2 stars on his shoulders. A second-class police supervisor, at the bureau director level. If there were no guesses wrong, this must be the director of the Jianyun City Public Security Bureau. The other individual wore civilian clothes, but those hawk-like eyes told Su Lin at a glance that this was no ordinary person. Zhao Guodong glanced indifferently at the 4 people seated in the conference room, not even bothering to salute them. This time he was genuinely laughing out of exasperation. Is this how they treat heroes, bringing them in for interrogation? What the hell were these people thinking? Chapter 21, No authority to arrest, but can't I still be a good Samaritan? Su Lin calmly gazed at the 4 people seated across from him. An investigation? Well then, bring it on. Su Lin, is that you? A surprised voice rang out as another person walked through the door, a middle-aged man bearing the insignia of a third-class police superintendent on his shoulder. Upon seeing the man, Su Lin also froze momentarily. Director Gua? Searching his memory, he finally recalled the man's identity. Guo Liang, the director of the Dongqing District branch of Jianyun City Public Security Bureau, also serves as the standing deputy director of the Municipal Bureau. Their acquaintance dates back to Su Lin's time at the police academy, when an extraordinary act of bravery earned him a third-class merit medal. Ah, Xiao Su, it's you. But, wait a minute, you're a criminal investigation major from the police academy. How did you end up as a traffic officer? This doesn't add up. Remember when you saved me? The higher-ups in the academy jointly awarded you a third-class merit for that. Guo Liang glanced at Su Lin, then at the colleagues beside him. The thought that they were about to subject Su Lin to an internal review filled him with bewilderment. Third-class merit? Chief Gua, are you joking? Said the expressionless man. The second-level police superintendent also looked surprised and asked, Chief Gua, I'm quite curious, what exactly is going on here? A criminal investigation major from the police academy who was awarded third-class merit, yet assigned to the traffic police unit? How is that possible? The others turned to watch him, eager to hear how he knew Su Lin. What's the story behind all this? They were very interested. Guoliang, that was 2 years ago. He fell into reminiscence as the scenes from back then surfaced vividly before his eyes. At that time, Guoliang encountered a wanted fugitive on his way home from work. As a police officer, he naturally wouldn't let any criminal escape, so after requesting backup from the station, he single-handedly followed the suspect into a shantytown area. Unexpectedly, he was spotted during the pursuit. Two ruthless criminals cornered him in a dead-end alley, drew their weapons, and stabbed him twice, the wounds directly damaging his internal organs. At the critical moment, Su Lin happened to pass by. Without hesitation, he grabbed a weapon and took down one assailant from behind, then disregarding the other's weapon, knocked out the second criminal with a brick. After confirming there was no danger, he immediately tied up the two criminals with hemp rope and called the police. Finally, he carried Guoliang, who had lost too much blood, and ran 500 meters before hailing a car to rush him to the hospital. If not for him, Guoliang would certainly have died, and the two fugitives would never have been caught. By the time Guoliang woke up in the emergency room, he directly reported the incident to his superiors. The municipal bureau leadership attached great importance to the matter and praised Su Lin unreservedly upon learning that he was a top graduate from the police academy. The motion was unanimously approved in the meeting, and Su Lin was awarded a third-class merit citation. The second-level police supervisor suddenly showed an expression of realization and nodded, saying, "Now I remember, indeed there was such an incident." It caused quite a stir at the time. "You submitted a report to me about a young hero appearing in our Jiangyun city." Xiao Weihai smiled, suddenly finding this young man sitting in a wheelchair much more agreeable as he looked at Su Lin. "If it weren't for this young man, perhaps I'd have one less outstanding precinct captain." Huang Weihan, the perpetually stern-faced young man, slightly softened his expression and gave an almost imperceptible nod. Since he's such an exceptional young man, this review process now seems rather ridiculous. At this moment, Zhao Guodong's jaw dropped in disbelief after hearing Guoliang's account, his face a picture of incredulity. Then he suddenly thought of something and said, "Wait a minute, Chief Guo, you must be mistaken. I've reviewed Su Lin's file, there's no record of a third-class merit." "Impossible. I personally awarded him that medal," Guoliang insisted firmly. "Zhao Guodong, no, that's not right. I just checked his file again, and I'm certain there's no such honor recorded." At these words, both leaders' expressions darkened, especially Xiao Weihai, whose eyes burned with unmistakable fury. How could a third-class merit award from a police academy just vanish into thin air? Even if it were to be revoked, surely it would have to go through their police station first, right? Guoliang and Zhao Guodong couldn't possibly be lying. That leaves only one explanation: someone must have swapped Su Lin's file or altered its contents. Utterly brazen, absolutely outrageous. Angry words erupted from Xiao Weihai's mouth, his imposing aura razor-sharp, flames practically shooting from his eyes. Simultaneously, a chill surged through his heart. Someone as outstanding as Su Lin had been tarnished due to those with ulterior motives. Could it be that inadequate individuals had also been slipped into their team through similar means? If it were just a case of incompetence, that would be one thing. But if it's a bad apple, it's like a ticking time bomb, no one knows how much damage it could cause. Then, is there any protection among officials? Is there any collusion between officials and business people? If there's one rotten apple in this team, the entire reputation of Jiangyun City's police force will be dragged through the mud. Su Lin, trust the organization. We will definitely give you justice. Xiao Weihai looked at the calm-faced Su Lin, unable to suppress his admiration. To remain so composed after suffering such unfair treatment, this young man's depth of character is truly remarkable. For someone like him, we absolutely must not let his heart grow cold, otherwise, it could lead to serious consequences. Yet unexpectedly, Su Lin smiled the next moment and said, "You flatter me, Chief. I genuinely don't dwell on these matters. One can shine and contribute anywhere. Being a traffic officer doesn't mean I stop serving the people, does it? A traffic officer is still a police officer after all." Xiao Weihai looked at Su Lin for a few seconds and immediately realized he wasn't joking, nor did he harbor any resentment. He burst into hearty laughter, clapped his hands, and said, "Good, excellent comrade, you're absolutely right, traffic police are police officers too." "Wait, hold on," Guoliang suddenly interjected again. With astonishment written all over his face, he circled Su Lin once and asked, "Xiao Su, was it you, the traffic officer who caught the killer responsible for Yu Haojiang's kidnapping and murder a few days ago?" Su Lin nodded slightly upon hearing this. "It really is you. I thought you looked familiar but couldn't place you right away," Guoliang said in astonishment. Xiao Weihai gave a sudden start. If this held true, it would mean another third-class merit award. Zhao Guodong couldn't help chiming in. Just a few days ago, Su also captured Wang Guangping, that Class B wanted criminal. He even got injured doing so. At these words, both Xiao Weihai and Guoliang simultaneously gasped in shock. Even Huang Weihan carefully studied Su Lin with an admiring gaze. A mere traffic officer achieving such earth-shattering accomplishments had already surpassed the majority of their criminal investigation team's members. Chief Xia, shouldn't we discuss official business now? Just as everyone was astonished, a detached, discordant voice broke the silence. It was the middle-aged man in a suit who had remained silent until now. Xiao Weihai was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then said with a displeased expression, "Deputy Mayor Li is right, we should begin." He composed all his facial expressions, revealing neither joy nor anger, and said to Huang Weihan beside him, "Xiao Huang, you take the lead." "Good." Huang Weihan nodded and spoke calmly, "Su Lin, first explain why you forcibly entered Jingdong Sand Quarry. You should be well aware that as traffic police, you have law enforcement authority but not the power to make arrests. Even if suspects need to be arrested or detained, you must first contact our criminal police or the local police station." At these words, Zhao Guodong behind Su Lin's back changed expression. When he had gone to Su Lin's hospital room, he had overheard Su Lin saying this exact phrase at the doorway. He never expected the young prodigy's words to hit the mark. The other party was indeed using this very point against them. This matter was difficult to explain. Su Lin, however, broke into a smile and said, "It's true we don't have arrest authority, that's a jurisdictional rule. You're right, we don't have that power. But that doesn't prevent us from acting as good Samaritans, does it?" This retort nearly made Zhao Guodong slap his thigh in excitement. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. We may not have the authority to arrest people, but surely acting bravely for justice is permissible? Even ordinary citizens can act bravely for justice, yet we as traffic police can't? Hearing this, a subtle smile flickered across Huang Weihan's face. Clearly, he was quite satisfied with this response. Chapter 22. I don't know who it is, but I can find out. Brilliant. Xiao Weihai couldn't help but cheer inwardly. Su Lin's words were simply brilliant, serving as the perfect counterattack against this investigation. Investigation? What the hell kind of investigation is this? This was Xiao Weihai's first reaction upon receiving the notice. 3 traffic officers daring to confront armed criminals resisting arrest. This kind of fearless heroism itself deserves public recognition. And you damn well want to investigate them? Are you joking with me? Without Su Lin, not only would those 2 traffic officers have been in mortal danger, but the criminals would have remained at large, or worse, their deaths might never have uncovered the truth. Honestly, if he weren't wearing this police uniform, he'd have flipped the table against his superiors right then and there. Beside them, Huang Weihan silently cheered Su Lin's bold words in his heart. He liked this kid, sharp-minded, unshaken even under scrutiny, born for criminal investigations. As for his identity, Huang Weihan could confidently vouch that there were absolutely no issues. So what if an important principal offender died? Who could have restrained themselves in that situation? Even if it was excessive self-defense, so what? Cops and criminals are natural enemies. If an officer kills a criminal during an arrest, as long as it wasn't intentional, it can be forgiven depending on the severity of circumstances. What kind of people were they anyway? They're all violent criminals. What's the big deal if 1 or 2 die? Guo Liang, smiling broadly, nodded at Su Lin, clearly quite satisfied with his answer. But someone else could no longer sit still. Bang! Just as Xiao Weihai and others were silently cheering for Su Lin, the table was suddenly slammed with a forceful bang. The imposing man in his 50s glared coldly at Su Lin and said, "Watch your tone. What we're discussing now isn't about your duties or acts of bravery, it's about why you killed Wang Jiancheng. According to our information, he wasn't armed. And more importantly, as the mastermind, why was he the one who ended up dead?" These 2 questions immediately drew everyone's full attention. Clearly, this was nitpicking, but no one could deny it was the most crucial part of Su Lin's review. Why did Wang Jiancheng have to be the one to die? He wasn't armed. Why did Su Lin have to resort to lethal force? Earlier, when Su Lin was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment, the police mobilized a large number of personnel to interrogate all the criminals, including Yang Wei and Fang Wei. Even the SWAT teams and narcotics support units conducted interrogations. Apart from those criminals who concealed the truth, stubbornly refused to speak, or exaggerated their accounts, the testimonies of all other personnel involved in the case were highly consistent. The most crucial point was that Wang Jiancheng was unarmed. Su Lin also wore a solemn expression as he raised his head to meet the other's gaze without a trace of fear, stating, "I did not kill Wang Jiancheng. Whether you committed murder isn't for you to decide. Besides, according to our information, there was another person present at the scene. Where is that individual now?" The interrogator pressed again. Su Lin's expression darkened. It seemed someone had spotted the golden rose. Unfortunately, he hadn't caught the woman, otherwise, this matter would have been easily explained. He replied, "That person was very strong. I was injured at the time, and she managed to escape." Deputy Mayor Li curled his lips into a cold smirk. "From what I know, that person was a woman, wasn't she? You're a man, yet you let a woman slip away. Do you really expect me to believe that?" Su Lin responded, "She was a master. That's just your one-sided statement." Hearing the sharp tone of those words, Su Lin couldn't help feeling indignant as well. He raised his head and said coldly, saying I murdered someone, that's just your one-sided statement too. No, we have evidence. Captain Sui Dong of the SWAT team saw you throw Wang Jianqing out with his own eyes. He stopped moving the moment he hit the ground. Unconscious, and still no movement. Su Lin, with irrefutable evidence before you, your excuses are useless. Do you know the consequences of defying the law? Deputy Mayor Li slammed the table again, speaking in an angry tone. Irrefutable evidence? Where is it? Su Lin looked at him deeply and said, other than that armed criminal, I didn't kill anyone. Then tell me, who killed the person? Deputy Mayor Li said darkly. I don't know, but I can find out. Su Lin's reply remained calm as ever. Hearing his words, Xiao Weihai, Guo Liang, and Huang Weihan all had subtle reactions, raising their heads to exchange glances, their eyes flickering with a peculiar brightness. Since Wang Jianqing's death, their entire investigative team has been mobilized, yet up to now, they haven't found a single clue. The person died in the detention center, and there was indeed a wound on the back of his head. According to the forensic examination, the wound was indeed inflicted 3 days ago. All the clues point squarely at Su Lin. Wang Jianqing's status was established, so when the higher-ups demanded an investigation, they had no way to plead their case. Investigate? Deputy Mayor Li sneered coldly and said, Su Lin, who do you think you are? You still want to investigate? Let me tell you, from today onward, everything you do must be under our strict surveillance. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Weihai's eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately slapped the table and said, Deputy Mayor Li, since this kid refuses to admit it, I propose taking him directly to the detention center. Rest assured, if he's really the one behind this, we won't tolerate it. Upon hearing this sudden remark, not only were Huang Weihan and Guo Liang stunned, even Deputy Mayor Li looked at him in surprise. Under the table, Guo Liang subtly kicked Xiao Weihai, but the latter paid no attention. Instead, he turned to Deputy Mayor Li and said, leave it to us. We guarantee we won't let anyone with ill intentions slip through the cracks. The moment these words were spoken, Guo Liang and Huang Weihan both froze for a second. Hidden malice and treachery, who exactly was being referred to here? They understood instantly and then fell silent. Deputy Mayor Li, on the other hand, flashed a faint smile before glancing at Su Lin and saying, good, Director Xia, I'll leave this matter in your hands. I hope you can give me and the superiors above a satisfactory answer. Yes, I understand. Xiao Weihai nodded earnestly. Deputy Mayor Li glanced at Su Lin with a faint sneer curling at the corner of his mouth before rising from his seat and exiting the conference room with his secretary in tow. This Li Mingyu really thinks he can pull the wool over everyone's eyes alone? Zhao Guodong scoffed, his expression plainly displeased. Granted, he oversees political and legal affairs, but that doesn't give him the right to directly interfere with cases, does it? You may oversee the review, but there are established procedures for how it should be conducted. Close surveillance? Su Lin isn't a criminal, why should he be subjected to surveillance? And what about Chief Xia and the others? Thinking of this, Zhao Guodong glared fiercely at the men standing before him. He had resolved to go all out even if it meant losing his position as captain. He needed to clear Su Lin's name. Xiao Weihai glanced at Zhao Guodong, smiled faintly, then rose and walked up to Su Lin. Are you certain you can find out who killed Wang Jianqing? He asked. Hearing this, Su Lin smiled and nodded. Chief Xia, my word is my bond. Good. Xiao Weihai's eyes gleamed sharply as he asked, Su Lin, can you still work now? Absolutely no problem. Su Lin wore a happy smile, feeling great about being trusted by his own people. Xiao Weihai raised his head, glanced at Guo Liang and Huang Weihan, and gave a slight nod. Then let's move out. Investigate thoroughly, leave no stone unturned. Yes. Chapter 23, Following the Clues. Jiangyun City Official Vehicle Number 4, as soon as Li Mingyu got inside, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, the person will be sent to the detention center. He's your responsibility now. He hung up after saying just one sentence. The driver and the secretary exchanged glances but remained silent. They were both Li Mingyu's trusted aides, ready to carry out any task he assigned, no matter what it was. Mayor Li, Secretary Zhang is holding a meeting this afternoon. Should we attend? The secretary asked. Of course we're going, but we don't need to get involved in what happens next. Li Mingyu spoke up. The secretary signaled to the driver, and the car slowly started moving towards the government building. Immersive translate. Outside the municipal bureau's conference room, Zhao Guodong looked anxiously at the two approaching detectives. He wanted to insist on staying by Su Lin's side, but Huang Weihan pulled him aside. Lao Huang, what exactly do you mean by this? He glared at Huang Weihan through gritted teeth. The two had been high school classmates, the kind with a very good relationship. Although they both later became police officers, they belonged to different systems and thus had little overlap, their relationship not as close as before. Hearing Zhao Guodong's words, Huang Weihan smiled. This was the first genuine smile he'd shown since meeting Su Lin. He patted Zhao Guodong on the shoulder and said, Old Zhao, what's the hurry? You don't honestly think I'd harm my own apprentice, do you? He's not my apprentice. Fine, let's say he is. Zhao Guodong considered how he'd personally taken Su Lin on his first mission that practically made him half an apprentice anyway, so he didn't bother arguing the point. Locking eyes with Huang Weihan, he pressed, "Old Huang, give it to me straight, what exactly are you planning? Will that kid Su Lin be facing any real danger? Danger means we stop investigating?" Guo Liang's voice rang out as he and Xiao Weihai approached from behind. The latter looked at Su Lin and said, "Young Su, you might have to endure some hardship from here on out." Su Lin smiled and nodded, replying, "Chief Xia, such minor grievances are nothing. If it means bringing clear skies to Jiangyun City, a small sacrifice is hardly worth mentioning." "Good." Xiao Weihai patted his shoulder and said to Huang Weihan, "Take him to the detention center." Su Lin, wait, is Wang Jianqing's body still in the detention center? Yes. Right after the incident, I assigned guards to monitor it 24/7. Besides our own forensic team, no one else has been able to get near it, Huang Weihan replied. Su Lin nodded and said, "I need to see the forensic autopsy report." Deal. Huang Weihan didn't waste words, he had already decided to trust Su Lin. This kid not only experienced the battle firsthand but also understands the stakes involved. I trust he'll know his limits. Since he says he can investigate it, then I believe him. Between comrades in arms, he deserves at least that much trust. Xiao Weihai leaned down, drawing close to Su Lin's face, and spoke in a low voice. The inspection team will arrive in Jiangyun soon. Do your job boldly, I've got your back. Yes. Su Lin's eyes lit up with intense excitement. In his past life, he had seen plenty of TV shows and movies. The inspection team was a sharp blade of great xia, cutting down tigers, flies, and all manner of demons. Since they had arrived, things were about to get interesting. Let's go. Huang Weihan waved his hand, and two comrades from the Criminal Investigation Unit immediately pushed Su Lin's wheelchair out. Zhao Guodong, uneasy, hurriedly followed behind. When only the three of them remained in the hallway, Guo Liang spoke up, "Is that kid really up to the task?" Xiao Weihai replied, "I think he could be our breakthrough. Once he gets in, someone will inevitably lose their composure. When they make a move, we'll close the net." Huang Weihan asked, "Bureau Chief Xia, are you really that confident in him?" "I'm not confident in him, I trust my own judgment when it comes to people," Xiao Weihai said with a laugh. Then, with astonished admiration, he added, "Anyway, setting that aside, the kid has done an impressive job. 11 individuals with blood on their hands, and 8 of them have committed murder. TSK Tisk, I'm currently pondering what kind of merit award he should receive. A third-class merit is definitely unrealistic. How about a second-class merit instead?" "It's necessary," Huang Weihan said with a smile. "What are you laughing about? Celebrating in advance because you think you can recruit that kid under your command?" Guo Liang looked at Huang Weihan. This young man was the captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade. Generally, talents like Su Lin would ultimately join the Criminal Investigation Brigade. It was standard procedure. "Director Guo, where else do you think he could go?" "Guo Liang, I can't say for sure, but I believe your Criminal Investigation Division isn't big enough to contain a true dragon like him." Huang Weihan, enough talk, go make the arrangements, Xiao Weihai said to Huang Weihan. The latter nodded and immediately walked outside. Immersive translate. At Jiangyun City Municipal Bureau Detention Center, Su Lin was pushed out of the car by 2 criminal investigation colleagues. The 2 then escorted him inside. Soon, they arrived at the innermost cell of the detention center. Su Lin walked past and spotted several familiar faces, including a few of Wang Jianqing's subordinates whom he had beaten up 2 days earlier. When those thugs saw it was him, their eyes flashed with malice. He merely responded with a cold smirk. "Sorry about this, brother," whispered a detective colleague in Su Lin's ear before placing a stack of documents on his lap. The 2 men turned around and exited the cage, closing the door behind them. As soon as they left, Su Lin was about to open the file bag in his hand when a cold voice sounded from the neighboring cell. "Stinking traffic cop, you're dead. So what if you arrested us? Bet you we'll all be out in no time? And when that happens, it won't just be you, we'll settle the score with every one of your family and friends too." "Rat, don't scare people, we're all just ordinary folks." He, right, we're all just ordinary folks. Occasionally doing some not-so-ordinary things." A chilling voice kept drifting from the adjacent cell as Su Lin's lips curled into a cold smirk. He didn't waste any words, opening the file folder and pulling out the autopsy report inside. Blunt force trauma to the back of the head, resulting in minor intracranial hemorrhage. Due to late discovery, resuscitation attempts were ineffective and the victim died. Su Lin examined every word carefully, then took another look at the photos of the corpse and the wounds. Seeing that slight red swelling on the scalp, he could absolutely guarantee this wasn't his doing. Because when he threw Wang Jianqing, it was the forehead that hit the ground, not the back of the head. Moreover, one noteworthy point is how intracranial bleeding could possibly last 48 hours. There's something very suspicious about this. He continued reading and suddenly discovered another segment of text. The deceased had a large amount of pollen residue in their body, with the pollen components being bauhinia and night-blooming jasmine. Purple Bohemia and two bros? Su Lin frowned slightly. Although Jianyun City was also a major hub for flowers, the purple gold flower and night-blooming jasmine were somewhat niche varieties. Apart from flower markets, these blooms were rarely cultivated on a large scale elsewhere. Just as he was puzzled, his expression suddenly tensed, a faint floral fragrance wafted through the air. In an instant, the countless pieces of information in his mind condensed, forming two names, purple hibiscus and night-blooming cereus. This is the ability granted by the tracking skill, traces of clues, chemical analysis, various perfumes and floral scents, and more are all included. Chapter 24, A Life and Death Struggle. In the detention center's monitoring room, Huang Weihan sat before the surveillance screen, his eyes fixed intently on Su Lin in the footage. Beside him stood two others. One was the leader of the second criminal investigation team who had supported Su Lin last time, Hu Gang. The other man had thick eyebrows and big eyes, with an air of unwavering righteousness. He is the captain of the third team of the Criminal Investigation Division, Manhua. Huang Weihan glanced at the report for a moment before raising his head and asking, "Where's Du Shiqi?" Du Shiqi was none other than the captain of the first detachment under the Criminal Investigation Division. Upon hearing the division chief's inquiry, Manhua and Hu Gang exchanged glances before Manhua replied, "Captain Du went out. He said there were traces of a suspected Class B fugitive spotted in the southern district." A suspected Class B fugitive? Huang Weihan nodded upon hearing this but said nothing more, though his expression clearly showed he was displeased at the moment. Manhua changed the subject, pointing at the surveillance footage and asking, "Chief Huang, do you really think he can track it down?" Hu Gang also looked curious and said, "Yeah, Chief Huang, this kid is indeed courageous, but that's just him relying on raw enthusiasm. After all, he just graduated from the police academy. How could he crack a case that even we find rather helpless?" "Manhua, time is so tight, we can't afford to waste any." Hu Gang nodded in agreement. "Chief Huang, even if he can solve it, it might take him a week or longer. We just don't have that kind of time to wait." Huang Weihan smiled and said, "I don't know whether he'll crack it or not, but I do know he's no worse than you guys. This kid, he's got both courage and brains, or real talent. Director Xia thinks highly of him, and I also believe handing it over to him is the best choice. Even if nothing turns up, someone will jump out, and will still achieve complete victory." At these words, both squad leaders were stunned. Hu Gang was the first to react, saying, "Captain Huang, you and Chief Xia are using him as a pawn, no, more precisely, as bait." "Exactly. He is bait," Huang Weihan readily admitted before adding, "He knows it himself too. Once he enters the detention center, he becomes bait." "Doesn't that mean there could be danger at any moment?" Manhua also caught on, his face showing obvious anxiety. "Huang Weihan, we'll monitor the entire process. Even if there is danger, we can prevent it in time. Besides, I don't think that kid is that weak, is he? He managed to take down a group of vicious criminals. How could these petty troublemakers pose a challenge?" Upon hearing this, the two team leaders paused slightly, then couldn't help but nod in agreement. All talk aside, Su Lin was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Especially for Hu Gang, having witnessed such a scene firsthand, it left a profound impression on him. Yet they still couldn't quite fathom why Chief Xia held Su Lin in such high regard. But just at that moment, Su Lin in the surveillance feed suddenly raised his head and gestured toward them. The three men watching the monitor froze in surprise. "What does that gesture mean? Any findings?" "Manhua, come with me." Huang Weihan abruptly stood up and strode straight outside. "Yes." Manhua was utterly astonished and immediately followed. "How long has it been? Just 15 minutes. Seems like even less, right? Just now they were saying Su Lin would need at least a week. What a resounding slap in the face." Hu Gang, stationed in the monitoring room, stared at the surveillance footage of Su Lin in disbelief and exclaimed, "Could it be, he's actually found something?" Suddenly, he noticed a figure approaching Su Lin's cell in the surveillance footage. "Captain Du?" Hu Gang's expression shifted upon recognizing the man. Captain Du was the most senior squad leader in their criminal investigation unit. Before Huang Ji's appointment, everyone had assumed Du would succeed the old captain. No one anticipated Huang Ji would be parachuted into Jianyun City, abruptly seizing command of the unit from Du's grasp. His gaze fixed intently on the surveillance footage, Hu Gang picked up his phone and dialed Huang Weihan's number. "Captain Huang, team leader Du has gone to Su Lin's cell," he urgently reported to Huang Weihan on the other end as soon as the call connected. Walking downstairs, Huang Weihan's expression changed instantly upon hearing this, and he immediately rushed toward the cell block with Manhua. Moments later, they spotted the guard at the entrance, whose face paled visibly at the sight of the two approaching officers. Huang Weihan didn't even give them a chance to speak, barking at Manhua, "Call for backup and seal off this area. Take them away." "Yes." Manhua immediately drew his gun, aiming it at the two guards. The situation changed abruptly. The two guards dared not resist, raising their hands in surrender and handing over their weapons. Huang Weihan took the keys from one of the guards, unlocked the door, and strode inside. Manhua used the walkie-talkie to call for backup, and within less than a minute, over a dozen people arrived at the scene and secured the exits. He then led the four of them, walking briskly toward the interior. Immersive translate. At the far end of the detention center, Dujichi, captain of the first unit of the Criminal Investigation Division, stood in front of the cell, calmly locking eyes with Su Lin. His expression was unpleasant, even bordering on grim. His sudden arrival didn't cause any panic on the other side. Instead, a faint smile appeared on that person's face. Su Lin smiled and said, "You shouldn't have come." Dujichi's expression darkened abruptly, as a bad premonition suddenly arose in him. It felt like this place was a trap, its net spread wide waiting for him. "I just came to see who was bold enough to single-handedly take down a den of criminals," Dujichi said gravely. "Su Lin, it's no use. No matter how much you explain, it won't help. You have a very distinctive scent. I smelled it lingering in this cell." "Ha, what a joke. Isn't it perfectly normal for a chief of criminal investigation like me to come interrogate prisoners?" Dujichi's heart pounded even harder with panic. "It's completely normal. But the issue is, I heard that after you arrived here yesterday at noon, you didn't interrogate Wang Jiancheng. And then yesterday afternoon, he was dead. Same prison cell, you were the last one to see Wang Jiancheng, am I right?" Dujichi's eyes flickered with gloom as he said, "When I left, he was still fully conscious." "Exactly. Fully conscious, because there was something wrong with his wound." Su Lin continued to smile, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Dujichi as if seeing right through him. Dujichi panicked, suddenly raising his hand. What appeared to be a syringe appeared in his grasp. Yet before he could make any move, an icy voice sounded from behind him. "Old Du, stop." Huang Weihan stood 5 meters away from Dujichi, pistol aimed at him with an ice-cold gaze. Betrayal had always been the most despised act within their team. Dujichi turned his head, saw Huang Weihan, then noticed Chen Hua and others rapidly approaching. His face instantly turned ashen with despair. He knew he was finished, completely ruined for life. Not just himself, even his family would face scorn and contempt from others. No, they might even be silenced permanently. At this thought, he acted almost without hesitation, plunging the syringe into his neck, injecting the fluid directly into his veins. "You're crazy." Huang Weihan immediately rushed forward, but it was already too late. Dujichi's face turned ashen the next moment, his lips turning purple. "Old Du, why would you?" Huang Weihan's face was filled with anguish as he held Dujichi, his voice low and mournful. "Dujichi, old Huang, I don't hate you, but there's no turning back for me now. One wrong step, and endless regrets." Within mere seconds, Dujichi's breathing stopped. Su Lin's pupils constricted as he said solemnly, "This appears far more serious than we imagined. This is a fight to the death." Chapter 25, Solving the case in 15 minutes, your criminal investigation team will be out of jobs. "It seems the situation is much more serious than we imagined," Su Lin said grimly. "It's hard to imagine just how powerful the shadowy force behind this must be, to make the captain of a criminal investigation team willingly embrace death. Those bastards." Huang Weihan roared in fury, delivering a vicious kick to the wall. "Su Lin, Captain Huang, now is not the time to vent anger. Since they want our lives, we must strike them down first." Huang Weihan snapped back to reality and looked at Su Lin, asking, "What should we do?" "Su Lin, it's only been 15 minutes since I entered, and their men have already made a move. It seems they're aware they've left loopholes. Come on, let's examine Wang Jiancheng's corpse. Only after seeing the body can I confirm my final suspicions." "Chen Hua," Huang Weihan called out. Chen Hua approached. "Captain Huang, handle Dujichi's remains," Huang Weihan said with a tinge of regret. "Yes." Immersive translate. Huang Weihan personally escorted Su Lin to a room at the back of the detention center. The air conditioning in the room was set extremely low, causing both men to shudder slightly upon entering. Su Lin's gaze fixed on the white cloth covering the corpse. He then wheeled forward and pulled back the covering. Wang Jiancheng had already undergone a series of autopsies. Though the white cloth and his body were still stained with blood, Su Lin only showed a brief moment of tension before regaining his composure. His heart, having gone through that previous battle, had grown exceptionally strong. Having even taken down a bandit, what was there left to fear? Taking a deep breath, he put on a pair of gloves and gently lifted Wang Jiancheng's stiff head. Sure enough, he discovered a tiny dent on the back of his skull, one so small it would go unnoticed without close inspection. In fact, the skin over the dent wasn't even broken, it was simply sunken inward. Images of various murder weapons flashed through his mind, one by one, rapidly appearing, until finally settling on a single object. Emergency hammer. Speaking the 3 words in a low voice, he raised his head and said, "Let's go." The cause of death is confirmed intracranial hemorrhage, but it has nothing to do with me. However, the perpetrator is already dead, making it difficult for us to locate the murder weapon. Shaking his head, Su Lin immediately shifted his attention to something else. Listening to this, Huang Weihan felt instantly deflated. He knew Su Lin was referring to Dujichi being dead. This guy was the perpetrator, but they couldn't possibly extract any leads from him now. The case seemed to have reached a dead end. The two men stepped outside, Huang Weihan's expression noticeably grim. Officer Su, now that Du Jiqi is dead, where do we start our investigation? He asked. Just moments ago, he had been brimming with confidence, but Du Jiqi's unwavering resolve to embrace death shattered his unshakable conviction of victory. Their opponents were truly terrifying. Su Lin, however, smiled and said, though the killer is dead, we can still find the accomplice. Accomplice? Huang Weihan's expression turned serious. Who was the accomplice? Did he have another lead? Captain Huang, can you smell the floral scent in the air? Su Lin asked unexpectedly. Huang Weihan nodded, feeling utterly impatient inside. At a time like this, why are you talking about floral scents with me? Su Lin, I've examined Wang Jianqing's wounds. Such injuries absolutely couldn't have caused massive intracranial bleeding within just one day. I've reviewed Wang Jianqing's medical records. He has asthma and hypertension. Ha, hit the jackpot with both. If he actually pulls through, now that would surprise me. What do you mean? Huang Weihan was utterly confused, completely failing to grasp Su Lin's implication. Su Lin explained. Tuberoses emit a large number of odor-stimulating particles at night. Heavy inhalation can cause dizziness, depression, and aggravated symptoms in hypertensive and cardiac patients. In sufficient quantities, it can directly induce high-pressure syncope. As for bougainvillea, heavy inhalation can directly trigger asthma attacks, restricted breathing, violent heartbeat, with blood circulation accelerating to at least 3 times the normal rate. Asthma, hypertension, accelerated blood circulation, plus the head wound. What do you think the outcome would be? Su Lin spoke while turning his gaze to Huang Weihan. At that moment, the latter stood there with his mouth agape, utterly dumbfounded. He understood every single word, but strung together, they sounded like pure fantasy to him. Can flowers kill people? Are you joking? But looking at Su Lin's earnest gaze, Huang Weihan was already convinced beyond doubt. At this moment, Su Lin spoke again. If I'm not mistaken, a large batch of bougainvillea and night-blooming jasmine must have just been planted near our detention center. Huang Weihan nodded with a grim expression and said, a farm a few hundred meters away changed ownership a couple of days ago. A flower farmer moved in and brought over a large quantity of bougainvillea and night-blooming jasmine. Damn it. With that, he suddenly lifted his head and, without another word, pushed Su Lin forward as they rushed ahead. Before long, Huang Weihan handed Su Lin over to Manhua, then personally headed toward that farm. Soon enough, the flower farmer's entire family was brought into the interrogation room for separate questioning. Soon the results came out. A buyer wanted to purchase the land where the florist had previously grown his flowers and had even offered quite a generous price while relocating him to a new plot. Without hesitation, the florist transplanted all his flowers to the new location, which happened to be filled with bauhinia blossoms and night-blooming jasmine. When asked about the buyer's appearance, however, the florist claimed he couldn't remember. The person had been wearing a hat and sunglasses, making their facial features indistinct. Huang Weihan smirked coldly at this. Such a flimsy obstacle wouldn't stump him at all. He immediately organized his investigative brothers to meticulously screen the surveillance footage around the florist's former farm area. Finally, they spotted a target. When Su Lin saw the enlarged photo, a look of surprise flickered across his face. Lin Zhenghe? The person who went to find the flower farmer was none other than Lin Zhenghe, the deputy director of the police academy. Huang Weihan looked surprised and asked, you know him? I know him all too well, Su Lin replied with a smile, then proceeded to explain to Huang Weihan why he had been assigned to the traffic police unit. Bang! Slamming his fist on the table in anger, Huang Weihan cursed loudly, a black sheep in the herd. Su Lin pointed at the surveillance footage with a smile and said, Captain Huang, I believe he's our breakthrough. Besides, he's definitely involved in more than just this one crime. And his daughter, from what I know, she's also committed numerous misdeeds. Leave it to me, said Huang Weihan, preparing to lead a team to apprehend Lin Zhenghe and his daughter. Su Lin immediately spoke up, take me with you. How can you arrest those two without me? I did say I'd personally bring them in. Ha ha, fine, I'll grant your wish, Huang Weihan replied with a laugh. He now felt completely at ease. With the breakthrough found, the next steps would be much easier. On the way, Huang Weihan made a call to Xiao Weihai. Upon hearing the news, Xiao Weihai on the other end was so shocked he nearly dropped his teacup. What did you say? Found a breakthrough in just 15 minutes. These investigative techniques. Huang Weihan, your entire detective division might be out of a job. Chapter 26, A Showdown with the Inspection Team. After hanging up Huang Weihan's call, Xiao Weihai smiled warmly as he looked at the man seated across from him, dressed in a black suit, with a gentle smile yet sharp, gleaming eyes. Team leader Ma, my apologies. My subordinates reported some matters. From the moment he received the call until his final remark, his smile had never faltered. Opposite him, Ma Genoa frowned, utterly perplexed as to what his old comrade in arms was truly up to. As the leader of the inspection team, he was assigned to Jiangyun City to investigate some cases, but upon arrival, he was promptly redirected to Xiao Weihai by the city's top official. At first, he couldn't comprehend what this arrangement meant. He had absolute trust in Xiao Weihai. They knew each other inside out, fully understanding each other's temperaments. Yet from the moment he arrived, he noticed something off about old Xia, who seemed oddly upbeat, almost as if he'd lost his marbles. Manhwa started to wonder, could his old comrade in arms have been driven mad by the case? He couldn't help but ask, Lao Xia, be honest with me, are you under too much pressure? I know Jiangyun City in the southwest already has high crime rates. If you're feeling unwell, you should get yourself checked at the hospital. Hearing this, Xiao Weihai's face darkened instantly as he snapped, you're the one who's sick, Lao Ma, can't you wish me well? Manhwa shot back, but you really do look like a lunatic right now. Get lost. One more insult and I'm turning on you. Xiao Weihai's face darkened. Now he looks normal again. After scrutinizing him carefully, Manhwa broke into a smile. One thing was certain, this old Xiao was still the same Xiao Weihai he remembered. Ahem, clearing his throat, Xiao Weihai spoke up, Old Ma, your inspection team can start now. But on our end, we need to get moving too. What do you mean? Manhwa looked utterly bewildered. Ha ha, you'll find out soon enough. Xiao Weihai laughed heartily. Thud, thud, thud. At that very moment, a knock sounded at the door. Come in, Xiao Weihai called out. Guo Liang pushed open the door and immediately stiffened upon seeing Manhwa, calling out, Team Leader Ma. Hello, Bureau Chief Guo. Manhwa stood up and shook hands with him. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Guo Liang approached Xiao Weihai and produced 2 commendation reports. In addition, there was also a stack of bonus application forms. He said, Director Xia, these were all submitted by the subordinates. Officer Zhang Wengue from the Qinjiang Police Station and Officer Su Qingshan from the Longhua Road Police Station. 2 third-class merits, plus approximately 20,000 yuan in bonuses. Xiao Weihai was stunned upon hearing this. Visibly puzzled, he asked, what commendation reports? And bonuses, what bonuses? See for yourself. Guo Liang didn't explain but instead handed the documents over to him. The moment Xiao Weihai saw the names, his face immediately broke into a delighted smile. It's this kid, huh? Not bad, really not bad at all. He nodded with a smile, then without another word, immediately signed the document. As long as it was confirmed to be for Su Lin, he'd sign it right away without even glancing at the contents. Upon seeing this, team leader Ma across from them immediately darkened his expression. Once Xiao Weihai finished signing, the man pressed down on the stack of documents and said, Old Xia, signing without even looking isn't proper procedure. Xiao Weihai smiled upon hearing this and said, Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Old Ma, when your inspection group comes to our Jiangyun City this time, I guarantee it'll be the easiest assignment of your career. Ma Zhenhuo frowned again. Alright, take it. Without further ado, Xiao Weihai pulled out the document and handed it to Guo Liang, adding, by the way, let the traffic police handle awarding the medals themselves, we won't make an appearance. Once this operation is over, that kid will be joining us here. Understood. Guo Liang nodded, exchanged brief greetings with the two, then turned and left. What do you mean, still from the traffic police team? Ma Zhenhuo was even more confused. 2 systems had issues, and requesting commendations actually went straight to the municipal bureau. Had Jiangyun City already become this corrupt? But that wasn't the end of it. Just as he couldn't resist pressing for answers, Xiao Weihai suddenly received a personal call. He didn't avoid it either, answering directly in front of Ma Zhenhuo. Hello, Uncle Xia, it's Yan Yao. A pleasant voice came through the phone. Yao Yao, what's the matter? Xiao Weihai couldn't help but ask. At that moment, in her office, Yan Yao was using foundation to cover her dark circles, her pretty face bearing an exhausted expression. While applying her makeup, she asked, Uncle Xia, I just want to know, is that traffic police unit number 1 some kind of secret task force under our municipal bureau? This statement left Xiao Weihai completely dumbfounded. What do you mean? Yan Yao, when I went to the 1st Traffic Police Brigade earlier, they were all mobilized, talking about armed resistance to law enforcement or something. Deploying traffic police for such dangerous tasks, aren't they supposed to be a specialized unit? Xiao Weihai. This situation was undoubtedly referring to Su Lin and his team's earlier peril at the sand quarry. The 1st Traffic Police unit did indeed go to provide support. And also, Uncle Xia, I'd like to ask you about someone. Lost in thought, Yan Yao spoke up again. Who? Xiao Weihai asked. Su Lin. I heard he's a traffic officer with the 1st unit. He stood me up. It's the first time in my life someone's done that to me. Worst of all, his phone's been unreachable this whole time. Yan Yao clenched her teeth. That bastard, after making plans with me, he just straight up disappeared. It's been almost 3 days without a single word. I've called him over 100 times, but no one ever picks up. Even though we just met by chance, and she even did him a favor, it's still unacceptable for him to vanish like this after agreeing to something. Ha! Xiao Weihai was dumbfounded. How did this suddenly involve Su Lin again? He could only say, Yao Yao, I'm not sure about this either. How about I ask around for you later? Then I'll trouble Uncle Xiao with it. The call ended, and Xiao Weihai shook his head with a helpless, wry smile. Ma Genoa, old Xia, I feel like the system in your Jiangyun city is quite chaotic. Even you should be investigated. Check whatever you want, I couldn't care less. After speaking, Xiao Weihai stroked his chin and asked, Old Ma, how far along is your inspection team now? Upon hearing this, Ma Genoa revealed a faint smile and said, my subordinates are still investigating. Even if I knew, I couldn't tell you. Have you forgotten about organizational discipline? Then how about we see who works faster? Xiao Weihai said with a grin. What do you mean by comparing speed? Ma Jinhua frowned. Xiao Weihai gave a mysterious smile and said, let's compete to see who can solve the trouble first. Fine, let's compare then. Ma Jinhua narrowed his eyes, sensing something was off with his old comrade. But he couldn't tell whether it would turn out for good or ill. Chapter 27 I told you I'd catch you with my own hands. In a gilded entertainment venue in Jiangyun City, Wang Jianglong stared at the three people before him with a darkened expression. Honored leaders, according to your plan, my younger brother is dead. But now, that traffic officer still lives. You promised he'd be buried alongside my brother, so what's the outcome? His voice carried a dangerous undertone, like a vicious wolf preparing to fight to the death. Xiao Wang, don't be impatient. Some things require time. We may have failed this time, but we still have more sophisticated moves up our sleeves. A hoarse voice spoke up. Sitting across from Wang Jianglong was none other than an elderly man with extraordinary presence. Dressed in a crisp suit, his temples were streaked with gray, yet his complexion remained remarkably ruddy, exuding an air of authority. Old Zhang, stop trying to fool me. Aren't you barely keeping yourselves afloat now as well? With a cold laugh, Wang Jianglong said, I've heard the inspection team has already arrived, and there are people secretly investigating on my end. It won't be long before our ship sinks. Rather than waiting for that, I might as well just take care of that traffic cop myself and disappear without a trace. Bang! The table was slammed violently as Li Mingyu pointed at Wang Jiangong's nose and roared, Wang Jianglong, how dare you speak to my superior like that? Are you looking to die? Wang Jianglong gave a sinister smile. Li Mingyu, you really don't scare me. I, Wang Jianglong, came from the streets, fought and killed my way up since youth, narrowly escaping death more times than I can count. Honestly, I've lost track of how many lives I've taken. You're still too green to scare me. Hearing such arrogant tones, Li Mingyu's expression turned extremely grim, but just as he was about to speak, the old man patted him on the shoulder. He could only shut his mouth resentfully. The old man smiled at Wang Jianglong and said, I've already had someone report that little traffic cop. Just wait and see, he'll soon be getting a visit from the inspection team. As for me, after being in Jiangyun City for so long, do you really think I haven't made arrangements? Xiao Wang, you can't judge things just by their surface. Some things are far more terrifying than you imagine. If you act rashly, more lives than just yours will be lost. Your family could get dragged into this too. I hear you've sent your wife and child to Kowloon. Unfortunately, I still have a few friends over there as well. Wang Jiangong's face instantly paled. Stay calm. As I said, appearances can be deceiving. What you see as a crisis might just create an opportunity for me. You should know that this time, my report target's not just that little traffic cop, but also the top leader of our Jiangyun city. If he falls, who do you think will take his place? Li Mingyu, boss, it goes without saying, it can only be you. The old man nodded silently, his expression indifferent, yet unable to conceal the greed swirling in his eyes. Wang Jianglong was also shaken inwardly. If this person truly became the top leader of the city with over 6 million people, then in Jiangyun he could truly strut around unimpeded. Elder Zhang, my apologies. I understand what needs to be done now. Wang Jianglong stood up and bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle, showing utmost respect. Alright, enough serious talk. Xiao Wang, I heard you've had 2 new foreign language teachers join recently? Elder Zhang chuckled, his face flushing slightly red. Certainly. I'll arrange it for you immediately. Wang Jianglong cursed inwardly but didn't dare refuse, promptly standing up to leave the room. After he left, old Zhang narrowed his eyes, a flash of ruthlessness flickering deep within his gaze. Li Mingyu, boss, we can't keep this guy around. Let him stay for now. We can't make a move yet, or we might draw the inspection team's attention. Old Zhang shook his head. Ma Genoa emerged from Xiao Weihai's office and immediately returned to the investigation team's operations base. As soon as he entered, 2 men in their 30s approached him. Chen Shua, Yang Jin, he said directly to them, I need you to investigate Xiao Weihai immediately. Both were taken aback. The first one spoke up, Team Leader Ma, isn't Xiao Weihai your old comrade? Could it be he's involved in something? Hard to say, Ma Jinhua replied, but I need to know exactly what that guy is up to. The 2 nodded. Then the man named Yang Jin brought over a document and said, Team Leader Ma, someone has filed a real name report against a traffic officer, accusing them of violent law enforcement, injuring multiple people, and even running over a victim with their car. Outrageous, absolutely outrageous. Upon hearing this, Ma Genoa's face flushed red with anger as he asked, what's the name of that traffic officer? Su Lin, Yang Jin promptly replied. Frowning slightly, Manhwa suddenly felt the name sounded familiar, and the next moment he remembered hearing this name from Xiao Weihai's mouth. At that moment, he seemed to be on the phone with a girl. Investigate, thoroughly investigate, he said coldly. Shen Shua, understood. Team leader Ma, we'll go right now. Should we bring the person in first? No, wait and observe. Arrests must be made carefully to avoid alerting the target. Yes. When the two had left, Manhwa looked at the bustling crowd in the hall, shook his head, and sighed, Old Xia, what tricks are you actually playing? Immersive translate. Just as the inspection team was about to investigate Su Lin, he was coordinating with Huang Weihan and the brothers from the criminal investigation team to arrest Lin Su. Little Su, why arrest Lin Su first? Huang Weihan didn't quite understand, shouldn't they arrest Lin Zhenghe first? Su Lin, Captain Huang, if we arrest Lin Zhenghe and he holds up during interrogation, it'll be hard for us to find evidence. But if we can break Lin Su, we might directly obtain some criminal evidence against Lin Zhenghe, making a sudden raid much easier. Good thinking, kid. Huang Weihan's eyes lit up as he laughed, you're always a step ahead of me. When this is over, I'll definitely pull some strings to get you transferred. That deputy chief position is yours for the taking. Ha, then I won't stand on ceremony. Su Lin grinned, treating Huang Weihan's words as a joke for now. Soon, they pinpointed Lin Su's whereabouts and swiftly moved into action. It was rather unbelievable that they had caught the overweight woman in a duck's house. What gives you the right to arrest me? My father is Lin Zhenghe, he'll make sure you all pay for this. Let me go, or I'll sue you. The woman continued to make a scene even as she was led to the interrogation room. Two slender female officers were both mentally and physically exhausted by her manipulations. Su Lin's face was expressionless as Huang Weihan personally wheeled him into the interrogation room in a wheelchair. Lin Su, long time no see. The moment Lin Su recognized Su Lin's familiar face, her expression twisted into a vicious snarl. Su Lin, so it's you. The moment she saw Su Lin, Lin Su's gaze turned icy, and she suddenly calmed down. She sneered. What does it matter if you arrest me? I haven't broken any laws, you have no evidence. At most, you can detain me for 24 hours before letting me go. Su Lin, oh? So Miss Lin knows the law, but it seems your memory is a bit unreliable. Let me help you recall. Wang Ziyu, Li Xiaoxiao, Zhang Xianer, Liang Yu. As he casually uttered each name, Lin Su's face instantly turned deathly pale, her body trembling uncontrollably. I told you, I'd catch you with my own hands. Chapter 28. Tricked, that kid was their trump card all along. Su Lin finished reading out the names one by one, then looked at Lin Su with an indifferent expression and said, not only will I personally arrest you, but I can also convict you without a single confession. A single short sentence shattered Lin Su's psychological defenses instantly. To be honest, Su Lin had nothing but disdain for a woman like Lin Su. Being ugly isn't your fault, but coming out to scare people, that's entirely on you. As for you harming so many students, you don't even deserve death as punishment. But regardless, he represents the law enforcer and cannot bend the law for personal gain. Before this, he didn't trouble Lin Su not because he'd forgotten this woman's evil deeds, but because he lacked law enforcement authority. But now, with Xiao Weihai's authorization, it's no problem at all. An hour ago, Huang Weihan had already dispatched his team to bring the victims and their families to the Criminal Investigation Division, conducting a thorough investigation and evidence collection regarding Lin Su's crimes. Lin Su, she would never walk out of here again. Under Huang Weihan's relentless interrogation, countless dark secrets of the Lin family were unearthed, including Lin Zhenghe's collusion with city officials, illegal profit exchanges, and even the persecution of police academy students. Even more cases of deliberate assault, murder, and a series of other crimes all surfaced. Huang Weihan quickly sprang into action, and in less than 20 minutes, Lin Zhenghe was brought to the Criminal Investigation Division. As he walked into the Criminal Investigation Division in handcuffs, Lin Zhenghe felt nervous but still clung to hope. Behind him stood Li Mingyu and Zhang Jingsheng. If they learned about his arrest, they would surely find a way to help him evade charges. Entering the interrogation room, Lin Zhenghe's pupils constricted sharply upon seeing Su Lin sitting in a wheelchair, a flicker of panic flashing across his face. Though their encounters had been few, Lin had consistently schemed to crush Su Lin, seeking to stomp him out of existence. So when Su Lin appeared in the interrogation room facing him directly, Lin's suppressed panic instantly erupted. Lieutenant Huang, shouldn't this person be barred from here? Taking a deep breath, Lin Zhenghe shot Su Lin a venomous glance before addressing Huang Weihan, who was presiding over the interrogation. Huang Weihan smiled and said, Vice Principal Lin, my apologies, but Su Lin is both the victim in your case and the lead investigator fully in charge of handling it. Nonsense. What have you been learning about the law all this time? As a party involved, you should know to avoid conflicts of interest, such a basic rule, and you're unaware of it? Lin Zhenghe declared with righteous solemnity, though to outsiders, his righteousness appeared conspicuously devoid of justice. Deputy Principal Lin, I apologize. Though I'm personally involved, your case is too significant to avoid. Go ahead, continue. Let's see if you can still come up with a reason to make me leave, Su Lin said with a smile, raising his hand slightly. You, Lin Jinghe's face turned pale. Su Lin said with a smile, how about I show you a video clip? As his words fell, Huang Weihan immediately turned the laptop around, facing the screen towards Lin Jinghe, and began playing the footage of Lin Su. It was all my father did it. I actually wanted to apologize to them and offer compensation, but my father helped me cover up the crimes and warn those people not to speak out. Also, when Principal Tang Yan's son hit and killed someone with his car, my father used connections to settle that too. He has ties with Li Mingyu from the city. Hearing Lin Su rattling off all these issues one after another like pouring beans from a bag, Lin Jinghe's face grew increasingly pale. Does it feel like a failure? This is the very person you wanted to protect, even risking your life for her. Yet, in the end, she sold you out without hesitation. A trace of mockery appeared at the corner of Su Lin's lips as he continued, I'm not doing this for myself, but to seek justice for all the students and families you've harmed. With those words, he propelled his wheelchair forward and turned toward the interrogation room door. Huang Weihan watched Su Lin's retreating figure, feeling profoundly shaken. This guy truly has figured out how people's minds work. Starting with Lin Su, firstly, she's a woman, and secondly, faced with a string of solid evidence, she simply has no way to deny it. Once her defenses were shattered, it was tantamount to breaking Lin Jinghe's guard as well. Neither this father nor his daughter would escape now. Continue the interrogation, Huang Weihan said to Hu Gang. Lin Su spoke, but Lin Jinghe remained silent. There must be many secrets hidden within this old fox. Su Lin had just stepped out of the interrogation room when he spotted Chen Hua and two solemn-faced young men in suits walking towards him. Chen Hua, looking uneasy, approached Su Lin and said, Su Lin, these two comrades from the inspection team are here to see you. Inspection team? At that very moment, Huang Weihan also stepped out of the interrogation room. Seeing the two men, his brows furrowed tightly. What's going on? He asked in a grave tone. Chen Hua glanced at Su Lin sitting in the wheelchair, frowned, and said, someone has filed a real name report accusing you of violent law enforcement, causing physical harm to others, and even allegedly running over and killing someone with a vehicle. Now, we need to gather some information from you. Su Lin was stunned. Brutal law enforcement, he wouldn't argue about that one. He had indeed been violent once or twice, but it was only under unavoidable circumstances. But accusing him of personal injury and running people over with a car? That was pure nonsense. Huang Weihan glanced at Su Lin, then raised his head and said coldly, Who said that? Bring the whistleblower here. I want to see the complaint materials. Absolutely ridiculous. Su Lin has only been on the job for less than 10 days. Where does all this come from? Violent enforcement, personal harm, and even running someone over with a car. Who's claiming this? Let me tell you something. In these less than 10 days, he's already caught over 20 criminals, including a Class B fugitive. Do any of you even know what a Class B fugitive means? As these words rang out, Chen Hua suddenly laughed. He said, Captain Huang Weihan, right? I'm aware of everything you've mentioned. Just half an hour ago, we thoroughly investigated Su Lin's entire file, including his record at the police academy. We also gathered information from some of his classmates and juniors. Of course, we don't believe Su Lin is that kind of person either, but personally, I think it's best for him to stay under our protection for now, because someone is trying to target him. The inspection team's investigation was remarkably efficient. Within less than an hour, they'd uncovered nearly every detail about Su Lin's background. When Ma Genhua saw Su Lin's file, his jaw dropped. Damn it, I'd been played by Lao Xia. This kid is his trump card. Ma Genhua suddenly realized and immediately sprang to his feet. Though their bet didn't involve money, losing would still be downright humiliating. Just thinking about Xiao Weihai's smug, all-knowing expression made his skin crawl. That's exactly why he'd sent Chen Hua and Yang Jin over. Maybe they could still snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. It's a pity it was a bit late. By the time Lin Jinghe's interrogation concluded and Chen Hua brought the confession to Huang Weihan's office, Huang Weihan immediately stood up and barked out an order, move out, pull in the net. Chapter 29, 62,000 for a car repair? Woman, you're blackmailing me. In an expansive office of Jiangyun City's government building, 8 people sat gathered around a table. These 8 individuals represented the core leadership of Jiangyun City, from the top-ranking Li Suyuan down to Xiao Weihai at the bottom of the hierarchy, all were present. Apart from them, there was an uninvited guest, Ma Genhua. The latter sat beside Xiao Weihai, watching the smug expression on his face while grinding his teeth audibly. What's wrong, old Ma? Not feeling well? Xiao Weihai deliberately teased in a low voice. Ma Genhua, old Xia, you've hidden your cards well. Keeping your trump card in the traffic police unit, then flipping the entire board in one move and overturning the game, impressive. Xiao Weihai shook his head with a smile and said, Old Ma, this really wasn't my setup. That kid Su Lin was deliberately assigned to the traffic police unit by Lin Jinghe. I merely borrowed someone else's chessboard to play my own game. Regardless, that was a brilliant move. Ma Genhua gave a thumbs up. He had previously suspected his old comrade was hiding something, but now it seemed the old comrade had been prepared all along. Ahem! Just then, sitting at the head position with gold-rimmed glasses and a stern expression, Li Suyuan, the highest-ranking official, cleared his throat. He glanced at the group, his gaze sweeping over second brother Zhang Jingsheng and fourth brother Li Mingyu, then said impassively, "I called you here today to inform you that someone has filed a real name report accusing me of accepting 10 million yuan in bribes. Regarding this report, Team Leader Ma from the inspection group has conducted an in-depth investigation and uncovered some unusual findings. Oh, and we've also rooted out a group of parasites hidden within our organization. For example, Deputy Director Lin Zhenghua of Jiangyun Police Academy." When the name Lin Zhenghua was mentioned, Li Suyuan's gaze deliberately or inadvertently shifted toward Li Mingyu and Zhang Jingsheng. The latter remained perfectly composed, but Li Mingyu's expression changed dramatically. Lin Zhenghua knew far too much, enough to capsize their entire ship. Though Zhang Jingsheng's face betrayed no emotion, his mind was already engulfed in turbulent waves. Lin Zhenghua answered to Li Mingyu, and Li Mingyu's protector was none other than himself. If these two fell, he would be next. And he could clearly sense a trace of murderous intent in Li Suyuan's gaze, evidently preparing to make his move. He struck first by publicly reporting the other party, only for them to completely expose all his shady dealings in retaliation. A chilling dread instantly surged through him. Among our ranks, some have abandoned their convictions, forgotten their oath to serve the people, and abused their authority for personal gain, colluding with unscrupulous businessmen to engage in coercive transactions and illegal appropriations. This pivotal meeting lasted a solid hour and more. The moment Ma Jinhua stood up, the faces of the second brother Zhang Jingsheng and the fourth brother Li Mingyu instantly turned deathly pale. Creak! The meeting room door swung open as a group of people strode in with swift determination. When they placed the subpoena documents in front of Zhang Jingsheng and Li Mingyu, both men immediately collapsed where they sat. Had it only been municipal authorities, they wouldn't have had the authority to deal with them. But now they were facing the Capital Inspection Task Force, the most authoritative supervisory body, wielding imperial authority like an emperor's sword. Meanwhile, on Huang Weihan's side, working in conjunction with the SWAT special forces, armed police, and officers drawn from precinct stations across jurisdictions, they executed a thorough purge of the criminal syndicate led by Wang Jianong. Deploying a force of nearly 1,000 personnel, they swept through all of Wang Jiangong's enterprises and entertainment venues in a single day, arresting over 300 individuals and completely dismantling this criminal organization that had plagued Jianyun City for nearly a decade. The entire city of Jianyun was scrubbed clean from top to bottom, restoring the bright heavens of justice to its citizens. When the citizens saw the news the next day, they all clapped their hands in approval. It was still the same restaurant, the same private room, and the same group of people. Su Lin and his classmates, including Zhang Chao, raised their glasses to celebrate their reunion. After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone began to chat. Zhang Chao leaned closer to Su Lin and said, "Lao Su, Lin Jing has been arrested now, they say he's most likely getting life. That woman Lin Su will get at least 10 years, too. You finally had your vengeance." Su Lin grinned and nodded. It was indeed a satisfying breath of vengeance. To be honest, he didn't mind others liking him even if they weren't particularly attractive. As long as they pursued him through normal means, he could always just say no if needed. But Lin Su, this woman, her heart is venomous as a snake's, stopping at no evil. If it weren't for my system, I might really have been done in by this guy. But now, the clouds parted to reveal the moon. It's finally over. Su Lin, have you written your transfer application yet? Li Xinshin asked somewhat shyly. She had confessed her feelings to Su Lin before and was rejected, but now she's over it. After all, she can still like him without it affecting anything. If they really can't be together, then she'll make another choice. At least they're still young now. Seeing Li Xinshin's shy demeanor, Su Lin could only sigh helplessly in his heart. Not that the girl wasn't pretty, but he genuinely felt nothing for her. At this thought, a graceful and captivating figure suddenly appeared in his mind, making him slap his own head uncontrollably. Seems like he had forgotten something. He vaguely remembered promising that woman something, but ended up standing her up due to the mission. Thinking of that string of missed calls, a faint sense of guilt welled up in his heart. I haven't written the transfer request report yet, been too busy finishing up the operations reports these past 2 days. He raised his glass in a toast to the group and said, "This'll be my last drink. The injuries haven't fully healed yet." Despite his formidable physical condition, the gunshot wounds to his leg and shoulder would still take at least half a month to heal completely. For an ordinary person, recovery would stretch to a month or more. "You're hurt?" Suddenly, 2 crisp sounds rang out. One message was from Li Xinshin, while the other, startlingly, came from directly behind him, accompanied by a faint wisp of delicate fragrance drifting through the air. Su Lin turned his head and immediately looked embarrassed when he saw who had arrived. "You, why are you here?" Standing behind him was none other than Yan Yao, whom he had stood up for 5 days and ignored despite her making at least 80 calls. Her eyes burned with anger, her chest heaving as if she wanted to tear Su Lin limb from limb. You still have time to drink, what a delightful mood, Yin Yao fumed, feeling like all her worry over the past few days had been utterly wasted. No, even if you gave it to a dog, the dog would at least lick your hand and bark a few times. This guy, I've called him so many times, couldn't he at least let me know he's alright? Su Lin, I'm really sorry, I just got caught up and forgot, he said. Too busy drinking? Yin Yao snapped coldly. Alright then. He felt that continuing to explain would make his words sound like excuses. Without saying anything further, Yin Yao took out an invoice from her bag and placed it on the table in front of Su Lin. You said you'd compensate me for the car repairs, right? Here's the invoice, pay me back later. As she spoke, she nodded gracefully at the stunned Zhang Zhao and the others, flashing a faint smile before turning to leave. Su Lin didn't bother chasing after her, instead picking up the receipt on the table. Holy shit, 620,000 yuan, he exclaimed in shock, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. A single phrase instantly flashed through his mind, woman, you're now suspected of extortion. Chapter 30, Little brother, you clearly don't know what older sisters are capable of. Grabbing the receipt, Su Lin stood up and headed downstairs. Only after he left did Zhang Zhao and the others snap back to reality. Damn, that woman was stunning. A celestial fairy descended to the mortal realm. Old Zhang, how on earth does Su Lin know her? Their relationship seems unusual. TCH, just an old hag. Xinshin, you're just jealous. Several voices chimed in simultaneously. Li Xinshin's sour expression made the male comrades feel a pang of sympathetic heartache. Why is it that other guys can have their cake and eat it too, with everyone fawning over them, while us brothers can only stand by and drool helplessly? Ranzi, doffing, my heart aches. Zhang Chao clutched his chest while looking at Gua Xiaoran and Wang Feng. Bro, don't even say it, my heart's already shattered. Wang Feng covered his face and ran off crying. Su Lin hurried downstairs and saw Yin Yao opening the car door and taking the driver's seat. Without a word, he stepped forward, opened the passenger door, and got in. Yin Yao looked at him and spoke coldly. What are you doing up here? Holding up the invoice, Su Lin said solemnly, Miss, I'm giving you a chance to take this invoice back. Otherwise, you're going to be in big trouble. Yin Yao? What kind of big trouble? Please enlighten me. Su Lin wore an inscrutable smile and said, do you realize you're already suspected of extortion? I checked earlier, your car only suffered a broken front bumper and one headlight. No matter how you repair it, the bill can't possibly reach 620,000 yuan, right? Don't forget, I'm a traffic cop. Even if I can't afford a luxury car like yours, I still know a thing or two about pricing. Are you sure you know the price? Yin Yao asked with a teasing smile, then leaned slightly closer to Su Lin. A delicate fragrance wafted over, startling Su Lin into leaning back immediately as he raised his hands in defense. What are you trying to do? He blurted out. Ha! Yin Yao scoffed and reached into the glove compartment, pulling out what looked like a contract before tossing it straight into Su Lin's lap. Su Lin frowned in confusion as he flipped it open. It was indeed a car purchase agreement. The text above made him feel utterly uneasy. It was entirely in English, yet he could understand it. Bentley Mulsanne, Custom Edition, total vehicle price, 1.12 million euros. 1.12 million euros? Su Lin felt his lips trembling. It was truly poverty that limited one's imagination. In his mind, a Bentley couldn't possibly cost more than 4 or 5 million at most. Even if a headlight and bumper gets smashed, at most it'd take around 100,000 yuan to fix. Let's ask the leadership about it, maybe they'll approve some funding. 62 grand, damn, that's enough to buy a top-of-the-line 5 Series with money to spare. If I went to the squad leader myself, I'd probably get chewed out. He grinned awkwardly at Yin Yao's flawless pretty face and asked sheepishly, did you go through insurance? Nope, you said you'd cover it, so I didn't file a claim. A faint smirk played on Yin Yao's lips. This guy, amusing. If Su Lin knew she had labeled him as merely amusing in her mind, he'd probably be furious to death. Hearing this, Su Lin's lips curled in irritation. Your car, I genuinely can't afford to compensate for it. MHM. Yin Yao nodded. Ha, Su Lin's face was full of surprise and doubt as he asked, and then? No, and then, since you can't afford to compensate, I'll just have to go to your superiors. If that doesn't work, I'll escalate it to the municipal level. Hold on. Su Lin raised his hand and said, is that really necessary? It's fine if you don't want to look for it. This amount of money doesn't really matter to me anyway. How about this, let's try a different repayment method, Yin Yao said with a smile. Alright, go ahead. Take off your clothes. What? Su Lin was startled. Sister, though you're beautiful, I sell my skills not my body, alright? Ugh, what's selling skills? I'm a people's police officer. Are you taking it off or not? Yin Yao's beautiful eyes flickered with a chill as she slowly took out her phone. Fine, I'll take it off. Su Lin gritted his teeth. Anyway, stripping in front of such a beauty wasn't exactly a loss for a man. It's perfectly normal for guys to go shirtless on the streets. Without another word, he pulled off his upper garment, but in the process aggravated his wounds, sucking in a sharp breath through his teeth from the pain. Yan Yao's gaze focused intently on him. The first thing she noticed was the knife wound from their previous encounter a few days earlier. Then her attention was drawn to the bullet wound on Su Lin's shoulder. 2 wounds, both still bandaged with gauze. Her eyes were filled with shock, her expression deeply moved. She reached out as if to touch them, but her hand trembled slightly before she slowly withdrew it. Shifting her gaze from the wounds, she glanced briefly at the flawless, muscular physique, and a faint blush rose to her cheeks. Take your pants off too, she said. What? Sis, don't go too far. Su Lin immediately became wary. This woman was clearly up to no good. Too far? Little brother, you probably don't know what big sister is capable of. Yan Yao gazed at him with a smile, her eyes curving into crescents, utterly bewitching. Su Lin gritted his teeth. I'm a man with principles. Ha! Yan Yao was even happier. She felt that teasing this young lad could bring boundless joy to her tense work and life. Alright, take your morals and get out of the car. She felt her demand was somewhat excessive, directly asking Su Lin to step out of the car. Bye! Su Lin got out of the car and immediately bolted away, as if running even slightly slower would result in him being devoured alive by Yan Yao. Women, what a plague they are! Giggle giggle. From the Bentley behind him came a silvery peal of laughter. Yan Yao watched that receding figure, her smile gradually warming her delicate cheeks with a faint blush. The reason she agreed to meet Su Lin was witnessing his heroic dive to save a child that day, throwing himself into danger without hesitation, even at the cost of personal injury. On the very day he stood her up, seeing an entire emergency response team mobilize and hearing the term armed resistance to law enforcement made her worry uncontrollably about that young man she'd only met once. Su Lin's complete radio silence afterward kept her on tenterhooks, her anxiety growing with each passing hour. The kindness in her heart wouldn't let her ignore whether this young man lived or died. Meeting again today and seeing his body covered in wounds made her even more certain here was an unsung hero. Indescribable feelings stirred in her heart, especially when he brought her joy. Yan Yao tasted something sweet. TCH. Suddenly she clicked her tongue at herself, face burning crimson as she drove away. At 7 a.m. the next morning, Su Lin was still fast asleep at home when a phone call abruptly woke him up. Listen up, kid, get your ass to the station ASAP. Big news, hurry. Zhao Guodong's excited shouts crackled through the phone. Captain Zhao, what's gotten into you this early? I'm still on sick leave. Su Lin grumbled groggily. Zhao Guodong, sick leave my ass. Get up now, you're receiving a commendation medal. The division chief and director Xia are personally presenting it. They'll be here any minute, so move it. Su Lin's eyes snapped open upon hearing the words, his face lighting up with joy. Chapter 31, 2 second-class merits, exceptional promotion to third-class police superintendent. Meritorious service medals represent honor and recognition for anyone in the police system. Su Lin knew he had earned merits and had long anticipated the day he'd wear those medals, though he never expected it to come so soon. He quickly dressed, freshened up, and rushed out the door in a hurry, speeding towards the 1st Traffic Police Brigade. The moment the taxi stopped in front of the brigade building, he spotted 3 vehicles arriving simultaneously at the entrance. All 3 cars bore police license plates. When the driver of the lead vehicle spotted Su Lin, he immediately stopped and rolled down the window. Captain Huang, Su Lin greeted upon seeing the man. Huang Weihan's usually stern face broke into a rare smile as he said, Xiao Su, I came today to see you shine. Hurry up and go in. Su Lin nodded excitedly and strode boldly into the station. In the conference room of the traffic police unit, just as Su Lin entered, team leader Zhao Guodong was the first to start applauding. Splash, splash. The applause thundered as dozens of traffic officers and auxiliary police from the 1st Brigade watched Su Lin, all wearing warm smiles on their faces. Especially Yang Wei and Fang Wei, who were particularly excited, clapping so hard their hands turned red. Soon, footsteps echoed behind Su Lin as several senior officials entered the conference room. The first was a tall, middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and striking eyes. Dressed in standard traffic police uniform, he swept a smiling glance across the room. Captain. Zhao Guodong quickly stepped forward, saluted, and called out. Su Lin and the others hastily snapped to attention and saluted. The person arriving was none other than Lu Geng, the chief of the Jiangyun City Traffic Police Brigade. Glancing at this group of energetic young people, Lu Geng's smile widened, his eyes narrowing into cheerful crescents. He walked up to Su Lin, proactively extending his hand for a handshake as he said, Comrade Su, you've truly brought honor to our traffic police unit. I'd like to see who dares say now that traffic officers are only good for standing guard and checking vehicles. Su Lin shook hands with the division leader before him, barely containing his excitement as his face broke into a radiant grin. Now listen here, old Lu, I can't let that remark slide. Who exactly claimed traffic police only stand guard and inspect cars? That's outright slander, came the retort as yet another figure entered through the door, none other than Municipal Bureau Director Xiao Weihai. Behind Xiao Weihai also followed Guo Liang, the head of the branch bureau, and Huang Weihan, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Division. For Su Lin, apart from Huang Weihan being slightly less impressive, these were all big shots. Lu Geng shook hands solemnly with Xiao Weihai and said, "Old Xia, you might not have said it, but rumors abound. You said it yourself, those are just rumors. But don't worry, starting today, there won't be any such rumors about you within our system," Xiao Weihai said while shaking his hand. "That's acceptable." Lu Geng smiled. Xiao Weihai grinned and asked, "Alright, let's get straight to the point. Would you like to go first or shall I?" Lu Geng replied, "They're my subordinates, of course I'll go first." With that, he pulled out a document from his pocket, glanced at the excited crowd, and read aloud, "To all officers and auxiliary police personnel of Jiangyun City Traffic Police Detachment, 1st Traffic Police Brigade. Due to the outstanding performance of all officers from Unit 1 in continuously solving multiple cases including theft, kidnapping, homicide, and combating criminal organizations during the period from September 11th to 24th, where every member contributed ideas and demonstrated remarkable courage in overcoming difficulties, Traffic Police Unit 1 is hereby awarded a collective third-class merit for encouragement." Splash, splash. As the announcement from the document was read aloud, a group of brothers from the Traffic Police Department erupted in applause, their faces flushed with excitement. It's worth noting that their traffic police unit rarely received any commendations throughout the year. A single third-class merit was more than enough to thrill every one of them. Yet this was merely the beginning. Lu Geng personally handed a third-class merit medal and a commendation signed by superiors to Zhao Guodong before returning to his original position and continuing by producing another document. Due to the outstanding performance of traffic police officers Yang Wei and Fong Wei from Unit 1 during Operation 917, where they displayed extraordinary courage in protecting people's property without regard for personal safety, Yang Wei is hereby awarded 1 third-class individual merit, and Fong Wei is awarded 1 third-class individual merit. We hope you both will continue to strive and serve the people. Operation 917 refers to the case of the Zaya Wantang sand quarry. Although both men were essentially supporting figures in the operation, they indeed demonstrated fearless bravery to the extreme, making their third-class merits well-deserved. After the announcement concluded, Lu Geng personally pinned the medals on both of them and issued the commendations. Finally, he returned to his original position once more, his gaze settling on Su Lin as a faint smile played upon his lips. He pulled out the last document from his pocket and read aloud, "Comrade Su Lin resolved a kidnapping and murder case on September 11th and assisted the police in apprehending the perpetrator. In the following 2 days, he captured over 20 thieves and recovered illicit proceeds totaling more than 2 million yuan. On September 12th, he apprehended a Class B wanted criminal and was injured in courageous action. Furthermore, during the 917 major case, he displayed unwavering fearlessness, successfully helping dismantle a large black market den, eliminating 1 wanted criminal and assisting in the arrest of 11 others." After joint deliberation by the Jiangyun City Traffic Police Detachment and the Jiangyun Municipal Bureau, it has been decided to award Comrade Su Lin the second-class merit citation and exceptionally promote him to first-class police superintendent as an encouragement. Splash, splash. The entire meeting room echoed with deafening applause. Su Lin immediately stepped forward, standing at attention and saluting. Lu Geng approached him, took out a second-class merit medal from a red box, personally pinned it on Su Lin, and handed him the commendation certificate. "Congratulations, Xiao Su," he said with a smile, patting Su Lin on the shoulder. His face showed happiness, but there was also a hint of helplessness. Outstanding talents ultimately couldn't be retained, of this he was acutely aware. Amid renewed applause, Su Lin straightened his posture and saluted everyone. By this time, Lu Geng had fulfilled his duty and stepped aside. Xiao Weihai stepped forward, looking at Su Lin with a face full of smiles. At this moment, Su Lin's face was filled with excitement. Wasn't it supposed to be a third-class merit? How did it suddenly turn into a second-class honor? He still couldn't believe it. Everyone says second-class honors are usually awarded posthumously, but considering all his injuries, if it were someone else, they might indeed be receiving it lying down. "Comrade Su Lin, I still have something here for you." Just as he was secretly celebrating, Xiao Weihai spoke up. Su Lin raised his head, looking puzzled. "There's more?" The former took out a document from his pocket and began reading. In recognition of Comrade Su Lin from the 1st Traffic Police Brigade's assistance in successfully cracking a homicide case during the cleaning operation, and for discovering crucial leads that helped eradicate a decade-old criminal network entrenched in Jiangyun City. Following a vote by the Municipal Bureau Party Committee, Comrade Su Lin is hereby awarded a second-class merit. When the words second-class merit for Xiao Weihai came out, Su Lin nearly froze in disbelief. One wasn't enough, here came another. Having only served as a traffic cop for over 10 days, he had suddenly received 2 second-class merits. Such terrifying achievements probably couldn't be matched by 5 fingers worth of people across the entire Great Xia. No, this was truly unprecedented in history. You see, he's just a traffic cop. With 2 second-class honors, he skipped 5 ranks from probationary officer directly to first-class inspector. The surprise came too swiftly and overwhelmingly, leaving him momentarily stunned. Chapter 32, Did Su Lin get used for free? Looking at the 2 medals on his chest, it all felt like a dream. Only after Lu Gung personally replaced his epaulets did he snap back to reality, staring at the single bar and 3 4-pointed stars on his shoulders. His current administrative rank must be at least deputy section level, right? Don't doubt it, you're getting full section level treatment, Lu Gung said with a smile. Yes. Su Lin straightened his posture and shouted loudly. Lu Gung patted him on the shoulder, then turned around, his smile vanishing instantly from his face. Zhao Guodong, come out with me. Upon hearing this, Zhao Guodong obediently followed without hesitation. The 2 men stepped outside, where Lu Gung's face instantly darkened. I just went to the provincial capital for a training session, and you couldn't even handle such a small matter, he said coldly. Don't you realize how many eyes are on Su Lin right now? Couldn't you have called me? Zhao Guodong felt aggrieved. Sir, I called you at least 10 times a day, he replied. Not only couldn't I get through, but you didn't even return my calls. What was I supposed to do? The commissar told me to contact you, but how could I reach you? Lu Gung's lips twitched slightly. He did recall seeing some missed calls in the past few days, though he had never intended to respond. After all, he'd finally gotten away for some training and a chance to relax. Who would have thought we'd encounter such a situation? Su Lin, that kid, he genuinely wants to stay. Within just half a month, their first traffic police unit earned 1 collective 3rd-class merit, 2 individual 3rd-class merits, along with Su Lin's own 2 2nd-class merits, skyrocketing to fame that echoed across the nation. Imagine keeping him in the squad for a year, or 2, what then? Don't say a word. He definitely has a chance to get into the provincial level, but now, with so many eyes on him, to be honest, he won't be able to hold out for long. Alright, Lu Gung turned to Zhao Guodong and said, don't say anything. If anyone approaches you, just ignore them and tell them they need my approval first. I'll head out now, got to keep studying. Oh, and tell Su Lin that we already submitted the reimbursement for that car's repair fee the day before yesterday. He should just focus on his work. For his sake, I've really gone all out. After saying that, he turned and ran outside. Wait, Lao Lu, why are you running? At that moment, Xiao Weihai happened to step out and saw Lu Gung quickly walking away. He hurriedly chased after him. But the more he chased, the faster Lu Gung ran. In an instant, he rushed outside, got into his car, and left in haste. That old fox. Xiao Weihai glared, fully aware that Lu Gung was deliberately avoiding him. He turned around fuming and returned to Zhao Guodong, saying, Xiao Zhao, no matter what, we have to transfer Su Lin. You know perfectly well he belongs in criminal investigation. Zhao Guodong nodded in full agreement. Chief Xia, you're absolutely right. But you're telling the wrong person. You'll need to speak to our squadron commander, Xia Weihai. He regretted it. If only he had followed them out earlier. But soon, a cold smirk flickered across his face. What was the use of running? This person was his to claim. He thought to himself, the detachment leader may be gone, but there's no escaping the traffic bureau, is there? Once the transfer order comes down from above, whether you're Lu Gung or not won't make a shred of difference. Let's go, Xiao Huang, he said, pushing open the conference room door and calling to Huang Weihan, who was still busy cozying up to Su Lin. The latter hesitated for a moment before stepping forward and asking, Director Xia, did it work? Xia Weihai shook his head. No, but don't worry, this guy definitely belongs to your criminal investigation unit. Give me at most half a month, and I'll get him transferred to you. Ha! Zhao Guodong let out a disdainful chuckle. If their brigade captain refused to show his face for half a month, how exactly did he plan to pull off that transfer? Xiao Weihai noticed him then, the corners of his mouth curling up with a sly grin. He spoke up, Xiao Zhao, since you won't give us the man, how about we discuss this? Could we borrow him for just a few days? Just a few days? The criminal investigation branch has several major cases recently, and I'd like Su Lin to lend a hand. They're criminal cases, major ones at that. You know the harmful impact they've caused. I want to give the public and the victims a satisfactory resolution as soon as possible. Hearing this, Zhao Guodong found it difficult to refuse. After all, they all served the people. If they stubbornly kept Su Lin from helping, once higher-ups found out, they'd probably be torn to shreds. Not to mention the higher-ups, even the common people would hold grievances against them. Fine, a temporary transfer is possible, but you must specify exactly how many days it will last, Zhao Guodong said solemnly. How about 7 days? We'll just borrow him for 7 days. Xiao Weihai didn't push it too far and proposed a specific number. Alright, I can make this decision. Zhao Guodong nodded, figuring it was just a temporary transfer anyway, no big deal. Su Lin, step outside for a moment. Xiao Weihai, all smiles, promptly entered the conference room and motioned for Su Lin to come out. Chief Xia, Captain Zhao, Branch Head Huang, what's going on? Su Lin asked, visibly puzzled. He had a feeling that he was about to be transferred, and couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Unexpectedly, Xiao Weihai said, Xiao Su, we're temporarily assigning you to the Criminal Investigation Division for a few days. They've got a couple of major cases and need your help. Su Lin was momentarily stunned. Just a temporary transfer? but soon he shrugged it off. It didn't really matter either way. To be honest, things were going pretty well for him in the traffic police unit. Even Captain Zhao treated him like a little VIP, and the cafeteria ladies always gave him double portions. Life couldn't be more comfortable. I have no objections. I'll follow the department's arrangements, he said with a shake of his head. Seeing his acquiescence, Xiao Weihai immediately said to Zhao Guodong, Xiao Zhao, I'll be borrowing him for now. You can brief old Lu later. Alright, Director Xia, I got it. Zhao Guodong nodded, then turned to Su Lin and said, Xiao Su, when you get to the criminal investigation team, don't embarrass our first unit. Su Lin replied, Don't worry, Captain Zhao. When have I ever embarrassed anyone? You darn kid. Aren't I the little ancestor? Su Lin said with a cheeky grin. Get lost. Zhao Guodong widened his eyes and was about to turn away when he suddenly remembered something and spoke again. By the way, that 30,000 yuan bonus has already been deposited into your account. Oh, and Chief Lu asked me to tell you that he took care of the repair fees for that luxury car the day before yesterday. Just focus on your work, higher-ups are really supportive of you. Ha! Hearing this, Su Lin's jaw dropped. He couldn't help but recall last night's incident. He'd essentially gotten it all, for free. A woman, the more beautiful she is, the better she lies. Gritting his teeth in anger, he swore to himself that he must be more cautious next time. He couldn't afford to be soft-hearted just because someone was beautiful. Firmness was required in both principle and action. You can break my head or spill my blood, but I'll never bow to a beauty. Alright, let's go. Huang Weihan grabbed Su Lin's arm and hurriedly pulled him outside. They were indeed facing a tricky case now, and time was of the essence. Chapter 33, The Bizarre Suicide Incident. Clues begin to surface. At the Criminal Investigation Division, when Su Lin followed Huang Weihan into the conference room, he was astonished to find the place almost packed to capacity. Most attendees wore police uniforms, while others were dressed in plain clothes. Su Lin was dressed in the uniform of the traffic police force, wearing the traffic police badge on his chest and the traffic police armband on his sleeve. As he walked into the conference room, many eyes turned toward him. Chen Huan and Hu Gang's eyes lit up, their gazes fixed on Su Lin brimming with delight. Finally, the captain has succeeded in getting him transferred here. They were utterly in awe of Su Lin during the previous Wang Jincheng death case. He found the crucial lead in just 15 minutes and cracked the case outright. The case that had them stumped for a full day and night, he solved with effortless ease. This guy definitely has some remarkable skills. But many people still didn't recognize Su Lin. As the young man in traffic police uniform walked in, skeptical expressions appeared on everyone's faces. Especially the veteran criminal investigators, they all looked at Huang Weihan with undisguised confusion on their faces. Ignoring the questioning stares, Huang Weihan swept his gaze across the room and announced, Since everyone's here, let's begin the meeting. He motioned for Su Lin to take any available seat, then signaled a technical officer to activate the projector. An image immediately appeared on the wall at the front of the room. Heat Song, male, 42 years old, resident of Jiangyun City, lived at Unit 502, Building 3, Xingfu Garden Community, Huamao Street, found dead from charcoal burning. Suicide at home 6 days ago, with no eyewitnesses. The body was discovered by his son who returned home from school for the weekend. His wife, upon receiving the call, also rushed back from out of town. Wang Yingzhen, male, 42 years old, resident of Jiangyun City, lived at Unit 601, Tower A, Hongha Community, found dead from hanging at home 3 days ago. Home surveillance footage clearly captured him voluntarily suspending himself from the ceiling beam. Zhong Ming, male, 42 years old, resident of Jiangyun City, lived at Unit 501, Building 9, Wantai Haoyuan. This morning at 9:20 a.m., his wife who had gone out grocery shopping returned home and called the police, reporting her husband had committed suicide by wrist cutting at home. Again, the entire incident was captured on surveillance footage, and after careful technical team verification, it was indeed confirmed as suicide. Su Lin scrutinized the projected images with intense focus, his expression grave yet tinged with unmistakable excitement in his eyes. Criminal investigation. This was his first real exposure to it. Compared to directly using the eye of judgment to catch criminals, this was far more challenging, because even if you used the eye of judgment and learned the criminal's information, what then? What it required was a complete chain of evidence. Without this, prosecution was fundamentally impossible. How often do situations occur where you clearly know who the criminal is, yet remain powerless against them? The eyes of virtue and vice were quite suitable for Su Lin to accumulate points, but when it came to cases like these, they could only serve as a supplementary aid. He decided it would be best to temporarily set aside this skill and instead rely on Death Whisperer and Trace Seeker, his genuine professional expertise, to sharpen his investigative instincts. With this in mind, Su Lin cast the eyes of virtue and vice from his thoughts and fully immersed himself in the case. As of now, the three cases shared multiple commonalities. First, they were all men. Second, they all died by suicide. Another point is that each incident occurred exactly 3 days apart, as if following some ritual. But he thought this was far too coincidental. In today's society, with high living standards and people living peacefully, it's extremely rare for anyone to choose suicide except perhaps for some sufferers of depression. Or perhaps, it was simply impossible. Unless, someone was forcing them to their deaths, loan sharks, for example. Huang Weihan continued, in the past year, there were only 4 suicide cases in Jianyun City. Yet, in less than 10 days this month alone, there have already been 3. Can this really be just a coincidence? His accusatory words echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone's expression was extremely solemn. Coincidence? No way. The work of criminal investigation is to shatter all coincidences, impossibilities, and analyze every bewildering fact to uncover the root cause and answers. They absolutely refuse to believe that there could be so many coincidences in the world. Yet according to the field investigation and forensic autopsies, everything suggests these 3 cases truly have no connection, it's simply one massive coincidence. Su Lin stroked his chin, his gaze fixed intently on the projected images, unwilling to miss even the slightest detail. He meticulously observed the deceased's expressions at the time of death, as well as their surrounding environment, among other factors. Though he hadn't found anything yet, he believed the details would eventually surface. Xiao Su, here are the documents. At this moment, a deliberately hushed voice spoke up. It was Chen Hua approaching Su Lin's side to hand him autopsy reports and background information on the 3 deceased victims. Thanks, Captain Chan, Su Lin replied with a smile. Chen Hua gave him a pat on the shoulder before returning to his own seat. Unbeknownst to him, his action left everyone present astonished. Even the seasoned investigators with 7 or 8 years of homicide experience wore expressions of disbelief. Chen Hua and Hu Gang were both crack case solvers, having cracked countless major cases under their command. With over a decade or 2 in criminal investigation, their merits could fill entire walls. Naturally, such individuals tend to be more arrogant. They might encourage young newcomers, but they'd never go out of their way to befriend them like this. Many were wondering, just what background did this traffic cop have? Could it be another privileged kid here to gild their resume? Hu Gang gritted his teeth at the sight and snapped at Chen Hua. Flattery won't do you any good. There's no way they'll transfer to Squad 3. You don't know shit. Chen Hua glared at his old comrade. He genuinely wanted Su Lin to join his 3rd team, but he also knew the chances were slim. Handing the information over to Su Lin was actually meant to test him, if only subtly. Huang Weihan at the head of the table continued discussing the case details, while Su Lin had already immersed himself in the presentation report and all the materials concerning the 3 deceased. Soon, he discovered 2 more commonalities. All 3 victims had died between 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock in the morning. There was an even more glaring similarity. They were all precisely 42 years old. The autopsy reports that followed revealed no external injuries on the 3 deceased except for the wounds left at the time of their deaths, not even a single needle mark. Residual food and gastric fluids in their stomachs, along with blood tests, all confirmed no signs of poisoning. All 3 autopsy reports concluded the cause of death as suspected suicide. Due to insufficient additional evidence, the reports could only tentatively label them as suspected, without definitive confirmation. Further down were the materials collected during the field interviews. According to neighbors, all 3 individuals were naturally cheerful, got along well with those around them, and never showed any or violent tendencies. They were described as kind-hearted, straightforward, and generous people. Following that were several medical card records showing they had hardly ever visited hospitals apart from minor colds, further confirming no signs of depression. Then came the background checks. Digging deep into their identities, nearly all evidence indicated there were absolutely no connections among these 3 deceased individuals. It seems, these 3 cases are just a coincidence. Su Lin couldn't help but frown. He felt merely reading these documents wasn't enough. He needed to visit the scenes. All 3 crime scenes had to be inspected. Just as he was about to put down the documents, something suddenly occurred to him, and his expression changed instantly. In the children's information column for all 3 victims, each was recorded to have 1 son, all aged exactly 17 years old. The fathers are of the same age, and so are the sons. He suddenly narrowed his eyes, grabbed the pen and notebook from the hands of the detective beside him, and began scribbling away, completely ignoring the other's glaring displeasure. The detective, seeing Su Lin disregard him, couldn't help but feel a surge of anger and made a sudden move to reclaim his belongings. But Huang Weihan called out sharply, "Xiao Yi." It turned out that the brigade commander had also noticed Su Lin's unusual behavior. With his words, everyone's gaze shifted to Xiao Yi and Su Lin, who was currently buried in rapid writing. Chapter 34, Suicide? No, this was murder. Huang Weihan was the first to stand up, quietly moving behind Su Lin. Next came Chen Hua, followed by Hu Gang, all 3 standing behind Su Lin, their eyes fixed on the words he had written in his notebook. The first line contained 2 large characters, followed by a question mark. Coincidence? Just seeing those 2 words, Huang Weihan and the other 2 immediately understood Su Lin must have discovered something. Then, Su Lin listed out a series of coincidences below. 1. Suicide. 2. All aged 42. 3. Middle to upper class family backgrounds. 4. 3 days apart? 5. Time of death roughly the same. 6. All children are 17 years old. Immersive translate. As each piece of information surfaced, Huang Weihan, Chen Hua, and Hu Gang exchanged looks of bewilderment. From the moment he entered until now, a mere 10 minutes had passed. Could this guy have actually discovered something again? Isn't this speed a bit too fast? Observing the reactions of the 3 division chiefs and squad leaders, several seasoned investigators also stood up and moved closer to Su Lin's workstation, curious to see what could possibly warrant such focused attention from 3 senior officers. As for the young officer whose notepad had been commandeered by Su Lin, he now stared in shock at the improbable chain of coincidences Su Lin was methodically documenting. To uncover so many coincidences in such a short time shows just how meticulous this young man's thinking is. He couldn't help but glance up, only to widen his eyes in shock. Su Lin's police rank was unmistakably 1 bar with 3 stars, a first-class police superintendent. Hiss! He couldn't suppress a sharp intake of breath. After 3 years as a criminal investigator, having cracked several cases and earned a third-class merit, he still hadn't reached that rank. But up until now, he was still just a police constable 3rd class. This young man beside him couldn't be more than 20 years old, 4 or 5 years younger than himself, and he's already a police constable 1st class? Incredible, downright unbelievable. At that very moment, Su Lin finished writing what he intended to write. He began organizing the details one by one, then boldly drew a thick line under the entry where both children's ages were listed as 17. He suddenly raised his head and looked toward Huang Weihan's direction, only to find no one there. Moreover, he noticed that the people around him seemed to be staring at him intently, without even blinking. You all! Just as he was about to speak, an arm reached over from behind and snatched the notebook he had just finished writing in, flipping through it. Su Lin, recognizing it was Huang Weihan, immediately said, typically, children of the same age start school together. They're both 17, could they have attended the same school? Or perhaps participated in the same competition, or even, been classmates? Of course, they might not be in the same high school now. But what about elementary school, middle school, or even kindergarten? I think this is a good angle to pursue. Huang Weihan's eyes lit up with keen anticipation as he immediately declared with enthusiasm, Hu Gang, investigate the victims' children's school backgrounds right away. Understood. Hu Gang responded firmly with a nod, swiftly gathering a team of 7 or 8 detectives before leaving the conference room. Chen Hua shot a slightly envious glance at his colleague and couldn't help but pout. He wanted to join the investigation too. The next moment, Su Lin finally reacted and said to Huang Weihan, Chief Huang, I want to visit the scenes, all 3 of them. Good. Chen Hua, don't say I'm playing favorites, you take young Su there. How far you get depends entirely on your abilities, Huang Weihan said meaningfully. Yes, sir. Chen Hua immediately saluted, his face brimming with excitement. Perfect, getting to follow Su Lin to the scenes would surely yield results. Although he had just been testing Su Lin, he was now thoroughly astonished. In just 10 minutes, this guy had spotted a potential lead, giving their entire task force a much-needed morale boost. Regardless of whether it yielded results, it was invaluable experience. This kid truly isn't ordinary, especially when recalling how this kid miraculously traced a lead by simply sniffing the scent of flowers in the prison cell last time. It was downright unbelievable. Growing increasingly excited, he turned to Su Lin and said, Come on, Xiaosu, I'll take you there. Su Lin nodded without paying attention to the astonished gazes around him and followed Chen Hua as they headed outside together. After the 2 of them left, the detectives who had stayed behind couldn't contain their shock any longer. Captain Huang, who is this young traffic cop? Yeah, Captain Huang, is this expert you brought in? Is this lead he mentioned actually useful? Immersive translate. The group all started speaking at once. Huang Weihan swept his gaze across the group and said indignantly, Think about it yourselves, each of you has been doing criminal investigation for years now. How could you all have missed such crucial information? You've all been focusing on the victims' interpersonal relationships, perhaps paying attention to family ties, but you've habitually excluded the student population from your scope of potential leads. Looks like every single one of you needs to retake investigative training. As Huang Weihan spoke, his weathered face suddenly flushed red. He realized he'd overlooked this point too. After all, these 3 families had no inherent connections. Who would have thought to look at that angle? The investigation visits also didn't focus on gathering this type of information. He glanced once more at the notebook in his hand, picked up his phone, and dialed Xia Weihai's number. Hello, Chief Xia, this is Huang Weihan speaking. We've got some leads on the suicide case. I recommend forming a special task force. At these words, all the detectives standing in the conference room turned solemn. Special task forces are only formed for major criminal cases. Once established, the case must be solved within a strict deadline. Yes. Huang Weihan, hearing the definitive reply over the phone, immediately let out a loud shout. Immersive translate. Here, Su Lin and Chen Hua arrived at the crime scene together. The moment he stepped inside, he activated his unparalleled tracking skills. The first thing that caught his attention was the mingled scents, distinct human odors surrounding him. Since acquiring the tracking skill, his sense of smell far surpassed that of ordinary people. He could distinguish various scents and even follow trails based on them. However, the scent at the crime scene was extremely complex. Since he hadn't encountered it beforehand, he couldn't determine exactly whose body odor it originated from. He stared at the white lines on the ground, along with a long extinguished charcoal stove nearby and scattered ash footprints and other traces. After a moment of silence, he shook his head slightly. Nothing could be done, there simply wasn't any clue to follow. With a sigh, he walked over to the window, swept his gaze across the street below, glanced at the building opposite, then turned away. In an instant, his gaze suddenly sharpened as it fixed on the windowsill. On the windowsill sat a potted green plant, a common spring orchid found in markets. But that wasn't the crucial point. What mattered was that the water tray beneath the plant was spotlessly clean, without the slightest trace of grime. Gloves! Su Lin let out a deep shout. Upon hearing his words, Chen Hua's expression tightened as he hastily retrieved a pair of white gloves. Su Lin swiftly put on the gloves and gently picked up Chunlan. Chen Hua was momentarily stunned. There didn't seem to be anything on it at all. In his eyes, there was indeed nothing. But with the aid of his tracking skills, Su Lin's vision became like a microscope, allowing him to detect traces that had been wiped away by someone. And when he slowly picked up the water tray, he suddenly noticed an irregular circular mark beneath it. Anyone who has kept potted plants knows, when a flower pot is left in one place for a long time, a circular dirt stain inevitably forms at the bottom. At this very moment, the indentation before them served as evidence. Because it wasn't perfectly regular, appearing somewhat elliptical, so subtle that the human eye could barely discern it without careful observation. Moreover, there were extremely fine signs of damage on the imprint. Find surveillance footage around here immediately. Check if any cameras captured this window, Su Lin said as he set down his gear, his voice grave. This is serious, he's 90% certain it's a homicide case. Upon hearing this, Chen Hua immediately mobilized his team to begin the investigation. In just 15 minutes, he located surveillance footage from a streetside shop. However, the cameras only captured pre-recorded footage. The system had been under maintenance for half a day on the day of the incident. What a coincidence! Another coincidence! Su Lin refused to give up and immediately had the surveillance system owner contact the manufacturer. The manufacturer responded that no on-site maintenance service had ever been performed. As they stepped out of the streetside shop, Su Lin and Chen Hua exchanged a solemn look. Murder! The word escaped their lips almost simultaneously. And at that very moment, Chen Hua's phone rang. Chapter 35, Su Lin, Deputy Team Leader of the Special Task Force. Chen Hua's phone rang, it was Hu Gang calling. When he answered the call, the first words from Hu Gang on the other end were, Old Chen, get back to the team immediately. Chen Hua, got it. The two immediately got into the car. With a stomp on the accelerator by Chen Hua, the Volkswagen sped swiftly toward the direction of the municipal bureau. Back at the municipal bureau, the two immediately rushed to the third floor where their division was located. In no time, they arrived at the meeting room. As before, the meeting room was packed to capacity. After Su Lin and Chen Hua entered, Huang Weihan was the first to stand up, holding several documents in his hand, which he handed to Su Lin. He took them and carefully examined them, his furrowed brows gradually relaxing. It's confirmed, murder. And based on my deduction, a revenge killing is the most likely scenario. He raised his head with an extremely confident expression and spoke in an utterly assured tone. Huang Weihan nodded and gave him a thumbs up. Great job, kid. You found the lead for us in just 10 minutes. Impressive. Looks like the rest of us need to go back to training. Previously, we all fell into a logical trap, desperately trying to connect the three victims while focusing narrowly on their interpersonal relationships. Since they died by suicide, we were fixated on the people around them. Meanwhile, the killer left no traces. The method was truly cunning. Su Lin said, just relying on the victim's interpersonal relationships alone definitely won't work. A person's life trajectory is actually very simple: professional work, family life, and social entertainment. We just need to examine these three aspects to connect the entire network of associations, and the answers we're looking for will surely surface. No matter how clever the murderer is, as long as there's a connection between them, we will track them down without fail. Well said. Huang Weihan clapped his hands and looked at the dozens of criminal investigation team members present, adding, take notes, all of you. This will be useful for your future cases. The group of detectives, still stunned and shocked, quickly snapped out of it and immediately picked up their pens to start writing. Huang Weihan looked at Su Lin with a grin and said, Su Lin, from now on you'll be the expert of our Jiangyun City Criminal Investigation Division. Su Lin, no, Captain Wang, I'm just a traffic cop. Hey, sooner or later you'll be one of us in criminal investigation. Huang Weihan chuckled, no longer dwelling on the expert issue. Before pressing on, you went to the scene, tell me what clues you found? Su Lin nodded and said, we've made a significant discovery. Now we can confirm that this is indeed a serial murder case. Even without visiting the other two crime scenes, I'm certain of it. First, based on my findings at the crime scene in the victim Hee-sung's home, the perpetrator entered through the window, committed the murder, and then exited the same way. We found a surveillance camera at a retail shop across the street that could capture the balcony of the victim's home. Unfortunately, the footage from the day of the incident was missing. After contacting the manufacturer and service provider, we learned one key detail: they hadn't dispatched anyone for maintenance visits. As these words were spoken, the expressions of those present changed abruptly. Su Lin continued, moreover, with the one team leader Huang just gave me, I'm now 100% certain this was murder. What Huang Weihan gave him was precisely the academic records of the three deceased individuals' sons, which Hu Gang had been tasked to investigate. The records showed that these three children were all students at Jiangyun City No. 1 High School a year ago, and what's more, they were classmates in the same class. From April to June last year, the three children transferred to different schools one after another, arriving at their respective current institutions. Here's the question: Jiangyun City No. 1 High School is arguably the best middle school in all of Jiangyun City bar none. Why would someone transfer from a prestigious high school to a lesser one? There must be something noteworthy behind this. Su Lin. Huang Weihan's voice rang out sternly. Here. Su Lin froze for a moment but quickly stood at attention and responded. After careful consideration by the Bureau, we've decided to form a special task force for the suicide case, with me as the team leader. You are now appointed as deputy leader of the task force. From this moment onward, you can mobilize all resources of the entire detachment. Everyone, including myself, will follow your command. You have 10 days to solve this case. Ha! Su Lin was dumbfounded. Wait, Captain Huang, are you joking? I'm a traffic officer here to assist. You're giving me this deputy leader title. Will the veteran detectives even accept that? What do you mean I'm asking you now, do you have a problem with this? Huang Weihan said sternly, reporting, no problem at all. Hearing this, Su Lin immediately straightened his neck and shouted loudly. This was credit being handed to him on a silver platter. Why refuse when it's freely given? Then his gaze shifted to Manhua, then to Hu Gang on the other side, seeing both of them grinning obsequiously. Hu Gang, don't worry, Deputy Team Leader Su, no one will voice any objections. Exactly. Anyone with complaints can come to me, I'll make sure they fall in line, Manhua chimed in with a laugh. The group of detectives all nodded in agreement. Su Lin's earlier display had thoroughly won over these seasoned investigators. Huang Weihan, if there are no objections, then we can begin. Su Lin nodded and looked at Manhua, saying, Captain Hu, you're responsible for obtaining information from those three children. I don't care what methods you use, as long as they're legal, just get us what we need. Understood. Hu Gang nodded. Captain Hu. Su Lin turned to Manhua again and said, let's head to the other two crime scenes and the forensic team. I need to understand exactly how the killer committed these murders. Good. Manhua immediately nodded. Finally, Su Lin turned to Huang Weihan and asked, who is the current captain of Criminal Investigation Team 1? He was aware that the previous captain of Criminal Investigation Team 1, who had come to assassinate him, was already dead. Naturally, someone else must have been promoted to the position. Reporting, Deputy Chief, it's me. My name is Zhang Gong, acting captain of Team 1, answered a man in his early 30s as he stood up. Su Lin nodded and said, Captain Zhang, your current task is to go to the school and find out if any other students transferred or dropped out during the second semester of the first year at Jiangyun First High School last year, apart from the three victims' children. Understood, Zhang Gong replied with a nod. The three teams quickly left the branch meeting room and dispersed to begin their investigations. Huang Weihan watched their departing figures and cracked a smile. That kid must be brought over. If not, we'll have Bureau Chief Xia put some pressure on the Traffic Bureau. Generally speaking, traffic police units fall under the jurisdiction of the Public Security Bureau. They are required to follow directives and policies from public security authorities. Typically, major policies are relayed from the Public Security Bureau to the Traffic Management Bureau, which then implements them through local traffic police units. We should approach this through their superior department. Whether Captain Lu Gung is there or not makes no difference whatsoever. Immersive translate. Time passed swiftly, and soon half the day was gone. Su Lin conducted repeated searches and analyses of the three crime scenes, then meticulously re-examined the bodies. In the end, he had to admit that the killer had indeed executed everything flawlessly. Apart from a few faint traces that merely proved the murders occurred, there was almost no substantial clue left behind. Both the crime scenes and the victims' bodies bore no tangible evidence whatsoever. Yet the more this was the case, the more exhilarated he felt inside. Without challenges, how boring would that be? Chapter 36, as expected, the case is already solved. Late at night in the temporary office of the Criminal Investigation Division, Su Lin sat at his desk, scrutinizing a case analysis chart he had drawn by hand. The first victim had died by charcoal burning suicide, with the autopsy confirming carbon monoxide poisoning as the cause of death. The second victim died by slitting their wrists, with the autopsy confirming excessive blood loss as the cause of death. Additionally, surveillance footage from the victim's home served as supporting evidence. In the surveillance footage, the deceased had indeed slit their own wrist. Su Lin reviewed this segment over a dozen times, and there was absolutely no discrepancy. The third victim hanged himself, and the autopsy confirmed it as suicide. According to the surveillance footage from the deceased's home, there were indeed no signs of foul play. The case seemed to have hit a dead end. Su Lin racked his brain for hours but couldn't find any leads. Frowning in thought for a moment, Su Lin casually picked up the nearly ready instant noodles nearby, intending to grab a quick bite. But just then, the door was pushed open as Zhang Gong entered the office. Deputy Team Leader Su, after investigating Jiangyun City No. 1 High School throughout last year, aside from the children of the three victims, only one female student from the same grade died from illness. Zhang Gong began. Died from illness? Su Lin looked up, his face showing a surprised expression. Zhang Gong, yes, death from illness. That female student had congenital heart disease. We retrieved her past medical records from the hospital, and it's indeed true. Her time of death was March 19th. I've already brought back the resuscitation records. Moreover, I specifically sought out that doctor. He said he was also the attending physician back then and had believed the girl likely wouldn't live past 20. It just happened somewhat earlier than he'd anticipated. With that, Zhang Gong placed a photograph in front of Su Lin. The girl in the photo had delicate, sweet features. Standing amidst a sea of flowers, she appeared utterly innocent and vibrant, like an ethereal spirit dancing lightly through the blossoms. Jiang Yaya? Su Lin repeated the girl's name, then sighed. The heavens are blind. He then raised his head, looked into the girl's family situation. It would be best to talk to her parents. Zhang Gong. He stood silently for a moment before speaking. Deputy Group Leader Su, isn't this too cruel? After all, they lost their daughter just a year ago. Su Lin paused slightly, the hand holding his instant noodles freezing for a moment. Yes, this approach truly was cruel, but to solve the case, he had no other choice. His intuition told him there might be a connection here. What are the odds that the girl died on March 19th, and all three of them transferred schools in April? The earliest transfer record was on April 3rd. He turned to Zhang Gong and said, Captain Zhang, go investigate this female student's parents first. We'll decide our next steps based on what you find. Zhang Gong pulled out 2 files from his bag and said, I've already looked into it. The girl's parents both work at a telecom company, one's a senior executive in the communications department, and the other is a network engineer. Su Lin nodded and took the files of the 2 individuals from Zhang Gong. He glanced through them, both were top students, graduates of prestigious universities, and had excellent careers. Alright, leave the materials here. I'll review them first. Got it. Zhang Gong nodded and turned to leave. After Zhang Gong left, Su Lin ate his instant noodles while arranging various documents on the table. As he looked through the photos, his gaze suddenly sharpened. A flash of insight crossed his mind. It seemed he had overlooked something. He set down the noodles, tore off the photos of the deceased girl and her parents, and swiftly moved to the whiteboard behind him. Without hesitation, he wiped away the case analysis with his sleeve. Then, he pinned up the photos one by one using small magnets, followed by the pictures of the deceased and her family members. Then, beneath the photos, he wrote down their respective professions and any potential connections, among other details. Clap. Suddenly, he slammed his hand down hard, staring intently at the deceased girl's parents, more precisely, at their listed occupations. Wen Qi, Operations Department Manager at a mobile communications company. Jiang Jinbin, Deputy Chief Engineer of Network Communications at a mobile communications company. He turned and ran back to his desk, searching through the messy pile of documents, quickly pulling out several files. At the small shop across the street from Victim 1's home, the surveillance system belonged to the mobile communications company. At Victims 2 and 3's homes, the surveillance systems had been installed within the last 6 months through door-to-door sales, and both were products of the mobile communications company. All 3 victims used mobile numbers from the same carrier. When all coincidences come together, they cease to be mere coincidences. But, there was still one lingering question. If the 3 victims knew each other, why were there no communication records between them? He immediately picked up the phone and dialed Zhang Gong's number. In less than 3 minutes, Zhang Gong returned. Once assigned to a task force, these veteran detectives would be on the battlefield, risking their lives. It's common for them to not return home for 72 hours. Zhang Gong had originally planned to spend the night in the office, but before he could rest, Su Lin's call came in. Deputy Team Leader Su, did you find something? He hurried back to Su Lin's temporary office, asking with a hint of surprise in his tone. Su Lin nodded and said, Captain Zhang, immediately contact the telecom company to confirm whether Wen Qi and Jiang Jinbin are at work as usual. Also, get me the complete call records of all 3 victims from the past 6 months, and bring in someone from their company who's well-versed in communication billing. Hearing Su Lin's words, Zhang Gong froze for a moment, then immediately went to carry out the order without another word. Even when it was already midnight, he didn't hesitate for a second. For a criminal investigator, a homicide case weighs as heavy as the sky. After Zhang Gong left, Su Lin immediately contacted Huang Weihan, Hu Gang, and Chen Hua, summoning them all to the conference room. Looking at the three exhausted faces, he couldn't contain his excitement and spoke up, "Captain Huang, Captain Hu, Captain Chen, unless something unexpected happens, the case is solved." "Oh." Huang Weihan nodded out of habit, then suddenly widened his eyes, stood up straight, and exclaimed, "Little Su, what did you just say? The case is solved?" Hu Gang and Chen Hua were stunned too. Chen Hua blurted out instinctively, "Deputy Team Leader Su, don't tease us, how could it possibly be solved this quickly?" Hu Gang, looking at Su Lin's confident expression, couldn't help but ask, "Deputy Team Leader Su, are you serious?" Su Lin nodded with a smile. Instantly, all three of them stared at Su Lin in utter shock. Then he grinned and said, "I've already asked Captain Zhang to look for evidence. If this lead falls through again, I think our task force might be in for some serious criticism." Seeing his relaxed smile, the three men exchanged glances. Could this guy be serious? Solved it? Chapter 37. Too late in the end, he completed his revenge. Su Lin quietly waited in the office with Huang Weihan and the other two. After about an hour, at 1 a.m., Zhang Gong finally hurried back to the precinct with a USB drive in hand. Behind him followed a manager from a mobile communications company, wearing black-framed glasses and looking gentle and refined at first glance. One might mistake him for a girl. Su Lin immediately stood up, followed by Huang Weihan and the other two. "Captain Zhang, give me the call logs of these three people," he said. Zhang Gong and Huang Weihan greeted each other, then handed Su Lin the USB drive containing the call records. Immediately afterward, everyone gathered around the computer. He began swiftly reviewing the call records of the three deceased, examining each entry meticulously. "Boot up another computer, I'll take a look too," Huang Weihan said. Upon hearing this, Hu Gang promptly fired up a nearby laptop. "Old Zhang, the two of us will handle one computer," Chen Hua also called out to Zhang Gong, and the two focused on one terminal. Soon, they immersed themselves in scrutinizing the call logs. The 6 months' worth of call records amounted to thousands of entries, and including text messages, the total swelled to over 10,000 entries. This was an extremely intricate and massive undertaking. The manager from that mobile communications company was seated to the side, and Su Lin told him to rest for a while, as they might need his help later. After nearly 2 full hours, by which time everyone's eyes were bloodshot from staring, they finally finished cross-checking all the communication records. "I haven't found any records of communication between them on my end." Huang Weihan spoke first. He fished a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, passed one each to Chen Fei and the others, then lit up with a worried expression and took a deep drag. Chen Fei said, "Deputy Team Leader Su, nothing on my side either." The expressions of the crowd grew grave. Had Su Lin just discovered a lead, only for it to be cut off once again? Su Lin, however, smiled faintly and said, "It seems they are indeed very cautious, or rather, the killer is extremely careful." "What do you mean? Could the killer have deleted the communication records between all three victims?" As he spoke, Huang Weihan's eyes suddenly sharpened with focus. Su Lin then approached the manager of the mobile communications company, lightly tapping the resting man on the shoulder and saying, "Manager Wei, come give me a hand." "Oh, coming." The mild-mannered manager promptly rose from the sofa, put on his glasses, and walked over to the computer. "Su Lin, Manager Wei, could you please compile all the call records of these three individuals and calculate their total expenses? Make sure the calculations are precise." "Got it." Being a professional, Manager Wei completed the financial breakdown for all three individuals in under an hour. He calculated twice in a row, and the numbers were exactly the same. Su Lin, meanwhile, turned on the printer and printed out the contents of 3 text messages. These 3 messages turned out to be the monthly bills sent by the mobile communications company to its customers, spanning from March to August of last year, each month accounted for. When the bills were laid out in front of Manager Wei, his eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "How could this be? March's call charges were a full 19 yuan more, April's were 26 extra, May's 18. June's, the numbers are accurate. July's figures are correct, and August shows no discrepancy either. Why were their call charges unusually high for just these 3 months alone?" Looking at the comparison between the billed call durations of the 3 deceased and the actual charges collected by the mobile carrier, Manager Wei froze in shock. Huang Weihan, Zhang Gong, Chen Hua, and Hu Gang stared intently at the computer screen, feeling their scalps tingle and hairs stand on end. Terrifying. So terrifying. They couldn't help but glance at Su Lin, only to see the young man smiling confidently, radiating self-assurance. "Huang Weihan, Manager Wei, your company isn't overcharging customers, right?" "No, absolutely impossible. In the past, there might have been isolated cases, but now the system automatically calculates everything. There's absolutely no room for error." Manager Wei shook his head in haste. "Found it." Huang Weihan took a deep breath. Zhang Gong, on the other hand, wore a gloomy expression. He raised his head and looked at Su Lin, asking, was it really that couple? Su Lin, close enough. But we're still missing the final piece. I need to find out who took that girl to the emergency room and which doctor performed the emergency surgery. Once this is confirmed, the entire crime sequence will be complete. Both cases can be closed simultaneously. Both cases? Huang Weihan started noticeably. Chen Fei exclaimed in surprise, what 2 cases? Hu Gang asked, what's the other case about? Only Zhang Gong spoke in a somber tone, the case of the girl with heart disease who was murdered? Su Lin snapped his fingers and said, that's the one. Zhang Gong took a deep look at Su Lin, a trace of admiration rising in his heart. It must be said, the gap between him and Su Lin was truly not small. Ding ding ding. Just as each of them wore different expressions, Huang Weihan's phone rang. He took it out to check. It was nearly 4 a.m. The phone call came from the duty room, and he answered it immediately. Hey. Hello, Captain Huang, another dead body, a voice came through the phone. Bang. Huang Weihan's expression darkened as he asked in a low voice, what happened? Another suicide. The deceased is Wang Kai, head of the emergency department at Zhongyun City's Eastern Hospital. Boom! Hearing the sound, Su Lin abruptly stood up from his chair, which collapsed with a loud thud behind him. Let's go! He immediately dashed outside. Huang Weihan and the others grasped the situation instantly and sprinted out in pursuit. Bringing up the rear, Zhang Gong remembered that Manager Wei was still in the office. He promptly turned back to inform Wei that he needed to remain there to cooperate with their investigation, calling over 2 young detectives to keep an eye on him. Soon, the entire group arrived at the hospital and finally spotted the suicidal doctor on a gurney in the emergency department. A scalpel had severed the carotid artery, leaving the floor covered in blood. The scalpel was still clutched in his hand. Su Lin stared at the corpse on the bed, his face grim with anger. He barked, pull up the surveillance footage immediately, check everyone who entered or left the emergency department. And I want to know who was the last person to see this doctor. His words had barely left his lips when Zhang Gong walked into the emergency operating room, clutching a photograph in his hand. He glanced at Su Lin, raising the photo in his hand as he said, I just questioned the duty nurse and the head nurse. They confirmed that a year ago, it was the 3 deceased who brought Jiang Yeye into the emergency room. The attending doctor was named Wang Kai, this man right here. As Zhang Gong pointed to the already deceased Wang Kai, everyone's expressions turned grim. At this point, it could be said the truth of the case was practically laid bare. But, it was still a step too late. He, or rather they, had completed their vengeance. Chapter 38, a tragedy beyond measure, deserving of 1,000 deaths. Xiao Su. Huang Weihan turned to Su Lin, about to speak, when Su Lin raised his head with an icy expression and said, arrest them. What are you standing around for? Arrest him. Huang Weihan immediately turned to Chen Fei and the others, growling in a low voice. Yes, the 3 team leaders dashed out in unison, and soon nearly all members of the Criminal Investigation Brigade mobilized, heading straight for the suspect's home. Su Lin glanced down at the corpse, then turned and strode out. Although he harbored deep hatred and contempt for this doctor named Wang Kai, after all, it's a living life, what he deserved was legal judgment, not vigilante justice. Huang Weihan quickly caught up to Su Lin, and as they stepped outside, he instinctively pulled out a cigarette to light up. Su Lin, Captain Huang, give me one too. Huang Weihan paused for a moment, then handed him one and personally lit it for him. Su Lin took a drag, slowly exhaling a trail of smoke. In his past life, he had been a heavy smoker, but in this life he had always restrained himself from smoking. But at this moment, he felt he needed one to soothe the anger burning inside him. Xiao Su, walk me through the case details carefully. Huang Weihan spoke up. To be honest, as the leader of this special task force, he still didn't quite grasp the complete ins and outs of the case. He'd just been watching Su Lin take the lead, feeling utterly lost in the fog. Hearing this, Su Lin gave a slight nod. Taking a drag from his cigarette, he said, the case should be traced back to 1 year ago. Based on my deduction, Jiang Yeye's death was absolutely not from ordinary heart failure. Or rather, her heart attack was triggered by some kind of shock, and that shock is related to the children of the 3 deceased. When Jiang Yeye had the attack, the 3 children realized they couldn't cover it up anymore, so they called their parents. They sent Jiang Yeye to the emergency room, where she was treated by the doctor lying there now. They likely knew each other. Then Jiang Yeye died, and these people definitely concealed something, perhaps the real cause of her death. Later, Jiang Yeye's parents must have learned about their daughter's victimization. A year was more than enough time for them to plan their revenge. As Su Lin calmly presented his evidence, Huang Weihan felt a creeping sense of dread. A case within a case, and what's more, 2 homicides definitely qualifies as a major crime. 5 victims, a series of revenge killings. Jiang Yeye's parents were nothing short of utter madmen. Su Lin went on, the reason I singled out the suspects is because of their identities. They're all employees of a mobile communications company, and what's more, executives and engineers. They have every means to cover up their criminal evidence. For example, maintaining surveillance systems, or erasing connections between the three deceased, isolating them as separate cases. No one would ever suspect them. In fact, they almost succeeded. Su Lin stared at the flickering ember of his cigarette and murmured in a low voice, "They could have trusted us, but instead, they chose the extreme path." Looking up at the faint glow of dawn creeping into the sky, he realized an entire night had slipped by like this. Crushing out his cigarette, he stood and said, "Let's go. In an avalanche, no single snowflake is innocent. Huang Ji, arrest the families of those three victims too. The case from a year ago must finally see justice." Right. No matter how vicious Jiang Jinbin was, that girl remains the first victim of this case. She deserves justice. Huang Weihan nodded and got to his feet as well. The two men drove back to the precinct swiftly. On the way, Huang Weihan had already made calls to the subordinates. Apart from the couple Jiang Jinbin and Wenqi, the son and wife of the three deceased were also apprehended and brought to justice. Su Lin was exhausted. After returning to the office, he immediately lay down on the sofa and fell asleep. He had no idea how much time had passed before someone woke him up. Bleary-eyed, he looked up and saw it was Huang Weihan. "Huang Ji." He immediately got up. "Huang Weihan, I bought you breakfast, get up and eat." Su Lin glanced at the time, noticing it was 8:30 a.m. He had slept for about 3 hours, which finally provided some relief. He first drank a large glass of water, then picked up a steamed bun from the table and took a bite. Huang Weihan also grabbed a steamed bun and said, "Everyone has been apprehended." However, Jiang Jinbin and Wenqi still refused to talk. Su Lin nodded slightly upon hearing this and replied, "Expected. That couple has exceptionally strong psychological resilience. Shift focus, interrogate the three victims' sons and wives first." Questioning them can only confirm that Jiang Ye's case a year ago wasn't due to a heart attack, but it still won't prove Jiang Jinbin's guilt, Huang Weihan remarked. True, it indeed can't prove their guilt. Even if we're certain they tampered with the mobile company's data, we can only charge them with forgery and commercial fraud, not premeditated murder. But by interrogating the three children and uncovering the truth from back then, we can find a way to crack open the couple's silence. Huang Weihan thought his reasoning was sound. Within moments, he finished off the steamed buns on the table and led Su Lin into one of the interrogation rooms. In the interrogation room, a teenage boy sat pale-faced on a chair, his body trembling slightly as he mumbled incoherent words. Su Lin knew at a mere glance that the kid simply couldn't withstand the pressure of criminal police interrogation. He shook his head and walked out, heading to the second and then the third interrogation room. The results were largely the same. These three teenagers, inexperienced with such situations, quickly cracked under minimal pressure, spilling everything they knew. Sure enough, in less than 20 minutes, the door to the second interrogation room opened. Chen Fei came to Su Lin with a laptop in hand and muttered grimly, "They're a bunch of animals. They truly deserve to die." The video began to play, and as the young man inside slowly revealed the truth of that year, even Su Lin couldn't help but say, he deserved to die. The three youths, after watching some inappropriate films, decided to vent their frustrations on a female classmate. They encountered Jiang Ye and, under the pretense of tutoring, lured her to Yitsong's home where all three took turns assaulting her. Su Lin couldn't help but think of the delicate, lovely girl in the photos and imagine her utter despair in that moment, his expression instantly darkening with fury. According to their confession, after they had vented their bestial desires, they discovered Jiang Ye had suffered a heart attack and was already unconscious. They finally became terrified and contacted their respective parents. Upon learning what had happened, the three parents immediately rushed her to the hospital, but by then she was already dead. According to the examination at the time, Jiang Ye's true cause of death was not the heart attack but rather fatal hemorrhaging. One of the child's parents had considerable influence and a good relationship with the doctor. After explaining the situation, they had the doctor dispose of all evidence, making it appear as a heart attack, before attempting to contact Jiang Ye's parents. However, Jiang Ye's parents were away on a business trip at the time and wouldn't return for a week. Upon learning this, the three parents conspired with the doctor to directly arrange for Jiang Ye to be sent to the crematorium, using the furnace to eliminate all evidence. Su Lin clenched his fists as he read this, his eyes blazing with icy fury. To even deny parents the right to see their daughter's remains, why must they be so vicious? Not allowing parents to see their daughter one last time, not even permitting them a final glimpse of her body, this was nothing less than tearing out their hearts and carving their flesh. Just imagine the sheer despair and agony Jiang Jinbin and Wenqi must have felt when they returned from their business trip to find only their daughter's ashes waiting for them. Chapter 39 The Unleashed Demon. The interrogations of those three families had concluded. Everyone finally learned that Jiang Jinbin had uncovered the truth from the son of victim number 3, then spent nearly a year meticulously planning his revenge. Though the truth of the year-old case had come to light, no one among them could feel even the slightest sense of relief. The entire office was filled with a stifling atmosphere. Huang Weihan, Su Lin, the three heads of the criminal investigation teams, and over 20 detectives, all were seething with rage. The root of it all turned out to be a juvenile crime. Yet the parents from all three families displayed such despicable behavior enough to make one's blood run cold. What's despicable is that doctor, how could they commit such acts that violate medical ethics and morality? The wheel of justice turns, and heaven spares none. When they were doing those things, they probably never imagined their day would come like this. Most heartbreaking of all, after learning the truth, Jiang Jinbin and his wife didn't choose to report to the police, but instead became avenging demons, personally killing all four masterminds. But what's most surprising is that he actually let those three kids go, the very instigators responsible for Jiang Ye's death. Had a change of heart? Who's going to interrogate Jiang Jinbin and when she next? Huang Weihan looked up and asked. Su Lin, I'll go. All right. Huang Weihan nodded slightly upon hearing this. Arriving outside the interrogation room, Su Lin took a deep breath and pushed the door open to enter. Inside the interrogation room, the man was calmly watching Su Lin as he walked in, his gaze carrying a hint of surprise. His first glance had landed on Su Lin's traffic police badge. Traffic cop? He couldn't help but voice his confusion. Correct, I'm a traffic officer, Su Lin smiled and said, but I've just been temporarily transferred to criminal investigations. It's now my job to interrogate you. Jiang Jinbin nodded slightly, returning the smile as he said, Officer, as I've already stated, I know nothing about this. Su Lin fixed his gaze on the man. This individual remained remarkably calm, spoke with refinement, and displayed unshakable composure. Such a person would be extremely difficult to break through psychologically. However, in his view, perhaps it wasn't necessary to go through such trouble at all. What he needed to determine now was who exactly committed the murder. Eye of Judgment, he silently recited, activating the Eye of Judgment skill. The next moment, Jiang Jinbin's information appeared before his eyes, the bloody red hue particularly glaring. Jiang Jinbin, serial homicide suspect, responsible for 3 consecutive murders. Just reading the first line was enough to shock Su Lin greatly. 3 consecutive murders, that meant among the 4 deceased, 1 wasn't killed by Jiang Jinbin. Apart from him, there was only his wife Wen Qi. Su Lin spoke slowly. Jiang Jinbin, are you sure you don't know anything? Do you really think we have no evidence at all? You can tamper with communication data, but you can't alter the telecom company's billing records, because those are entirely independent and directly managed by the headquarters. Am I right? As these words were spoken, Jiang Jinbin's expression froze instantly. Yet he still managed a faint smile and said, from this alone, you can't prove I did anything. At worst, you could prosecute me for tampering with the company's core data and damaging its reputation. The most I'd get is a sentence for commercial crimes. True enough, Su Lin nodded. But what about your wife, Wen Qi? She was involved too, and she killed someone with her own hands. Do you think she can withstand interrogation as well as you? The moment these words left his lips, Jiang Jinbin's pupils constricted. For the first time, panic flashed across his face. How could he know about his wife killing someone? It couldn't be possible? He had handled every scene perfectly, each one flawless. Impossible. Jiang Jinbin's heart roared with fury. How did you know? Jiang Jinbin's lips trembled slightly as he stared fixedly at Su Lin, his eyes flashing with bone-chilling hatred. He resented the world's unfairness. Why must it treat their daughter this way? She was already so pitiful. Doctors said she wouldn't live past 20, a girl without tomorrow. The couple worked frantically just to save enough for surgery fees, preparing to take their daughter to the world's best hospitals abroad. To give their daughter a future, the couple had nearly abandoned all their own dreams. But, someone killed their daughter, shattering their spiritual pillar. Su Lin looked at Jiang Jinbin, whose eyes were bloodshot. His psychological defenses were beginning to crumble. He said, Jiang Jinbin, if you don't want others to know, don't do it in the first place. The details of the Heatsong crime scene were too sloppy. You even left half a fingerprint behind. We just need to run a simple comparison. Impossible. Jiang Jinbin suddenly roared. You're slandering us. Su Lin, you seem quite confident. Then let me ask, did you wipe the bottom of the flower pot on the balcony? Jiang Jinbin froze. You didn't dare wipe it, did you? Because cleaning the flower pot would leave evidence. So you meticulously erased all traces beneath it, yet deliberately avoided touching the pot's underside. Su Lin smiled faintly. Those half fingerprints were genuine. They'd already been collected and would soon yield a match. This could be considered the only substantive piece of evidence they've obtained in their investigation so far. His earlier words were also probing, a calculated gamble. The first crime scene was simply too crude. It seemed more like an impulsive killing rather than premeditated murder. The following 2 crime scenes were simply incomparable. Jiang Jinbin lowered his head, his body trembling as he stared fixedly at his own hands. Su Lin, seeing that he remained silent, knew this guy was still on the verge of breakdown and hadn't completely cracked yet. So he opened the notebook before him and began playing the interrogation recordings of the 3 youths. Jiang Jinbin suddenly raised his head, his face instantly twisting into a terrifying snarl. They're beasts. All beasts. They all deserve to die, every last one of them. He'd gone mad, his eyes bloodshot as if possessed. To be fair, anyone would go mad after experiencing something like this. In just a few minutes, he was drenched in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of water. Su Lin closed the interrogation video on his laptop and asked, "Why didn't you target those three first? I believe your revenge plan included them as well." Su Lin wasn't particularly well-versed in criminal psychology, but he understood human nature. Once a demon is unleashed, it seizes control of the soul. Killing one is killing two makes no difference. Then why not just kill everyone who ruined their family? None of these three families, nor that doctor, were innocent. Jiang Jinbin slowly raised his head and said, "I admit, I killed them all. For people, I killed them all." Su Lin frowned slightly. He had already guessed that this man was going to shoulder all the blame. Chapter 40, The honest man pushed to the brink. Justice owes you. Seeing Jiang Jinbin take responsibility for all the cases, Su Lin sighed inwardly. If he hadn't stepped up, Su Lin might have actually looked down on him. But even so, he still wouldn't bend the law. Reality was indeed cruel, but he couldn't bear to watch a murderer roam free before his very eyes. No matter what their reasons may be, the fact remains that they committed murder. He said, "You want to take all the blame, there's just no way. The fingerprints at Hitsung's house belong to your wife. Even if you truly shoulder every ounce of guilt, she'd at the very least be an accomplice." No, that's not right, she isn't. Jiang Jinbin completely lost control, his eyes bloodshot as he continued to let out roars of rage, his handcuffed wrists twisting and struggling wildly. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from the restraints. Su Lin watched calmly, paying him no attention. Nearly 5 minutes passed before Jiang Jinbin gradually calmed down, his eyes lifeless and devoid of spirit. "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything." He spoke hoarsely, his gaze lost in memory. Yaya had always been such a sensible child, she was our family's pride. But on that day, March 19th last year, our most beloved daughter, she was defiled and killed by those little beasts. What hurts most is they won't even give us the right to see her body one last time. Do you know how we felt when we were staring at Yaya's ashes? From that moment on, I died inside. Died, do you understand? Jiang Jinbin's emotions erupted again. Su Lin gestured toward the one-way glass, and Huang Weihan immediately entered the room. "Chief Huang, get me a pack of cigarettes." The latter nodded, took out his own cigarettes, lit one, and handed it to Jiang Jinbin. "Thanks," Jiang Jinbin replied numbly with a nod of gratitude. He took the cigarette, watched the curling smoke for a moment, then brought it to his lips for a drag. Yaya is very obedient, never gives us any trouble. Her heart condition is controlled with daily medication, so episodes rarely occur. On top of that, those bastards went ahead and cremated her body without our permission as husband and wife, so I became suspicious that there was something fishy about her death. For a period afterward, I kept tailing all three families. It wasn't until the three little beasts transferred schools that I finally confirmed they must have done something to Ye, so I started digging deeper. Heaven rewards the diligent, and eventually, I got the truth out of that Zhong kid. Right then, I wanted to kill him on the spot. But it wasn't enough, not nearly enough. All three families are guilty. Every last one of them deserves to pay with their lives for what they did to our Ye. Not a single one should get away. The hysterical voice, filled with venomous hatred, seemed to drop the temperature in the interrogation room by a dozen degrees in an instant. Su Lin raised his head. "So, you started plotting your revenge?" "Correct." Jiang Jinbin nodded, taking another drag of his cigarette before continuing. "I began secretly observing their daily routines, studying every single one of their habits and behaviors. Every day outside of work, I spent plotting how to kill them without getting caught. I'm not actually afraid of being discovered. What truly frightens me is not being able to kill them all before you find out." "Su Lin, so you faked your own suicide?" "Exactly, that was my plan. First, eliminate the three most threatening men, then deal with those three little bastards. Finally, I'd take care of the three women. At first, I didn't tell my wife, but as my behavior grew increasingly abnormal, she finally discovered some of the things I'd been doing at the company just as I was about to execute my plan. Under her persistent questioning, I had no choice but to reveal the truth, and that's exactly what I regret most." At this point, Jiang Jinbin became agitated once more. She actually went alone to confront that Hitsung. And do you know what that beast did to her? He actually forced himself on my wife. He deserves to die, deserves death 100 times, 1,000 times over. They killed my daughter and violated my wife, don't they deserve to die? Say it, say it. Hysterical screams once again pierced through the interrogation room. Both Su Lin and Huang Weihan's eyes burned with murderous intent. Damn it, that bastard truly deserved to die. Huang Weihan thought to himself that if the perpetrator stood before him now, he wouldn't hesitate to draw his gun and shoot the man dead on the spot. First, his daughter was murdered, then he endured such humiliation. My wife had already lost the will to live. She lit a charcoal stove while that beast was asleep. Fortunately, I had installed a tracking app on her phone. By the time I found her, she was nearly unconscious. Hearing my voice, she mustered her last ounce of strength to open the door for me. Seeing her frail body, I wanted to tear that beast limb from limb, but I held back, because I wanted their entire family wiped out. Then I started setting up the scene. Unfortunately, there were too many traces left behind. I couldn't clean them all up completely. Otherwise, you'd have never found me. After that, I began planning revenge against the other two. First, I used my technical skills to alter the surveillance footage. The person you see in those surveillance videos is actually me. The original footage was digitally overwritten. As Jiang Jinbin recounted the events in detail, the case was fully reconstructed. After hearing it, Su Lin and Huang Weihan couldn't help but smile bitterly and shake their heads. That guy was truly a genius. No wonder they couldn't find any clues linking the other two victims to homicide no matter how hard they tried. Those surveillance footages had all been replaced by Jiang Jinbin. His build was quite similar to the other two men, and after long-term imitation, hardly anyone could spot the difference as long as facial contours weren't revealed. Su Lin and his team had also tried showing the surveillance footage to the neighbors, who immediately confirmed that the men were indeed from those two households. Little did they know, it was a case of substituting one thing for another. Immersive translate. The interrogation lasted nearly 2 hours before concluding. As Jiang Jinbin was being led away, Su Lin suddenly spoke up, "Captain Huang, put him and his wife in the same cell." "What? Don't give reckless orders, kid. Breaking protocol could lead to trouble you can't handle," Huang Weihan said sternly. Jiang Jinbin's face, however, lit up with hope as he looked at Su Lin with deep gratitude. Then he shook his head again and said, "Thank you, officer. But I know the enormity of my crimes. I dare not hope for that." Su Lin then spoke up, "Captain Huang, if all else fails, just keep them in adjacent cells where they can still see each other." "That works," Huang Weihan nodded. "Thank you." Jiang Jinbin's eyes were red, 2 trails of remorseful tears streaming down his cheeks. "No need for thanks. This was justice long owed to you." Su Lin shook his head and said, "Actually, when you first learned the truth, there was another choice you could have made." "No, there was never another choice, only this one. For our daughter, we'd have gladly given our lives, just for justice. The only regret is, we couldn't kill those 3 little bastards. If I'd known how capable you were, I'd have dealt with them myself first." Su Lin, "They will face the judgment of the law." "The punishment of the law? No, it's too lenient. What does any of that amount to compared to a human life?" Jiang Jinbin muttered as he was escorted out of the interrogation room by 2 detectives. Chapter 41 Special Marking. Let me show you how it's done. Stepping out of Jiang Jinbin's interrogation room, Su Lin let out a deep sigh. What a damn case. He shook his head, feeling it'd be more satisfying to just catch criminals on the streets. Working on this kind of case was downright depressing. Huang Weihan patted his shoulder and said, "In our line of work as criminal investigators, we encounter all kinds of cases. This is nothing compared to seeing someone who murdered their own child with their bare hands." Su Lin's eyes narrowed sharply upon hearing this. "Captain Huang, how could such monsters exist in this world? Even tigers, vicious as they are, don't devour their own cubs." "Yes, I've personally dealt with one such case," Huang Weihan replied with a solemn nod. "Captain Huang, this suddenly makes me want to return to traffic police. Homicide work, it's downright soul-crushing," Su Lin muttered. "That's impossible. With your abilities, you'll only encounter even more unbelievable cases. Kid, we need to learn to toughen up. Don't forget our graduation oath, and our faith." "All right then." Su Lin gave a bitter smile. The case was officially closed, and the task force originally scheduled for 10 days was immediately disbanded on the spot. Su Lin and Huang Weihan arrived together at the bureau chief's office, where they found Xia Weihai busy at work. "Chief Xia," Huang Weihan called out. Xia Weihai motioned for Su Lin and Huang Weihan to sit first, continuing to read the documents in his hand without looking up as he said, "Have a seat. Let me finish reading this file." Soon after, he finally finished reading. He then picked up the teacup and personally brewed a cup of tea for each of them. "How's the case going?" Xia Weihai asked as soon as he sat down in front of the two of them. The task force was established yesterday, and he still had plenty on his plate, so he hadn't had the chance to check in. Huang Weihan, "Chief Xia, the case has been solved." "Solved?" Xia Weihai's face registered disbelief at the news. He looked at Su Lin and only dared to believe it after seeing the latter nod. He glanced at his wrist to check the time. Good heavens, just 21 hours? That's less than a single day. This case-solving speed is too fast, isn't it? Come, explain what happened. Suppressing his shock, he urged Su Lin and the others to report the details. "Su Lin, come here." Huang Weihan nudged Su Lin. He indeed shot him an annoyed glare and said, "You explain it yourself. I might curse if I talk." "All right then." Huang Weihan nodded, then laid out the entire sequence of events. After learning the full details of the case, Xia Weihai remained silent for a long while, but his heaving chest and gradually flushed face told them that this big shot was currently boiling with rage, desperate to vent but finding no target. Bang! In the end, he abruptly grabbed the teacup and smashed it viciously on the ground. How can such vile people exist in this world? Damn them, they truly deserve to die. He was somewhat losing his composure. In fact, anyone familiar with this case would think exactly the same way. Su Lin, Chief Xia, I believe when filing charges, we should appropriately consider human compassion. When pushed to a certain point, ordinary people truly can be driven to insanity. I understand. Xiao Weihai nodded and said, but as law enforcement officers, we can only state the facts and provide recommendations. Whether they're adopted is up to the prosecutors. Su Lin nodded in agreement and didn't press the matter further. Immersive translate. The case was finally over, and Huang Weihan drove him back home. That day and night had indeed been utterly exhausting. He needed to get some proper rest. Once home, he collapsed into bed and fell right asleep. He slept for a solid 13 hours straight, not waking until 8 o'clock the next morning. He hastily got out of bed, put on his uniform, washed up, then went downstairs for breakfast before taking a taxi to the Municipal Bureau's Criminal Investigation Division. Zhao Guodong had told him he was only temporarily transferred for 7 days, after which he'd still have to return to the Traffic Police Unit. Though exhausted for 2 days, today he felt fully recharged. Yesterday's gloom completely swept away. Sitting in the car, Su Lin pulled up the system and saw the 800 points earned from apprehending Jiang Zhenbin and Wen Qi yesterday. Combined with his previous points, he'd surpassed 1,000 again and could draw another skill. He didn't hesitate and directly clicked on the lottery interface. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a special skill, special marking. Special marking, an advanced skill, allows marking on any target. Once marked, the host can clearly track the target's location. Note, maximum of 5 simultaneous marks. Maximum marking distance, 10 meters. Su Lin's eyes widened with uncontainable delight. Special marking, isn't that the same principle as a tracker? Awesome. Absolutely awesome. What a lethal weapon. Suppressing his excitement, he decided to test it out on someone, preferably a criminal. Just as he arrived at the city bureau building and stepped out of the taxi, he saw Xiao Weihai personally escorting a woman downstairs, with a smile on his face. Su Lin's eyes widened the moment he recognized the woman. How dare she show up here? They still had unfinished business over that unpaid debt. Su Lin, come here. At that very moment, Xiao Weihai spotted Su Lin and immediately beckoned to him. Su Lin approached, glanced at the woman who looked as fresh and vibrant as a blooming flower, saluted Xiao Weihai, and then said, Chief Xia, I have things to do. I'll head up first. Hold on, you brat. Xiao Weihai quickly grabbed hold of him. Why are you in such a hurry when they're here to see you? A few detectives who happened to be passing by couldn't help but stop and stare upon hearing those words. After all, in their minds, Su Lin was nothing short of a godlike figure. It's a divine melon, a truly divine melon. Who knows, maybe taking a bite could make you stronger. Su Lin, she's looking for me? Yan Yao's beautiful eyes held a trace of discontent as she pouted. What, can't I come find you? Is there something you need? Su Lin felt the intense temptation but immediately lowered his gaze, steeling his heart and vowing not to let this woman take advantage of him again. I came to apologize. It was my fault last time. I forgot you'd already paid my repair fees. Yan Yao smiled, though a sly glint flickered in her eyes. Su Lin. She's doing this on purpose, no doubt about it. Damn it, might as well go all out. He composed his dark expression and forced a smile, saying, in that case, shouldn't you return the compensation I gave you? If I recall correctly, last time you even made me strip off my clothes. Shouldn't I get a visual treat today too? What? Xiao Weihai was dumbfounded, staring at Su Lin with utter disbelief. Yet all he saw was this guy smirking at Yan Yao as if he'd already gained the upper hand. What was even more unexpected was Yan Yao looking at him with utmost seriousness, nodding slightly after a few seconds, then grabbing Su Lin's arm and saying, come on, let's go to the car. I'll take mine off for you. You, what did you just say? What, can't handle it? Yan Yao sneered with mocking amusement. Su Lin gritted his teeth in frustration. Fine, you win. I'm out of my depth here. Goodbye. When a woman abandons all shame, she truly becomes invincible. As someone enforcing the law, with so many people around, if he really got into that car even if he saw nothing, he'd have no way to explain himself. This woman was definitely no good. He feared he might get screwed over without even realizing it. But yet, before heading upstairs, a sly grin crept across his lips as he flicked a special marker toward her from a distance. Special marker. Target, Yan Yao. Marker duration, 72 hours. Just wait and see how I deal with you. He grinned and disappeared into the stairwell. Watching Su Lin dash upstairs in a flash, Yan Yao smiled sweetly, her cheeks faintly flushing pink. Little brother, you're still too green to go up against me. Xiao Weihai stared in astonishment at his comrade's daughter. Good lord, where had her usual demure demeanor gone? How had she suddenly turned into such a female rogue? The surrounding onlookers watched Su Lin sprint upstairs with intense envy. If it were them, they'd definitely jump in that car even if it meant crawling up there with broken legs. Su Lin entered the office, putting the woman downstairs completely out of his mind. After exchanging greetings with Huang Weihan and the others, he began aimlessly wandering around. The investigative division remained quite leisurely during cases lulls. Especially for him, a traffic cop on secondment, he had even more free time. Even if Huang Weihan had no shame left at all, he couldn't possibly assign him to every single case. Su Lin sauntered over to a detective's workstation and suddenly noticed the guy was browsing through photos on the computer. "Hey buddy, what's all this about?" he couldn't help asking out of curiosity. "Brother Su, these are all wanted criminals." The detective looked up, saw it was Su Lin, and immediately answered with a smile. Chapter 42, Photographic Memory, Sweeping Through Nationwide Wanted Lists. "Brother Su, these are all wanted criminals." Detective Lu smiled and explained immediately upon seeing Su Lin. "Su Lin, big bro, you're almost 30. Is it really appropriate to call me bro?" What he didn't know was that the 2 cases he handled, plus the sand quarry case he solved while in the traffic police unit, had already become legendary throughout the entire criminal investigation division. A group of seasoned detectives had been thoroughly impressed by this young man who had just graduated not long ago. "Brother Su, do you want to come take a look?" Xiao Lu said with a laugh. "All right." Su Lin didn't dwell on the matter of address any longer. Once Xiao Lu stepped aside, he took his seat and began reviewing the files carefully. Name, Wang Tong, B-level fugitive. ID number. Involved in multiple cases of intentional assault and homicide. Name, Li Feng, A-level fugitive. ID number. Involved in 3 kidnappings with murder and 1 robbery with homicide. Name, Hu Yonghua, B-level fugitive. ID number. Involved in illegal fundraising, with an amount reaching 350 million. Name, Zheng Guoli, Class B wanted fugitive. ID number. Principal offender of a loan shark syndicate, illegally profited over 40 million from loan sharking, and suspected of intentional assault, provoking trouble, causing multiple victims with injuries and disabilities. Name, Gao Yu, Class A wanted fugitive. ID number, suspected in multiple murder and dismemberment cases, with up to 8 victims. As Su Lin scanned through the list of warrants one by one, he suddenly realized his mind seemed to have become much sharper. Every single identity detail of the individuals he read about, along with the cases they were involved in, were all clearly imprinted in his memory. Especially their appearances, it was as if they had been branded into his recollection. A faint smile curled his lips, somewhat surprised, yet not overly astonished. Ever since the system activated, his abilities seemed to have improved significantly. Later, after using the physique enhancement card, his capabilities in all aspects grew even stronger than before. He swiftly scanned through each piece of information while committing the faces and details of the wanted criminals to memory. Su Lin vowed that if he encountered them on the streets, he could recognize them even without using the eye of judgment. Even if they disguised themselves, they wouldn't escape his gaze. Even with plastic surgery, the distance between the eyes cannot be altered, nor can the essence of someone's gaze be changed. He would still be able to recognize them. Among the tracking skills is the ability to magnify even the slightest trace. It can be applied to anything, from a crime scene to the physical characteristics of a suspect. Little Lu, standing behind Su Lin, watched with suspicion as he flipped through the files at lightning speed. He had assumed Su Lin had no real interest in the matter, which was why he was skimming through them so quickly. But gradually, he noticed Su Lin was completely engrossed, not even responding when called for dinner. He sat there for nearly 3 hours straight. How could anyone claim he wasn't interested? Suddenly, a suspicion arose. Could this genius have actually memorized every single person on the wanted list? Brother Su? Brother Su? He called out several more times. Su Lin finally snapped out of his thoughts, raising his head to look at him with utter confusion and asking, "What's wrong?" "Xiao Lu, Brother Su, it's time to eat. Didn't we just finish breakfast? What meal are we eating now?" Su Lin muttered under his breath, but the moment his eyes caught the time in the bottom right corner of his computer screen, he froze. 11:50. Damn, has it really been nearly 3 hours without me noticing? He glanced at the number of wanted fugitives he'd reviewed, over 1,000 already, with at least another 2,000 remaining. More than 3,000 fugitives at large, some hiding within the country, some possibly already dead, and quite a few living carefree abroad, beyond the reach of justice. No matter what, if any of them cross his path, he's determined to bring them to justice. About 2,000 left. I'll continue this afternoon. Su Lin nodded and stood up, motioning to Xiao Lu. "Let's go, time for lunch." Xiao Lu stared at Su Lin in bewilderment, his eyes wide open. "Brother Su, don't tell me you've memorized all the 1,000 plus people you just went through?" Su Lin looked at him as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Of course I memorized those I've gone through. Otherwise, why would I spend the time?" Xiao Lu, his face filled with disbelief as he said, "Bro, that's over 1,000 people. Not just a few dozen, let alone 8 or 10. How could you possibly remember them all?" Su Lin smiled and replied, "Name, Wang Tong, Class B fugitive wanted nationwide. ID number, suspected of multiple counts of intentional assault and homicide. Name, Li Feng, Class A fugitive wanted nationwide. ID number, suspected in 3 kidnapping murder cases and 1 robbery homicide. Name, Hu Yonghua, Class B fugitive wanted nationwide. Name, Zheng Guoli." When Xiao Lu heard Su Lin reciting names one after another along with their personal details, as effortlessly as calling out dishes on a menu, an indescribable expression abruptly surfaced on his face. Alright then. He admitted he was utterly mediocre. No, compared to this guy, not a single person in their criminal investigation division dared claim they weren't complete trash. A genius? No, this guy is completely monstrous, god tier even. Let's go grab some food. Suddenly feeling a bit hungry, Su Lin patted his shoulder before heading to the city bureau's cafeteria. As soon as they entered, they noticed police officers from various departments sitting in small groups at tables eating. Several detectives from the criminal investigation unit spotted him, their gazes blazing with admiration as they beckoned him to join their table. Su Lin smiled and nodded, then suddenly realized he seemed to have no identification or meal card or anything like that. This meal appeared to be impossible to get. Upon seeing this, Xiaolu immediately took out his own meal card, but just at that moment, a voice rang out from inside the cafeteria. You must be Su Lin, right? Chief Xia has given instructions, no need to pay for your meals, eat whatever you like. It was a middle-aged man with only one arm and a limp in one leg, yet the remarkable vitality radiating from him was utterly astonishing. Thanks, old bro. Su Lin immediately grinned. Meanwhile, Officer Lu behind them straightened with respect at the sight of the middle-aged man and called out, Captain Chow. What captain? I'm just a cafeteria uncle now, the middle-aged man retorted sternly, then served a bemused Su Lin his meal. Braised pork, braised eggplant, cucumber stir-fried with eggs, yellow croaker. The dishes weren't exceptional, but for a government canteen, they were quite decent. Su Lin. He had just gotten his food when he heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he saw Huang Weihan and Director Xia, the latter waving at him with a cheerful smile. The two of them were sitting alone at a table, with no one else around. Su Lin saw this, picked up his tray, and walked over. The entire cafeteria was shocked as everyone stared at Su Lin. Those who knew his identity weren't surprised, but most people here didn't recognize him. The crowd wondered who was this young guy wearing a traffic police uniform. Director Xia was the top authority in the entire city bureau. Seeing his polite and deferential expression towards Su left everyone feeling like they'd seen a ghost. How's the food? Not bad, right? Should be better than what you get at the traffic police unit? Xia Weihai asked with a smile as Su Lin took his seat. Definitely a step up from ours, Su Lin nodded. Then, curiosity getting the better of him, he asked, Chief Xia, Captain Huang, what's the story with that one-armed guy serving food? I heard Xiao Lu call him Captain Chow. Where'd he retire from? Hearing this, Xia Weihai glanced toward the cafeteria's one-armed middle-aged worker inside. Former SWAT captain from the Municipal Bureau, Chao Yunhua, lost an arm and a leg during a bomb disposal mission. First-class meritorious service recipient. A true hero. Phew! Su Lin gasped sharply in surprise. No wonder he could sense that extraordinary energy and spirit about the person. It was truly formidable. Chapter 43, The Powerful Special Mark, Seeing What Shouldn't Be Seen. As he observed Captain Chow in the distance, Su Lin felt a surge of respect rising within him. Captain Chow met his gaze, grinned, and gave him a thumbs up. Su Lin smiled in return. A silent understanding seemed to form between them, a unique passing of the torch. It was the older generation of officers handing down their convictions and honor to the new. After hastily finishing his meal, Su Lin returned to the office and resumed scouring through the files of wanted criminals on his computer. With his almost inhuman memory, anyone who entered his mind would essentially never be forgotten. He worked until late at night, only stopping after reviewing all the files of fugitives before heading home to rest. In truth, he didn't even need to memorize these things. With the power of his eye of judgment, he could instantly identify wanted criminals. However, he didn't keep the judgment eye activated all the time. Keeping it on for too long would make his head swell and his eyes sore to the point of being unable to open. He had conducted some tests before. The judgment eye could only be used for a maximum of about 4 hours per day. Exceeding this limit would cause slight discomfort. The longer he used it, the stronger the discomfort became. So to be on the safe side, it was better not to use it unless absolutely necessary. With knowledge of these wanted criminals at his fingertips, even without activating the eye of judgment, he could recognize them based on his capabilities alone. And what's more, just like the Jiang Jinbin case he previously investigated, the eye of judgment's greatest limitation remained glaringly obvious. It only revealed killers when they stood before you. When they weren't present, you were effectively blind. Henceforth, solving cases would still require relying on other skills, tracking, forensic pathology, or perhaps special markers. At the thought of special markers, Su Lin felt a sudden stir in his heart, recalling that little white mouse of his. He lay on the bed, pulled up the system panel, and then opened the information of the specially marked target. A massive pattern appeared on the panel. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a three-dimensional map of the entire Jianyun city. When he looked again, the map displayed the target's location along with a miniature image of the target. Su Lin, somewhat curious, clicked open the image. The next moment, a scene capable of enticing criminal thoughts appeared before his eyes. Put! Su Lin almost had a nosebleed on the spot. Inside an enormous bathtub, a porcelain-white figure was soaking amidst floating rose petals, the perfect body faintly visible beneath the rippling water. Su Lin hastily closed the image, silently cursing, "Damn, this system is something else. See no evil, hear no evil." He muttered to himself for ages before those inappropriate images in his mind finally faded. Once he'd calmed down, he touched his burning cheeks. "That woman, it's almost 1 a.m. and she's still taking a bath?" As he spoke inwardly, a mischievous idea suddenly crossed his mind. He took out his phone and dialed Yan Yao's number. The phone rang 3 times before being answered, and a lazy yet alluring voice responded, "Hey, little brother, what's up? Missing me in the middle of the night?" Yan Yao teased with a chuckle. Su Lin responded with utmost seriousness, "Miss, after midnight comes the darkest hour of yin energy in the day. I just wanted to remind you, you absolutely must not take a bath or soak during that time, or it might attract unclean things. As for what those might be, well, you understand." Ah! A piercing shriek erupted from the phone, followed by Yan Yao's furious outburst, "Su Lin, you jerk. You scared me, you bastard. You utter bastard." Yan Yao clutched her phone, her entire body shrinking into a corner of the bathtub as her eyes darted warily around the room. With a splash, she scrambled out of the water, hastily throwing on a robe and flipping on every light in the house. Only then did her panicked expression settle slightly. Even the most capable women can feel fear when faced with certain things. "Su Lin, you..." Yan Yao was about to scold him again but suddenly froze. "Wait, Su Lin, how did you know I was taking a bath? Did you install surveillance in my home?" Yan Yao's face instantly darkened, her expression icy, and her voice equally frosty. "What? Seriously, girl, you're actually taking a shower? Ha! This is too funny, called it right, ha!" Su Lin wasn't awkwardly laughing, his excuse was perfectly reasonable, yet he felt immensely embarrassed inside. "You bastard, just you wait." Yan Yao's eyes flashed with dangerous light. "Su Lin, are you threatening me? Humph. Little sister, I heard that when you take a shower at midnight, something watches you from the side. If it takes a fancy to you, it'll come fetch you as its bride at night. When you wake up, you'll find..." "Ah, shut up, Su Lin, I was wrong." "Stop it, sis was wrong." Another piercing scream rang out. With a triumphant grin, Su Lin said, "Alright, since you don't want to hear it, I'll stop. Good night." Plop. Ha ha ha. As the call ended, that heartless bastard burst into uproarious laughter. This phased victory is truly worth celebrating. The neighbor immediately pounded twice on the wall and roared, "Can't you let people sleep? What's wrong with you in the middle of the night?" Su Lin quickly quieted down, then lay on the bed with a smile, closing his eyes and sinking into deep sleep. In his dream, he saw a bathtub with a woman inside, her perfect figure, snow-white jade-like skin, crystal clear. Crash! Holy shit! A basin of water splashed over his head, jolting Su Lin straight out of bed. His eyes widened in an instant, realizing the lights in his home were on, with a woman standing fiercely before him, holding a wash basin in her hands. Beside the woman stood a locksmith carrying a tool bag, his face etched with utter bewilderment. "What the? Why did you come to my house? Have you lost your mind?" Su Lin's face darkened completely. "Alright then, to kill 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of your own." Seeing that the situation was exactly as the woman had described and realizing they knew each other, the locksmith awkwardly said, "Well, miss, could you please pay up?" "No problem. Thank you, sir." Yan Yao flashed a charming smile as she scanned the QR code to pay, her radiant expression nearly making the locksmith drool. He looked at Su Lin and said earnestly, "Young man, with such a beautiful girlfriend, you must cherish her. Here's my business card, next time you need a locksmith, I'll give you a 20% discount." Su Lin held the business card and plopped down onto the bed, feeling utterly helpless. After personally seeing the locksmith out, Yan Yao closed the door and returned to the bedside, smiling charmingly. "Come on, little brother, continue your story. Big sister wants to hear it." Su Lin simply rolled his eyes at her, got up, fetched a towel from the bathroom to dry himself, and then lay down on the sofa. "I'm not in the mood, suit yourself. Where's my basin?" Yan Yao stood up to look for the wash basin. "Su Lin, are you still not done with this? I surrender, is that enough for you?" "No, you have to lull me to sleep," Yan Yao said with utter seriousness. "Are you a child?" "No, but you scared me so much I can't sleep. How do I comfort you?" Su Lin swore to himself that he would never provoke this woman again. "I want to hear you sing. Stuff your advice. If you won't sing, then hold me while I sleep." Yan Yao smirked mischievously. Su Lin perked up. "You sure about that?" "Absolutely, but I get to choose the position." Yan Yao nodded, then added challengingly, "The question is, can you handle it?" "Don't worry, it'll definitely work. Let's go." Chapter 44, The Legend of 6 Hours. The next morning, Su Lin arrived at the Criminal Investigation Division with dark circles under his eyes. Just as he entered the office, he happened to run into Huang Weihan. Seeing Su Lin's dark circles and drowsy appearance, Huang couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Su, were you out hugging girls last night?" Su Lin shot him an annoyed glance. Was this guy some kind of fortune teller? Grumpily, he replied, girls aren't that easy to hug. Oh, seems like it's true. Huang Weihan, displaying his gossipy nature, leaned in with a mischievous smirk and asked, come on, how many times did you hug? Su Lin, once. Just once? Man, you're really lacking stamina. Young man, looks like you need some tonic. Huang Weihan chuckled and then added, how long did it take to get you in such a mess? Su Lin, heh, what are you laughing at? Huang Weihan continued with a look of curiosity. Then a few words popped out of Su Lin's mouth. 6 hours. Crack. Huang Weihan's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment, his face filled with disbelief and shock. 6 hours in one go? Even on drugs, no one could last that long. The key thing is, how the hell are you still able to come to work? Su Lin forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. Captain Huang, how long can you hold a 90-pound girl in a princess carry? Put. Huang Weihan was about to take a sip of water to calm his nerves but instantly spat it out in shock. He gave Su Lin a once-over and noticed the guy's trembling hands, occasionally holding his waist, with legs that wouldn't stop shaking. Wait, you held that girl and stood for 6 straight hours? Su Lin said aggrievedly, it was my first time encountering someone who needed to be held and coaxed to sleep. That woman was practically an overgrown baby. My back, my arms, ow wow. Ha ha. Seeing the utterly defeated look on the young man's face, Huang Weihan slapped his thigh and roared with laughter, his mirth echoing throughout the entire office. Captain Huang, what's gotten you so amused? A newcomer walked through the door, none other than Chen Hua. He looked at Su Lin's bizarre expression and then at Huang Weihan, certain that something had happened. Huang Weihan promptly pulled him aside and began whispering. 3 minutes later, another burst of laughter erupted. News spread like wildfire. Soon, everyone in the criminal investigation unit knew that Su Lin had been wrapped around a woman's finger. From then on, the legend of those 6 hours spread far and wide. Of course, who she actually was remained unknown to them. Su Lin couldn't be bothered dealing with these jokers either, he simply found a comfortable spot and dozed off. A nursery rhyme suddenly popped into his mind. Little monk goes down the mountain for alms, old monk gives warning, women at the mountain's base are tigers. In a daze, not knowing how long he'd slept, Su Lin was shaken awake. Looking up, he found Chen Hua standing before him. Xiao Su, stop sleeping. Get up. We're going on patrol, he said. Patrol? Su Lin was momentarily stunned before realizing what was happening, his face immediately showing disbelief. Captain Chen, we're criminal investigators. Do we really need to go on patrol? Normally it wouldn't be our job, but recently there have been over 10 burglary cases in Manhua community, with losses reaching millions, all committed during broad daylight. Those damn thieves have people terrified. Complaint calls even reached the bureau chief. Chief Xia called branch commander Huang directly and gave him an earful. Huang then ordered us to go check out the situation first. Good. Su Lin sat up, rubbed his face, and then went out with Chen Hua. However, they didn't head out immediately. Instead, they went to the equipment storage of the detachment. When Su Lin saw the Type 54 pistol and 2 magazines handed to him by Chen Hua, his eyes gleamed with excitement. What man doesn't love guns? During his time at the police academy, he consistently ranked first in shooting assessments. At the mere sight of a gun, his fingers seemed to come alive. What are you standing around for? Take it. As Chen Hua spoke, he handed him another pair of handcuffs. For me? Su Lin was shocked. He wasn't even a member of the criminal investigation division yet. Was he really allowed to carry a firearm? Chen Hua, Captain Huang told me you're a special case. Heard from your squadron leader, at least twice you almost lost your life. Carrying a gun will make things safer for you. But mind you, don't draw it unless absolutely necessary, he added sternly. Su Lin grinned eagerly, grabbing the pistol while nodding repeatedly. Got it, got it. With the gun holstered at his waist, Su Lin felt noticeably more confident, like he could handle 2 more hours of that princess carry from last night without breaking a sweat. Soon, the two drove to Manhua Residential Complex. Manhua Residential Complex itself was a high-end community, where residents typically came from well-to-do backgrounds. The security had always been impeccable since homeowners moved in, with no incidents occurring. But ever since the neighboring food street was built, attracting all sorts of characters, Manhua Complex became a target for thieves, with frequent reports of stolen belongings. Although the neighborhood is filled with surveillance cameras, there are still blind spots, and those burglars all wear masks, so they aren't afraid even if caught on camera. The two drove an ordinary black Volkswagen to the entrance of the neighborhood and checked for any suspicious individuals nearby. A few minutes later, Chen Hua and Su Lin got out of the car. Su Lin glanced toward the food street, less than 300 meters from the neighborhood entrance. Even though it was midday, the place was already bustling with activity. After observing for a while, he turned around to follow Chen Hua. But suddenly, he faintly furrowed his brow. When turning his head just now, he'd been momentarily dazzled by a reflection in the mirror, something that resembled the glint of binoculars, given how there appeared to be 2 distinct points of light. An ordinary person might not even notice being briefly flashed like that. But who was Su Lin? He instantly sensed that something was off. Why would anyone be pointing binoculars in his direction for no reason? Peeping? And on a public street? No less? Instantly on high alert, he called out to Chen Hua, who was about to cross the street. "Old Chen, wait up, I'm going to grab a bite." Chen Hua turned back in surprise. Then he watched as Su Lin strode purposefully toward the snack street ahead, swaggering conspicuously as he entered the bustling food alley. When they stepped out, Chen Hua had changed into civilian clothes, while Su Lin remained clad in the reflective uniform of the traffic police unit, the disguise remarkably effective. Yet as he entered the snack street, quite a few people still cast him uneasy glances. After all, even a traffic officer was still the police. Of course, this also allowed many to lower their guard. Such as a guy sticking his head out the window, looking down. Su Lin lifted his gaze for a brief sweep, then lowered his head within a mere second, his pupils abruptly constricting as a person's information instantly flashed through his mind. Ding Wanwu, Class B wanted criminal, ID number, suspected of robbery, theft, disorderly conduct, and intentional assault. The charges were numerous, enough to land him a sentence of 10 to 20 years. But before that, Su Lin activated the Eye of Judgment to verify. Ding Wanwu. Alright, no need to read further. Chapter 45, not just a thief, but also a fugitive. Having confirmed the other party's identity, Su Lin approached a stall and said to the vendor, "Boss, 1 bowl of fried noodles, please." As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and scanned the payment code. "Right away, Officer Uncle." The vendor, a man in his 30s, cheerfully called Su Lin Officer Uncle, leaving Su Lin momentarily speechless. Feigning slight discomfort, he asked, "Boss, where's the nearest restroom around here?" The boss smiled and said, "There's one in the staircase of the rental rooms out back, at the corner of the 2nd floor. "Thanks, boss." Upon hearing this, Su Lin immediately jogged toward the staircase. Witnessing this scene, the young man peering out from the 3rd floor quickly withdrew his head and said to a middle-aged man lying on the bed, "Boss, there's a traffic cop coming up, says he's here to use the toilet." The middle-aged man abruptly sat up. He pulled out a 30-centimeter long dagger from under the head of the bed, his face darkened as he glanced at the door. "Xiao Wu, go check it out. Lu Zi, get ready to fight our way out," he instructed Ding Wanwu, then turned to speak to a lean young man on the other side. The latter nodded, producing a short blade in his hand. The guy said, "Boss, we can't stay here any longer. As soon as we offload this batch of goods, we're leaving immediately." I know," the middle-aged man nodded in agreement. Ding Wanwu glanced at them, then walked to the door, pressing his ear against it for a few seconds before slowly cracking it open to peer outside. That single glance revealed a size 43 foot coming straight at him. Boom! With a heavy thud, the door was kicked clean off its hinges along with Ding Wanwu, who went flying. Blood streamed down his forehead as his motionless body lay sprawled on the floor. "Damn it! Damn it!" Two voices echoed in the room as the middle-aged man and the lean young man instantly sprang to their feet, knives in hand, glaring fixedly at the traffic officer who had just entered through the door. Su Lin narrowed his eyes slightly upon seeing the two men. Wang Er, Class A wanted fugitive, ID number, implicated in multiple serious criminal cases including intentional homicide, intentional assault, rape, theft, and more. Xiao Zitsong, Class B wanted fugitive, ID number, implicated in organized human trafficking, kidnapping, and extortion, theft. 2 individuals, both wanted criminals. Even without activating his Eye of Truth, Su Lin could tell at a glance. Add to that the weapons they were carrying, no words needed, apprehend them on sight. He could practically see the merit points waving at him. "Don't move!" Just as he was about to step in and take action, a voice suddenly rang out behind him. It was Chen Hua's. Chen Hua had already sensed something amiss when Su Lin headed this way, so he followed. Sure enough, the kid had spotted the target. Now, Chen Hua stood gripping his gun, his cold gaze fixed on the 2 armed thugs inside the room. His peripheral vision caught sight of the piles of cash, various high-end watches, even gold bars and ingots strewn across the bed, instantly realizing he'd stumbled upon the perpetrator of a theft case. Yet Su Lin was truly reckless, charging up here without even consulting him. What if something went wrong? Damn it! All or nothing! Just then, Wang Er let out a furious roar and lunged at Su Lin, using his body as a shield against Chen Hua's gun muzzle. The lean young man moved even faster, rolling directly in front of Su Lin. The two immediately launched a coordinated attack from above and below against the traffic cop before them, while Wang Er still struggled, seemingly attempting to take Su Lin hostage. Yet just as their knives were about to reach the traffic cop, a blur flashed before their eyes, followed by a sharp whoosh of wind. Su Lin swung his palm first, delivering a vicious slap across Wang Er's face with impossibly swift speed. Clap! The moment the slap rang out, his foot also brutally kicked Xiao Zitsong in the face as he was bending over, the terrifying force sending him flying over a meter away. Then he took a large step forward, grabbed Wang Er's knife-wielding arm, and with a powerful twist of his waist, executed a perfect shoulder throw, landing Wang squarely on top of Xiao Zitsong by pure chance. Thud! Ag! Ah! After two dull thuds came twin howls of agony. In just 3 seconds, both men were completely incapacitated. Manhua stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the scene before him. Just moments ago, he had been frightened into a cold sweat, but now that sweat seemed to freeze in place. Holy shit, that brutal? He realized that even if he had faced Su Lin himself, he'd likely have been instantly crushed. This is no ordinary police officer, he's practically an attacking machine, his timing executed to absolute perfection. Wasn't it said that he nearly got stabbed to death by the assailant twice? With combat skills like this, just how formidable must that criminal have been? After subduing the two men, Su Lin promptly kicked the weapons aside, then pulled out handcuffs from his waist and slapped them on Wang Er. At this moment, Manhua finally snapped back to reality and swiftly handcuffed Xiao Zizong. As for Ding Wanwu, Su Lin simply found a rope and tied him up. After finishing these tasks, Su Lin grabbed a bag to stash all the stolen goods from the bed, while Manhua began calling Huang Weihan. Congratulations, host. Capturing a Class A fugitive rewards you with 780 points. Congratulations, host. Apprehending a Class B wanted criminal has earned you 460 points. Congratulations, host. Apprehending a Class B wanted criminal has earned you 390 points. Hell yeah. With just one action, over 1,500 points were gained. Combined with the remaining 600 plus points, that's enough for 2 lucky draws right away. However, Su Lin wasn't in a hurry. He decided to do the draws after returning. In less than 10 minutes, Huang Weihan arrived with his team. He saw Su Lin and Manhua escorting 3 battered and bloodied men squatting at the intersection of the snack street and immediately led his team over. When he noticed Su Lin was wolfing down a plate of fried noodles, his face darkened. Old Chen, are these the burglars? Huang Weihan didn't bother fussing over the kid and instead addressed Manhua. Manhua nodded and raised the travel bag in his hand, saying, the stolen goods are all in here. The initial estimate is around 2 million. Not just that. Su Lin wolfed down the last bite of stir-fried rice noodles and let out a satisfied burp. Huang Weihan, more than 2 million? Su Lin shook his head. I mean, they're not just thieves. This Wang Er, a Class A wanted criminal. Xiao Zizong here, and Ding Wanwu, both are listed as Class B wanted suspects. Oh, right, this Ding Wanwu has already confessed. He says Wang Er forced him into it, and he's willing to atone for his crimes by aiding the investigation. Hiss. Hearing this guy's words, Manhua shuddered. You should have fucking said so earlier. With such a dangerous suspect, we should have at least waited for backup before making a move. That was way too risky just now. Huang Weihan's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as he stared in disbelief at the 3 men squatting on the ground. 3 wanted criminals? He stared at Su Lin. This kid didn't seem to be joking, did he? Hu Gang, Zhang Gong, escort those 2 back to the station first, be careful on the way. Since these were 3 fugitives, absolute caution was necessary. He ordered 2 teams to transport the suspects. Yes, got it. The officers immediately gestured, and 3 or 4 team members moved in together, restraining the 2 men as they were led toward the vehicles. Huang Weihan turned to Ding Wanwu and said, since you're willing to atone for your crimes by assisting, take us to identify the scene first. Okay, alright, officer, I'll confess everything. The group entered Manhua community in force, found the property management, and began identifying the crime scenes. Originally, this step was supposed to happen after the interrogation, but since Ding Wanwu was willing to confess, it was the perfect opportunity to verify whether the victims had falsely reported their stolen belongings. Over 10 burglarized households were quickly contacted. Some were already on their way back, while others had family members at home who cooperated fully with the criminal investigation team's work. As they walked along, they quickly identified over a dozen households that had been robbed. Just as they arrived at the last house, the homeowner came out to greet them. Huang Weihan stepped forward to speak with the person. Meanwhile, Su Lin glanced at the neighboring villa, his brows slightly furrowed. He took a deep sniff, and his expression gradually grew grave. Stepping forward and interrupting Huang Weihan, he pointed to the neighboring villa and asked the homeowner, Sir, is that villa over there occupied? Oh, you mean villa number 6? Yes, someone lives there. It used to be a young couple, but they moved out. 2 days later, a young and beautiful woman moved in. What's wrong, officer? Is there a problem? The homeowner asked curiously. Su Lin's expression turned grave as he said, Sir, please go home immediately, lock your doors, and stay inside. As he spoke, he drew the pistol from his waist. Huang Weihan and the others were still puzzled, wondering what this guy was up to. When they saw Su Lin drawing his pistol, the hair on their necks stood on end, and the entire team subconsciously drew their weapons in unison. Chapter 46, Su Lin draws his gun, the consequences are severe. Huang Weihan held his gun with both hands, muzzle pointed downward, and within a few steps had positioned himself behind Su Lin. Xiao Su, what's the situation? His expression turned extremely grave. He had just heard Manhua's report. Despite encountering Wang Er and his 2 accomplices armed with lethal weapons in their rented house, Su Lin had still refrained from drawing his gun. Yet now, this guy had immediately pulled his weapon without even seeing the target, which spoke volumes about the severity of the situation. Su Lin narrowed his eyes as he stared at the villa ahead, then pointed toward the second-floor windowsill. He remained silent, even his movements cautious. Huang Weihan followed his gaze, initially seeing nothing unusual, but when he finally saw it, his pupils abruptly dilated in shock. Though their position was over 20 meters in a straight line from that villa, anyone with decent eyesight could spot the full-length mirror leaning against the corner of the second-floor balcony in that residence. What Su Lin had spotted was precisely inside that mirror's reflection. If one weren't deliberately searching for it, they might stare for hours without noticing what was reflected in the mirror. Corpses. 2 corpses. Indeed, behind the curtains on that second-floor balcony, 2 bodies were tied to chairs with their mouths sealed by duct tape. Both victims lay with their heads tilted back, bearing identical savage knife wounds across their throats, each wound a single, lethal strike. Huang Weihan spotted them first, with Chen Hua noticing seconds later. Then the investigative team members searching for their target gradually discovered the corpses one after another. Everyone's expressions instantly turned grave. Huang Weihan looked at Su Lin and asked solemnly, "How did you find out?" Su Lin replied, "I detected the scent of blood and a faint odor of decay. I estimate the time of death to be no more than 36 hours. Are you boasting again?" Huang Weihan couldn't help muttering, "You can determine the time of death just by smelling the corpse?" Su Lin offered no explanation, raising a hand to signal the people behind him to stay back. He then holstered his pistol, took several steps back to create distance, and swiftly sprinted toward the villa. "What are you doing?" Huang Weihan's expression changed drastically upon seeing his actions. Chen Hua and the others were equally tense, their palms dripping with cold sweat as they gripped their guns. Yet in the next instant, they witnessed a sight that would remain etched in their memories forever. Su Lin rushed to the corner of the villa, suddenly leaped high, planted one foot on the wall to propel himself upward, then kicked off again with his left foot. With a whoosh, his body thrust upward until he caught the balcony's drainage gutter at least 4 meters above ground. Muscles straining, he hauled himself over with a flip and landed on the balcony. His feet had barely touched the floor when his service pistol was already back in his hand. His indifferent gaze swept through the glass window to survey the interior of the room, and due to the angle, he could already clearly see everything inside. Yet precisely because of this, he drew in a sharp, startled breath. Not 2 corpses, but 4. Aside from the 2 seated figures, there were 2 others lying motionless. 4 individuals, each killed with a single precise stab wound. The assailant struck with incredible speed, the cuts so clean they appeared as straight lines. He entered the room, quickly scanning the area to confirm no one was present before crouching down to examine the bodies before him. The victims were 3 men and 1 woman, all appearing quite young, likely no older than 30. Livor mortis had developed on all the bodies. Given the current temperature, as he suspected, they had been dead for at least 24 hours, but no more than 36. That is to say, the victims died yesterday. Moreover, it's evident that the bound man and woman had endured interrogation tactics akin to torture before their deaths. Their bodies were covered in wounds, nearly all their fingernails had been pulled out, and several teeth had also been extracted. Additionally, each had 1 ear severed, which was left beside their respective corpses. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps echoed from downstairs as Huang Weihan led his team through the front entrance, finally arriving at the upper floor. The moment the door to the room was opened, even though they were mentally prepared, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. 4 corpses, Huang Weihan exclaimed, his face turning extremely grim. This is definitely another major case, one that could potentially be serious enough to draw attention from the provincial authorities. With a grim expression, he was about to step inside when Su Lin suddenly raised his hand to stop him. "Hold on, let me examine the scene first," he said. Huang Weihan's face darkened upon hearing this. What's going on here? Is he really keeping us from investigating the scene? You little punk, have you forgotten who you are? But these were just thoughts in his mind. He genuinely admired Su Lin's capabilities. Moreover, with nearly the entire room covered in dried blood, one careless move could easily compromise the crime scene, so he and his team remained at the doorway without entering further. Su Lin lay prone on the ground, tilting his face toward the illuminated balcony, where he could faintly discern several footprints on the floor. Some of the footprints were clearly from the slippers worn by the 2 bound victims, while another set belonged to the leather shoes worn by the 2 lying corpses. Apart from these, there was 1 more person's footprints, a set of women's leather shoe prints, size 38. Judging from several footprints left in the dried blood, they belonged to an adult female whose stride was steady and even unlikely made in haste. The 5th person, he muttered to himself, his nose twitching slightly. The lingering scents in the air indeed carried traces of 5 people. However, due to the overwhelming stench of decomposing flesh and blood, those 5 distinct scents had been heavily diluted, making them nearly indiscernible. After confirming the presence of a 5th individual, Su Lin nodded to Huang Weihan and the others. Immediately, a large team of detectives moved in to begin processing the crime scene. Meanwhile, Su Lin stood to the side, meticulously examining the corpses. Aside from the single slash across each victim's neck, there were no other fatal wounds on the bodies. 3 men and 1 woman, especially those 2 lying on the ground tall and burly, unrestrained yet killed with a single strike. The killer was definitely a master, the kind who kills without blinking. Moreover, according to Su Lin's judgment, the owner of the 5th footprint, the woman wearing size 38 shoes, was the murderer, because he spotted that footprint both in front of the 2 corpses seated on chairs and behind the 2 lying corpses. Unlike normal footprints, these were slightly incomplete with distinct drag marks, clearly made by someone exerting force while bending their foot. The killer made no effort to conceal traces, proving their extreme arrogance or outright disdain for Jiangyun City's Criminal Investigation Division. Su Lin's expression darkened. This level of audacity was downright outrageous. Whether the Criminal Investigation Division lost face didn't concern him, but letting the killer escape was something he could never accept. Huang Ji. Su Lin looked up just as Huang Weihan was already assigning tasks, so he didn't say anything more. In less than half an hour, the entire villa had been thoroughly examined. All valuables inside, cash, jewelry, and other items, were still intact, with nothing missing. This situation suggested that it couldn't have been a case of burglary turning into homicide. So, why did the killer commit murder? Soon, the forensic team arrived. After collecting samples from the scene, they loaded the body into a vehicle and took it away. They would perform an autopsy and issue a detailed autopsy report. Lu, Xin Dali, you two guard the scene. Everyone else, return to the bureau for a meeting. Seeing that things were mostly wrapped up, Huang Weihan left 2 detectives from the criminal investigation team to guard the scene and prepared to lead the others back to the precinct. Such a major case requires an immediate meeting to discuss the approach to solving it, followed by a written report to the superiors. Seeing no point in staying, Su Lin also left with Huang Weihan. Sitting in the car, he kept frowning while pondering the case. The killer is highly professional, such a person would never act rashly. There must be certain interests at play behind this. The other 2 male corpses were clearly not part of the same group as the man and woman. If this was revenge killing, those 2 bodies can't be explained. He closed his eyes as possibilities kept flashing through his mind. They were tortured. Was the killer searching for something? If I were in their shoes, where would I hide it? There was another issue. While they had discovered traces of the crime inside the villa, there were absolutely no clues left by the perpetrator outside. Not even his tracking skills could pick up any leads. How on earth did that person get away? Chapter 47, Blackmailing the Chief? Going solo into battle. Old Fong, you have to let this man go. I know exactly what you're thinking, keeping him in the traffic police unit just to milk a few more achievements out of him. Aren't you people ashamed of yourselves? Let me tell you, it's downright unrealistic. For criminal cases, landing 1 or 2 merits on your side is already a blessing. Do you really think more than that is possible? You know better than I do what the promotion system in the traffic police hinges on. Su Lin is a talented individual. Do you really think this is fair to him? Putting everything else aside, with his abilities, I guarantee he'll make police superintendent within a year. Immersive translate. Xiao Weihai sat in his office, phone in hand, his face filled with anger. On the other end of the line was a leader from the traffic bureau. Clearly, Lu Geng had communicated with them before leaving, which was why they stubbornly refused to release the person in question. It had already been 3 days since Su Lin's temporary reassignment period expired. If this issue wasn't resolved soon, the traffic police division would take him back for good. Old Fong, don't force me to lose my temper. After all, you ultimately fall under our public security system. Push me too far, and I'll go straight to the provincial department to speak with the director general myself. As soon as these words were spoken, the other end of the line clearly lost some of its confidence. Old Xia, look at you getting all worked up. Fine, we'll discuss it in a meeting. That's it for now, I'm hanging up. Clap. Hearing the busy tone from the phone, Xiao Weihai's face darkened with frustration. Discuss it in a meeting? What kind of pointless discussion is that? He gritted his teeth, desperately wanting to pick up the phone and report to the provincial department, but after some thought, he restrained himself. He was afraid the provincial department would also compete with them for the talent. If that happened, higher-ranking officials could easily overpower them, and transferring Su Lin to the municipal bureau would truly be out of the question. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Come in. Xiao Weihai put down the phone. Huang Weihan entered the office with a document in hand, his expression grave as he remarked, Chief Xia, another major case. As he spoke, he placed the file on Xiao Weihai's desk. It was the written report on the case discovered that afternoon, along with documentation regarding the crime scene and forensic examinations. Bastards, what do these damned killers think human lives are? Xiao Weihai's face turned livid as he looked at the corpse with a slit throat. He said, Huang Weihan, I don't care what methods you use. You have 1 month to find the killer and bring them to justice. Yes. Huang Weihan stood at attention and replied firmly, then added, Director Xia, there's one more thing. That kid Su Lin captured 3 more fugitives this afternoon, 1 Class A and 2 Class B, and their identities have already been confirmed. What did you say? Xiao Weihai jerked bolt upright, his face filled with disbelief. Damn, this fugitive seems just like cabbages by the roadside, waiting for that kid to pick them? He looked at Huang Weihan with a darkened expression and said, Xiao Huang, compared to that kid, your task force has been slacking off lately. Huang Weihan. He really wanted to retort, but couldn't come up with any words. Commissioner Rin Xia was right, they were practically freeloaders. Not to mention fugitives, even the scene of this major case was discovered by Su Lin. Enough. I'll report these 3 fugitives immediately. Looks like our year-end bonuses will be quite substantial again. Might as well put in a commendation for that kid too. You go back first. Remember, your top priority is protecting people's lives and property. Yes, Chief Xia, I'll take my leave now. Huang Weihan nodded with a wry smile as he exited Xiao Weihai's office. As soon as he left, Xiao Weihai immediately picked up the phone and dialed the traffic bureau chief's number again. Hey, Lao Feng, I need that guy handed over right now. I'm calling the provincial department this instant. The person on the other end of the line was stunned. He could hear the indisputable authority in Xiao Weihai's tone. But calling the provincial department would escalate the matter, and once an order came down from above, he'd probably end up getting reprimanded anyway. Old Xia, let's talk this through. We just held a meeting, we can hand the suspect over to you, but, well, this year we're short 2 patrol cars, and come to think of it, we're also missing 10 motorcycles. Not to mention our precinct divisions and squadrons are all understaffed. Perhaps you could ask your higher-ups to help us sort this out? On the other end of the line, a mild-mannered middle-aged man with black-framed glasses rattled off a laundry list of grievances. Xiao Weihai's face darkened like iron. The audacity shaking him down, the chief of the municipal bureau himself. But gritting his teeth, he swallowed his fury for Su Lin, that irreplaceable gem of an officer. Alright, old Feng, you're ruthless. I'll find a way to get you the car, motorcycle, and manpower. Just send me the transfer order immediately. No way. I'll release them once I get the goods, came the firm voice on the other end of the call. Xiao Weihai gritted his teeth and said, fine, damn it, I'll go get it for you right now. Immersive translate. Su Lin had just clocked out and was walking out of the criminal investigation division with his head down when he nearly bumped into someone. Looking up, he saw the owner of a charming, smiling face gazing at him with those sparkling, watery eyes. You? Su Lin's face immediately darkened as the case instantly flew out of his mind. Sis, big sis, dear ancestor, I was wrong. From now on, let's pretend we don't know each other, okay? Please stop tormenting me. He immediately surrendered, raising his hands. Yan Yao rolled her phoenix-like eyes at him coquettishly, flirtatiously tossing her hair as she said, no way, you provoked me, so now you'll have to pay the price. She couldn't quite explain why, but she always felt completely at ease around Su Lin. Teasing this younger brother figure from time to time was unexpectedly delightful. Not to mention those well-defined muscles and his perfect, athletic build, it gave her an undeniable sense of security. Of course, what mattered most was that it was fun, it made her happy. These were all feelings she'd never experienced in her usual work or daily life. The men she had encountered before were either scheming hypocrites from humble backgrounds, or some spoiled rich kids who thought with their lower halves, or simply timid male subordinates. This was the first time she'd met a man who actively kept his distance from her. She had to admit, this guy had piqued her interest. Su Lin looked at the enchanting woman, gritted his teeth, and said, just tell me what you want. It wasn't that he was being melodramatic, his mind was completely focused on solving cases, catching criminals, and earning points. Women, they'd only slow down his draw. My pipes are leaking, little brother. Could you help fix them? Oh, and the drain too, could you unclog that? Yan Yao spoke with slightly flushed cheeks. She sounded like some female lead from those adult videos, but her pipes and drain really were clogged. Fix the pipes, unclog the drain. Su Lin's expression tensed, a look of shock flashing across his face in an instant. Water pipes, sewer. He jerked awake, finally realizing why there were no traces left by the killer other than at the scene. They had reviewed all the surveillance footage outside the villa, yet not a single shadow had been captured. How to explain this? The killer either never left, or exited through another location. That's it, that's it. He excitedly shouted twice, the puzzle he'd been pondering all afternoon had finally clicked into place. Without another word, and to Yan Yao's startled gaze, he rushed forward and gave her a hug. Everything clicked into place. Then the guy turned and dashed outside, calling back to Yan Yao over his shoulder, head back first. I'll come help you after wrapping up this case. You little rascal, you. Yan Yao flushed crimson with rage, but in the blink of an eye, Su Lin had already vanished without a trace. She was initially somewhat flustered and exasperated, but gradually, the expression on her face gave way to a smile. Let's go, she said to the driver. Xin Jia, head to Maplewood Road. Also, give another call to the locksmith from yesterday and ask him to make another trip here when it's convenient. Got it, President Yen. The female driver glanced at the rearview mirror and couldn't help but mutter to herself. It seemed their company's president had taken a liking to that young traffic officer. Su Lin hurriedly rushed out of the municipal bureau building, hailed a taxi, and headed straight to Manhua Community, the crime scene location. Driver, please hurry to Manhua Community. He glanced at the darkening sky outside, his face etched with urgency. Night was falling fast, and he feared something might go wrong. Chapter 48, Special Marker, Target Golden Rose. Su Lin felt a growing sense of urgency in his heart. If his guess was correct, the murderer likely hadn't left Manhua residential area yet, and very likely never left that villa. Sometimes the most dangerous place is the safest. This isn't without reason. It was rush hour, and with heavy traffic, the taxi wasn't moving very fast. Having a traffic cop sitting right behind him only made him even more nervous. What should have been a half-hour journey took nearly an hour before the car finally pulled to a stop outside Manhua residential district. Su Lin paid the fare and hurriedly got out of the car, making his way straight to the security booth outside the residential complex. Outside the booth stood two security guards, with another one stationed inside. When they saw Su Lin running toward them, they were momentarily taken aback, wondering what urgent matter had brought this traffic officer rushing over in such haste. "Officer, is there a problem?" one of the guards asked. "Su Lin, open the door, I need to go in." The security guard was taken aback, then replied, "Sorry, officer. This is a high-end residential area. Aside from property owners, entry requires being accompanied by the homeowner or a family member. Alternatively, you'll need official documentation for duty purposes." No kidding, these past few days, Manhua community has been hit by frequent thefts, and the residents are already furious. The people living here are either wealthy or influential, and the property management company is practically at its wit's end, forced to tighten security. Apart from the 3 guards in the sentry booth, there were at least 2 teams of 12 security personnel patrolling 24/7 inside. Hearing the guard's words, Su Lin immediately furrowed his brows. He thought of the 2 colleagues left behind by Captain Huang that afternoon. One was Xiao Lu, and the other was Qin Dali, a subordinate of team leader Zhang Gong. Pulling out his phone, he immediately dialed Xiao Lu's number. "Hey, Xiao Lu." Su Lin spoke, but there was no response from the other end of the line. Instead, he heard the sound of something heavy dropping and shattering. "Oh no!" Su Lin's expression changed abruptly. Without wasting another second, he shouted at the security guard, "I'm the officer who discovered the body at Villa number 6 this afternoon. Tell your manager to call Huang Weihan, the head of the Criminal Investigation Division, and request backup immediately. Move it!" His sudden roar instantly stunned the security guard. Then he shoved the guard aside and charged toward the gate, effortlessly leaping over the nearly 2-meter-high barrier. "Holy shit! Superman!" The guard's eyes widened before he snapped back to reality and frantically reached for the alarm button. But at that exact moment, Su Lin's earlier words flashed through his mind, making him scramble and panic toward the guard booth. "Captain Chen," that traffic officer just said. Inside the duty booth, Captain Chen hadn't fully processed the situation yet. After listening to the security guard, his eyes immediately darted to a business card on the table, and he promptly dialed the number. "Hello, is this Commander Huan? This is the security team at Manhua residential area. Someone just forced their way into our compound, told us to notify you, and requested backup." On the other end of the line, Huang Weihan was reviewing case files. Initially reluctant to answer the unknown number, but after some thought, he answered the call anyway. Upon hearing the other party's words, he immediately jumped to his feet. "What? Who told you to request backup?" he urgently asked. We don't know either." He was wearing a traffic police uniform, Captain Chen quickly replied. "Holy shit!" Huang Weihan immediately knew who it was without needing to hear more. He abruptly ended the call, flung open the door, and roared into the outer office, "Everyone, with me, we're moving to support Manhua residential complex. Move, move, move." Whoosh. Instantly, the entire Criminal Investigation Division erupted into action. Officers grabbed their gear and assembled outside before piling into the waiting vehicles. The convoy launched forward, sirens blaring, racing straight toward Manhua residential complex. Su Lin had just entered the residential area when he immediately dashed toward Villa number 6. After roughly 10 minutes, he finally arrived in front of the villa. His gaze sharpened as his eyes locked onto a woman emerging from the villa, filthy in appearance but with eyes as sharp as blades. "It's you!" Su Lin's face instantly paled with horror. The woman was none other than Golden Rose, whom he had encountered once before. He never expected that after this woman escaped from the sand quarry back then, she hadn't left Jiangyun City but had instead continued committing murders and crimes. Swish! He instantly drew his gun, but Golden Rose was just as quick. Both pointed their guns at each other almost simultaneously, then gunfire erupted in an instant. Boom! 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 The dull gunshot echoed throughout the neighborhood as Su Lin and Golden Rose dodged while exchanging fire. Within mere seconds, both their magazines were emptied simultaneously. Click! Su Lin swiftly reloaded, crouching behind some greenery. Taking a deep breath without exposing himself, he suddenly leaped over a meter into the air. The height of the greenery was nearly 3 meters, so he had to jump over a meter just to barely catch a glimpse of what lay behind it. Jean Megue tightened her grip on the pistol, its muzzle aimed directly at the edge of the greenery. The moment Su Lin's body emerged, she could instantly pull the trigger and eliminate him. But she never expected Su Lin to leap directly upward, his head popping through the middle of the greenery. Emerging alongside it was the dark, gaping muzzle of a gun. Wham! Wham! Staggering backward, a sudden burst of crimson bloomed on Jean Megue's abdomen. She groaned, using the momentum to retreat. Su Lin issued a command to the system in that instant. Special mark, target Golden Rose, duration 72 hours. A glimmer of light entered Golden Rose's body, yet she herself felt absolutely nothing. The Golden Rose was already wounded, with a gunshot to her right flank. She raised her head, her face twisted into a snarl, gritted her teeth, and turned to flee toward the rear. Su Lin had just accessed the system interface when he spotted the Golden Rose attempting to escape. He was about to give chase when he suddenly noticed someone lying at the villa's front gate. It was Xiao Lu. His expression darkened. Pursuit would have to wait. His comrade's safety was paramount, no matter what. The Golden Rose can run if she wants, she's got that special mark on her. As long as she's still within the borders of Daxia, there's no way she can escape. Xiao Lu! Xiao Lu! Su Lin picked up Xiao Lu and immediately noticed knife wounds on the kid's abdomen and shoulder, clear signs of a struggle with the Golden Rose. By now, he'd already lost so much blood that his face had turned deathly pale. Su Lin took out his phone and dialed Huang Weihan directly. Hey, Su Lin, what's the matter? Captain Huang, an ambulance. Call an ambulance now. Got it. Hearing the urgent tone in Su Lin's voice, Huang Weihan immediately hung up and dialed 120 for emergency services. Su Lin set Xiao Lu down and entered the villa, quickly finding another brother from the criminal investigation unit in the main hall. The moment he saw the brother's condition, his eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Dead. The brother named Qin Dali had sacrificed his life. A dagger had pierced through his neck, blood pooling on the floor, the thick metallic scent of blood assaulting his senses. Staring into those lifeless, unclosed eyes, Su Lin felt as if his heart had been brutally pierced by a knife. This was the first time he had witnessed a brother in arms fall beside him, and a towering rage threatened to explode within his chest. Catch her. With his soul roaring, this single thought consumed Su Lin entirely. Chapter 49, There are many ways to play someone to death. The sudden gunshot sent the entire Manhua residential district into an uproar. Residents flooded the property management with calls as security teams rushed to the perimeter of Villa Number 6. When they saw Su Lin emerging from the villa with a darkened expression, everyone's faces changed. Su Lin's eyes were icy cold, his gaze feral like a wild beast's. Those security guards were just ordinary folks, at most having undergone some training. They'd never seen such a gaze before. In an instant, they all recoiled. Take care of my brother. He spoke in a low voice, then turned and charged into the darkness ahead, vanishing from the crowd sight within seconds. Captain Wang, what should we do? Captain Li, how am I supposed to know what to do? The two security team leaders stared at each other, utterly baffled. They looked at Xiao Lu lying in a pool of blood and summoned the courage to approach him. After assessing the situation, both leaders wore grave expressions. Severely injured, life-threatening condition. We oh. At that very moment, flashing lights appeared from behind, police cars and ambulances arriving almost simultaneously. Whoosh! Figures leaped out from the police vehicles, all agile officers holding guns as they swiftly rushed toward the villa. 2 doctors and 3 nurses also got off the ambulance behind and quickly approached the villa entrance. Huang Weihan scanned the 2 security teams present and, seeing no sign of Su Lin, immediately asked, "Where's our man?" "Chief Huang, are you referring to that traffic police officer?" one security team leader inquired. Yes. Where is he?" Huang Weihan pressed with urgency. "He left, said we should take care of his brother, then ran off in that direction." The security team leader hastily pointed toward the east gate of the residential complex. "Is this kid out of his mind?" Huang Weihan's expression darkened. "Captain Huang, bullet casings found." Just then, Chen Hua approached Huang Weihan and opened his palm to reveal 4 shell casings. "Did someone fire shots just now?" Huang Weihan's face tightened as he turned to scrutinize the 2 security team leaders. "Yeah, Captain Huang, there was just a hail of gunfire, and your comrades were holding guns." One of them nodded and said, "Damn it." Huang Weihan cursed under his breath. At that moment, Zhang Gong emerged from the villa, his eyes bloodshot and radiating killing intent. I'm gonna kill that bastard, damn it." The sudden outburst made everyone turn their heads. Dolly! Then came heart-wrenching screams from inside the villa. Huang Weihan and the others all turned pale, rushing inside in a flash. When they saw the corpse lying in his brother's arms, everyone's eyes turned bloodshot red. Huang Weihan's breathing became extremely labored. After a full 10 seconds, he suddenly roared, I want all the city's surveillance footage, check it all, damn it. Manhwa, you stay here and assist the doctors in treating the wounded. Take care of our fallen brothers. Teams 1 and 2 with me. With a single command, Huang Weihan immediately climbed into the vehicle and pulled out his phone. The call connected, and on the other end came the sound of heavy, panting breaths. Hey, Captain Huang. Su Lin activated his system interface and swiftly chased after the glowing dot indicated on the panel. Night had just fallen, and with the crowd still thick, he couldn't afford to press too closely. If Golden Rose detected his presence, innocent bystanders could be put in harm's way. Su Lin, where are you? Hello? Su Lin. The call suddenly disconnected. Su Lin called out a few more times, but when there was no response, he quickly checked his phone. It had run out of battery. At this moment, he couldn't care less. Following the guidance of the special marker, he continued chasing toward the location of the Golden Rose. Shin Dali's face kept flashing through his mind. The pool of blood on the ground seemed to stain his pupils red. Fury, hatred, and murderous intent filled his thoughts. Su Lin was extremely dangerous now, his entire being in a state of extreme agitation. Just a single spark could set him off, an explosion waiting to happen. He left the city? After chasing for nearly half an hour, Su Lin's expression suddenly changed as he noticed Golden Rose had dramatically accelerated, speeding straight toward the outskirts. He immediately tried to hail a car, but when he saw the private vehicles whizzing past under the streetlights, his mind cleared somewhat. Creak! Suddenly, a car screeched to a halt in front of him, and out stepped none other than Zhao Guodong. Su Lin, what happened? Zhao Guodong rolled down the car window and spoke up. But the next moment, he saw the gun in the young man's hand, and his expression instantly stiffened. Recognizing his former superior, Su Lin didn't mince words and directly said, Captain Zhao, lend me the car first. Without hesitation, Zhao Guodong quickly got out of the vehicle. He opened the door to the back seat, and out stepped a woman in her 30s with a child about 8 or 9 years old. Sorry, Captain Zhao, Mrs. Zhao, it's urgent. I'll return the car later. With that, Su Lin got in, hit the gas, and sped off. He watched their family car disappear into the distance and couldn't help nudging Zhao Guodong. Who was that, honey? She asked. Zhao Guodong replied, that's the legend from our unit. Remember when you asked how our team got those honors and bonuses last time? Well, that kid's the one who brought them in. So this is the guy you said was born to be a criminal investigator, who's actually a traffic cop. Zhao Guodong, yes, it's him. Come on, sweetheart, let daddy hold you. The couple glanced at the receding car, watching until its taillights disappeared from view, before finally leaving with their daughter. Immersive translate. The eastern suburbs of Jiangyun City connect to the mountains. Even if it were just one person hiding there, forget about finding them. Even 10 or 100 people could vanish without a trace. But Su Lin wasn't worried. The special marker gave him precise tracking. He wasn't just going to catch the Golden Rose with his own hands, he was going to make this woman completely despair and regret ever stepping foot into Great Xia. There were countless ways to break someone beyond redemption. Time passed swiftly, and over an hour had slipped by in the blink of an eye. Golden Rose's speed remained unwavering, and Su Lin matched it effortlessly, the two racing one after another towards the border area between Nanlin City and Jiangyun City. The landscape transformed into rolling hills that stretched over 100 kilometers. Even for one or two individuals, let alone an entire army division, locating someone who truly intended to hide in this terrain would be incredibly difficult. Moreover, due to Nanlin City's proximity to the border region, it was a labyrinth of intertwined factions with rampant criminal activity, particularly drug traffickers and illegal border crossers, whose numbers were beyond counting. Su Lin arched his eyebrows slightly after seeing the destination of the Golden Rose, feeling that he should have Huangji contact their colleagues in the Nanlin City Criminal Investigation Division. He wasn't asking for their interception, just a heads up to avoid being mistaken for a criminal himself later. Pulling out his phone, he looked at the pitch-black screen and only then remembered it was out of power. Fine, solo it is. Shaking his head, Su Lin's eyes burned not only with the light of hatred but also with the flames of excitement. Ever since the system awarded him so many skills, he had never used his full strength. This time, he could finally test his limits and see just how powerful he truly was. Wait, I think I still have 2 more draws left. Chapter 50, The Gun King Time Limit Card, a new skill. Wait, I think I still have 2 more draws left. Su Lin suddenly remembered that he had just caught 2 Class B fugitives and 1 Class A fugitive, earning himself over 2,000 points, enough for 2 more draws. As the saying goes, one can never have too many skills. If the Golden Rose had accomplices, at least he'd have more means to protect himself. System, draw the lottery. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Marksman Time Limited card, valid for 3 hours. Gun King Time Limited card, temporarily elevates the user to world-class sharpshooter level with unfailing accuracy. Note, this time card instantly grants mastery of all firearm knowledge and may permanently enhance the user's firearm skills after expiration. Su Lin froze. A time-limited card? Only 3 hours in duration. To be honest, it was his first time drawing a time-sensitive item. But, according to the system's explanation, it's undoubtedly an absolutely badass existence. A world-class gun king, that means being among the absolute top-tier firearm users in the entire world. And then there's that additional note, even after the duration expires, there's still a chance to upgrade firearm skills. Both these points make it insanely powerful. Honestly, it could hold its own compared to a permanent one-time physique enhancement card. System, continue. Su Lin was somewhat excited, this thing would definitely be useful to him. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a new skill, Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye, intermediate skill. Host's eyesight is improved by 3x, and night vision is improved by 3x. Note, can be upgraded. A prompt appeared in his mind once more, and Su Lin felt a refreshing coolness in his eyes. Suddenly, the entire world seemed to change color before him. What was originally pitch-black darkness no longer appeared dark to him, it was nearly as bright as dusk after sunset, allowing him to see everything clearly even without any artificial light. His visual range had also improved significantly. Normally, an average person could barely make out an adult's facial features beyond 20 meters, and past 100 meters, figures would appear as indistinct as ants. But now, even from 60 meters away, he could clearly discern silhouettes. Line of sight can extend beyond 300 meters. 300 meters, clear enough to accurately make out a person's silhouette. That's downright monstrous. Su Lin suddenly realized the Sniper King time card and the Eagle Eye skill were a match made in heaven. With an assault rifle in hand, he'd be an absolute menace at 200 to 300 meters, one shot, one kill. This wave is solid. If Su Lin had previously doubted whether he alone could truly annihilate Golden Rose, now he was absolutely confident he could utterly crush them. Suppressing his excitement, he immediately pulled up the special marking interface. Suddenly his gaze froze, and he slammed on the brakes. Just as he was drawing the lot, Golden Rose actually came to a stop. Wait, no, she hadn't stopped. She had abandoned the car and chosen to continue on foot. Through the specially marked surveillance, he could clearly see Golden Rose making her way through the jungle. You can't escape, Su Lin sneered, glancing at the distance between them, now less than 5 kilometers. Before long, he spotted an off-road vehicle abandoned by the roadside. Rather than stopping, Su Lin accelerated and sped forward. He had already calculated the route in his mind, planning to flank and intercept Golden Rose from the front. Immersive translate. As Su Lin persisted in his relentless pursuit, deep within the jungle, a team was swiftly advancing toward its heart. Captain Hong, Frog Forest Village is just 3 kilometers ahead. According to our intel, the target will rest at Black Rooster Valley nearby while waiting for their contact. A panting voice chimed in. The team could be divided into 2 groups based on their gear. The first group consisted of 12 soldiers clad in Great Xia Army camouflage, each equipped with full special operations gear. These men were all vigorous and sharp-eyed, resembling a pack of wolves. The other group consisted of over 10 people, all dressed in plain clothes with bulletproof vests over them and pistols in their hands. As expected, these were likely officers from criminal investigation or narcotics enforcement. The one who spoke up was the team leader among the police officers. Captain Xiao, take a break first, said Captain Hong after hearing the police team leader's words. Actually, he was just being considerate. With their special forces training, a 10-kilometer armed cross-country run was standard practice, and the distance they had covered was nothing to them. But Captain Xiao was different. They didn't have nearly as much time for training. Usually, they were so busy investigating cases that they barely had time to sleep, so their physical fitness naturally couldn't compare to Captain Hong's. Alright, let's take a break. Xiao Changqing nodded, secretly relieved. He glanced at the men under his command, each looked as exhausted as he was, with some even starting to lose color in their lips. After running nearly 5 kilometers through jungle terrain, how could they possibly compare to special forces? If they encountered the enemy now, they might not even have the strength to lift their guns. Hong Wenhan shook his head slightly as he watched Xiao Changqing slump to the ground, gasping for breath. He didn't look down on Xiao Changqing, but delays in seizing tactical opportunities were what he disliked most. What their special operations excelled at was infiltrating behind enemy lines in advance, making preparations, and then striking the fatal blow at the crucial moment. But there was no helping it, they trained daily when not on missions, while their police counterparts couldn't spare as much time. One was the military, the other maintained public order locally, upholding the sanctity of the law. Though their duties differ, he still holds great admiration for the police force. After all, they face millions of citizens and encounter challenging cases at every turn. 10 minutes later, Xiao Changqing rose from the ground and said to Hong Wenhan, Captain Hong, we're all rested, let's move out. Upon hearing this, Hong Wenhan gestured lightly and said, move out. The team swiftly infiltrated toward Frog Forest Village once again. Simultaneously, from 2 other directions, 2 figures were also hastening toward Frog Forest Village. Golden Rose, her face dripping with sweat, clutched her wound with one hand while stumbling toward her destination. Once she reached the village ahead, she would be safe. Because there was a mercenary team over there, preparing to extract her. Taking a bullet and still being able to flee this far, one couldn't help but admit that Golden Rose's willpower was terrifyingly strong. For nearly 2 hours, covering dozens of kilometers, even though she was now at the end of her tether, the ferocity in her eyes still radiated an aura not to be underestimated. In the mountainous woodland to Golden Rose's left, Su Lin sprinted swiftly like a leopard. He abandoned the car 3 minutes ago and began swiftly circling ahead to intercept Golden Rose. However, the woman seemed to have noticed his presence and quickly ran toward the southwest. If viewed from above at this moment, one would see several groups moving through the jungle with the same target, Frog Forest Village. Chapter 51, Lingering Ghost? Let you escape, and my brother will never rest in peace. Golden Rose staggered forward, her face deathly pale, beads of sweat the size of peas rolling continuously down her forehead. Just 1,000 more meters, and I'll be back with Buka. Just 1,000 more meters. Her gaze remained steadfast as she whispered these words to herself. As one of the top assassins and mercenaries in the Immunity Alliance, one had to admit Golden Rose was truly formidable. For a woman to survive in a place that devours people without spitting out bones is already incredibly difficult, yet she surpassed many men by far. Having received professional training from childhood and spending every day in the company of death, she undoubtedly unlocked her potential to the fullest. If she could just return this time, it wouldn't be long before the infamous Golden Rose would strike fear into hearts once more. Pitter-patter. Yet this time, she had met her match. Footsteps suddenly rang out as a nimble figure swiftly emerged from her left front, the reflective strips on their uniform glaringly conspicuous. Damn it, it's him again. Golden Rose's face twisted with fury as she halted almost without hesitation, drawing her gun to fire. Boom, boom, boom. The gunshot instantly reverberated through the mountain forest, startling countless birds into frantic flight. Su Lin moved through the forest like a leopard, weaving between the trees to conceal his tracks. He held a gun in his hand but wasn't in a hurry to fire, as he now had only 2 rounds left in the magazine. Without absolute certainty of success, he dared not fire recklessly. Golden Rose emptied one magazine, swiftly reloaded another, then took light footsteps as she quickly retreated to the right. Under a large tree, Su Lin stared at the figure moving away from him on the map displayed through his special marking interface, a cold smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Run? Don't even think about it. He spoke coldly, his figure flashing as he dashed toward the direction of the Golden Rose. The sudden gunshot not only startled the birds in the jungle but also terrified a 10-man squad stationed behind the Frog Forest Village. This team of 10 was equipped entirely with top-tier Eagle brand gear, including the world's best tactical vests and bulletproof vests. They shared a unified name, the Borka Mercenaries. At the sound of gunfire, a young leader among the 10 instantly raised his head, revealing a face streaked with camouflage paint. With alarm in his expression, he said, "Not good, Rose might be in trouble." "Damn it, these great Xia cops are looking for death." Another mercenary cursed and added, "Captain Zaro, let's rendezvous with Rose. If those great Xia cops dare to follow, we'll slaughter them." "Good. All units, prepare to advance and extract Rose." The man called Zaro immediately led his team forward. Rose is carrying something critically important, there can't be the slightest mishap. At the same time, on the other side, Han Wenhan and Xiao Changqing were also startled by the sound of gunfire. The rapidly advancing team abruptly halted at Han Wenhan's fist-clenched hand signal command. "Gunshot, it's a Glock." Han Wenhan's expression darkened. The standard issue gear of foreign forces, clearly not their own men. The gunshots sounded less than 1,000 meters away. "Everyone stay alert," Han Wenhan cautioned as he led the team forward at a run. At this very moment, all personnel were converging on the origin point of those gunshots. Yet once again, Su Lin blocked Golden Rose's path like a vengeful specter, haunting her every move with relentless persistence. "Ah, die, just die." Golden Rose had gone mad, utterly desperate as she let out a frenzied roar. At the same time, she raised her pistol and fired repeatedly toward Su Lin's position. Bang, bang, bang. Golden Rose's mind was filled with a torrent of furious curses. Why did I have to run into this person? He's just a traffic cop. How did he end up at that crime scene and spot me? Remembering their first encounter, that guy had already ruined her plans back then. Then the second time, just as she'd obtained what the Borka mercenary group needed, she crossed paths with that chink Su Lin again. She just wanted to ask right now, why had this guy become a criminal investigator and been issued a gun? If it weren't for him, she would have long since reunited with Buka's people, and none of these incidents would have happened. Click click click. The gunfire ceased abruptly, with only the crisp clicking of the firing pin echoing repeatedly. Golden Rose glanced at the gun in her hand and hurled it fiercely toward the conspicuous reflective strip in the jungle. Whoosh! She seemed to have hit her target, yet only the sound of the pistol hitting the ground echoed back. Then, an utterly cold voice abruptly sounded behind her. I don't give a damn if you come to Daxia to live as a good person, but you dare kill people in Daxia and think you can run? Dream on! You killed my brothers from the Criminal Investigation Unit. If I let you escape, Wouldn't I be letting Dolly die with eyes wide open? So not only can you not run, but you'll also face the judgment of Dasha's law. Su Lin held the gun in his hand, staring coldly at Golden Rose with eyes devoid of any emotion. Die! Golden Rose somehow produced a dagger in her hand, lunged forward abruptly, and thrust it toward Su Lin's right arm that held the gun. Su Lin suddenly took a step back, just about to strike when a flash of red light seemingly passed before him, leaving his face stinging hot. A large hole abruptly exploded in the tree to his right. Bang! It wasn't until all of this had happened that the sound of a sniper rifle finally rang out. Sniper rifle! Su Lin's face changed dramatically as he threw himself backward. A moment later, another gunshot resounded. Bang! A patch of dirt exploded just slightly ahead of where he had been standing. All these events transpired in the blink of an eye. Golden Rose's face lit up with savage glee the moment she saw Su Lin get sniped, spinning around to sprint wildly forward. Yet at precisely that moment, muzzle flashes erupted from Su Lin's gun. Wham! Wham! 2 shots struck Golden Rose's thighs, left and right in perfect symmetry. So what if you've got backup? None of you are getting away, Su Lin growled through gritted teeth, his eyes burning crimson as he fixed his gaze on the source of the gunfire before plunging into the jungle with an explosive sprint. Like a hunting leopard, he moved with absurd speed, covering hundreds of meters in mere minutes. Just then, shadowy figures materialized in his peripheral vision, prompting him to immediately dive into a bush with a tactical roll. Boss, looks like we're sandwiched in the middle. At this moment, the group Su Lin discovered was leaning against cover, coldly staring in the direction where the sniper rifle shots originated. Hong Wonhan, Lynx, have you located that sniper yet? Boss, he's out of my effective range. Give me 2 minutes. The Special Forces operative codenamed Lynx immediately retreated. Xiao Changqing noticed the Special Forces team moving into action and immediately directed his men to focus on the earlier pistol's firing direction, preparing to strike at any moment. In the darkness, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, as if a storm was about to break. Chapter 52, Another Team? The South City Municipal Bureau is stunned. After the gunshots, the jungle fell silent in an instant, and everyone could feel the extremely oppressive atmosphere. Hong Wonhan and Xiao Changqing both wore tense expressions. One is the leader of the Falcon Assault Team from the Red Eagle Special Forces, 6th Division of the Southwest Military Region. The other is the Deputy Chief of the Criminal Investigation Division in Nanlin City. Their current target is a group of mercenaries infiltrating Dasha's borders. The Criminal Investigation Division obtained the intelligence and took the initiative to act, tracking the leads all the way to this location. Because they feared the enemy's identity, they requested support from the nearest Red Eagle Special Forces unit. Their main force would likely take at least 2 more hours to arrive here. But no matter what conspiracy those mercenaries had, they would round them all up. Hong Wonhan took a deep breath and spoke into the individual communication device. Wildcat, get into position quickly and locate their sniper for me. Roger that, replied Lynx. Hong Wonhan then turned to Xiao Changqing and said, Captain Xiao, contact headquarters. We might get exposed ahead of schedule. I reckon there's another team operating. As a Special Forces commander, he understood all too well what those gunshots moments ago signified. Another team? Xiao Changqing's expression turned serious. He had already harbored some suspicions, but upon hearing Hong Wonhan's words, they were instantly confirmed in his heart. Hong Wonhan, the initial gunshots came from our southeast direction, the area where people had just ascended the mountain. There seem to be 2 groups, though the exact numbers are unclear. Because they used 2 different types of weapons, the first gunshots were from a Glock pistol. After the sniper rifle fired, the shots that followed were from a police-issued Type 92, likely your officers. As a top Special Forces operative, Hong Wonhan recognized the model of the firearm just by its sound. I agree, Xiao Changqing also nodded. He then picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Director Zhang, we've already reached the location at Frog Forest Village and have made contact with the enemy. We might be exposed prematurely. Yes, we have our people there. Could you check on your end who exactly they are? Yes, understood, we'll absolutely ensure our own people's safety. Xiao Changqing finished speaking and hung up the phone. He nodded at Hong Wonhan and said, Our Bureau Chief Zhang said they'll check immediately. We should have results in about 3 minutes. Good, we'll wait 3 minutes then. When time's up, we'll move out immediately. The latter's face carried a fierce hint of battle-ready determination. Immersive translate. Nanchang City, Municipal Bureau Conference Room. The venue had been converted into a temporary command center. Zhang Tao, head of the Nanchang Municipal Bureau, gathered relevant units and operational departments in the command post. Before them loomed a large screen displaying live footage captured by drones. Present were the SWAT team leader, Special Forces commander, municipal officials, head of the Criminal Investigation Division, technical department supervisors, and other key personnel. All wore grave expressions as they stared at the large screen. Zhang Tao hung up the phone and looked up at the group. Just received word that another team from our side might have joined the operation. At these words, everyone's expressions changed. They glanced at each other, clueless about which team it could be. Narcotics Squad, is it your people? Zhang Tao turned to the captain of the Narcotics Squad. The latter shook his head decisively and said, Director Zhang, it's not our unit. We currently have no operations. Everyone is on standby at headquarters. SWAT. Zhang Tao then looked toward the SWAT team leader, who immediately signaled no involvement. Comrades from the armed police? Zhang Tao turned next to a colonel wearing the uniform of the People's Armed Police. No, we People's Armed Police always coordinate with the Municipal Bureau. Unless it's a special circumstance, we never undertake missions independently. The colonel shook his head. Zhang Tao nodded, then turned his gaze toward the head of the Criminal Investigation Division, as well as a lieutenant colonel from the Red Eagle Special Forces Unit. It was even more impossible for them, because both the Criminal Investigation Division and the Red Eagle Special Forces Unit already had personnel involved in the mission. They wouldn't dispatch a second team. Zhang Tao immediately shouted to the technical team, pull up the surveillance footage from nearby immediately to look for clues. Since it was nighttime, the jungle was pitch black, and even with the drone's advanced technology, visibility inside was impossible. Zhang Tao quickly thought of checking the surrounding mountain roads as a potential lead. Sure enough, in less than a minute, they discovered two vehicles parked by the roadside of the mountain path. Run that plate number now. At his command, someone immediately set to work. Report, both vehicles have license plates from Jiangyun City. One of them was reported stolen 3 hours ago. The other belongs to Zhao Guodong, the squad leader of Jiangyun City's Traffic Police 1st Brigade. Contact Jiangyun City. Never mind, I'll handle it myself. Zhang Tao immediately picked up the phone on his desk and dialed a number upon hearing the report. Hey, Lao Xia, it's Zhang Tao. The call was directed to Xiao Weihai, who was just preparing to leave work for the day. Answering Zhang Tao's call, Xiao Weihai first paused in surprise, then chuckled, Old Zhang, what's going on? You rarely call me out of the blue. Is there some operation that needs our cooperation? Cooperate my ass. Zhang Tao cursed, then demanded sharply, Old Xia, did you send people toward Frog Forest Village? Frog Forest Village? That border area between our two cities, near the frontier? Xiao Weihai took a moment to recall this location before asking suspiciously, Old Zhang, what exactly are you implying? We had an operation underway here, but just spotted another team. What's more, we identified the vehicle of Zhao Guodong, chief of your Jiangyun City Traffic Police 1st Brigade, Zhang Tao stated gravely. Wait for my callback. Xiao Weihai directly hung up the phone, then immediately picked up his cell phone and dialed Zhao Guodong's number. Hello, Bureau Chief Xia. Zhao Guodong's flattered voice came through. Xiao Weihai, Zhao Guodong, where are you? I'm at home. Zhao Guodong replied. Where's your car? My car. Su Lin drove it away. By the way, Chief Xia, is that kid on a mission? I saw you've already issued him a gun. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Having gotten his answer, Xiao Weihai hung up directly, then dialed Su Lin's number. Unfortunately, Su Lin's phone couldn't be reached, so he immediately called Huang Weihan's number instead. Huang Weihan, where are you? He asked coldly. Chief Xia, we're heading towards Wallen Village. Huang Weihan and his team had just learned from surveillance the direction in which Golden Rose was fleeing, as well as Su Lin's pursuit route, so they were already on their way to Wallen Village. After reporting their location, his voice grew somber, tinged with sorrow, as he added, Chief Xia, Qingdali has fallen. What did you say? Xiao Weihai suddenly stood up, his voice brimming with fury. Chapter 53, is this guy even human? A traffic cop who took down special forces? Xiao Weihai abruptly rose to his feet, his eyes burning with rage. Qingdali has fallen in the line of duty. A warm, honest face flashed through his mind, always wearing a smile, greeting everyone with a grin first, giving his all to his work, and caring deeply for every colleague. Whenever anyone faced difficulties, he was undoubtedly the first to lend a hand. Dolly! Xiao Weihai's lips trembled as he spoke, his child is only 7 years old. His eyes reddened as he suddenly lifted his head and growled, Huang Weihan, spare no effort to catch the murderer. I want him brought to justice. Yes, Huang Weihan immediately responded loudly. Wait a minute. Xiao Weihai suddenly recalled Zhang Tao's issue and promptly asked, Huang Weihan, are you heading toward Frog Forest Village? Has anyone moved ahead already? Comrades from Nanlin City are also operating there. What? Huang Weihan paused for a moment, then urgently said, Bureau Chief Xia, Su Lin has already gone over. You don't think he might clash with the brothers from Nanlin City, do you? It's pitch black out there, what if shots get fired by mistake? Hiss. The thought of this outcome made him involuntarily gasp in shock. Xiao Weihai's temples visibly throbbed with anger as he shouted, Huang Weihan, what the hell are you doing? How could you let that kid act alone? Call him back immediately, this is outrageous. Huang Weihan replied with grievance, Chief Xia, it's not like I wanted this either, but the kid's phone seems to be turned off, we can't reach him. Xiao Weihai, deal. No need to say anything else. Be careful. He gave Huang Weihan one final instruction, then picked up his phone and dialed Zhang Tao's number. Old Zhang, he said, we definitely have someone inside. What did you say? A person? Back at the Nanlin City Command Center, hearing Xia Weihai's words, Zhang Tao's gaze suddenly sharpened. Old Xia, did you send just one person over? Is there some mission to carry out? Xia Weihai, no, he was chasing a murderer over there. Because of that person, we lost a veteran detective. I see. Zhang Tao's tone grew solemn at the mention of sacrifice. He wasn't blaming Xia Weihai. If someone from his own criminal investigation team had been lost, he too wouldn't hesitate to order his men to pursue the killer, even to the ends of the earth. But, sending just one man? He's far too confident. As he muttered to himself, Xia Weihai continued, Old Zhang, our criminal investigation team is already on the road and should arrive in about half an hour. Zhang Tao, Old Xia, there's no time. We'll move first, you notify your people. Our squad Feng Wei is at. Sorry, Old Zhang, we can't reach him. Zhang Tao couldn't hold back his urge to swear. What if they accidentally shot their own people? Alright, we'll be careful. He hung up the phone and glanced at the time. Exactly 3 minutes had passed. He immediately called Xiao Changqing and recounted in detail all the information they had obtained. What? Chief Shang, you're not joking, are you? A single person? That guy's got some serious guts. Enough talk. He doesn't know our situation, he's just chasing the killer. Xiao Changqing, Director Zhang, we can almost confirm that the mercenaries' target is to extract the fugitive being pursued by Jianyun City. They've already opened fire just now. Hearing this, Zhang Tao was startled and said, we must ensure the safety of our own comrades. When the time comes, I'll go find Xia Weihai and have him treat us to a meal. Yes. Xiao Changqing hung up the phone. He looked solemnly at Hong Wenhan and said, Captain Hong, we guessed correctly. Someone from our own side entered the woods, just one person, from the Jianyun City Criminal Investigation Division. He wasn't aware of our operation. If we run into him later, we must be care. Boss, it's an ambush. Holy shit. Suddenly, a cry of alarm came from Hong Wenhan's personal communicator. In an instant, he was completely fired up, shouting in a deep voice, Assault team, quick, support the sniper team. Fire support team, cover us. Recon team, secure our rear. Move, move, move. All 6 of them charged out almost simultaneously, rushing toward the direction of the sniper team. Xiao Changqing froze for a moment, then immediately followed suit. They swiftly moved through the jungle, arriving at a patch of trampled grass in less than a minute. Right in the middle of the clearing, 2 men lay sprawled out on the ground, clad in tactical gear, clearly members of the Falcon unit. Hong Wenhan's face darkened as he stepped forward, reaching out to check his subordinate's neck. The pulse was still there, the man was merely unconscious. What's going on? Xiao Changqing asked in a low, grave voice. In the next instant, a figure flashed behind Hong Wenhan like lightning, a terrifying gust of wind roaring past his ear. As the leader of the assault team, Hong Wenhan's combat skills were undeniably strong. With a slight tilt of his head, he dodged the shadowy figure's attack and swiftly drew his military knife, thrusting it toward the figure's armpit in the next instant. Yet everything blurred before his eyes, and a sharp pain shot through his hand. Before he knew it, the knife had been snatched away and was now pressed against his own neck. Don't move! Who are you? We're detectives from Daxia. Drop the knife. We are the special forces of Daxia. Drop your weapons. Drop your weapons and surrender, you can't escape. One after another, shouts rang out as everyone stood tensely on edge. Especially the members of the Falcon assault team, who were utterly dumbstruck by what they were witnessing. What kind of divine combat power is this? That was Hong Wenhan, the captain of their assault team and a top-tier combat expert. Yet in just an instant, someone had a knife pressed against his neck and it was his own blade, no less. Hearing the men announce themselves, Su Lin froze momentarily. Hiding behind Hong Wenhan, he said, who says you are who you claim? Show me your credentials, or don't blame me for being impolite. He was extremely cautious, after all, he still had no idea who had fired at him just now. What if it was this group of people? That's definitely a possibility. Brother, are you from Jianyun City's criminal police? Xiao Changqing snapped back to reality and immediately asked. Su Lin froze upon hearing this, and just as his grip loosened slightly, Hong Wenhan suddenly grabbed his arm and flipped him over with a judo throw, slamming him to the ground. Yet, with explosive core strength, Su Lin forcefully propelled himself up from a lying position like a zombie rising stiffly, straightening up in an instant. Crack! Hong Wenhan felt only a chilling sensation at his neck, his eyes widening instantly as he dared not move even a fraction. Xiao Changqing gaped, watching as Hong Wenhan was once again toyed with, a blade pressed against his throat, and couldn't help but swallow hard. This detective, traffic officer, just catching sight of Su Lin's armband instantly made Xiao Changqing exclaim in shock. Bloody hell, are you kidding me? This guy, why is he wearing traffic police uniform again? Chapter 54, 1.7 second snipe, writing a legend. You're quite the player, aren't you? Su Lin placed the combat knife against Hong Wenhan's neck once more, speaking with a hint of mockery. If it weren't for his exceptionally strong core strength earlier, he might have genuinely been overpowered by this guy. Hong Wenhan, his heart twitched, this kid was somewhat freakish. To instantly react and spring up like a zombie after being thrown over the shoulder, what kind of explosive power and core strength was that? Traffic police! At this moment, Xiao Changqing happened to exclaim in shock, leaving Hong Wenhan nearly dropping his jaw to the ground. Buddy, stay calm. A Special Forces member stepped forward, making a downward pressing gesture with his hand. Then he told Xiao Changqing, Captain Xiao, hurry up and show your credentials. Hearing this, Xiao Changqing immediately reacted, pulling out a document wallet and throwing it toward Su Lin's direction. In the darkness, visibility was already poor. Coupled with the black credentials, apart from the faint glint of the police emblem, the document was practically invisible once thrown. As soon as he flung it, Xiao Changqing began to regret his action. But the next moment, a hand ghostly snatched his credentials. What kind of look was that? The entire team of Special Forces operatives wearing individual night vision goggles were dumbfounded. No one understood the significance of Su Lin's movements better than they did. In pitch darkness, being able to accurately catch an ID smaller than a palm, could he actually see in the dark? They guessed right. Su Lin had already activated his eagle eye skill. Though it couldn't compare to daylight, it was far clearer than night vision goggles. Technology can never outmatch a cheater with hacks. Su Lin picked up the ID and opened it to take a look. Deputy Captain Xiao Changqing of the Nanlin City Criminal Investigation Division? The ID was genuine, that much was certain. He then compared the photo with Xiao Changqing's actual appearance and confirmed it was indeed the same person. Sorry, I'm from the Criminal Investigation Division of Jiangyun City. No, I'm a trainee traffic officer with Jiangyun City Traffic Police Unit 1, Su Lin said as he released Hong Wenhan, who was drenched in cold sweat from fright. He then pulled out his credentials and walked toward Xiao Changqing. Xiao Changqing took it, and his team members immediately surrounded him. When he flipped it open under a flashlight, his expression turned as if he were severely constipated. He handed the credentials to Hong Wenhan, and even the Special Forces captain couldn't help but nearly curse out loud the moment he saw Su Lin's identification. Is everyone in Jiangyun City this badass? How could such a talent be dumped in the traffic police unit as a trainee officer? Is my brain not working, or has the world gone mad? Why is the heavens tormenting me like this? Just as everyone was looking at Su Lin, his expression suddenly turned grave. His eyes locked onto a cluster of shrubs several hundred meters away as he said in a low voice, "Be careful, they're here." Them? It wasn't until this moment that Hong Wenhan and Xiao Changqing realized the mercenaries were still present. They'd nearly overlooked them. With a swift movement, Su Lin suddenly appeared behind a large tree where he promptly shouldered what was unmistakably Lynx's sniper rifle. Meanwhile, both Lynx and another Special Ops team member remained unconscious where they lay. Seeing Lynx's sniper rifle finally reminded Hong Wenhan about the knocked-out commando, prompting him to immediately send someone to rouse the man. How could a traffic cop be holding weapons that clearly belonged to one of our own operatives? Wildcat, wake up! Wildcat! Clap clap clap. Only after several slaps in succession did Wildcat, lying on the ground, slowly come to. His gaze regained some focus, then his pupils suddenly contracted violently as he sprang up from the ground. Enemy attack! The next moment, he saw Hong Wenhan crouching beside him, along with several other team members. Boss, we've encountered. He had just started reporting when he suddenly spotted the figure standing under a tree about 10 meters away and immediately exclaimed, "Boss, it's him. He's the one who attacked us." The scream of the civet cat shattered the quiet of the night sky. Su Lin's expression instantly changed. His gaze locked onto the 10 o'clock direction, where the others had immediately gone into hiding upon hearing the commotion. Judging by the distance, it was at least 300 meters away. He frowned at the lynx, then glanced at the sniper rifle in his hand. A thought flickered through his mind as he summoned the system. System, activate the Gun King's time card. Ding! Marksman time limited card activated, duration, 3 hours. A prompt flashed in his mind, and in the next moment, countless firearms knowledge appeared in his memory, including various models of pistols, rifles, sniper rifles, machine guns, heavy machine guns, and so on. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from a novice who only knew about pistols and rifles into a true firearms master, a sharpshooter of the highest caliber. The muscle memory in his hands instantly integrated into his nervous system, forming terrifying neural reflexes. Firing a gun became almost an instinctive subconscious action. Give me back my gun. Suddenly, the lynx erupted once again. For a sniper, the sniper rifle is like their second life. Where the gun goes, the sniper follows, to the death. So when Lynx saw Su Lin holding his sniper rifle, he charged forward almost instinctively, his face twisted with fury. Lynx! Hong Wenhan's expression changed drastically at the sight, but it was already too late to stop him. He couldn't help but fly into a rage, glaring at Su Lin as he roared, "Give him the gun!" Su Lin completely ignored both of them apologies, but at this moment, he trusted no one except himself, for he had already transformed into the king of guns. Bang! The gunshot rang out. 1 second earlier, as he was running, the fleeing criminal suddenly sensed a terrifying wave of killing intent surging toward him. Acting on instinct, he dropped low, an instantaneous decision that saved his life. The bullet grazed past his head and struck an enormous hole into the tree on the right. "Sniper, get the gun!" He instinctively shouted toward Su Lin, but before the words had even fully left his mouth, he saw Su Lin abruptly raise his gun, aim, and fire. Bang! A dull gunshot rang out. Standard movements, indifferent gaze, and that terrifying reaction speed made everyone present who understood sniping change their expressions. Wildcat even instinctively shouted, 1.7 seconds. For a sniper, the fastest time needed from spotting a target to locking on and firing is roughly 2.5 seconds. You must understand this is already extremely frightening, as factors like air density, humidity, wind speed, all affecting bullet trajectory, must be calculated before firing. Legend has it that some elite snipers can shoot even faster, but it's almost always done in 2 seconds. Every second shaved off that time is as difficult as reaching the heavens. Of course, if it's just random shooting, that's a different story. Yet when Su Lin pulled the trigger, a sudden cry of alarm echoed from nearly 300 meters away. Though the sound reached them as the faintest whisper, everyone present heard it clearly. In a span of 2 seconds, the raccoon's eyes brimmed with sheer disbelief. No, not just within 2 seconds, but exactly 1.7 seconds, a full 0.3 seconds faster. Those 0.3 seconds are an insurmountable chasm that most snipers can never cross in their entire careers. Chapter 55, Raccoon, feast your eyes on this immortal. Just as everyone was still caught in shock, the leopard closest to Su Lin discovered another terrifying detail. That guy actually had no night vision equipment whatsoever. No night vision goggles, and his scope system didn't have night vision capabilities either. No night vision gear, no spotter either. How on earth did he pull this off? Could it be possible using just his naked eyes? At this moment, everyone came to their senses and couldn't help but gasp repeatedly in shock. Pervert. No, the word pervert isn't enough to describe this guy's terrifying ability. Immersive translate. Nearly 300 meters away in the bushes, Zaru looked grimly at his fallen comrade lying before him. The officer's right skull had been blown open, with red and white fluid streaming across the ground. Boss, there's a sniper. That guy has backup. A subordinate reported to Zaru with an extremely grave expression. Gritting his teeth, Zaru said, no matter what, we must bring Golden Rose back. She's carrying something crucial. Even if we can't take her, we must retrieve that item. Don't worry, everyone. Our reinforcements are right at the border. The moment they notice we're being tailed by Dacia's police, they'll provide immediate support. Yes. The remaining 8 men followed Zelu as they slowly advanced forward, while Zelu himself shouldered a sniper rifle and began scanning the environment ahead. These mercenaries' equipment was every bit as good as that of Dacia's special forces. In terms of combat effectiveness, they ranked among the world's most elite units, but they never should have, absolutely never should have, set foot on Great Xia's territory. Su Lin had spotted them the moment they began to move. A cold smirk played on his lips as his figure vanished behind the towering tree in a flash. With icy fury in his gaze, he swiftly maneuvered forward while gripping his sniper rifle. After covering nearly 20 meters in a sprint, he abruptly raised his barrel, took aim, and fired. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and a marching mercenary collapsed as a bullet tore through his chest, blood gushing violently. Wark! Seeing yet another of his men fall, the mercenary captain let out a horrified shout. A look of shock crossed his face. The enemy sniper was far more formidable than he'd imagined. Everyone halt, stop right now. Damn it, their sniper is highly skilled, and his spotter must be exceptionally good too, Zaro said with a grim expression, ordering his men to stop as they all quickly took cover. But it was utterly useless. Su Lin darted through the jungle, his gaze fixed intently on the enemy. After about a minute, he locked onto a mercenary whose upper body was partially exposed. Without hesitation, he immediately raised his gun, took aim, and fired. Bang! The gunshot rang out again. The mercenary, who had only exposed half his body, was sent flying by the bullet. As the man was still mid-air, Su Lin swiftly pulled the trigger once more. Bang! Another gunshot echoed, and the mercenary's head exploded mid-scream. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy sh*T! Fox, come see the gods! Low exclamations and gasps escaped from the lips of the spotter boar, who had just been shocked awake. As part of the sniper team, the spotter's importance was undeniable. He also served as the squad's secondary sniper. Yet at this moment, Boar realized his spotting skills were utterly insignificant compared to what he was witnessing. The lynx had been watching the whole time. Through his night vision binoculars, he saw the mercenary get blasted away, then headshot, waves of chilling dread rising uncontrollably in his chest. Such skills existed only in legends. Terrifying. His gaze involuntarily locked onto the young man darting through the jungle. These sniper tactics, they outclassed him by 10 streets. A sniper? No, compared to him, I'm just a rookie. While everyone from Great Xiao was shocked, Zayla from the Buka mercenaries was utterly terrified. Too terrifying. With marksmanship like that, there was absolutely no way they could infiltrate. Run! His first thought was to flee, but could he really escape? Unless they take out that sniper, or unless the sniper gives up, none of them will make it out alive. Damn it, how can there be such a skilled sniper? Zaylu's heart sank to the depths as he cursed under his breath, then turned to his men and said, "Everyone stay down, no sudden movements, no sound." He was terrified. Even when they rampaged unchecked in Mianbang, killing countless, facing such a formidable opponent now magnified their fear infinitely. That man's marksmanship had already left a psychological shadow on them. They could only wait for reinforcements where they stood. Think hiding like a turtle in its shell will keep you safe? Su Lin's lips curled into a cold smirk as he holstered his gun, his gaze fixed on a spot to his right front. A figure was crawling forward, none other than Golden Rose. Even after being shot in both legs by Su Lin, the woman still refused to give up, gritting her teeth as she dragged herself forward. One had to admit, her tenacity was truly terrifying. Su Lin strode over, ready to apprehend the woman. But at that very moment, a brilliant light erupted in the sky, its dazzling sparks instantly altering the expressions of everyone present. Signal flare? Su Lin's expression tensed. The next moment, they noticed the mercenaries on the opposite side had also launched a signal flare. Gunfire erupted immediately afterward. Crash, rustle, rustle. Leaves shook and rustled as figures emerged in the distance, dozens of them, clutching assault rifles, swiftly charging toward Su Lin and his group. In less than 500 meters and under 2 minutes, the two sides had already come face to face. Thud, thud, thud. Gunfire erupted instantly. Hong Wenhan and Xiao Changqing, confronting these mercenaries, stepped forward without hesitation and charged at the enemy. Su Lin narrowed his eyes slightly, an endless fury erupting within his heart. Lawless, what the hell do you think our border is? Coming and going as you please, even daring to open fire on our military police? Kill them, not a single one gets away. With bloodshot eyes, he charged forward in long strides, raising his gun to fire, shooting to kill. Bang! Crack! Bang! Crack! One shot, one kill, almost without pause, compressing time down to 1.5 seconds. His sniper rifle was practically transformed into an automatic weapon. In just 20 short seconds, he consecutively shot down 9 enemies, leaving the rushing mercenaries utterly defenseless against his onslaught. Hong Wenhan also led his troops forward in an assault, eliminating 7 or 8 mercenaries. Thanks to Su Lin's explosive performance, the battle between both sides quickly turned into a completely one-sided affair. Golden Rose, witnessing this scene, frantically crawled forward, her face crisscrossed with bloody scratches from thorns, filled with hatred and malice. She wanted to escape, to take revenge on that traffic cop. Kill all his family and friends, make him understand the consequences of crossing her. In the midst of the fierce battle, Su Lin indeed had no time to deal with Golden Rose. But just as Golden Rose was about to reach the border, a voice that sent shivers down her spine suddenly sounded behind her. If I let you escape, how will I avenge my brother? Su Lin stepped forward coldly, grabbed one of Golden Rose's legs, and roughly dragged her forward. Ah! Golden Rose threw her head back and roared wildly, but no matter how she screamed and struggled, Su Lin's grip remained like an iron vice, dragging her relentlessly. But soon enough, she realized Su Lin was heading straight towards the border. What is he up to? Letting her go? Chapter 56. Treading on the enemy, one man guarding the pass. An unforgettable scene. Golden Rose stared at the approaching border with wide eyes, a flicker of hope igniting in her gaze. Close. Very close. 150 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. Just 50 meters left. The final 50 meters. Just 50 more meters, and I'll be free. The military police of Daxia would never dare to fire shots across the border, they don't have the guts. As Golden Rose's hope grew stronger, another voice echoed in her mind. Why? Why is he letting me go? Could it be that Zaro and the others have captured one of their people? Yes. It must be like this, it must be like this. 30 meters, just 30 meters more. 20 meters, just 20 more meters and I'll be free. Ha! The Great Xia, a forbidden zone for mercenaries? Nothing special. A smile had already appeared on Golden Rose's face. By now they had exited the jungle and were on open plains, where a group of people could be seen charging rapidly toward them from about 300 meters away. At the same time, from Su Lin's rear position, Hong Wenhan and others were also chasing madly after him. Hey traffic cop, what do you think you're doing? Bastard, are you committing treason? Damn it, what the hell is this guy trying to do? The entire group was stunned, watching helplessly as Su Lin dragged the person to the edge of that sacred national border, barely 10 meters away from foreign soil. One more step forward would mean entering Mayan land. No matter how crucial their mission was, they had to stop dead in their tracks the moment they crossed that line. Everyone's hearts leapt to their throats until Qin Su casually tossed the Golden Rose 10 meters short of the border, then planted his foot on her wound. Ah! A piercing shriek erupted as Golden Rose trembled violently in agony, grinding her teeth while glaring at Su Lin, the last glimmer of hope in her eyes extinguished completely at that moment. She understood. She finally understood. Why did this guy bring himself to the border? Because he wanted to experience the terrifying despair right in the face of hope. Hope was within reach, yet no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't touch it. The most dreadful thing in this world is hope. A cold smirk curled on Su Lin's lips as he planted his foot on the golden rose and abruptly raised his sniper rifle. Bang! A gunshot pierced the sky, and two of the charging crowd immediately fell. Two birds with one stone. The skill of the Gun King was nothing short of miraculous. Damn it, stop! The charging group of over 20 people immediately crouched down. But it was utterly futile. Su Lin's eagle-eye skill enhanced his night combat abilities several-fold to him. The pitch-black night was no darker than twilight. He cocked the rifle bolt and raised his weapon to aim once more. Bang! A spray of blood blossoms erupted as a mercenary hiding in the grass fell with the gunshot. Continue. Rack the bolt, raise the rifle, fire. Bang! 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 Every gunshot took down an enemy. A group of mercenaries hid in the grass, terror written on every face. Die! With a furious roar, Zalo suddenly rose, clutching a sniper rifle in his hands. Target locked, aim steady. But the moment his finger touched the trigger, a flash of firelight appeared in the sniper scope, and the next second, his head exploded. Blood and brain matter splattered across the ground, as all the mercenaries stared in sheer terror at the crimson mess. So terrifying. Such sniper skills made him nearly invincible on this small-scale battlefield. To Su Lin's left, Hong Wenhan, Xiao Changqing, and their group widened their eyes in disbelief, each face frozen in shock and dread. They swore they would never forget this sight for the rest of their lives. A single man with a gun, standing atop fallen enemies, shooting down the encroaching foes. Proving that ancient saying true, one man can hold a pass against 10,000. Go, everyone, withdraw. Finally, facing Su Lin's terrifyingly precise rapid fire, the mercenaries nearly 300 meters away could no longer remain calm. Their sniper had already been taken out, and even though the sniper rifle was still there, none dared to lift their heads. Zara's retaliation moments ago was still fresh in their minds. Raising their heads meant certain death. Everyone run, now! A leading mercenary shouted loudly and sprang up to flee. At that moment, Hong Wenhan and his team finally snapped out of their daze and immediately rushed forward with their men without hesitation. Su Lin was far from that group of mercenaries, but they were not less than 200 meters away. Upon realizing the enemy was fleeing for their lives, Hong Wenhan promptly launched an attack. Thud, thud, thud. Gunshots rang out incessantly as the Falcon assault team moved like a pack of ravenous wolves, each member radiating an intimidating aura of ferocity. Even the criminal police squad members like Xiao Changqing charged forward with frenzied determination. With pistols in hand, they kept firing relentlessly even when enemies were beyond their effective range. The constant gunfire served to disorient their opponents and create openings for their special forces comrades. Bang! Bang! Su Lin continued firing, though now only taking opportunistic shots. His eyes were bloodshot, barely able to stay open, his body growing weaker while a dull pain throbbed on his lower left back. Blood seemed to be seeping out. No time to dwell on it now, every kill counted. In under 10 minutes, the battle was over. Hong Wenhan and his team chased the mercenaries all the way to the border, watching as only 3 of them leapt into the river in a desperate escape. He gritted his teeth and helplessly sighed. The line beneath their feet marked the insurmountable red line they could not cross. Everyone, sweep the battlefield, check for any survivors, and stay alert, Hong Wenhan ordered. Roger! His team members immediately sprang into action. Xiao Changqing looked at his brothers behind him and said, "You guys go help too. Be careful." Understood. The group of criminal investigators nodded in unison. Then the 2 squad leaders exchanged a glance before sprinting toward Su Lin simultaneously. Before long, they arrived at Su Lin's location. The man beneath his feet had already fallen unconscious, while Su Lin remained standing ramrod straight, his eyes bloodshot and terrifying beyond measure. A large patch of blood soaked his chest and abdomen, yet he stood motionless, still gripping his pistol. "Brother, the fight's over. Lower your weapon." Xiao Changqing finally spoke. Su Lin seemed not to have heard anything, remaining motionless as before. It wasn't until Hong Wenhan stepped forward and gently touched him that he staggered and sat on the ground, then tipped backward and collapsed. "Bro!" The expressions of the 2 men changed drastically, and they rushed forward to check on him. After examining him, Hong Wenhan bandaged Su Lin's wounds while saying, "Grazed ribs, it's a bit serious, but not life-threatening. This guy is too tough. Probably exhausted, plus he lost a bit too much blood." Chapter 57. I'm not dead yet. Why the hell are you wailing? For Su Lin, Hong Wenhan, and Xiao Changqing had only one word in their hearts: admiration. Even though the former was the captain of the special assault team, with multiple combat experiences and dozens of dangerous missions under his belt, he still had to admit that the young man before him was the strongest person he'd ever seen. "I'll get him transferred to the Special Forces unit. No need for assessments or anything, direct recruitment." He'd already made up his mind. He'd report to the commander immediately upon returning. With talent like his, the commander was sure to approve. Even if he just came as a sniper instructor, he could absolutely train a batch of elite snipers for Red Eagle. A traffic cop? Perhaps it'll be easier to poach him. They're the elite special forces, the pinnacle of disciplinary units after all. Xiao Changqing was also doing his own calculations in secret. While simultaneously cursing Jianyun City Bureau internally, how could they bury such talent in the traffic police division? If you don't need him, then give him to us. When I get back, I'll file a report. I'll make sure Chief Zheng poaches him for us. A powerhouse like this could bring unimaginable combat capability to our criminal investigation division. Forget SWAT, forget special forces, they can step aside. Both men harbored their own thoughts, but neither showed it, silently mulling things over in their minds. At this very moment, Xiao Changqing noticed Su Lin's eyes. His eyes. He couldn't help but cry out in astonishment, for he discovered that Su Lin's bloodshot pupils, so engorged they seemed on the verge of bursting, remained wide open, as if gazing fixedly at the sky. Hearing his exclamation, Hong Wenhan also noticed this peculiarity, his expression subtly shifting with emotion. What is he doing? Pitter-patter. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps erupted from behind them. Both turned around almost simultaneously and spotted two teams charging out from the jungle, one from the left, the other from the right. One of them was unmistakably the SWAT unit from Nanlin City, numbering several dozen, every member armed to the teeth. They were fully armed, their helmet-mounted flashlights illuminating the surroundings. The other group consisted of plainclothes or uniformed officers wielding police handguns and flashlights. Su Lin, are you still there, kid? Su Lin. Huang Weihan shouted anxiously while searching, his voice filled with extreme urgency and dismay. He had heard from Director Xia that mercenaries had infiltrated the Frog Forest village area, numbering dozens, and had engaged in a violent confrontation with Daxia's military and police forces. Su Lin's safety was now his top concern. Old Su, Su Gu, Brother Su. Immersive translate. A group of officers came over, shouting and yelling, causing the SWAT team members accompanying them and everyone else nearby to involuntarily frown in annoyance. Xiao Changqing, hearing the voice, called out suspiciously through the night, Huang Weihan? Old Huang. Who's there? That voice. Xiao Changqing? Huang Weihan suddenly realized, then shouted and sprinted towards them, followed quickly by the 2 or 3 dozen members of the Criminal Investigation Division behind him. In no time, they reached Xiao Changqing and Hong Wenhan. A flashlight beam swept the ground, revealing Su Lin lying there, his eyes wide open. Su Lin, you. Huang Weihan's heart turned to ice, his voice failing him as hot tears welled up in his eyes. This is a case of dying with grievances unavenged. Old Su. Chen Hua wailed in anguish as well. The entire criminal investigation unit also stepped forward one by one, calling out Su Lin's name as quiet sobs escaped their lips. Cough cough. What are you wailing about? I'm not dead yet. At that moment, Su Lin, lying on the ground, finally couldn't hold back and weakly cursed. Just moments ago, he had entered an extremely peculiar state. It felt as if his entire soul had been hollowed out, completely devoid of consciousness. Though his eyes were open, he couldn't see anything or hear any sounds. It wasn't until Huang Weihan's loud shout that he was abruptly startled back to awareness. Tired? Of course I'm tired. The high-intensity pursuit and battle had nearly drained every ounce of his energy. Right now, he couldn't even muster the strength to lift a hand. Captain Huang, is that you? He forced a bitter smile through gritted teeth. This time he'd really gone too far, almost got himself killed in the process. It's me. Huang Weihan immediately knelt on one knee before Su Lin, grasping his hand with a choked voice. You brat, you're not dead. Su Lin. Chief Huang, can't you wish me better? Don't worry, the king of hell won't come collecting me for another 100 years. Ha! Damn! Su Lin gritted his teeth, his laughter tugging at his wounds, making him suck in sharp breaths through the pain. Kid, good to see you're not dead. I knew you weren't the type to die easy. Huang Weihan let out a relieved sigh. Being able to joke meant everything was alright. Team leaders Chen Hua, Zhang Gong, and Hu Gang stepped forward to greet Su Lin. Huang Weihan noticed his eyes and asked, Su Lin, your eyes? It seems there's something wrong with these eyes. If Su Lin survived but ended up blind, it would undoubtedly be an unbearable blow for him. That's why Huang Weihan is extremely worried the guy might not be able to accept it. Su Lin, it's fine, just eye strain. It'll recover in a couple of days. No one understood better than him that this was actually the side effect of the eagle eye skill. During daytime, this side effect might have been milder, but operating at night while conducting long-range observation and prolonged searches severely strained his optic nerves. Even the formidable eagle eye had its limits. That limit was 2 hours. He had just used it for nearly that duration any longer, and his eyes might have suffered permanent damage. For now, taking some rest should be enough to recover fully. Huang Weihan heard this but didn't press further. He turned to Xiao Changqing and asked, Old Xiao, what exactly happened with you guys? An operation this big, and you didn't report to higher-ups? And you took on such a fight with just a handful of men? Xiao Changqing replied, Old Huang, it's easy to criticize when you're not in the thick of it. We never expected to encounter so many enemies. Huang Weihan nodded and then asked, how many casualties did you have? Xiao Changqing, casualties? None at all, not a single one. What? Not a single one of your people was hurt, just Su Lin took all the damage, huh? You guys are really something. Huang Weihan was visibly irritated, his tone sharp as he continued, and what about the ambulance? Has it arrived yet? Ambulance, yes. I'll call an ambulance right away. Just moments ago, when Hong Wenhan said there was no life-threatening danger, he'd already forgotten about calling an ambulance. Hearing Huang Weihan's reminder now, it finally came back to him. Fuck, what's the point of calling one now? Huang Weihan was genuinely furious. What the hell were these people from Nanlin City even doing? He immediately took out his phone and contacted Xia Weihai. As soon as the call connected, he blurted out, hello, Chief Xia, Su Lin is injured. The situation is unclear right now, and he needs to be sent to the hospital immediately. I suggest dispatching a helicopter. Wait there. Without wasting a word, Xia Weihai on the other end of the call hung up and immediately arranged for a helicopter. Xiao Changqing's expression turned shocked at this moment. To his knowledge, Jiangyun City only had 3 police helicopters, and they were seldom deployed under normal circumstances. Who would have thought that after Huang Weihan made one phone call, the big boss on the other end agreed without hesitation? It suddenly dawned on him that poaching personnel might be a hopeless endeavor. Chapter 58, Chief Xia, speak properly. Froglin village has a population of barely 200 or 300 people. The overwhelming majority are elderly left behind. The younger generation has mostly moved to cities for work and life, only returning during festivals to visit their elders. Those without elderly relatives simply don't come back anymore. As the elderly passed away one after another, Wallen village grew increasingly desolate. But today, Wallen village had already become bustling before dawn. In fact, since last night, the villagers of Wallen had been hearing the relentless gunfire, leaving many elders sleepless through the night and rising at daybreak. Some had even risen in the dead of night to stand at the highest vantage points of the village, gazing toward the border. As the village closest to the border in Haiyuan province, this area is frequently patrolled by border guards, and battles against various crimes often occur. The sound of gunfire along the borderline has long become nothing unusual to them. The elders here have seen it all. Some of the village's seniors even personally participated in wars. Their understanding of this borderline, their knowledge of the nation's history, along with the sense of ethnic pride and honor in their hearts, far surpass that of the younger generation today. Having lived to such an old age, there's nothing they haven't seen even with so many corpses laid out before them. The elderly villagers showed no fear. Hong Wenhan, Xiao Changqing, and the others had no choice but to bring the bodies into the village. After all, the only road into the area ran through Frogwood village. It wasn't like they could carry the bodies out, could they? Eat some breakfast, child. Exactly, my child. I've got a whole pot of boiled eggs at home, come and have some. Officer, here are some local specialties for you to take back with you. Immersive translate. The elderly folks brought out local specialties from their homes. To them, these were the most precious things they could offer. Hong Wenhan and Xiao Changqing were definitely not options, so they politely declined them one by one. Thank you, fellow villager. That won't be necessary. Thanks, but we're not hungry. Sir, we have rules and can't accept this. In the end, unable to bear the overwhelming hospitality of the locals, they simply led their comrades to a patch of wasteland outside the village. Boom boom boom. After about half an hour, the roar of helicopter rotor blades echoed through the sky. A blue-on-white police helicopter came into view of the crowd. Xiao Changqing looked at Huang Weihan, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. Even knowing this guy had called in a helicopter couldn't help but stir some emotion. Yet as the helicopter slowly descended and one big shot after another jumped off, Xiao Changqing's eyes widened violently, left speechless for quite some time. The first to step down was Guo Liang, chief of the East City precinct in Jiangyun City, dressed in a white shirt with the police rank of third-level superintendent. Then another person jumped off, making Xiao Changqing's mouth twitch involuntarily. Jiangyun City West District Branch, Director Deng Zhigua, similarly dressed in a white shirt, a third-class police supervisor. But the next person who appeared was truly astonishing. Xia Weihai, director of the Jiangyun City Public Security Bureau, the top authority in the city's law enforcement. Clad in a white shirt, his shoulders bore the rank of a second-class police supervisor. These three could be considered the very pinnacle of the Jiangyun City police hierarchy. As soon as they got down, they immediately rushed to Huang Weihan and Chen Hua, who were carrying a stretcher, and saw Su Lin lying on it with his eyes wide open, the whites bloodshot, and his face flushed a deep crimson red. The three of them couldn't help but shudder, their expressions changing instantly. Was this a sacrifice? Captain Huang, quite the spectacle, huh? I heard the helicopter blades, Su Lin said with a laugh. Though his eyes were open now, all he could see was a blurry haze of red, his vision completely obscured. You scared me to death, kid. I thought you'd gone down in glory. Chief Xia sighed in relief upon hearing his voice, his tone trembling slightly. Chief Xia, even you came? Su Lin was taken aback. Enough talk, let's get you to the hospital. Looking like this, even if you don't die you'll end up crippled, Xiao Weihai said gruffly. Su Lin, Chief, watch your words, I still need to find myself a wife. You little rascal. Xiao Weihai wasted no more words on him. With a wave of his hand, Huang Weihan and Chen Hua immediately carried him onto the aircraft. Several top officials then followed them aboard. Seeing this scene, Xiao Changqing felt a bitter taste in his heart. 3 top brass personally came to see him, showing such concern. With this level of police career achievement, does he even need to worry about his future? Wait a minute. Why the hell is this guy wearing a traffic officer's uniform? Is the Jiangyun City Police Department really this bold? You assigned such a fierce guy to the traffic police unit? Has your talent pool already become this oversaturated? Su Lin drifted off into a drowsy slumber. His eyes finally closed slowly. In his hazy state, he vaguely sensed someone stitching up the wound at his waist. Unaware of how much time had passed, when he opened his eyes again, he suddenly found himself engulfed in complete darkness. Just about to get up, suddenly a hand pressed down on his chest. Don't move. The doctor said your cornea is severely damaged and requires several days of rest. It's best to avoid light exposure. Hearing this voice immediately made Su Lin's scalp tingle. Why is it you? A delicate, elegant fragrance wafted into his senses, utterly intoxicating. Just then, a slightly weary voice sounded before him. Why can't it be me? You've got no family or friends in this city. Without me looking after you, you'd probably be stone cold by now. Sitting by the hospital bed was none other than the ravishing Yen Yao. Su Lin replied, speak properly, who's stone cold? I was perfectly fine to begin with, just a little tired, that's all. Anyway, I'm alright now. If you've got things to do, just go ahead. I'll just call a friend over. As he spoke, he prepared to find his phone to give Zheng Chao a call. Anyway, regardless of what was said, this was a woman he couldn't afford to provoke. If he got even slightly involved with her, she might just drag him to his demise. But when he reached out with both hands, he suddenly touched a pair of delicate, boneless jade-like hands, startling him so much that his lips twitched in shock as he hastily withdrew them. What's wrong? Afraid I'll eat you up? Yen Yao flushed red, shooting a glare at the man before her as the corners of her lips curled up. Here I am, a proper female CEO personally taking care of you, and you're still picking and choosing, she said. Don't make me have a word with the doctor about removing one of your kidneys. Su Lin. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, absolutely savage. Alright, blind man Su, let me ask you a question. Yen Yao put away her playful demeanor and asked seriously, is it really worth it? I heard from your Captain Huang that this mission was extremely dangerous, you almost didn't make it back. Su Lin, I didn't think that much. Seeing murdered corpses and brothers sacrificing themselves before my eyes, if I didn't catch the murderer, what would be the point of wearing this uniform? Are you not afraid of death? Yen Yao's voice trembled slightly. Afraid? Who isn't afraid of death? Su Lin immediately responded, saying, but as a police officer, there are always things one must stand firm for. Yen Yao, then if I were in danger, would you come to save me? Su Lin. Miss, sweet talk happens to be my specialty. I would definitely save you, even if it meant trading my life for your safety, I'm willing. Yen Yao's eyes turned slightly red as she instantly smiled. Alright, I'll take your word for it. Su Lin, do you have some misunderstanding? It would be the same for anyone, we're police officers. Damn bastard, I'll bite you to death. A shrill scream suddenly erupted from the hospital room. At that moment, a group of people appeared in the corridor, their perfectly synchronized footsteps drawing everyone's gazes toward them. Chapter 59, The Domineering Tycoon, 500 million dazzles a crowd. A group of people walked towards Su Lin's hospital room. Leading the way was none other than Xiao Weihai. At this moment, Xiao Weihai appeared somewhat deferential, repeatedly smiling and saying something to the people behind him while guiding them toward the ward. Huang Weihan walked at the very back, nearly invisible like a phantom. He actually wished he could just fade into the background. Hadn't he noticed Guoliang from East District Precinct and Deng Jigua from West District Precinct acting like attendants, constantly putting on obsequious smiles beside them? Xiao Weihai had just arrived at the ward door when he suddenly heard a blood-curdling shriek from inside, so agonized it could rival torture. His expression changed immediately. Without even knocking, he barged straight in. The two big shots being fawned over by the crowd reacted the same way, their entire entourage nearly tore the doorframe down in their rush to follow. When they entered, they saw a young man lying on the hospital bed with gauze covering his eyes. Then an unbelievably beautiful woman was biting the young man's left wrist, wide eyes locking with his, leaving everyone completely stunned. Yen Yao's beautiful eyes darted toward the sudden intruders, and the next moment, she finally snapped back to reality. She hurriedly released the food from her mouth, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson. Uncle Xia, She tried to speak but had no idea how to explain herself, resorting to fiercely pinching Su Lin's arm instead. It turned out this guy's arms were too solid to strangle properly. Though Su Lin couldn't see at the moment, he clearly sensed several additional people had entered the room. He immediately asked, "Who's there?" Cough, cough. Xiao Weihai gave 2 light coughs. "Chief Xia." Su Lin recognized the voice and called out. Xiao Weihai smiled and said, "You brat, looks like you're recovering quickly. That shout just now was full of vigor, I'm relieved." Without waiting for Su Lin to reply, he turned to a man with thick eyebrows, a square face, and an authoritative demeanor, saying, "Director Chen, this is Comrade Su Lin, the one I told you about." "Hello, Comrade Su Lin." The imposing man immediately stepped forward and shook Su Lin's hand. "Comrade Su Lin, you've accomplished a great deed for us." "A major merit?" Su Lin was taken aback, looking puzzled. He had merely wanted to avenge Dali, never expecting to achieve such a significant accomplishment. "Yes, a major merit." Chen Yinghu patted Su Lin on the shoulder with a smile and said, "You don't realize that the woman you caught is incredibly important to us, especially what she was holding. It has brought immense gains to our narcotics officers on the front lines. With that sales network in hand, we can uproot over half of the drug trafficking and crystal meth distribution rings entrenched in Haiyuan province." Upon hearing this, Su Lin couldn't help but be visibly moved. He was certain that Golden Rose was a woman of considerable influence, and significant to certain parties, otherwise, they wouldn't have dispatched so many mercenaries across the border for her rescue. What he hadn't anticipated was that she actually controlled such an extensive crystal meth distribution network. If nothing unexpected happened, those people killed in Villa number 6 must also be related to this. "Sirs, it's my duty," he said. Taking down this meth trafficking network would mean saving countless families. When it came to combating this most despicable scourge, he knew his responsibility was inescapable. The dangers of this thing are too great. If allowed to spread unchecked, it could even shake the foundations of the nation. Mexico, located next to the Eagle, is one such example. In that small country, police officers are practically dying by the dozens every day, while ice dealers beat the authorities to a pulp. One can imagine that in such an environment, ordinary people have no sense of security whatsoever. "Good, good, good." Chen Yinghu repeatedly said 3 good s in succession, then added, "Focus on recovering from your injuries. Once you're healed, I'll personally present you with the Medal of Honor." "Yes, thank you, sir," Su Lin replied with a smile. "By the way, sir, what do you think about upgrading our municipal bureau's funding in vehicles?" Xiao Weihai seized the opportunity to ask with a cheerful grin. Since Su Lin had earned merits, it was only natural they'd benefit from it too. If nothing else, shouldn't those old patrol cars in the Criminal Investigation Division be replaced with new ones? Also, a batch of firearms at the Municipal Bureau needs upgrading too. Their communication equipment should ideally be renewed as well, and some drones ought to be procured too. Xiao Weihai, you sure know how to seize an opportunity to ask for more. Chen Yinghu recognized his old subordinate's expression instantly. There was no mistaking what was running through his mind. Xiao Weihai, afraid he might refuse, quickly added, "This is the truth, old chief. Look at our current conditions, we're genuinely struggling. We don't have any advanced equipment whatsoever. Even the SWAT team's assault vehicles don't have spare tires. Just think if we'd had one more helicopter this time, would Xiao Su have been so badly injured? Even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. Slow support leads to major setbacks. I don't want any more of our comrades to sacrifice their lives because reinforcement arrived too late." Sigh. "Alright, quit pretending with me. Forget about the helicopter. Our provincial department only has 6 in total. 3 for Jiangyun City is already more than enough. I can allocate a batch of police cars to you, plus an additional fund. Buy whatever else you need yourselves." "Ha ha, got it, boss, thanks." "Many thanks." Xiao Weihai grinned obsequiously. Just then, Yan Yao, who had been silent beside them, suddenly asked with an innocent face, "Uncle Xia, is the municipal bureau really that poor? And why can't their basic equipment be better than the provincial departments?" Xiao Weihai. He hurriedly signaled Yan Yao with his eyes. "Auntie, don't say nonsense. I'm just about to get it. Don't make the old boss angry and ruin my chance to receive it." "Ha ha, young lady, whether Jiangyun Municipal Bureau is poor or not, I don't know, but there's no rule stating that the provincial department's equipment must be better than the municipal bureaus." Chen Yinghu couldn't help but laugh. Upon hearing this, Yan Yao nodded immediately and said, "That's good then." She looked at Xiao Weihai and said, "Uncle Xia, if I remember correctly, police helicopters cost around 40 to 50 million yuan each? And for various police vehicles, I think estimating 300,000 yuan per unit as the standard shouldn't be an issue, right? In that case, on behalf of our group, I'd like to donate 10 Z9 model police helicopters and 300 assorted police vehicles to the Jiangyun City Bureau. I'll have my assistant follow up with you later." Click, click. A group of people stared wide-eyed, their jaws dropping in astonishment. What does it mean to be outrageously bold? Opening with a request for 10 Z9 helicopters alone amounts to over 400 million. Add to that 300 vehicles at roughly 300,000 each, and you've got another nearly 100 million right there. 500 million donated to the municipal bureau? Their equipment is about to take off to the next level. Su Lin felt his scalp tingle upon hearing this. Rich lady, will your father really approve of you spending money like this? Chapter 60, an Oscar-winning actor and the lock god? System, are you for real? Niece, are you serious? Xiao Weihai was dazed by the staggering 500 million yuan, taking a long moment to regain his composure. His eyes locked onto Yan Yao intently, his heart pounding uncontrollably. Yan Yao, of course. As an ordinary citizen, I also hope our society becomes increasingly stable, with less crime. Only in such an environment can we feel secure. But, her tone shifted as she glanced at the young man sitting on the hospital bed, adding, Uncle Xia, the main thing is ensuring quicker support in the future. After all, time is life. Xiao Weihai glanced at the young man lying on the hospital bed, and a glimmer of understanding rose in his heart. No problem, he said with a smile. Then let me first thank President Yan on behalf of all our brothers in the Jiangyun Police Department. His eyes turned red. Chunning, who stood nearby, his eyeballs completely bloodshot. Why aren't there such arrogant wealthy women in the provincial capital? Even without 500 million, even 100 million would do. No, wait, 50 million would suffice. Shifting his gaze from the wealthy woman, he stared intently at Xiao Weihai, the top police official in Jiangyun City, who grew increasingly unnerved, sensing something ominous was about to happen. Ahem, Su Lin needs rest. Let's step outside to talk. Xiao Weihai began to speak. Then he turned his head and shouted behind him, Huang Weihan, where are you? Here, Commissioner Xia, I'm here. Huang Weihan quickly squeezed through to the front. Stay here and take care of Su Lin. Yes, Chief. Xiao Weihai turned to Yan Yao and said, President Yan, shall we go to my office to discuss the specifics of the donation? Rest assured, with Huang Weihan here, Su Lin will be fine. Yan Yao glanced at Su Lin on the hospital bed and nodded, alright. Immersive translate. After everyone left, Huang Weihan sat by the bed, took a banana from the fruit basket, peeled it and took a bite before remarking, you lucky dog. TSK, why doesn't any rich woman pamper me like this? Get lost. Su Lin snapped irritably, then added, stop making up false connections. She's actually close with Director Xia. Pa, do you believe that? Huang Weihan spat dismissively. I do. Su Lin nodded. Fake it till you make it. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Both of them couldn't help but laugh simultaneously. It wasn't until the nurse came in and warned them that they quieted down. Su Lin spoke up, asking, Captain Huang, what about Dolly? Huang Weihan fell silent for a moment before replying after 10 seconds, posthumously awarded first-class merit. The memorial service is on the 19th. Su Lin also nodded silently. The average life expectancy of police officers in Daxia is just under 48 years. For drug enforcement officers, it's only around 41 years. They shoulder the responsibility of maintaining social stability and safety, while also dedicating their young lives. In this line of work, danger lurks at every moment. On the day of the memorial service, come pick me up, Su Lin said in a low voice. Got it. Huang Weihan nodded in agreement. The hospital room fell into silence. The sacrifice of a comrade weighs heavily on everyone's hearts. Though Su Lin had only known Qin Dali for a few days, the impression left by this simple and honest man was profound, filling him with immeasurable sorrow. But, such is the fate of a police officer. He, too, might face such a day someday. Leaning against the headboard, his mood was heavy. It took quite a while before Su Lin managed to suppress that surge of sorrow. He pulled up the system interface. No matter what, he had to grow stronger. To protect his comrades, his family, and every kind-hearted citizen. System, settle the points. Congratulations, host. Eliminated a mercenary, earned 329 points. Congratulations, host. Eliminated a mercenary, earned 350 points. Congratulations, host. Eliminated. The prompts in his mind were frantically flashing, with more than a dozen notifications flooding in at once. Before long, Su Lin saw his points skyrocket straight to over 3,800. Just then, the final notification appeared. Congratulations, host. Capturing the criminal Golden Rose has rewarded you with 990 points. 990 points, just 10 short of a full 1,000. It's evident that the crimes committed by Golden Rose could be described as too numerous to record. Still, no matter what, I succeeded in capturing her. There's absolutely no way this woman will leave Daxia alive. System, extract skills. He silently recited the words in his heart, and soon the system interface shone with light. A moment later, a prompt appeared in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a single attribute strength enhancement card. Strength attribute boost card, increases strength by 30%. A prompt flashed through his mind, and in the next moment, Su Lin felt a surge of warmth flooding his body. Not only did his whole being feel rejuvenated, but even the pain from his wounds seemed to fade slightly. He clenched his fist lightly, feeling as if he had an endless supply of energy. Again! Yan Zhong exclaimed with excitement radiating from his eyes as he issued the command once more. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a physical enhancement timed card. Endurance timed card, doubles physical stamina for 2 hours. No side effects after the duration expires. Time limited card, another time limited card. The sharpshooter time limited card he'd experienced it once before. In 2 words, freaking awesome. The fitness time limited card, as the name suggests, enhances physical conditioning. He didn't need this thing for the time being, but he was convinced it would come in handy eventually. Say nothing, just keep going. Congratulations, host, you've acquired a new skill, Master Actor. Master Actor, proficient in acting, skilled in shaping various character types, colloquially known as, becoming whoever you play. What the hell? Upon hearing the system's notification, Su Lin nearly jumped right out of his bed. Best Actor? System, are you trying to make me act? His mouth twitched uncontrollably, feeling like he was seeing this damn system for the first time. Wait, he needed to re-evaluate the system, this thing wasn't always reliable. Shaking his head weakly, he proceeded to select another skill, which would also be his final chance to draw one. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a brand new skill, Lock God. Lock God, starting today, you can bid farewell to keys and passwords. With just a pair of hands and a set of tools, there will be no lock you can't open. Su Lin, I'm clearly a police officer, why are you giving me lockpicking skills? What's the deal? System, I just want to ask one question. If I learn this skill, do I need to register it with the precinct? How frustrating. But since the skill's already been drawn, what can I do about it? Staring at the endless stream of lock-related knowledge flooding his mind, Su Lin barely resisted the urge to curse out loud. A nagging feeling told him that this system was leading him down a path of no return. Immersive Translate. After 3 days of recuperation in the hospital ward, Su Lin finally removed his bandages. When he reopened his eyes to the vibrant world once more, a deeply contented smile spread across his face. He later attended Qin Dali's memorial service, withdrawing all his savings from over the years and handing every penny to Qin Dali's widow without hesitation. The child is still young, no matter what, a hero's offspring must not suffer injustice. Let others do as they please, he's a bachelor anyway, with no family to feed beyond filling his own stomach. Moreover, he truly doesn't place much importance on money. After resting for 2 more days, Su Lin ended his sick leave and reported to the Criminal Investigation Division. His official organizational affiliation has now been formally transferred to the Criminal Investigation Division, with the position of Deputy Division Chief. A 22-year-old Deputy Division Chief, holding the rank of Deputy Departmental level. If not the entire Great Xia Nation, then at least within Jianyun City, he is the first person in history to achieve this. Chapter 61, has he caught the eye of a vice-ministerial level big shot? At the Municipal Bureau's Logistics Department, Su Lin arrived with Huang Weihan to collect his uniforms. There were regular spring/autumn uniforms, winter uniforms, duty uniforms, multi-purpose jackets, long/short-sleeved shirts, inner shirts, raincoats, training outfits, and more, amounting to over a dozen sets in total. Su Lin picked out one of the short-sleeved shirts and immediately changed into it. But just as he was about to remove and replace the epaulets, Huang Weihan stopped his hand. "You don't need to wear this one," he said with a cheerful laugh. Su Lin was taken aback, glancing at Huang Weihan before looking at the veteran logistics officer. "Chief Huang, you're not telling me that transferring to criminal investigation means starting from scratch again, are you?" Joking aside, that 1 bar and 3 stars rank on his shoulder was earned with his lifeblood. If this doesn't count, then what the hell does? Huang Weihan noticed his darkening expression and immediately guessed his thoughts, laughing as he said, "You punk, what are you thinking? Relax, Chief Xia will personally pin it on you later." "That's more like it." Su Lin nodded in satisfaction. After all, he was a hero in his own right. With Director Xia personally pinning the police rank on him, he certainly deserved the honor. "Take care, old you." Huang Weihan waved to the veteran officer from the logistics department. The latter looked up, adjusted his reading glasses, and smiled. "Safe trip, Captain Huang." Then she glanced at Su Lin, who was holding a pile of new uniforms, and murmured softly, "This is getting more and more outrageous. So young and already a first-class police superintendent must have pulled some strings to get here, right? Sigh. The world's morals are declining. Gone are the days when people like us would sacrifice everything for the sake of justice." The two didn't hear old Yu's words, otherwise they would have definitely argued with him. When they emerged from the logistics department and reached the first floor, Su Lin gazed solemnly at the police emblem standing tall in the lobby. This wasn't his first time entering the municipal bureau, but it was his first entry as a criminal investigator. Different identity, naturally carrying different significance. "Let's go. You head to the meeting room on the 3rd floor first. I need to stop by the station to arrange some work." Huang Weihan was about to leave when he suddenly turned back and took the pile of clothes from his arms, saying, "Let me put these in the office for you first." "Deal." Su Lin nodded. After Huang Weihan left, he headed to the large conference room on the 3rd floor. As soon as he entered, he saw 2 officers making tea and tidying up. One of them was sitting nearby, quite young, with a single silver bar and a star on his shoulder, clearly the rank of a third-class police superintendent. "Are you the new guy?" Noticing Su Lin, the third-class police superintendent first glanced at his shoulders. Seeing no rank insignia, he momentarily furrowed his brow in confusion. He immediately assumed that this young fellow must be a newly arrived trainee officer, since only a newcomer would have completely bare shoulders. But, logically speaking, even a trainee should at least have a single chevron, right? Without giving it much thought, he raised his hand and said, "Quit standing around, hurry up and lend a hand. The higher-ups will be arriving any moment. Listen closely, this time, there are big shots from the ministry coming down personally, so everyone better be on their toes." Su Lin was momentarily stunned. Was this guy really ordering him to pitch in? Deal. He couldn't be bothered to say anything. If there was work to be done, so be it. Anyway, idle hands are the devil's workshop. But yet, everyone else is working. What's the deal with you standing around giving orders? Don't you have work to do? He looked at the third-class police superintendent and slightly furrowed his brows. That domineering attitude was truly quite irritating. "Are you questioning me? Take a good look at what rank I hold and what rank you hold." The third-class police superintendent stood up abruptly, pointing at Su Lin and reprimanding him. Then, with a sneering tone, he added, "This is the municipal bureau, not some local police station. I suggest you open your eyes wide and learn how to behave." Su Lin's expression instantly darkened. "Thanks for your goodwill, but there's no need for you to teach me how to conduct myself. As for you, you should learn how to be a proper policeman," he said coldly. "There are all kinds of birds in a big forest." Chinese idiom meaning, there are all sorts of people in a large organization. Most of these people probably didn't get in through proper examinations either. They must have used connections. Otherwise, how could their character be so poor? "You, how dare you? Fine, bold enough to talk to me like that. I'll show you." Just as the third-grade police sergeant was about to erupt in anger, the office door swung open again. Huang Weihan stepped in first, glanced around the nearly prepared meeting room, and then stood rigidly to the side. Tap, tap. Footsteps echoed as figures streamed into the conference room, instantly bringing with them an overwhelming aura of authority. At the forefront was a middle-aged man with olive branches on his shoulders and a shimmering silver national emblem in the center. Su Lin's pupils constricted sharply. The olive branches did not fully encircle the national emblem. This was a deputy chief superintendent, a high-ranking official at the deputy ministerial level. Following closely behind was Chen Yinghu, the top leader of the Haiyuan provincial department. Then came Xiao Weihai, Guo Liang, and a group of senior officers in white shirts. The third-level police inspector next to them, upon seeing so many high-ranking officers enter, hurriedly signaled for the two officers to leave. Noticing Su Lin still standing motionless, his expression darkened as he strode forward, visibly furious. "What are you still doing here?" He yanked Su Lin's arm. If the ministry's bigwigs were offended and he got dragged into it, not only would he be ruined, but even his patron, the deputy director of the municipal bureau's office, would be finished. "What are you doing?" The moment this guy moved, Xiao Weihai sternly shouted at him with a severe expression. The third-class police inspector was startled by the command and immediately let go. "Chief, you're dismissed. Get out," Xiao Weihai said coldly. "Yes." The guy hastily fled as if running for his life. Su Lin didn't pay him any mind either, just cast a casual glance before withdrawing his gaze. "Boss, this is Su Lin." Xiao Weihai smiled as he spoke to the imposing middle-aged man wearing the national emblem on his shoulder. The latter raised his eyes and fixed his gaze on Su Lin. Their eyes locked in midair. Su Lin remained calm and composed, his expression unwavering. "Young man, not bad." The high-ranking official nodded with a smile, then stepped forward and extended his hand first. "Fong Ziyuan. You can call me Deputy Fong. Please, let me address you as Chief." Su Lin felt somewhat overwhelmed by the honor. "Fong Ziyuan, are you sure? This opportunity only comes once." Hello, Deputy Chief Fong." Su Lin immediately understood. How could he possibly refuse such a goodwill gesture from a superior officer? With just those two words, the distance between them instantly shrank significantly. From now on, whenever he stepped out, he'd technically have connections within the ministry. Who'd dare bully him then? Young man, I've reviewed your dossier and studied your case files. You're clever and capable." Fong Ziyuan laughed heartily, offering Su Lin high praise. After pausing for 2 seconds, though, a glint appeared in his eyes as he added, "But what I admire most was your battle performance at the border. That engagement demonstrated the majesty of our Disya police force and upheld the honor of our officers." Chapter 62, First Class Merit Award received standing, Deputy Division Level Squadron Leader. "Alright, enough small talk. My time is limited, let's proceed." Fong Ziyuan gestured to Xiao Weihai, who immediately stepped forward and retrieved a document along with a red case from his pocket, solemnly handing them over. "Su Lin. Here." Su Lin immediately straightened his posture, his expression solemn. Fong Ziyuan opened the document, cleared his throat, and then read aloud in a resonant voice. Ministry of Public Security, Document Number 102. In recognition of Comrade Su Lin's extraordinary bravery and outstanding performance in the 926 major theft case, the 928 homicide case, the major drug trafficking case, and a series of border pursuit operations, upholding our nation's prestige and setting an exemplary model for law enforcement, after deliberation and approval by the Jiangyun City Bureau, submitted to the Provincial Department for review, and final decision by the Ministry of Public Security, Comrade Su Lin is hereby awarded a first-class merit citation. It is hoped that Comrade Su Lin will continue to strive for excellence in maintaining public order and combating crime. The moment the commendation was announced, Su Lin's mind buzzed with shock, his entire body momentarily frozen. First-class merit citation. He was being awarded a first-class merit citation. Elation, astonishment, exhilaration, a whirlwind of emotions erupted in his heart. But thinking of the sacrificed Dali, he couldn't help but feel slightly somber again. They say that in Daxia, earning meritorious service is truly not easy. Third-class merit awards are received standing, second-class ones lying down, and first-class awards are collected by family members. By that standard, he was undoubtedly an exception. Apart from the posthumous first-class merit awards, the number of first-class merits granted by the entire police department in a year can be counted on one hand. Xiao Weihai's face was flushed with excitement, as if he had downed 3 pounds of baijiu, and the same went for the others in Jiangyun City's police circles, each of them practically glowing with delight. With this young man around, there's no doubt their Jiangyun City police force is bound to rise to prominence. You can have whatever you want in the future. As Fang Ziyuan pinned the medal onto his chest, Su Lin finally reacted, immediately standing at attention and saluting. His heart still surged with tidal waves of excitement. It all made sense now. No wonder Deputy Director Fang himself had come in person. It was to present him with the first-class merit award. At the municipal bureau level, they only have the authority to award third-class merit citations. For second-class merit, the case must be submitted to the provincial department for approval before issuing the citation. As for first-class merit, only the ministry has the qualification to issue such an award. There's more. Fang Ziyuan smiled and pressed his hand down, signaling Su Lin to lower his hand before proceeding to read the next order. Comrade Su Lin, during his service at the Criminal Investigation Division of the Jiangyun City Bureau, has demonstrated outstanding performance by solving multiple major homicide cases and capturing numerous wanted criminals. He has been awarded 2 Class 2 Meritorious Service Medals and 1 Class 1 Meritorious Service Medal. Hence, Comrade Su Lin is hereby specially promoted to third-class police supervisor, with a deputy division level rank. When the order was fully announced, aside from a select few privy to the inside story, everyone present collectively gasped in astonishment. Third-level police supervisor, deputy division level. The promotion in police rank and position is utterly insane. Su Lin had been in the police force for less than a month, with over half that time spent in the traffic police unit. Yet, purely based on merit, he managed to push his rank straight up. Then, just over half a month later, he received a first-class merit award, making another huge leap from police sergeant to police supervisor. Even though it's just one rank, this level might be something others could never achieve in their entire lives. It's primarily an official rank, deputy division level. To put it in perspective, an ordinary third-class police superintendent would at most reach the rank of division chief, yet he essentially skipped a level to reach deputy division status, putting him on the same tier as Huang Weihan. Of course, in Xiao Weihai's eyes, this was completely normal. Because when Huang Weihan handpicked Su Lin as the deputy captain of the Criminal Investigation Division, it had already been decided that the position would be at the deputy department level. Now, it's merely a matter of obtaining the ministry's approval and making the official announcement. Here, your police rank insignia. Fang Ziyuan gestured with a wave. Xiao Weihai immediately presented the prepared rank insignia with both hands. The former took the insignia and personally pinned it onto Su Lin. Splash, splash. The conference room erupted with thunderous applause. Su Lin saluted the crowd, his face flushed with excitement and pride. Young man, keep up the good work. I look forward to you arresting more criminals, eliminating violence, and creating a peaceful and harmonious living environment for our people. Yes, sir. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. Su Lin shouted in a low voice. Ha! Off we go. Fang Ziyuan clearly had urgent matters to attend to. After patting Su Lin's shoulder, he departed the municipal bureau surrounded by Xiao Weihai and others, heading straight for the airport. After everyone had left, only Huang Weihan and Su Lin remained in the conference room. Su Lin touched the military medal on his chest, glanced at his shoulder insignia again, and grinned. Huang Weihan watched the guy and couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. Comparison truly is the thief of joy. He had 2 bars and 2 stars on his shoulders, yet the kid before him was already sporting 1 bar and 1 star. The problem was that he was 35 this year, a full zodiac cycle and more older than Su Lin. Boundless prospects. He silently uttered these 4 words in his heart. This was a form of recognition for Su Lin. Let's go, Captain Huang, back to the headquarters. Su Lin carefully removed the metal and placed it back into its case. Right back to the precinct. There happens to be a case I'd like to discuss with you, one that's downright baffling. Huang Weihan nodded in agreement. Su Lin's interest was instantly piqued at these words. Baffling? That meant it'd be challenging. This kind of case was his favorite. As the two walked out of the conference room, they came face to face with three figures just as those three also turned their gaze toward them. Among the three, the one leading the group was unmistakably the third-class police inspector, followed by two first-class constables. When the police inspector's gaze landed on Su Lin, his entire body suddenly trembled, his face instantly lost color, and beads of sweat rapidly poured down his forehead. Third-class police superintendent? How is that possible? He's so young, how could he be a third-class police superintendent? But seeing Huang Weihan standing beside him, he was absolutely certain in his heart he had just kicked an iron plate this time, and things might go very badly for him. Sure enough, Su Lin gave him a cold glance and said, Captain Huang, investigate this man thoroughly. I think there's something questionable about him. Upon hearing this, Huang Weihan's eyes instantly lit up. Su Lin had already made a name for himself in their criminal investigation division, earning the nickname Eyes of Fire and Gold. If he singled out a person, none were ever innocent. Since this kid said there was an issue, then there definitely was one. Don't worry, I guarantee I'll get to the bottom of it. The two walked off as they spoke, leaving the pale-faced man trembling behind them. Back at the headquarters, Su Lin immediately saw a group of familiar faces as soon as he entered. Everyone, let's give a round of applause to welcome our new deputy captain. Manhua shouted. Splash, splash. The room erupted in synchronized applause. With a stern expression, Su Lin coldly replied, cut the nonsense and get to work. At first it seemed quite intimidating, but the next second he burst out laughing. The crowd roared with laughter, creating a joyful and harmonious atmosphere. After chatting for a few moments, he followed Huang Weihan into his office, accompanied by three squad leaders including Manhua. Take a look. Just submitted from the East City Brigade. Huang Weihan's expression turned solemn as he handed a case file to Su Lin. In the past 7 years, our Jiangyun city has seen a total of 12 similar cases. Chapter 63, Bizarre Disappearances, 12 people vanish without a trace. 7 years? 12 similar cases? Su Lin could tell from Huang Weihan's words that this case was anything but simple. He hurriedly opened the case file bag and pulled out a stack of documents about 2 centimeters thick. On the first page was a young man in his 20s, seemingly fresh out of college, his face brimming with youthful vitality. Looking at this young man who appeared about his own age, Su Lin's gaze traveled downward to examine the information about him. Lin Yun, recent graduate from Haiyuan University, native of Jiangyun City, returned home during summer vacation to apply for a clerical position at a company, reported missing 4 days ago. As he flipped through page after page of documents, Su Lin gradually furrowed his brow. This Lin Yun could be considered an exemplary student with both moral integrity and academic excellence, currently applying for postgraduate studies at Haiyuan University. According to his professors, admission was practically guaranteed. Such an outstanding student, the epitome of an obedient child in his parents' eyes, represented the gold standard of someone else's exemplary child in many people's minds. The sudden disappearance of someone with full criminal responsibility capacity is indeed rather peculiar, but only peculiar. After all, it's quite normal for an adult to be away for a couple of days. In modern society, such occurrences are very common. Not to mention young people in their early 20s, even middle-aged individuals in their 40s or 50s might choose to run away from home due to unbearable work and life pressures. Su Lin once read a report stating that 14.9% of people facing problems would make such a choice. Unverified, don't scrutinize too deeply. Therefore, this phenomenon isn't strange at all. However, Lin Yun's family claimed he left after receiving a strange phone call and never returned. Su Lin frowned. Unable to glean anything useful from this dossier, he raised his head and was about to ask Huang Weihan about the status of the remaining cases. Just as he looked up, he saw Huang Weihan holding a thick stack of case files, smiling knowingly at him. I knew you'd need detailed information on these cases, so I took the liberty of preparing them for you in advance. Also, Deputy Captain Su, starting now, I'll be your assistant. Just let me know if you have any requests. Su Lin. He opened his mouth and said, Captain Huang, pour me a cup of tea. Use that HT hidden behind the cabinet in your office. Hearing this, Huang Weihan's eyes widened instantly. How did you know about that tin of tea I have? I swear by heaven and earth, I brought that back from my hometown in Fujian province. It might not be from those 1,000-year-old mother trees, but it's definitely from centuries-old tea bushes at least. Su Lin chuckled. Captain Huang, good things are meant to be shared. You thought you hid it well, but haven't you considered what line of work we're all in? Ugh, I just managed to fend off Director Xia, that old fox, and now I've still fallen victim to your raid. Huang Weihan shook his head and went to fetch the tea from his office. Soon, the guy brewed a cup of tea, and instantly, a rich aroma of tea filled Su Lin's office. Hurry up and drink it, just don't tell Director Xia, Huang Weihan couldn't help but add in a hushed tone. Su Lin shook his head without a word, already engrossed in the case file in his hands. Zhang Shuyi, 45, male, a resident of Jiangyun City, an employee at the waterworks. He went missing on his way home from work in March 23 and has been unheard of ever since. A photo of a seemingly honest and dependable man was attached to the first page of the case file, followed by details of his disappearance and the investigative procedures at the time, all documented within the dossier. People report missing persons quite often, but in the past 5 years, we've located almost every missing individual in Jiangyun City. Even if all we found were corpses, we still accounted for them. Only these 12 remain utterly untraceable, Huang Weihan said. Su Lin nodded and continued reviewing the file. He disappeared in March this year and has been missing for over half a year now. Both family members and police have been searching, but there hasn't been any trace of him. It's as if he vanished into thin air. With today's advanced technology, surveillance cameras are everywhere. Yet just like Lin Yun, who recently disappeared, neither Zhang Shuyi nor him have been captured by any surveillance footage or spotted by anyone since their disappearances. Something's wrong? Su Lin furrowed his brows, ignoring Huang Weihan as he opened the third file. He Hong, female, 38 years old, full-time mother. Female, 38, full-time mother, also went missing suddenly without any warning. 3 individuals, from a societal perspective, appear to have absolutely no connection whatsoever. Su Lin even suspected that there was simply no possibility these 3 people could have known each other. A university student, a waterworks factory laborer, and a full-time housewife, their social circles offered virtually no opportunity for their paths to cross. This was truly bizarre. A glint of sharp insight shone in Su Lin's eyes as he immediately flipped open the fourth file. Wang Bin, male, resident of Jiangyun City, 41 years old, food delivery worker. The fourth one already. Still no commonalities between them at all. Su Lin meticulously scrutinized every word on the file, finding virtually no direct connections. Then came the 5th, 6th, 7th. After finishing all 12 files, Su Lin rubbed his temples, only then remembering the teacup beside him. The tea had long gone cold, and Huang Weihan had departed at some unknown point. He took a sip, then pulled out all the photos and pinned them to the whiteboard in the office. 12 individuals, with the oldest being 53 years old and the youngest just 14. The first to be reported missing was Han Chenchen, a second-generation demolitions heir, aged 27. At the time, he had left a nightclub and was driving home. The next day, his car was found abandoned by the roadside, but there was no trace of him. Thinking about how people had been disappearing one after another while the Criminal Investigation Division remained completely clueless, Su Lin felt a chill run down his spine. The severity of this case weighed on him like a mountain of pressure. After poring over so many case files, even he had hit a dead end. But that was only natural. He wasn't the only sharp mind in the world. If the clues could be spotted so easily, the case wouldn't have remained unsolved for so long. Done reading. Lost in thought while staring at the photos on the whiteboard, the door knocked, and Huang Weihan walked in carrying a takeaway meal from the cafeteria. So, he asked Su Lin, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Su Lin shook his head. You guys couldn't find anything all these years, and you expect me to spot something in just a few hours? Dream on. I'm no miracle worker. Yeah. Huang Weihan's eyes dimmed slightly. 7 years, 12 missing persons, all vanishing in such bizarre ways without leaving any clues. He felt ashamed facing the families who had filed the reports. Su Lin took the food container from his hands while glancing at the whiteboard and recalling the case files he'd memorized. Families of Lin Yun and the other 5 victims said they received mysterious calls before their disappearance. The other 6 individuals all disappeared when their families were not around, and by the time the reports were filed, the longest had been missing for nearly a month. The exact times of disappearance vary but generally occurred in the early morning, afternoon, evening, or late at night. The approximate locations of the disappearances cover almost the entire Jiangyun urban area. Jiangyun urban area. Su Lin suddenly looked up, swallowed the food in his mouth, tossed it aside, and rushed to the whiteboard. He closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, then sketched out a rough location map based on where each person had gone missing. Did you find something? Huang Weihan instantly lost his composure. Chapter 64, Digging Deep, the clues emerged. Huang Weihan had been pondering when he was suddenly startled by Su Lin's actions. He remained silent, simply watching from behind as Su Lin sketched out a rough diagram. 12 individuals, 3 had disappeared within the jurisdiction of the East City Precinct, 4 in the South City Precinct, 1 in North City, and 4 in West City. He outlined street routes around each location, then marked a red dot at the last known position of each missing person. Su Lin connected all the red dots into a single sequence, and thus a complete red line diagram emerged. The entire red line diagram appeared twisted and irregular, devoid of any discernible pattern. Huang Weihan watched in confusion, while Su Lin took 2 steps back, silently observing the red line diagram without speaking. Finally, the former couldn't hold back any longer and asked, Su Lin, what's the issue here? Su Lin shook his head and said, "It's hard to say, but I always feel there's some connection. I just don't know what exactly it is." Seeing him shake his head in uncertainty, Huang Weihan's newfound hope instantly faded. He said, "I'll have Hu Gang and Chen Hua come take a look. They might have different perspectives." Alright, Su Lin didn't refuse. Huang Weihan walked out and called toward the hall, "All 3 team leaders, come here." Soon, the 3 men entered Su Lin's office. After listening to Huang Weihan's explanation, they began studying the diagrams. They stared at them for a long while, scratching their heads in frustration, but couldn't discern anything significant. Huang Weihan asked, "Xiao Su, is there any connection between them?" Su Lin, "There's no special connection, but I can't help wondering why all these people have urban household registration." At these words, everyone frowned slightly. The urban household registration issue, they'd analyzed this case over 50 times and were all aware of this fact. But who can prove there's any inherent connection? Su Lin looked at them and said, "What I'm trying to say is, if they were kidnapped, the perpetrator must have had their own motive. Whatever their objective might be, don't you think the risks would be considerably higher operating in the city compared to suburbs or rural areas?" As these words left his mouth, all 4 of them froze simultaneously. Right, why didn't I think of that? Huang Weihan slapped his thigh sharply. In the city, with its dense crowds and ubiquitous surveillance cameras, attempting to abduct someone would leave too many traces and loopholes exposed. But rural areas are different. Out there, with vast open spaces and sparse populations, you could easily knock someone unconscious and sneak them away, just disappear into the woods and exit from another location, with virtually no chance of being detected. This is undoubtedly a major point of suspicion, and Chen Hua and the others grew visibly excited. They turned to Su Lin, their eyes blazing with fervor. True to his reputation as the man with golden eyes that see through fire, he could amplify even the slightest issue to unearth a thread of evidence. Though it was just a slender clue, it remained their only lead at the moment. Still, this lead is practically useless. Su Lin shook his head again inside. We simply can't connect the cases together. So what if they all disappeared within the city limits? It might just be a coincidence. They didn't even know where those people had gone. This so-called lead wasn't really a lead at all. Su Lin tapped his chin lightly with his right index finger before speaking after a moment of silence. "Captain Huang, try to find any similarities between these missing persons, preferably a common thread linking all 12. If we can identify that common denominator, we'd be halfway to cracking the case." Huang Weihan nodded in agreement. It was exactly that. He immediately said, "I'll send people out first to investigate these individuals from a societal perspective, digging up everything about their ancestors for 18 generations. I refuse to believe we won't find any common ground." Soon, Huang Weihan went out with 3 team leaders to search for leads. Su Lin glanced at the whiteboard and continued eating from his lunchbox. For now, the sole common point couldn't generate any leads, but regardless, it represented a breakthrough from zero progress. His mind raced, searching for anything that could connect them all. Time passed, and by evening, a group of officers returned from their rounds. Even Huang Weihan looked dejected, everyone hanging their heads with a mix of frustration and exhaustion. Some among them had been outright chased out by the missing persons' families. Some were simply disappointed at having found no leads whatsoever. After all, aside from Lin Yun, everyone else had been missing for at least 6 months. It was understandable why their families were anxious. Huang Weihan shook his head with a bitter smile as he met Su Lin's gaze. "Basically got nothing substantial. Even the leads we did get were pretty much the same as before." Truth be told, this outcome was hardly surprising. They'd already conducted at least 20 to 30 visits prior to this without gaining anything either. "Then we'll investigate it ourselves." Su Lin spoke up. Everyone nodded in agreement. Since there were new missing persons cases, they had to investigate and they would get to the bottom of matters. Su Lin observed the exhausted demeanor of his colleagues and chose not to mention overtime work. Instead, he sat down alone, slowly organizing those case files. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. During this time, everyone had been bustling about, investigating the missing persons case through various channels to trace the social connections of the vanished individuals. Yet, there had been no significant breakthroughs. Su Lin had personally visited several locations, but after checking multiple households, he still hadn't obtained any useful leads. It had to be said, this was the most challenging case he had handled to date, far exceeding the difficulty of Jiang Jinbin's case by at least tenfold. In the office of the Criminal Investigation Division, everyone seemed somewhat dejected. Huang Weihan also shook his head and chuckled bitterly. "Here we go again. Every time I investigate this missing person case, it's the same old story. How eerily familiar this scenario is." Bang! Suddenly, Su Lin slammed the table hard. "If we can't find anything in society, then we'll start investigating from their birth, schooling, employment, following their life trajectories. I refuse to believe we won't uncover something." At these words, everyone's expressions instinctively darkened. How massive would that workload be? Though there are only 12 people, from birth onward, that's at least a dozen years, the oldest being over 50. The doctor who delivered him probably isn't even alive anymore, right? But since Su Lin had given the order, no matter how difficult it was, they had to investigate. Early the next morning, after everyone had rested and regained their energy, they set to work with renewed determination. First, they checked their places of birth, hospitals, and so on. Then investigate the schools they attended. Another 3 days passed, and nearly the entire Criminal Investigation Division had turned these 12 individuals' lives inside out, yet still found no leads. That afternoon, Huang Weihan came to Su Lin's office and said, "Su Lin, maybe we should shelve this case for now? We can't afford to spend all our time on one case. Our subordinate criminal investigation teams need support, they're barely holding on these days." Hearing this, Su Lin frowned. He felt choked with frustration, unwilling to just give up like this. Bang! At that very moment, the office door was forcefully slammed open. "Deputy Captain Su, why aren't you answering your phone?" The person who entered was a criminal police officer, one of Hu Gang's subordinates from the second team. Hearing this, Su Lin picked up his phone and realized it had been set to silent mode. There were 7 or 8 missed calls on the screen, all from Hu Gang. "What's going on?" he asked. We found the common link between them. They all had checkups at the same medical center, the earliest case dating back 8 years, and the most recent being Lin Yun, who had hers less than a month ago. Chapter 65, A Hell That Devours People. Bang! As the criminal investigator finished speaking, Su Lin forcefully set the teacup he had just picked up back onto the table. Huang Weihan abruptly slapped the table and stood up, with both men locking eyes and instantly recognizing the shared excitement in each other's gaze. After nearly a week of exhausting mental and physical efforts draining everyone involved, their perseverance finally paid off as they uncovered a genuine lead. Compared to previous discoveries, this was the first real clue they'd found. "Shaolu, which medical center was it?" Su Lin asked in a low voice. "Sishan Wellness Center," Shaolu replied immediately. "Sishan? Sishan." Su Lin and Huang Weihan spoke one after the other, but the latter's tone carried a note of shock. "What's the matter? Is Sishan any different?" Su Lin looked puzzled as he addressed the easily startled division chief. Huang Weihan composed himself and said, "Most health checkup centers in society are privately run for-profit institutions. But this Sishan Wellness Center integrates health checkups with recuperation, boasting the world's top-tier medical team. The most important thing is that this Sishan Health and Wellness Center is a non-profit organization, or rather, a low-profit institution. They charge fees similar to hospitals, but whether it's the hospitalization conditions or the medical team, they're far superior to hospitals. Moreover, their wellness center houses a highly renowned charitable rehabilitation facility in the entire Haiyuan province. More than half of this sanatorium's residents are retired veteran cadres, along with some retired founders of major enterprises. Of course, ordinary people can also check in, though the threshold is relatively somewhat higher. Su Lin listened to Huang Weihan's account, his eyes narrowing slightly. A terrifying thought surfaced in his mind. The wellness center that covers the entire process of medical checkups, treatment, and recuperation. If there were indeed internal moles, how many people could they potentially control? Those retired senior officials and corporate founders, though no longer in power, still possess vast networks and influence that are absolutely formidable. Huang Ji, what kind of threshold would an ordinary person need to clear to enter this recuperation center? Su Lin asked. Huang Weihan replied, sign a lifetime medical contract and undergo health archiving. In other words, from that moment onward, you'd be bound to their wellness center for all medical needs, with prices inflated by about 10%. Su Lin slightly furrowed his brows. The condition didn't seem entirely unreasonable, but he always felt that this was a trap. What lifelong medical contract, health archives, none of this is necessary. Even official insurance doesn't have such mandatory requirements. By what right do they? After pondering for a moment, he raised his head and asked, one final question, who is the founder of this wellness center? Huang Weihan clapped his hands and said, you've hit the nail on the head. The founder of Sishan Wellness Center is Wang Lida. The moment the name Wang Lida was mentioned, Su Lin's expression subtly shifted. If he remembered correctly, this Wang Lida was none other than the richest person in Jiangyun City, a tycoon with nearly 80 billion in assets, ranking among the top merchants in all of Daxia. What do you say, investigate or not? I'll follow your lead. Huang Weihan asked, his expression extremely serious. Wang Lida was not one to be trifled with. He wasn't just a businessman, but also a representative with many accolades attached to his name, the kind where pulling one hair could move the whole body. Ordinary citizens might view their criminal investigation team with awe, but people like him probably wouldn't give 2 cents about detectives. Investigate. Why wouldn't we? Su Lin responded without hesitation, continuing, if we don't investigate, wouldn't all our work be for nothing? How could we face the families of those missing persons then? Fine, then we'll investigate. Huang Weihan gritted his teeth. After all, he was definitely supporting Su Lin. Although this young man was technically his subordinate, truth be told, he was also one of the people Huang admired most. Despite being older and having handled countless cases big and small, he had to admit one thing. When it comes to solving cases, I'm no match for this kid. I'll call Zhang Hua and have the first team go over first. Huang Weihan decided immediately and prepared to take action. Su Lin said, wait, hold off for now, none of you should move. You've all been in the division for so long that your names and faces are probably memorized by now. He then turned to Xiaolu and said, Xiaolu, you just joined the division less than 2 months ago. It's gotta be you. Let's go check out the situation together first. You want to conduct a covert investigation? Huang Weihan understood now. It's not exactly covert, just going to scope it out first. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Su Lin couldn't help but chuckle at the evident concern on his face. Take your gun. Huang Weihan still felt uneasy. I know. Su Lin nodded, then retrieved his pistol and magazine from the office safe. Soon, he and Xiaolu headed outside, got into a black Volkswagen service vehicle, and drove towards Sisan Mountain. Deputy Captain Su, where should we park later? There's only one road on Sisan Mountain, no matter where we park. We'll probably be spotted, Lu Jin asked. Su Lin looked at Lu Jin with skepticism. Why not just go inside? Ha, inside? Lu Jin froze. How were they supposed to investigate that way? Su Lin, Lu Jin, we're here for a scheduled physical exam, not to investigate a case. You got that? Oh, got it. Lu Jin nodded hastily, his face brimming with excitement as he said, Deputy Captain Su is truly one of a kind, far more experienced than any of us. Su Lin said irritably, stop the flattery. Keep your head about you later, don't blab and, above all, don't give away our identities. Got it. Lu Jin nodded emphatically. The squad members had told him that when working cases with Deputy Captain Su, you didn't need to think, just be a tool. He planned to do exactly that. After entering Sisan, the traffic gradually thinned out, and the air became refreshing. Rolling hills, verdant shade, babbling springs, birds singing, and flowers fragrant. Even Su Lin couldn't help but admire the surrounding scenery. It was like a paradise on earth. Provided, of course, that nothing was actually wrong with this place. If there's a problem, then, I fear it's nothing less than a man-eating hell. The car slowly pulled up to the entrance of the wellness center, where security personnel immediately stepped forward to inspect it. After stopping the vehicle, they instructed Su Lin and the others to get out. Sorry, outside vehicles aren't permitted inside. What's your business here? The uniformed security guard holding a baton asked Su Lin sharply, his gaze penetrating. Su Lin stepped out of the car, narrowing his eyes slightly as he looked at the security guard. Niu Weihao, evil value, 450. Charges, suspected intentional assault, intentional homicide, currently a Class B fugitive. This individual is extremely violent and highly dangerous. Special note, danger level 4 stars. As these words appeared in Su Lin's eyes of judgment, a chill ran down his spine. It seemed his worst suspicions had been confirmed. Chapter 66, Trying to Trap Su Lin? You must be dreaming. A mere security guard turned out to be a Class B wanted criminal. Could this be a coincidence? Su Lin didn't think so. He cast a deep glance at this Niu Weihao and smiled, saying, Hello there, sir. We saw your promotional advertisement and came to sign up for a physical examination. Recruitment ads, sign up physicals? Niu Weihao's face darkened. He said coldly, even if you sign up, our vehicles would arrange unified transportation. Why did you come on your own? Hearing this, Su Lin's heart skipped a beat as he inwardly scolded himself for being too hasty. Approaching without thorough investigation first, this was simply a lack of experience. He glanced at Lu Jin beside him, who wore a blank expression and remained silent, just staring at him dazedly. Deal. Another one who doesn't want to use their brain. Su Lin secretly cursed to himself and spoke up, Boss, we honestly didn't know. We thought we could just come straight here for a medical checkup. Don't worry, we brought money. Surely we can just make an appointment directly here, right? As his words landed, that Niu Weihao frowned slightly. This excuse left him with nothing more to say. A flash of cold severity flickered through those narrow, triangular eyes. He said, Fine, park the car outside, you can go in. Got it, thank you, officer. Su Lin replied with a smile before signaling Lu Jin to park the car, after which the two entered the sprawling grounds of the sanatorium. At first glance, greenery was everywhere, and the fresh air was truly invigorating. It must be said that recuperating in this place indeed fosters a wonderfully positive mindset, beneficial for both physical and mental health. As Su Lin and Lu Jin entered the rehabilitation center, Niu Weihao at the entrance left 2 other men to guard the gate while he headed alone into the office. He quickly pulled up the surveillance footage, then took screenshots of Su Lin and Lu Jin. However, when taking the screenshot, it was discovered that Su Lin's full face was never exposed. At most, only half of his profile was visible. Without paying it much mind, he picked up an internal office phone, pressed the digit 07 times in a row, and dialed a number. Hello, boss. 2 suspicious individuals have entered. I've captured surveillance screenshots of them and will send the images shortly. Good. Keep an eye on these two. A deep voice came through from the other end of the line. Yes. Niu Weihao hung up the phone and immediately opened a hidden software on his computer, uploading the pictures of the two individuals. Less than a minute later, the phone on the desk rang. Hello, boss. One of those two is a detective from the Criminal Investigation Division, and the other's face isn't clear, but he's probably a cop too. I'll order them to halt all operations immediately and relocate to a safe location. You figure out a way to send them away by us sometime. Got it, sir. Niu Weihao's expression darkened. There was indeed something fishy going on. Then the voice on the other end of the line turned icy as the man chuckled. The newly completed building on the west side looks promising. Take them there for a stroll, just don't let things escalate. Understood. A sinister smirk crept across Niu Weihao's lips. Unaware they had been spotted, Su Lin and Lu Jin arrived at the reception building of the wellness center. They were promptly greeted and escorted to the medical checkup appointment desk, where staff helped them schedule their physical examinations. After completing all the formalities, Su Lin and his companion exchanged glances before asking the receptionist, "Your wellness center is enormous, would it be possible for us to take a look around?" "Certainly, sir, but please conduct your tour under the guidance of our staff. After all, our wellness center is also a place with privacy considerations," the staff member said with a smile. Su Lin nodded and replied, "Got it, thank you. Rest assured, we'll stay close to the staff." He had scanned the entire reception center. Everyone, including the attendants, had either no sin value or levels below 10, meaning no criminal records whatsoever. Not only that, but several doctors who hurried past also appeared as white names under the site of good and evil, not red names. Dozens of people were all like this. He couldn't help but wonder, had he been mistaken all along? Was that B-level wanted criminal he encountered at the entrance merely a coincidence? I'll hold off on drawing conclusions for now and wait to see how things unfold. "Hello, sir. Let me give you a tour of our wellness center." Just then, a male staff member walked in with a warm smile. Su Lin narrowed his eyes, and through his good and evil sight, another red name appeared as expected. Sun Xiuzhong, crime value 89. Charges, suspected of intentional assault, brawling, provoking disturbances. Currently a fugitive wanted in multiple cases. He's merely a fugitive, not a wanted criminal, but still not someone to be taken lightly. Su Lin remained expressionless, nodded slightly, and said, "Thank you." Afterwards, he and Lu Jin followed the man named Sun Xiuzhong as he began guiding them through the wellness center. "Gentlemen, that area is our rehabilitation zone. By signing a lifelong contract with our wellness center, you can enter the rehabilitation zone in your senior years. The entire rehabilitation zone is fully equipped with dedicated medical staff for continuous care. That building over there is our medical examination center, where your scheduled checkup will take place. Our equipment is among the most advanced in the world. And that area over there is our newly operational surgery wing. Our rehabilitation center has recruited many outstanding experts in internal medicine, surgery, neurosurgery, oncology, and more from both domestic and international sources. Without a doubt, we have assembled the top medical team in Haiyuan province, perhaps even the entire Great Xia." As they walked along, Su Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. This Sun Xiaozhong appeared to be leading them on a casual stroll, but in reality, he was deliberately guiding them toward the newly operational surgical wing. If it wasn't his own paranoia, then there must be something wrong with this surgical area. Why did he bring me to this place? Pondering silently, he didn't hesitate and followed Sun Xiaozhong into that area. Along the way, he noticed many surveillance cameras but deliberately avoided them, at least making sure his face wasn't captured directly. Soon, they arrived at the area. Wang Xiaozhong said, "Sir, would you like to go in and take a look? Our equipment is sure to impress you." At this point, not only Su Lin but even Lu Jin became wary and asked, "What's so interesting about the equipment? We're not doctors and don't understand that stuff. Old Su, maybe we shouldn't go in?" He then gave Su Lin a meaningful glance. Su Lin smiled and said, "Look, why not look? It's a chance for us to broaden our horizons, isn't it? Ha ha, Mr. Su is right. Shall we go in and take a look together? Let's go, let's go." Take a look, take a look. Su Lin raised his hand to beckon the other person to lead the way. Lu Jin wanted to speak but was cut off by Su Lin's meaningful glance. No matter what, let's see what the other party intends to do first. With his close combat king skill, various combat bonuses, and the gun he carried, he wasn't afraid even if the other side tried to gang up on them. Soon, that Sun Xiaozhong led them inside the building. The moment they stepped in, Su Lin sensed something was wrong. The interior looked nothing like a hospital ward or operating room, but rather resembled a prison. The walls were extremely thick, and every door was a security door. The soundproofing between rooms seemed specially reinforced, with windows featuring double-layered glass. This is seriously problematic. Su Lin narrowed his eyes. At that moment, Sun Xiaozhong ahead suddenly dashed forward at full speed, rushing toward a heavy iron door in just a few strides before opening it and stepping out. Boom! Boom! The next instant, the iron doors at both ends of the corridor slammed shut, sealing the stairwell completely. Su Lin and Lu Jin were now locked inside. Sun Xiaozhong glanced at the sealed iron door and smirked coldly. Picking up a walkie-talkie, he said, "Those two are locked in the building now. We can begin." Chapter 67, Bro, were you a burglar in your early days? We're doomed, absolutely doomed this time. Deputy Captain Su, what should we do? We can't get out. Wait, let's call Captain Huang to come rescue us. No signal on the phone. Well, we're truly screwed now. Immersive translate. Xiao Lu grew restless, pacing back and forth with barely concealed panic written across his face. Su Lin calmly took out his phone and glanced at it, confirming there was indeed no signal. Clearly, the people here had invested heavily, even installing a signal jammer. Moreover, as expected, this place had an independent power supply and security system. There was likely only one way to escape, opening the gate before him. His gaze shifted to the lock mechanism and electronic keypad on the door, his expression turning solemn. It seems the lock god must make his appearance. With a smile, he stepped forward slowly and carefully examined the type of door lock. A multi-locking pin tumbler lock. This type's greatest advantage is its multiple security metal rods. Once locked, external force can hardly break it open. Unless you smash the door down, it's generally impossible to open. Unless, of course, you have the key in hand. Su Lin walked over, glanced at the lock, then lifted his head to look at Lu Jin. Deputy Captain Su, why are you looking at me? There's no way I can drive. Lu Jin raised both hands in resignation, having regained some composure by now. After all, he was a detective, some essential temperament was still there. Su Lin glanced at the finer piece of metal, something akin to a pin, or a harder piece of plastic would do as well. Ugh. Lu Jin was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head somewhat woodenly before saying, Deputy Captain Su, do you think this will work? As he spoke, he pulled out a piece of dental floss from his pocket and said, the only remotely hard thing I've got is this. When Su Lin saw the dental floss, a faint smile appeared on his face. Perfect, he said. The dental floss was sharp on one end and thick enough, though slightly short, but given Su Lin's godlike lockpicking skills, it should suffice. He immediately took the floss, pressed it into the keyhole, and began gently manipulating it. At the same time, he picked up the Sishan Wellness Center brochure with his left hand, wedging its cover into the door gap to apply subtle pressure. Plop! 3 seconds later, beneath Lu Jin's astonished gaze, the lock emitted a crisp click. But Su Lin didn't stop there. This lock had multiple safeguards, unless he bypassed them all, the door wouldn't budge. He continued to turn the lock cylinder, pressing his ear against the door. After about 10 seconds, another click sounded as the second safety lock opened. 3 minutes later, as all 5 safety locks were successfully pushed open, the door slowly swung outward. Su Lin looked ahead and was startled to find another identical lock waiting. Holy shit, again. Are they trying to play escape room with us? Lu Jin widened his eyes, his face full of indignation. Su Lin, however, just smiled. Earlier he might have panicked, but now that he'd tested his lock god skill, damn, it really worked like a charm. Getting trapped was the last thing on his mind. Any lock, no matter what kind, would do. Click. 1 minute later, the second door was opened. Then the third, followed by the fourth. Retracing their route, Su Lin and his companion unlocked 4 doors in succession. Counting the initial 3 minutes wasted, they had taken less than 10 minutes in total. Plop! When the final door swung open, sunlight bathed the 2 men once more. Lu Jin. He stared in disbelief at the man beside him, barely resisting the urge to ask, bro, were you in the burglary business before, ? But Su Lin remained expressionless as he stared ahead. Suddenly spotting a man speaking into a walkie-talkie, Su Lin watched as the man's face instantly paled upon seeing them emerge. Ahem. Officers, my apologies. This door malfunctioned earlier, I was just calling maintenance. Who knew you'd find your way out on your own, huh? Sorry about that, Sun Xiaozhong spoke nervously to Su Lin and his colleague, though his finger never lifted from the walkie-talkie's transmit button. Needless to say, he was sending a signal to someone else. Your so-called wellness center isn't up to much, even the door locks are broken. I'm definitely filing a complaint with the health department. Just you wait, Lu Jin said with pretended ferocity. Su Lin patted his shoulder and sighed, drop the act. The jig's up. What do you mean, the jig's up? Lu Jin froze in confusion. Su Lin, didn't you hear what he just called us? He addressed us as officers. Holy shit! Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaozhong's face immediately changed drastically. He turned to flee, but Su Lin was faster, launching forward with a flying kick that sent him crashing heavily to the ground. Blurting out their police identities was practically an admission of guilt, like proclaiming no silver buried here. What are you doing? Even if you're cops, you can't just assault people. Someone, help! The man, pinned under Su Lin's foot, struggled futilely to get up before resorting to loud, dramatic screams. A group of people emerged from ahead, witnessing the scene, and stepped forward one after another to begin reprimanding Su Lin. Narrowing his eyes, Su Lin swept his sharp gaze around. With his judgment of good and evil activated, he found no red names, proof they had been deceived by Sun Xiaozhong. Lu Xun, cuff him, Su Lin ordered sternly. Good. Lu Xun immediately stepped forward, pulling out handcuffs and snapping them onto Sun Xiuzhong's wrists with a metallic click, silver bracelets now adorning the man. Oh, so it's the police making an arrest. Scared me half to death, I thought it was a fight. Let's go, break it up. Everyone get back to work, nothing to see here. The crowd of onlookers dispersed hastily. But at this very moment, a man with icy glints in his eyes came charging over, flanked by two burly, ferocious-looking companions. Su Lin's good and evil vision swept over them, all marked in red, their crime values exceeding 100. Let her go. The newcomer was none other than Niu Weihao. Without a shred of courtesy toward Su Lin and Lu Xun, he lunged at Su Lin the moment he spoke, throwing a punch. Stop, I'm a police officer. Su Lin shouted angrily, raising his identification. Police? Like hell I believe that beat these two troublemakers to death. Niu Weihao was clever, he completely disregarded Su Lin's identity and went straight for the attack. Even if they got caught later, he could always claim ignorance of the law as an excuse. But he had never imagined that all his past misdeeds had already been seen through with a single glance by Su Lin. Boom! Facing Niu Weihao's swinging fist, Su Lin suddenly closed the distance, raising his elbow to deliver a crushing blow to the chest that sent the man flying over a meter backward. Two swift flying kicks followed, immediately knocking down the two lackeys he'd brought with him. It was precisely at this moment that his peripheral vision caught sight of a wheelchair-bound young man being pushed out from the building ahead. Lin Yun. Su Lin possessed an eidetic memory. Having spent days studying the case files meticulously, he recognized Lin Yun's appearance immediately. Seeing him now, Su Lin became absolutely convinced this case was definitely orchestrated by someone from Sishan Healthcare Center. As a pivotal witness, Lin Yun absolutely must not come to harm. He immediately drew his gun and roared, "Freeze! One more move and I'll shoot." Pushing Lin Yun was a young doctor who, startled by Su Lin drawing his weapon, hastily let go and retreated several steps. Su Lin shot a cold glance at the doctor, activating his good and evil eye. Discovering the doctor was a white name with no criminal record, he finally relaxed. He turned his attention to the three fallen members of Niu Weihao's group. Having struck with full force, the impact had left them practically incapacitated. Su Lin pointed his gun at Niu Weihao while retrieving his phone to dial Huang Weihan's number. Immersive translate. At the Criminal Investigation Division, Huang Weihan paced anxiously, his face etched with worry and impatience. Just then, Xiao Weihai walked in and, seeing his flustered state, immediately asked, "What's going on? Why so rattled?" "Ha, Chief Xia, nothing, it's nothing." Huang Weihan quickly waved his hands, daring not to speak the truth. "Where's Su Lin?" Xiao Weihai ignored him and looked toward Su Lin's office. "Huang Weihan, he went out to investigate a case." "Investigate a case? What case?" "A missing person case." "What? A missing persons case?" Xiao Weihai's face was full of shock as he asked, "Any leads?" Huang Weihan nodded. "Yes, we have leads. They're out on field duty today." "Where's the target?" "Well, about that, Chief Xia, it's better if you don't know." Just as his voice faded, the phone on the desk rang. Seeing Su Lin's name on the caller ID, he immediately answered. Then came Su Lin's voice from the other end. "Chief Wang, dispatch the entire Criminal Investigation Division, coordinate with our brothers from the branch precinct and get the SWAT team to assist us." "Good." Hearing this, Huang Weihan shouted excitedly. If Su Lin was calling for backup, there was only one possible explanation: they were almost certainly cracking the case. Watching Huang Weihan rush off to gather the team, Xiao Weihai frowned and called after him, "Wait, where exactly are you all going?" "Mount Mercy Health and Wellness Center." Huang Weihan left with just that sentence. "Oh, holy shit, what did you just say?" Xiao Weihai's shocked exclamation erupted from behind. Chapter 68, All the monsters and demons are crawling out of the woodwork. At the mention of the phrase Sishan Wellness Center, Xiao Weihai's expression sharpened, and he hurriedly chased after them. "Huang Weihan, stop right there. What's really going on?" Everyone knew the Sishan Wellness Center wasn't to be trifled with. After all, its residents were anything but ordinary. It wasn't that Xiao Weihai was afraid, but rather that it spelled endless trouble. Beyond the societal complications it would bring, there was also the likely pressure from higher-ups descending upon them. There are far too many retired officials in that place. Huang Weihan stopped in his tracks, turned around and said, "Bureau Chief Xia, Su Lin has already uncovered some leads, and it's very likely they made a discovery when they went there today. If this kid asked for backup, then something big is definitely going down." Xiao Weihai frowned, his expression extremely grave. After a few seconds, he gritted his teeth and raised his head. "Go. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Remember, you must catch them red-handed, otherwise I won't let either of you off the hook." "Yes." Huang Weihan grinned and saluted before turning to leave. Soon, teams from the Criminal Investigation Division, along with officers from various branch bureaus' criminal investigation units, were all mobilized. Even the SWAT team joined the operation. They rapidly assembled and headed toward Sishan. Immersive translate. At Sishan, Su Lin maintained control over the individuals at the scene, his face wearing a solemn expression. Lin Yun slumped in the wheelchair, his head swaying rhythmically, his gaze blank, clearly in an abnormal state of mind. He stepped forward to ask a few questions, but Lin Yun just kept giggling without any meaningful response. Deputy Captain Su, what's going on here? Lu Jin asked with a baffled expression. Lin Yun's family reported he was a university student. There's no way someone in this state could be a student, right? There's only one explanation, someone did this to him. Su Lin said grimly, then raised his head to gaze into the distance. A group of doctors hurried over from nearby, their faces filled with anger. Who are you? Why are you interfering with my patient? The balding doctor at the front demanded coldly, his eyes burning with anger and carrying the faintest flicker of evasion. Su Lin's eyes of judgment activated, sweeping his gaze across the crowd before him. Every individual shone with the harmless white designation, nothing more sinister than one or two who'd accepted gifts at most. Not a single criminal record surfaced, including that of the lead physician. He felt slightly more at ease and asked, Doctor, what happened to this patient? What the hell is going on? That's no reason for you to detain my patient, the doctor said, his face turning livid. Su Lin said, he's not just your patient, he's also the missing person we've been looking for. What did you say? The doctor frowned upon hearing this. How could a missing person reported by the police suddenly appear at Sishan Health and Wellness Center? He turned to a student beside him and asked, what's going on? Who admitted this patient? It was Dr. Yang Feng who admitted him. Where's Yang Feng? He was here this morning, but suddenly left at noon without telling anyone. Call Dean Sure immediately, the doctor said bluntly. Right away, Professor. Before long, the student's call connected. After explaining the situation to the person on the other end, a doctor wearing a white coat soon arrived, a bespectacled man with black-framed glasses standing under 1.7 meters tall. Old Ma, what's going on here? The newcomer glanced at Su Lin, his gaze briefly hardening before shifting to the doctor who had been there earlier. At this moment, Su Lin was staring fixedly at the middle-aged doctor, his eyes blazing with fury and murderous intent. Shi Jianlong, evil value 1020, guilty of heinous crimes. A brief sentence contained no evidence of his crimes, but 4 words stood out, heinous to the extreme. Those typically described as heinous to the extreme are usually the kind that can be lawfully shot on sight during arrest, and this short, middle-aged man fell squarely into that category. But what irked Su Lin was how unreliable the system had suddenly become, delivering only those 4 vague words, heinous to the extreme. Was it messing with him? Instead of providing anything useful, it just tossed out 4 lousy words. Was he supposed to walk up and declare, you're heinous to the extreme, I'm executing you now? Nonsense. Without certification or evidence, convicting someone would be utterly impossible. So he didn't rush to state his position. Instead, he directly marked Shi Jianlong with a special tagging system. Director Shi, you came just in time. This officer insists that my patient matches their missing persons case. What should we do? Dr. Yang Feng admitted the patient, but I heard he took leave? Shi Jianlong, yes, Dr. Yang Feng is on leave. Don't worry, I'll handle this. With that, he walked over to Su Lin and politely said, Officer, we genuinely didn't know he was a missing person. I assume Dr. Yang Feng simply found him wandering the streets in a confused state and brought him back for treatment. You should understand that we operate as a non-profit organization. Charity work is our founding purpose. Had Su Lin not known the man's true identity, he might have believed him, but now, he wanted nothing more than to slap the bastard twice across the face. We're taking the man with us. Su Lin spoke in a low voice. No problem. Shi Jianlong nodded, then pointed to the 4 thugs lying on the ground and said, but these 4 probably don't need to be taken back, right? They're suspected of assaulting police officers. What do you think, should they be taken in or not? Su Lin didn't reveal their true identities directly but instead pinned the charge of assaulting officers on them. Officer, look, they really didn't know your identities. Ignorance is no offense, right? Shi Jianlong remained all smiles, his expression betraying nothing. A cold smile crept across Su Lin's lips as he asked, are you sure you want to vouch for them? Upon seeing his smile, Shi Jianlong sensed imminent danger and immediately fell silent. He merely cast a calm, indifferent glance at the 4 men lying on the ground. Niu Weihao and the others gritted their teeth, maintaining a stubborn silence. These guys knew very well that keeping their mouths shut might just spare their lives, but if they spoke up, death would be certain. The boss's power was absolutely beyond their imagination. Take her away. Su Lin barked a command. Wait a minute. A detached voice spoke up as 2 more figures approached from ahead. A well-dressed middle-aged man, about 6 feet tall, strode forward with an imposing demeanor that exuded authority and prestige. Behind the middle-aged man followed a young woman, likely some kind of assistant. Su Lin narrowed his eyes and scrutinized the 2 men. The secretary was clean, but something was off about that middle-aged man. Wang Qi, evil value 522, suspected of multiple counts of kidnapping, rape, and murder with corpse disposal. A crime value exceeding 500 is undoubtedly the standard for a serious offender, even a death row criminal. This is getting more and more interesting. A faint smile curled at the corners of Su Lin's lips. All the demons and monsters had crawled out of the woodwork. He was now absolutely certain that this wellness center harbored massive problems. Those missing persons were definitely connected to this place. But this Wang Qi is definitely not the mastermind. Heart-stirring, he threw out another special marker. Chapter 69, Cheap Price, Old Huang Gets Humiliated. Wang Qi clearly exhibits far more stubbornness than that Shi Jianlong from earlier. The moment this guy showed up, he immediately demanded in a cold tone, "Officer, I want to see your ID." Su Lin raised an eyebrow. According to their disciplinary protocols, if the party being dealt with requested to see identification, then they were obligated to present it. It's not that he had to show it, but Su Lin didn't hesitate for even a second before pulling out his credentials. Su Lin, Deputy Chief of the Municipal Criminal Investigation Division. You're Su Lin. When Wang Qi saw Su Lin's identification, his pupils visibly contracted. In all of Jiangyun City, few ordinary citizens would recognize the name Su Lin, and even if they'd heard it, they wouldn't know who he was. But for certain special circles, the name Su Lin struck like thunder. This particular group, the implication is very clear. Either they are government personnel, or someone within the police system. Beyond that, there's only one category of people, those with a guilty conscience. Su Lin smiled faintly as he looked at Wang Qi. Clearly this guy belonged to the latter. Deputy Captain Su, hello. I've long heard of your distinguished reputation. Wang Qi extended his hand with a smile, but Su Lin ignored it, asking instead, may we leave now? Of course, feel free. Wang Qi immediately stepped aside, signaling for Su Lin and his companions to depart, a marked contrast to his earlier domineering demeanor. If it had been any other detective, even one of the three captains directly under the precinct, he would have immediately tried to detain the person first. But seeing Su Lin's identity, he changed his mind. This guy managed to take down Zhang Jingsheng and Li Mingyu, that alone proves his capability. Not to mention the series of wanted criminals he's apprehended and major cases he's cracked, especially the rumor that he helped Nanlin City capture a mercenary assassin. The ministry even sent down officials specifically to meet him. Someone like this shouldn't be offended lightly, or the consequences could be endless. Su Lin smiled, then pushed Lin Yun's wheelchair and led Lu Jin out of the building. Lu Jin roughly hauled Niu Weihao and his companions to their feet, shoving them forward, and no one dared to stop them this time. Pitter-patter. At that very moment, chaotic footsteps echoed from around the corner of the building ahead, followed by a crowd of figures rushing toward them. These individuals were fully armed, helmets and masks shielding their faces, wielding assault rifles and various firearms. Clearly, they were members of the SWAT team. Apart from the SWAT team, a group of criminal police officers wearing bulletproof vests also appeared. Huang Weihan ran at the forefront, flanked by Sui Dong, the captain of the SWAT team. The two rushed over in a hurry. When they saw Su Lin emerge unharmed pushing a wheelchair, followed by Lu Jin escorting three criminals, their expressions instantly changed. Su Lin, you. Huang Weihan turned to Su Lin, about to speak when he suddenly saw Lin Yun being wheeled in on a stretcher, his expression instantly changing. Is that Lin Yun? You found him? But Su Lin shook his head, giving him a discreet look before saying, not here. Contact the doctor, we need to give Lin Yun a full physical exam immediately. Got it, I'll go right now. Huang Weihan nodded. He had already received Su Lin's message. Since Su Lin said he would return first, it meant the Sisan Wellness Center couldn't be touched for now. Captain Sui, thank you for your hard work. Su Lin turned to Sui Dong and spoke. No problem, this distance is nothing. If you ever need anything in the future, just call me anytime. Sui Dong waved his hand, his face beaming with a smile. Just kidding, following Su Lin meant guaranteed benefits. That was currently the most widely circulated saying in Jiangyun City's police circles. When he was in the traffic police unit, the entire team was thriving and prospering. After transferring to criminal investigation, it took less than a week for the division to become equally prosperous. He even considered following Su Lin around all day, perhaps before long. He could get promoted and be transferred to the provincial department. Hundreds of people had evacuated outside. Standing by the car, Su Lin glanced back at the 8-story building at the center of the wellness facility. He couldn't shake the feeling that someone's eyes were watching him. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he immediately got into the car, which swiftly drove away. Only after Su Lin and the others had left did Wang Qizai pull out his phone with a grim expression and dial a number. Dad, they're gone. I saw. From the other end of the line came an elderly and somewhat weary voice. Damn it, Lin Yun has been taken by him, along with Niu Weihao and the other two. What if he digs up our trail? Wang Qi gritted his teeth, his face twisted with malice. Should we find someone to take him out? As he spoke, he made a throat-slitting gesture. The person on the other end of the line fell silent for a few seconds before saying, no, we can't touch him. If we do, the entire Jiangyun City police force will go crazy. Then our problems will be even bigger. What should we do then? Wang Qi asked somewhat unwillingly. Don't worry, he won't be investigating for long. I'll arrange for some people to cause him trouble, and when the time comes, he'll be too busy protecting himself to touch this case again. As for that squad leader Huang Weihan, I'll also have someone notify him. We can't delay any longer on this end. Find a target immediately. Remember, absolutely no more mistakes can be allowed. Got it. Wang Qi nodded and hung up the phone. Immersive translate. In the car, Huang Weihan and Su Lin sat together in the back seat while Lu Jin drove, swiftly leaving the Sisan Wellness Center. Huang Weihan asked, Su Lin, so Lin Yun was found at the wellness center? What do you think? If not here, why would I need your backup? Su Lin shot him an exasperated glance. Only someone would ask such a silly question. So why aren't we searching? Huang Weihan pressed. Su Lin replied, what's the rush? Give them some time to panic first. I bet they're scrambling right now either to deal with me or the entire criminal investigation squad. He had this confidence because he had already taken down one Zheng Jingsheng and one Li Mingyu. Given Wang Lida's influence and position, he would surely make the first move. No matter what, they would eventually reveal their true colors, and catching them red-handed with evidence would be even better, wouldn't it? As for conducting a search now, he didn't think it would be of much use. Even if we arrest Shi Jianlong, it's useless. We can't charge the mastermind behind this. Alright, you call the shots. Huang Weihan shrugged. The two were rushing back in a hurry when suddenly, Su Lin's phone rang. Hey, Su Lin, it's Xiao Weihai. Hearing the grave tone on the other end of the line, Su Lin was instantly taken aback. Chief Xia, what's the matter? Xiao Weihai, Su Lin, I'm formally notifying you that you've been suspended. The higher-ups discovered an unexplained 20 million in your account. You'll need to provide an explanation for this. Damn it! After finishing his sentence, Xiao Weihai slammed the table in anger, the sound nearly deafening Su Lin. Su Lin was also somewhat shocked and said, these guys really got here fast. It seems Wang Lida has more power than I imagined. Also, notify Huang Weihan, he's being suspended pending investigation as well, Xiao Weihai added. What? Even Huang Ji took bribes? Su Lin shot a surprised glance at Huang Weihan. Hearing this, the latter turned ashen-faced. This was an attempt to dismantle both central pillars of their criminal investigation brigade. Yes, 3 million, Xiao Weihai stated. What? Chief Xia, how much did you say? 3 million? Why on earth would I get only 3 million? Huang Weihan felt deeply insulted. Su Lin gets 20 million, while I only get 3 million? Damn it, who do they think they're looking down on? Chapter 70, 20 million? Are you really that cheap? Hey, that was lightning fast. Su Lin put down the phone, smiled, and winked at Huang Weihan. Chief Huang, seems like your second-class police supervisor rank isn't as valuable as my third-class police supervisor after all. You still have the nerve to laugh? Aren't you worried at all? Huang Weihan glared at him. Big trouble. Now there are 2 inexplicable deposits in their names, and anyone can tell something's fishy about it. Problems aside, the higher-ups will definitely send someone to investigate this. The Anti-Corruption Bureau from the Procuratorate probably already has people waiting at the Municipal Bureau entrance. Su Lin spread his hands. Will worrying help? Relax, truth will out in the end. At worst, it'll just delay our case progress a bit. No matter how they investigate, we... At this point, Su Lin suddenly raised his head. Buying time? These 4 words flashed through his mind. The other party clearly knew this wouldn't actually be enough to bring him and Huang Weihan down, yet they still did it. Could it be they just wanted to annoy the two of them? No. Impossible. Their opponents are formidable, and such individuals are typically very arrogant. For such an almost ineffective method, they simply disdain to use it. There's only one explanation. The other side is stalling for time. They will definitely take action. Su Lin immediately pulled up the system interface, where within the specially marked page, the 2 dots representing Shi Jianlong and Wang Qi nearly overlapped. He immediately opened the video feed and saw them standing in a dimly lit room. Faintly visible was a figure seated by the window with their back turned to the pair. Since it was only a video without audio, Su Lin couldn't hear what they were actually saying. Ha! The rabbit's really getting desperate now. A faint smile crept across Su Lin's lips as the corners of his mouth curled upward. From now on, he must constantly monitor the movements of these 2 individuals. The moment there's any sign of them leaving Sisan Wellness Center, immediate tracking must be initiated. Beep beep beep. Lost in thought, the car had already pulled into the Municipal Bureau's parking lot. A honk sounded. 3 Procuratorate vehicles were parked in front of their car. The noise snapped Su Lin out of his reverie. He looked up and saw more than 10 people getting out of those 3 cars, swiftly approaching their vehicle. Huang Weihan's face turned pale. He hadn't expected his guess to be right, and that these guys would arrive so quickly. Su Lin just chuckled and opened the car door to step out. Seeing this, Huang Weihan shook his head with a sigh and also exited the vehicle. Director Ho Wei-han of Jiangyun City Criminal Investigation Division, Deputy Director Su Lin of Jiangyun City Criminal Investigation Division. I am Deputy Director Li Yichuan from the Anti-Corruption Bureau. This is your formal notice. You have both been accused by a real-name informant of accepting bribes, involving substantial amounts. You are now required to cooperate with our investigation. A bald middle-aged man in an anti-corruption uniform stepped forward, flashing a set of yellowed teeth with slanted triangular eyes, his face wearing a faint, inscrutable smile. Su Lin was momentarily dazed, then suddenly remembered someone, Dean Chen, who specialized in foreign languages. This is the truth. Gentlemen, come with us, Li Yichuan said to Su Lin and Huang Wei-han. Two bailiffs behind him immediately stepped forward, ready to handcuff the pair. Wait, what do you think you're doing? A furious roar rang out as Xiao Weihai sprinted down the steps from the entrance, pointing directly at Li Yichuan's nose and shouting, Li Baldi, I'm telling you right now, if you dare put handcuffs on him today, I'll dig up every skeleton in your closet. Don't pretend for a second you've got a clean record. Hearing these words, Li Yichuan's expression darkened instantly. Su Lin and Huang Wei-han listened, then smilingly gave Chief Xia a thumbs up. Beat it! Xiao Weihai glared and said, I told you, it's best to catch them red-handed. Now look, their counterattack was beyond what you imagined, swift and ruthless, leaving you completely unprepared. Su Lin, Chief Xia, our apologies. We truly didn't expect this. Ah well, let them investigate. No worries, truth will out for the innocent. As he spoke, he gave Xiao Weihai a meaningful glance. The latter, noticing Su Lin's expression, immediately began contemplating his next move. Just as he was about to step forward, a roaring sound suddenly echoed across the sky. Thud thud thud. The whirring of helicopter rotors compelled everyone present to instinctively look up. They watched as two helicopters approached from the distance, eventually hovering above the city police headquarters before gradually descending onto the rooftop helipad. What's going on? That's not our helicopter. Xiao Weihai froze for a moment. Right at this moment, a luxury car slowly pulled in through the main gate, and two women stepped out of the vehicle. Leading the way was the charming young heiress, her high heels clicking rhythmically against the ground, her swaying figure utterly mesmerizing. Behind the heiress walked her bodyguard, Sister Cheng. Oh, Yao Yao's here. Upon seeing Yan Yao come down, Xiao Weihai immediately greeted her with a smile, finally realizing where the helicopter had come from. Yan Yao glanced at Su Lin, her eyes shimmering slightly with a bright gleam, a charming smile playing on her lips. Then she turned to Xiao Weihai and said, Uncle Xia, I've brought you the helicopters. The first two are here, please take delivery. Wonderful, wonderful. Xiao Weihai nodded repeatedly, practically overwhelmed with joy, even forgetting about the matter involving Su Lin and Huang Wei-han for the moment. Yan Yao smiled, turned to Su Lin, and playfully winked at him, saying, no need to worry about delayed rescue anymore. Su Lin, considering how much I care about you, treating me to a meal shouldn't be a problem, right? The young heiress smoothed her long hair cascading over her chest. Today she wore a fitted pink blouse paired with a sheer black pencil skirt that hugged her hips, leaving her alluring figure completely unobstructed. Su Lin was about to speak, but unexpectedly, Li Yichuan beside him interjected directly, I'm sorry, but he's currently under investigation by us. The wealthy woman's expression turned cold as she glanced disdainfully at the bald man before her, then asked Su Lin, what's going on? Su Lin remained silent, but Huang Wei-han stepped forward and recounted the entire sequence of events, the 20 million, the 3 million, even venting his own frustrations along the way. 20 million? Are you that cheap? The little rich girl laughed, then shot a disdainful glance at Li Yichuan. She picked up the phone and dialed the CFO's number. Hello, Director He, check how much funds we still have in the group account. Yes, it's urgent. After speaking, she stepped forward and immediately began frisking Su Lin. What are you doing? Su Lin quickly backed away. Don't move. Yan Yao glared at him. She then searched through his coat pocket, found his wallet, and under Su Lin's bewildered gaze, pulled out a bank card. 2.145 billion, right? Fine, transfer 2.145 billion to this card number right now. Yes, immediately, no delay. With that, Yan Yao hung up the phone. Everyone present widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at the young heiress. She had once again raised the bar of her extravagance. Huang Wei-han glanced at Xiao Weihai, and both men unconsciously pursed their lips, feeling something called heartache. Chapter 71, the net begins to close. Su Lin, damn it. Miss, if you keep this up, I really can't hold out any longer. Li Yichuan and the others also stared at Yan Yao in astonishment, their minds filled with one question, just who is this woman? Ding dong. The next moment, Su Lin's phone rang. He took it out to look, and his eyelids twitched. Yan Yao snatched his phone and opened the message interface, displaying the bank transfer notification and account balance directly before Li Yichuan and his group. Come on, take a look. 20 million, what a joke. Now, are you still going to claim he accepted 2.1 billion in bribes? The young heiress retorted aggressively. Why you, this still doesn't prove his 20 million wasn't from bribes. No matter what, this man must come with us for investigation. Li Ichuan gritted his teeth, though his heart was pounding wildly. Fine, just you wait. The wealthy young woman picked up the phone again. Hello, Director I don't care what method you use, transferred the remaining 45 million to a prosecutor named Li Ichuan. Yes. Holy shit. Li Ichuan was so startled he practically leapt into the air. This woman possessed a beauty that could topple cities and kingdoms, yet her methods were even more ruthless than theirs. This was clearly a deliberate setup against him. You're falsely accusing public servants. Ma'am, that's illegal. Li Ichuan retorted angrily. Yen Yao, you dare lay a finger on my man? Forget framing you, I'll end you, believe it or not. Mid-sentence, a hand rested lightly on her shoulder. I'll handle this myself. Su Lin gave her a slightly grateful glance. Hiding behind a woman wasn't his style. He stepped forward and said to Li Ichuan, I'll cooperate with the investigation, but it must be at the Municipal Bureau's Criminal Investigation Division. Li Ichuan's face darkened as he stared fixedly at Su Lin, who in turn gazed back unblinkingly, a trace of mockery in his eyes. After what seemed like an eternity, Li Ichuan finally spoke with a grim expression. Fine, you can stay in the Criminal Investigation Division, but only under our supervision. All right. Su Lin nodded. He couldn't help but sigh internally. Each suspect he dealt with had proven more ruthless than the last. Not long ago, he was interrogated, and now he unexpectedly finds himself framed. Yet, the more his opponents act this way, the more exhilarated he becomes, because it means he has become a serious threat to them, and they are about to reveal their true colors. Give me a few minutes, Su Lin said as he approached the young affluent woman and spoke. You go back first. I can handle this matter myself. Really? The wealthy young woman sounded hesitant. Really? Su Lin nodded. The wealthy young woman said, all right, then I'll wait for you at your place. What? Su Lin was stunned. He hadn't been back for several days. What did she mean by this? The young wealthy woman smiled and took out a set of keys, handing them to Su Lin. I replaced the lock at your place, she said. The old one was poor quality and unsafe. As she spoke, she opened her palm, revealing a gleaming silver key nestled in her jade-like, fair-skinned hand. You? Su Lin's eyes widened. Let's go, time to head home. The young heiress didn't even give him a chance to speak, turning around immediately to get into the car with her bodyguard Qingjie. Kid, you're something else. Huang Weihan walked up to Su Lin, giving him a thumbs up. Xiao Weihai couldn't help but cover his forehead, saying, looks like my old comrade's daughter won't be staying single for long. Su Lin rolled his eyes at the two of them but didn't say a word. Upon entering the municipal bureau, Su Lin and the others were taken to a small conference room in the Criminal Investigation Brigade, where they were immediately questioned by Li Ichuan and his team. Huang Weihan played dumb, refusing to answer anything, while Su Lin cut straight to the chase. I've got 2.1 billion in my account. Why would I care about your measly 20 million? That single sentence nearly choked Li Ichuan to death. These two ruffians weren't the least bit afraid of his investigation. They were practically shameless scoundrels. Or perhaps, their upright stance meant their shadows couldn't slant. After hours of scrutiny yielded nothing, everyone's stomachs were growling fiercely, their fronts sticking to their backs with hunger. When they arrived at the municipal bureau canteen, Captain Chow pointed directly at their group and declared, no meal cards, no service for any of you. Li Ichuan's eyelids were twitching uncontrollably as he gritted his teeth, itching to smash the entire municipal bureau. In the end, he helplessly ordered takeout. Meanwhile, Su Lin was personally delivered meals by Xiao Weihai along with Huang Weihu. Su, how's the investigation going? Xiao Weihai asked in a low voice, deliberately ignoring the two inspectors standing behind him. The situation is serious. Among the 4 individuals we apprehended, 1 is a Class B fugitive, and 3 others were on the run. By the way, Director Xia, how is Lin Yun? Su Lin didn't avoid the topic in front of the 2 inspectors. The prognosis isn't good. The doctor said he had been taking a special drug for a long time, causing severe damage to his frontal lobe. Both his memory and intellect have suffered irreversible harm. Even if he recovers someday, there will be lingering aftereffects, replied Xiao Weihai. Those bastards deserve to die. Su Lin's face darkened with anger. Then he raised his head and added, Director Xia, we should investigate from multiple angles. First, the illicit organ trade market. Second, I think there's something off about that Dr. Ma. Third, look into that Niu Weihao for me. This guy has blood on his hands. Su Lin spoke as he wrote, handing the document to Xiao Weihai. Meanwhile, the 2 inspectors standing behind Xiao Weihai silently memorized every word they just heard. Xiao Weihai took the note written by Su Lin, nodded, and left the office. Upon returning to his own office, he immediately took out the note and examined it carefully. He had already noticed that what Su Lin wrote was completely different from what he had said. Unfolding the note, he saw a message written on it, secretly seal off the Sisan Wellness Center, they're taking action. Wang Qi and Shi Jianlong, these 2 individuals, are highly suspicious. Hu Gang, Chen Fei, come here, Xiao Weihai shouted as he rushed out of his office straight to the Criminal Investigation Division. The entire Criminal Investigation team appeared dejected, their faces filled with resentment, with some even cursing under their breaths. Suddenly hearing someone call from the door, they immediately looked up. 3 team leaders promptly stood up and approached. Assemble everyone immediately. I want Sisan Convalescent Center secretly cordoned off, and remember, absolute confidentiality is required. Everyone must hand over their communication devices. Yes, the 3 saluted simultaneously. An operation unfolded in complete silence. Hu Gang and the other 2 gradually led their teams to various jurisdictions under the pretext of handling previous cases. In reality, upon reaching their destinations, they would quietly turn around and head toward Sisan. Over 40 vehicles were parked in a small town just outside Sisan. Everyone, get out of the car and stealthily infiltrate Sisan. Secretly blockade the entire wellness center. Just as they were sealing off the area, over on Su Lin's end, Wang Qi's red dot on the specially marked map suddenly started moving. His face changed color abruptly as he bolted upright from the sofa. Chapter 72, Eating someone's instant noodles is like killing their parents? Finally moving. A gleam of excitement flashed across Su Lin's face as he watched Wang Qi's shifting figure. He particularly relished this sensation of the hunt. Moreover, he could precisely track his prey's movements from what felt like a god's perspective. This intoxicating sense of total control was simply irresistible. Noticing his sudden upright posture, Huang Weihan also raised his head in puzzlement. Both of them had been bored all afternoon with nothing to do. There was no way around it. Li Yichuan's men were closely monitoring their every move outside, which was utterly irritating yet impossible to avoid. Nothing much. I'm just wondering how Wang Qi will make his move. His face darkened. He had already discussed the issues concerning Wang Qi and Shi Jianlong with Huang Weihan, making it clear that these 2 were their prime targets. Yet at this moment, he couldn't help feeling a growing sense of anxiety. He could track Wang Qi's movement, but since it was late at night and everything was pitch black around him, he had no way of knowing how many people the guy had around him. After some thought, he pulled out a phone. It wasn't his own phone, but rather the one Xiao Weihai had secretly handed to him before leaving. Since action was imminent, he naturally needed the intelligence from this guy who had personally entered the Kongyang Center. But Xiao Weihai didn't know that Su Lin possessed more than just intelligence. He dialed Xiao Weihai's number. Hello, Chief Xia, any updates? Su Lin asked. Xiao Weihai replied, Su, we've already initiated the operation. Over 200 personnel have surrounded the entire Sisan area, but no suspicious individuals have been detected so far. Alright, Su Lin nodded, glancing at the specially marked map. Pay attention to the southwest direction, something feels off there. During the day, I noticed a dense forest, and my intuition tells me it's not normal. Got it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Weihai immediately ended the call, picked up the radio, and began directing the operation. After making the call, Su Lin remained seated without moving. Huang Weihan assumed the young man was deep in thought and didn't disturb him. After all, Su Lin had uncovered the case's crucial leads. His investigative approach was vital. However, as time passed, Su Lin's expression grew increasingly grim. In the system interface, the special marker was moving rapidly, but based on his daytime observations, that area was jungle. Even driving shouldn't produce such speed. Something's wrong. He furrowed his brows. He slowly raised his head. Wang Qi's marker was nearly exiting Sisan already. Why hadn't Chief Xia and the team made their move yet? He took out his phone and dialed Xiao Weihai's number again. Hey, Chief Xia, have you found anyone yet? He asked as soon as the call connected. Xiao Weihai replied, nothing so far. Everything's normal on our end. I've deployed dozens of detectives to the southwest, but even after nearly an hour, there's been no sign of anything unusual. Su Lin said, Chief Xia, they probably aren't traveling on the ground. Not the ground? Xiao Weihai was stunned. He stood amidst the mountain forest, instinctively raising his head at Su Lin's prompt, gazing at the star-studded sky. Xiao Su, if we're not going by land, do you mean we should take to the skies? Nor the sky. Su Lin shook his head immediately. At this moment, he had already pulled up a close-up view. Wang Qi was driving a car, but due to the perspective, he could only see the area within a 2-meter radius around Wang Qi. The guy was speeding in an off-road vehicle, navigating what appeared to be numerous curves ahead, constantly turning the steering wheel. Underground. Su Lin narrowed his eyes and uttered those 2 words. Underground? Xiao Weihai was instantly alarmed. Su Lin asked, Chief Xia, when the Sisan Health and Wellness Center was being constructed, were any tunnels dug? Or, does this underground passageway already exist? That I really don't know. Hold on, let me check. Xiao Weihai immediately hung up the phone and began verifying the information, but after making numerous calls, he frustratingly couldn't obtain any leads regarding the tunnel. When he called to inform Su Lin, the latter straightforwardly replied, Chief Xia, if they've indeed taken action, I estimate they've likely already left our Jiangyun city by now. Come back first. We'll contact neighboring cities to circulate their photos. Never mind. Better not alert them prematurely. Su Lin abruptly stopped mid-sentence. Having just revealed his identity in front of Wang Qi, he'd been immediately set up. If the target learned the police were already onto him, he might vanish completely. Chief Xia, I need to leave. Su Lin gritted his teeth. The situation was tricky, he had to take action. He originally thought he could casually conduct this remote pursuit using his special marking ability, but now it seemed there was no choice but to step out personally. I'll figure something out, Xiao Weihai said before abruptly hanging up the phone. He leaned against a large tree, rubbed his chin, and then beckoned to Chenhua. Xiao Chun, go back to the brigade right away and give Li Tuzi some trouble. Remember, you must bring Su Lin out for me. Understood? Yes, Chief Xia. Chenhua immediately saluted, then excitedly left with his dozen or so men. The rest of you, return to the town first and await orders. Xiao Weihai waved his hand at the crowd. Although Su Lin told them to withdraw, Xiao Weihai sensed this guy would definitely stir up trouble once he emerged, so he decided to keep the team temporarily stationed in the town. To avoid drawing attention, he dispersed everyone across the perimeter of the town. Immersive Translate. Municipal Bureau, Criminal Investigation Division. Su Lin stood up and shot Huang Weihan a meaningful glance, prompting the latter to immediately rise to his feet. Buddy, what's up? Huang Weihan said, starting to address Su Lin as brother in a friendly manner. For this kid, he had only 2 words in his mind, impressed. Not only do they admire his crime-solving skills, but they're also in awe of his way with women. How come some people don't have to do anything and wealthy women just throw themselves at them? What's the secret? Time to go, Su Lin said, giving him a pat on the shoulder. Go? How? Baldy Li's men are watching outside. Unless we fight our way out, Huang Weihan said. Not necessary, Su Lin replied. Bang! As soon as the voice fell, angry roars erupted outside the door. Baldly, how dare you eat my instant noodles? Chen Hua returned to the office. The moment he stepped inside, he spotted Baldly slurping instant noodles. Without a word, he marched over and forcefully pressed down on the man's head. Bang! Li Baldy's head was shoved straight into the instant noodles, broth splattering everywhere as the cup shattered into pieces. Ah! Baldly struggled to stand up abruptly, letting out a miserable howl as he frantically wiped the noodle soup and instant noodles from his face. You punk! What the hell are you doing? Baldly roared in fury. What am I doing? That was the instant noodles my girlfriend gave me. I kept it for 2 years without daring to eat it, and you fucking dared to eat this bowl? I'll beat you to death. Chen Hua desperately stifled his laughter. After saying this, he immediately lunged forward, eyes bloodshot as if he wanted to devour the man. Old Baldy Li was dumbfounded. Wasn't it just a cup of instant noodles? Is eating someone's instant noodles akin to killing their parents? Chapter 73, The Homicide Squad is nothing but a bunch of bandits. Bald Li was stunned. What's the big deal about a bowl of instant noodles? Even if it was from your girlfriend, it's still just instant noodles, I'll pay you back for it. But when Chen Hua charged at him with raised fists, he finally realized things weren't that simple. Bang! Li Yichuan's left eye socket took a heavy punch, leaving him seeing stars and nearly knocked out completely by the blow. Chen Hua himself was already seething with pent-up anger. These idle bastards with nothing better to do, who couldn't they investigate, that they had to target Su Lin? Everyone knew Deputy Captain Su was practically a miracle worker who'd led them to achievements. There was no way they could tolerate this situation. Even without Chief Xia's order now, Chen Hua was already itching to teach Baldly a lesson and vent his anger. Especially after seeing the other person eat his instant noodles, now he had the perfect excuse. Bang! Bang! Chen Hua struck old Baldy Li with a flurry of punches and kicks, sending him reeling in dizzy confusion. But he knew exactly where to hit, targeting spots that wouldn't cause serious harm but maximize pain, like ribs, armpits, cheekbones, and eye sockets, all his favorite bullseyes. Ah, no, I was wrong. Stop hitting. Help! A cop's beating people, help! Baldly screamed for help, and a group of his men immediately rushed out from the neighboring office upon hearing the commotion. Seeing someone chasing and beating their deputy director, how could they stand by and do nothing? They promptly charged forward to assist. How nice! Trying to outnumber us, huh? Brothers, beat them to death. Chen Hua, surrounded by several men and taking a few hits, finally gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. This was exactly the opportunity he had been waiting for. If these inspectors didn't throw the first punch, wouldn't his acting have been all for nothing? Damn it, how dare you hit our captain? Brothers from the 3rd Criminal Investigation Team, let's take them down. Fuck, beat the shit out of them. Attack! Bang bang, crash, clang. Ah, whoa. Don't hit me, I was wrong. Stop now, we surrender. Stop fighting, we surrender. Ouch. Immersive Translate. Screams reverberated throughout the entire office space. In terms of combat ability, those pampered loafers were no match for the criminal police officers. In no time at all, they were all laid out on the ground, howling in agony. The entire hall was strewn with discarded files and documents, creating a truly appalling sight. Even worse off were Baldley and his men, all 10 of them, including Baldley himself, were left bruised and battered from head to toe. Especially old Baldley, even his own mother would have a hard time recognizing him now. His eyes were swollen badly and completely blackened, his nose puffed up, his cheeks blew up like balloons, and especially with 3 or 4 raised lumps on his head, glimpses of blood showing faintly. Woo woo! As soon as Baldley opened his mouth, his 2 front teeth popped out. My teeth, you bastard. Which bastard did this? Step forward, just wait till I. Baldley slurred his words as he struggled to keep his eyes open, hurling abuse at Manhua and the others. Everyone took a sudden step forward, and in an instant, old Baldley shrank back in fear, hastily retreating several paces. My midnight snack, instant noodles my girlfriend brought me. Fine, guys, I'll treat you to a late-night meal instead. Ugh, what rotten luck. Manhua spat in disgust, leaving behind a look of indignation before turning to walk away. Lee Baldhead and his gang were practically on the verge of tears. Even though each of us is battered and bruised, every one of you is completely unscathed, yet you still put on this act like we bullied you. You animals! At night, there weren't many officers on duty at the municipal bureau. Hearing about the situation in the Criminal Investigation Division, they all came over to see. As it turned out, Manhua led the team to open the door, and each walked out with smiles on their faces. Let's go, Xiao Wang, let's grab some late-night snacks, Manhua said to an officer on duty. Hold on, Captain Chen, I'm still on duty. What's going on inside? The officer asked. Nothing much, just catching some rats just now. Manhua didn't care in the slightest, after all. They were clearly in the right on this matter. When they arrived outside the municipal bureau, Manhua immediately turned his gaze toward a figure hidden within the crowd. Deputy Chief Su, Chief Huang, Director Xia is still waiting for you in Shuangyang town. Manhua put away his joking expression, his face turning solemn. Let's go. Without wasting words, Su Lin rushed straight toward a vehicle. He opened the specially marked map. Wang Qi had already left Jiangyun City and entered the boundaries of Donghua City. Donghua City, likewise, was one of the major cities in Haiyuan province. He had no intention of asking Chief Xia to contact colleagues in Donghua City for assistance, choosing instead to wait quietly. As long as the guy showed no signs of leaving the country, he could fool around all he wanted. The most crucial target was Shi Jianlong at Sishan Wellness Center. About half an hour later, Su Lin met Xiao Weihai in Shuangyang town. At that moment, he was dressed in casual clothes with a bulletproof vest worn over them. Director Xia. Su Lin stepped forward to Xiao Weihai, saluted, and reported for duty. Good timing, you take command now. Xiao Weihai didn't hesitate to hand over the authority to Su Lin. Su Lin shook his head. Director Xia, I'll go check the southwest direction first. You take command. Alright then. Xiao Weihai didn't refuse. Su Lin glanced at Huang Weihan and said, Old Huang, let's go. And Manhua, bring your Unit 3 along with me. With that, they headed straight for the route along which Wang Qi was moving, the path Su Lin had previously pinpointed based on special markers. In just over 10 minutes, Su Lin surveyed the surroundings and could almost determine there were no traces of vehicles or people passing through. That's quite interesting. Su Lin gave a cold laugh, then said to Huang Weihan and Manhua, let's go, time to head back. Time slipped away unnoticed, and soon the sky began to brighten. The entire criminal investigation team prepared to wrap up, but Su Lin stopped them from leaving. He arrived in the town and found a few elderly locals to inquire about the situation. Old sir, are there any tunnels down there? I remember when I was young, my elders said that during the anti-Japanese war, they used those tunnels to ambush the Japanese devils. Those monkey beaters, seems like these tunnels actually served their purpose back then. Old sir. After asking several people, an elderly man finally told him that there was indeed a tunnel below, though it wasn't built during wartime but rather as a later missile defense project. Unfortunately, the project was abandoned midway and remained unused ever since. It's said that the underground network extends in all directions, entirely constructed with reinforced concrete, extremely sturdy and undoubtedly a colossal subterranean fortress. The old man also mentioned that the entire city of Jianyun was built upon this underground base. Bang! Su Lin slammed the table abruptly after listening to the old man's words, as a vivid redline map materialized in his mind. It makes sense now, finally it all makes sense. Why did those disappearances leave no trace? Why did Lin Yun suddenly appear in Sishan? All of this is because beneath the entire city of Jianyun lies a massive underground structure. Su Lin pulled up the system, and on the special marker interface, a red dot was swiftly moving toward Jianyun City. Wang Qi is back. Chapter 74. Hey, what a surprise. Didn't expect this, did you? Once Wang Qi made his move, it meant their operation had officially begun. Although Su Lin wasn't sure exactly what these guys were up to, it was definitely no good. The likelihood of them committing some heinous act was at least 90%. He immediately opened another specially marked interface and quickly spotted another target. Shi Jianlong was also on the move. The guy's movements weren't extensive, but when Su Lin zoomed in on the footage, he spotted him pushing a gray-haired man into an operating room. The entire operating room was filled with various body specimens on display everywhere. Limbs, heart, brain, kidneys, and so on. Almost every organ of the human body was present, preserved in medicinal fluid and maintained in a startlingly fresh state. Su Lin's expression was colder than these organs. Even through specially marked footage, he could distinctly discern that the organs here could assemble at least 3 people. Besides these, he also discovered 3 human heads soaking in preservative fluid, looking so lifelike. His eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a vicious gleam. 3 severed heads, 2 of which belonged to missing persons from the list of 12, and one he didn't recognize, a child no older than 10 years old. These beasts have reached a level of brutality that is utterly appalling. Soon, the scene showed a group of foreigners and several Asians lifting the gray-haired man onto the operating table. Sure, Jianlong had already turned to leave. Though it was just a fleeting glimpse, Su Lin recognized with crystal clarity the person lying on the operating table. It was none other than Wang Lida, Zhongyun City's wealthiest tycoon. Indeed, Su Lin had already guessed that the missing people had been dismantled and sold for their organs, but he hadn't expected Wang Lida to be one of the beneficiaries of those organs. However, he soon deduced the entire chain of events. It was likely that the very inception of Sishan Convalescence Center was to establish precisely such an organization. The so-called top-tier medical teams from abroad, the so-called world's best, are merely gimmicks to scare people. No matter how elite their team might be, their focus was likely only on organ transplants. Chief Xia, we're ready to move out. Call in the SWAT and armed police reinforcements now. Su Lin spoke up. Xia Weihai's expression hardened upon hearing this. Since Su Lin dared to say so, it meant he possessed solid evidence and absolute certainty. So he asked, how sure are you? Su Lin, half. What? Only 50%? Huang Weihan's eyes widened as he said, don't joke around. We're targeting Wang Lida. Isn't 50% way too low? Yet Xia Weihai shook his head and replied, for someone like Wang Lida, even 50% is already incredibly impressive. He turned to Su Lin and asked, the missing half, is it a lack of evidence? Su Lin inwardly remarked that this old fox was indeed crafty. He had guessed right away that he had no evidence. And so it was, someone like Wang Lida would never leave such an opening lightly. Not even in a few short days, let alone several years, would there necessarily be any outcome. But he felt that even without evidence, Wang Lida would tell him the situation, because he was about to crush any hope of this guy staying alive. What's the point of arresting someone without evidence? Huang Weihan asked. Su Lin grinned, recalling a famous spy-themed TV drama from his past life, one particular line from a minor villainous character that he'd always liked. Do we really need evidence to arrest someone? Even if there's no evidence, we can always interrogate until some appears, can't we? Not only Huang Weihan, but even Xia Weihai's face darkened at these words. Is he a bandit or a cop? How can he say that without a guilty conscience? I'll contact the armed police and SWAT. Knowing time was of the essence, Xia Weihai immediately stepped aside to contact the armed police and special forces. Just as he began his operation, and armed police and SWAT teams rapidly assembled to advance towards Sishan, an invisible pressure emerged once again. First, the armed police forces were directly ordered by the provincial headquarters to retreat immediately. Then, the commander of the provincial SWAT division personally issued an order. All SWAT members of Zhongyun City were to depart overnight for a practical assessment at the provincial headquarters. The 2 most critical forces of the Criminal Investigation Division were thus swiftly neutralized. Xia Weihai's face turned extremely grim when he received the news. But before he could even vent his frustration, a call from the provincial authorities came through on his phone. On the line was the second-in-command's chief secretary from the provincial government, who delivered just one message. What kind of nonsense are you pulling? Withdraw immediately. Wang Lida from Sishan is this year's provincial nominee as the private entrepreneur representative to the capital and a public delegate. Absolutely nothing must happen to her. Otherwise, you'll be removed from your position on the spot. Su Lin was sitting in a commuter van, casually nibbling on a piece of bread in his hand. His gaze fell upon a hillside ahead. Pulling up the system's special marked map for a glance, he thought, almost there. In less than 10 minutes, Wang Qi should pass by that location. Their operation could officially commence. Old Huang, quickly, get ready to move out. Su Lin patted Huang Weihan beside him. The latter, refers to the person mentioned earlier, upon hearing this, immediately got out of the car excitedly and checked his weapons and equipment. Su Lin also inspected his police-issued handgun, the magazine fully loaded, with 2 spare magazines. The bulletproof vest, tactical flashlight, extendable baton, and other equipment were all fully prepared. Then, the 2 arrived before a cliff on the hillside, touched the freshly uncovered concrete wall, and with all their strength, slowly pushed it aside. This location was actually pointed out to Su Lin by that elderly gentleman, and this round of door-to-door visits proved to be extremely fruitful. The tunnel was pitch black inside, but sunlight instantly illuminated it once it streamed in. Su Lin surveyed the area, nearly 3 meters wide and about 5 meters high. For Wang Lida, this place served as the perfect hiding spot. Coming in and out of the tunnel, no ordinary person could detect whatever he was transporting. If he didn't possess this special marking skill, digging 3 feet underground probably wouldn't uncover what had been hidden here decades ago. Buzz. A faint buzzing sound suddenly echoed. Su Lin pressed his ear against the mountain wall and listened intently for 2 seconds. They're coming. Get ready to move. More than 10 criminal investigation team members immediately dashed into the tunnel, sealing the entrance behind them, plunging the entire passageway back into darkness. Approximately 1 kilometer away from them, a business van was speeding recklessly down the road. Inside the van, 2 bound middle school students wore expressions of utter despair. Though they longed to scream for help, the memory of the driver's terrifying methods kept them silent. 800 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters. In the blink of an eye, the vehicle was now less than 100 meters away from Su Lin's location. This spot happened to be the entrance to Sishan Mountain's cavern, with the tunnel ahead being less than 1.5 meters wide, utterly impassable for any vehicle. Thus, the speeding business van began decelerating swiftly. Screech! As the brakes squealed, Wang Chi stepped out of the vehicle, yanked open the back door, and said coldly to the 2 middle schoolers inside, "Out. Fate's decided your end, don't blame me." "Hey, Wang Chi, why don't you say Wang Lida deserved to die, and it's nobody else's fault?" A mocking voice rang out, causing Wang Chi's hair to stand on end instantly. He turned hurriedly only to see a face full of derision. "Hi, surprised? Shocked?" Chapter 75, the highest evil value in history, deserving of 10,000 deaths. On the outskirts of Sishan, Xiao Weihai held his phone and quickly dialed Su Lin's number. No answer. He tried calling Huang Weihan next, but still couldn't get through. Then he smiled. "I've listened to the provincial order and tried my best, but they've already taken action. There's nothing I can do." "Old Xia, are you really alright?" A middle-aged policeman stepped forward, his face showing a trace of concern. He is the deputy director of the municipal bureau, named Zheng Guoxin. He had just returned from a study session at the provincial level, and hadn't even settled into his office chair before rushing frantically to Sishan. When he heard Xiao Weihai was planning to move against Wang Lida, he nearly lost his mind. But upon learning of Wang Lida's involvement with the missing persons cases and seeing the condition of the rescued Lin Yun, he gritted his teeth and followed without hesitation. Xiao Weihai grinned at Zhang Guoxin's words and said, "What's the matter? It's normal for phones to go unanswered during missions. When the time comes, I can always show them the call logs." "Alright, whatever you say," Zhang Guoxin nodded, sounding somewhat regretful. "Really couldn't get through? What a shame, I wanted to join them on the operation." "Come on, old Zhang, don't overestimate yourself. We're both 50 years old, can't we leave the achievements to the younger folks? Even if you had the will, you wouldn't have the strength anymore, right? So, take it easy." Xiao Weihai teased, then dialed back the number of the second-in-command secretary at the provincial level. "What? They've already started moving? Xiao Weihai, what the hell are you doing? Just you wait, the boss wants to speak to you personally." Xiao Weihai heard the furious words from the other end, a cold smirk curling at his lips. Then the voice on the phone changed, a low, gravelly tone took over. "Xiao Weihai, I don't care what method you use, halt this operation immediately. Otherwise, I'll have you removed from your post." Xiao Weihai, "Yes, sir. I'll handle it right away." He immediately shouted the response, then casually set down the phone and offered Zhang Guoxin a cigarette as if nothing had happened. The two exchanged conspiratorial smirks before lighting up by the car. In the tunnel, Wang Chi looked at Su Lin with a face drained of color. He had intended to resist, but Su Lin kicked him hard enough to fracture one of his leg bones. Then, spotting the beams of over a dozen flashlights emerging from the darkness along with the muzzles of multiple guns pointed his way, he instantly lost his nerve. "Su Lin, Wang Chi, I'll give you one chance. Tell me honestly, what is Wang Lida waiting for?" Wang Chi gritted his teeth, staring fiercely at Su Lin, and roared, "Don't even think about getting a single word out of me. Go ahead and shoot me if you dare." "Shoot you? Don't worry, it won't be long now." Su Lin sneered. Since there was no confession to be had, there was nothing more to say. He ordered Team 1's captain, Zhang Gong, to take Wang Chi away immediately. He himself, along with Huang Weihan and the others, swiftly dashed toward the inner part of the tunnel. After about half an hour, they reached the end of the tunnel, which was brightly lit and connected to a clean and tidy sterilization chamber. Everyone cautiously moved forward, but as soon as they stepped into the sterilized room, Su Lin suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of danger. He hurriedly took 2 steps back. Bang! Gunshots rang out, and more than a dozen gunmen appeared at the far end of the sterilization room. Each of them was armed with pistols, automatic weapons, and more, firing directly at the criminal investigation team. Rat-tat-tat. Bang, bang, bang. The ferocious firepower pinned Su Lin and his team down, making it impossible for them to raise their heads. Holy shit! With firepower this intense, these guys could rob a bank vault. Huang Weihu cursed angrily. Su Lin leaned against the door of the sterilization room, his expression utterly calm. Ever since using the marksman time card, his mind had been flooded with gun knowledge, including how to adjust his mentality during combat. It could be said that at this moment, he was more composed and collected than anyone else. He listened to the gunfire coming from the disinfection room and silently counted to 3 in his heart. The next instant, he sprang up violently, leaping from the left side of the disinfection room to the right. While still airborne, he fired 3 consecutive shots inside. Bang! 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 3 gunmen fell to the ground in response. Congratulations, host. You have eliminated a fugitive and gained 360 points. Congratulations, host. You've eliminated a fugitive and earned 330 points. Immersive translate. 3 shots, and just like that, 1,000 points in the pocket. At the same time, the system informed Su Lin of the person's identity, a fugitive on the run. For people like this, there's no need for warnings, shoot them dead on the spot. Su Lin was furious, and Huang Weihan, along with the other detectives, showed no hesitation either. They seized every chance to fire at the other side even if they missed. It still threw the opponents into a momentary panic. Moreover, with Su Lin and Huang Weihan, both crackshots, on their side, the desperate fugitives lost 7 men in a matter of minutes. Even hardened criminals can feel fear and terror. Realizing they were at a disadvantage, the remaining 5 desperados hastily retreated. Su Lin led the criminal investigation team in a rapid assault. In less than 10 minutes, they completely eliminated the desperados without sustaining a single casualty. Come in. He reloaded his magazine, waved a hand, and kicked open the door to the sterilization room, revealing a blinding expanse of white. The interior space resembled a hospital's sterile room. Without encountering resistance, they passed through it and entered a surgical area partitioned by glass walls. Su Lin narrowed his eyes. The place Shi Jianlong saw in his line of sight was exactly here. As Su Lin and his team turned the corner, they immediately spotted a group of busy doctors, and the middle-aged man lying on the operating table, already prepped for debridement surgery. The foreign doctors paled as they saw Su Lin and his team enter with guns drawn. But they were just doctors, not desperados. None dared to resist, swiftly dropping to their knees instead. More than 20 people were led outside the operating room and lined up in a row, crouching against the wall with their heads in their hands. Su Lin watched the figure slowly sitting up on the operating table, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips as he stepped inside. Chairman Wang, what a pleasure to meet you. He grinned with a mocking chuckle. Wang Lida, the chairman of Kunder Group, controls an empire worth nearly 100 billion, with assets spanning industries from daily necessities to the internet. She is a true titan of commerce. But at this moment, she is merely a patient clinging to life by a thread, struggling on the brink of death. Gone is the commanding presence that once dictated the business world with sweeping authority. Gone too is that composed and impervious demeanor. All that remains is the venomous resentment in those unwilling eyes. Deputy Captain Su, you've won. Wang Lida sounded weak as she slowly leaned back against the operating table. Yes, I won. Su Lin stared at Wang Lida, activating his eyes of judgment. A chilling crimson glow emerged above his head. Wang Lida, Sin Value, 2504. System reading, historically unprecedented. There's no need to check the rest. Just seeing this level of criminal value is enough to know this person deserves death 10,000 times over. Chapter 76, Chilling Upon Reflection, the source of Wang Lida's confidence. Su Lin's gaze sharpened like a blade as he coldly stared at Wang Lida and said, Wang Lida, with 28 lives on your hands, death would be too good for someone like you. Unlike the Golden Rose, many of those killed by that woman were wicked people, so they weren't counted in the evil value. In terms of the number of killings, Wang Lida isn't even a speck compared to the Golden Rose. But the Golden Rose's evil value was only 990 points, while Wang Lida's reached over 2,500, because all the people she killed were innocent civilians. Precisely because of this, Su Lin was furious and couldn't resist the urge to twist that bitch's head right off. When the exact figure came out of his mouth, Wang Lida's expression instantly changed. It seems Wang Qi has already confessed. Wang Lida gave Su Lin a deep look, then shook her head with a sigh. Fair enough. If it were me, faced with irrefutable evidence, I'd choose to save my own life too. Even if it meant betraying my own father, so what? His expression was extremely calm as he spoke, as if discussing something entirely unrelated. After finishing, he simply watched Su Lin with that same tranquility, not a ripple of emotion in his eyes. Su Lin waited patiently, his face coldly impassive as he locked eyes with Wang Lida. After a full minute had passed, she finally spoke slowly, Deputy Captain Su, if I told you that I founded the Sisan Wellness Center truly to benefit society, would you believe me? Su Lin, I don't believe it. Merchants chase profit, they're the type who devour people without spitting out the bones. Trusting people like you? I'd rather trust a ghost. Ha ha ha, cough cough. Wang Lida burst into laughter, followed by successive coughs until her face turned pale and she nearly suffocated before gradually stopping. No matter what you think, my original intention in establishing the Sishan Wellness Center was genuinely to give back to society. Even in earlier years, I consistently engaged in charitable deeds to repay society, donating tens of millions annually, far more than many people earn in a lifetime. But, the good die young. 8 years ago, I was diagnosed with early-stage liver cancer. The best treatment was partial organ removal, though it would severely impact my quality of life. At the time, I'd recruited a group of top medical professionals who proposed a kidney transplant to give me a chance at a healthy life. So you decided to kill and harvest organs from innocent people to prolong your own life? Su Lin asked coldly. Just one person, that's all, Wang Lida countered. Think of how many lives I've saved, how much I've contributed to society. Why can't you people save me instead? He was just an ordinary construction worker. Dead is dead. As long as I live, I can create far greater wealth for society and save many more lives, isn't that true? Su Lin, bullshit. Your life matters, but does that mean ordinary people's lives don't? Who said just because you've contributed more to society, you're entitled to trade others' lives for yours? Did anyone agree to that? Must society reward you just because you've contributed? If that's truly how it works, perhaps those who benefited from your kindness would rather have never received it at all. Because people like you don't deserve their respect. Wang Lida, you don't speak for everyone. Su Lin, you're right, I don't represent everyone, but I can represent myself. I represent Jiangyun City's police force. Eradicating evil completely, that's our creed. Hypocrites like you pretend to be saints but are no better than scum, full of pious hypocrisy and high-sounding morals, yet truly wicked and steeped in sin. Only by eliminating scum like you can we bring peace to society and security to the people. Wang Lida watched the woman's frenzied screams with unshaken calm and said, No, you can't kill me. No matter what, I won't die. Even now, there will still be someone coming to save me. Su Lin's expression hardened slightly upon hearing this. Just who did this guy think he was to be so cocky? Wang Lida, believe it or not, if you take me back now, I guarantee I'll be walked out by your station chief himself before dawn tomorrow morning, with full VIP treatment. Su Lin narrowed his eyes and said, You're quite confident, aren't you? Correct. I'm confident because I have significant leverage. Wang Lida replied nonchalantly, As for you, starting tomorrow, you might get transferred to some dead-end department or even kicked out of the force altogether. Do you believe that? Hearing these words, Su Lin couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. If this richest man in Jiangyun City dared speak so boldly, it meant he held his strongest trump card, one powerful enough to bury all his crimes without a trace. Is the power of that hand really so formidable? Su Lin didn't believe it. A trace of madness flashed through his eyes. Such people deserve divine retribution if allowed to remain unpunished. He then stared coldly at Wang Lida and asked, Chairman Wang, I'm genuinely curious, who exactly were those organs sold to? If this was indeed about profiting from organ smuggling, then I must say I've lost all respect for you. Wang Lida's eyes flickered with surprise upon hearing this. It seems Deputy Captain Su is a smart man. Exactly right. How much could selling a few organs be worth? That paltry sum is like a drop in the bucket to me. A few 100,000. What difference does it make compared to $1 or $2 in your eyes? My organs serve far greater purposes. But as for where they're used, that hardly concerns Deputy Captain Su. He showed no intention of speaking further, casting Su Lin a contemptuous glance before closing his eyes. From Su Lin's recent conversation, this shrewd business tycoon keenly sensed a hint of suspicion and immediately concluded that Su Lin hadn't interrogated Wang Qi at all or that his son hadn't betrayed him. So halfway through Wang Lida's words, he abruptly fell silent. Su Lin, however, smiled faintly and gently patted the operating table where Wang Lida lay, murmuring slowly, I wonder how many retired leaders have lain on this very table. Those few words instantly made Wang Lida's face pale, and his eyes flew open in shock. Is it really that hard to guess? Su Lin scoffed and said, Sishan Health Center integrating surgery, medical checkups, and rehabilitation, housing so many retirees, even many who once held pivotal positions. If I'm not mistaken, these people are your actual trump cards, right? Because each of them has a vast network of connections so vast it might even reach the capital itself. Only with that could you muster such unshakable confidence. To be honest, when this answer dawned on him, Su Lin felt a chill run down his spine. Sishan Healthcare Center, that is a colossal palm, possibly controlling every aspect. No wonder Wang Lida has always sailed smoothly, for the force gathered behind him is truly terrifying. Chapter 77, 28 Lives, Who Can Suppress the Truth? Having his trump card exposed by Su Lin's words, Wang Lida only showed a brief moment of shock before quickly regaining his composure. He smiled nonchalantly, shook his head and said, So what if you know? Could you possibly arrest all those people? Don't forget, some of the disciples they've groomed have already risen to key positions in the provincial government. Su Lin also grinned, spreading his hands as he replied, How to deal with those people is up to the higher-ups. My job is simply to bring you to justice. I told you, even if you arrest me today, I'll walk out unscathed tomorrow. What's the point? You might as well let me go now so I can complete the surgery. As long as I'm alive, I'll guarantee lifelong medical resources for your entire family, Deputy Squad Leader Sue. Deputy Squad Leader Sue, do you understand exactly what kind of medical resources I'm offering you? Su Lin, I know, very clearly, but I won't become a soulless monster who disregards others' lives for personal gain. Wang Lida, you've got the wrong person. Besides, you're too confident. Who said I was planning to take you back in the first place? What do you mean? Wang Lida's expression instantly darkened. A slow smile spread across Su Lin's lips as he turned to Huang Weihan behind him and said, Old Huang, wrap it up. Chairman Wang says we can't arrest him, so we won't. Let's go, wrap it up, wrap it up. Huang Weihan had been listening to the conversation between the two. Hearing Su Lin say this, he immediately understood what he intended to do. So he simply waved at everyone and said, don't forget to bring those foreigners back, along with those doctors, haul them all in. By the way, ground team brothers, have you secured all targets? Reporting, Deputy Huang, all targets have been apprehended. This Shi Jianlong tried to run, but Captain Chen shot him in both legs. Several detectives dragged Shi Jianlong, who resembled a lifeless dog. The man had 2 bloody holes in his calves, still oozing fresh blood. This kind of injury won't kill anyone anytime soon. As for the medical teams hired from abroad, they simply didn't dare to resist. The criminal investigation officers glared at them fiercely like demons, their guns always loaded and ready. If they dared resist or flee, bullets would greet them instantly. Under the escort of a group of detectives, they lined up and marched outside. Wang Lida remained relatively calm at first, but as people left one after another, his face turned extremely grim. Even the strongest composure couldn't withstand the torment of waiting for death. Su Lin had noticed early on that Wang Lida had a physical condition. To be precise, this heinous criminal was experiencing transplant rejection after a liver replacement, a highly dangerous situation. Without professional surgical intervention and a steady supply of medication, he wouldn't last even 24 hours, let alone 3 days. Making him leave means leaving him here to die, while subjecting him to the despair before death. No, you can't go. Deputy Chief Su, Chief Huang, you can't leave. No, don't. Save me now. Wang Lida finally let out a terrified scream, his eyes becoming frantic, completely losing the composure he had shown earlier. Su Lin, however, seemed not to hear at all, continuing to walk away without hesitation. Huang Weihan walked alongside him and asked in a low voice, are we really just leaving like this? Su Lin, what do you think? Huang Weihan, I don't think it's right. We're making a mistake here. What mistake? This man won't last more than a few days without an organ transplant. Are we supposed to match him with a donor and perform the surgery too? Su Lin snapped impatiently. That's true, but still, he got off easy. Huang Weihan scoffed. Su Lin, no. This is the cruelest judgment for him. The fear of facing death can completely break a person. I guarantee you, the torment he's enduring during this time is the most terrifying. However, you're right, we're making a mistake, so let's wait 2 hours before bringing him back. Su Lin curled his lips slightly. As law enforcement officers, they certainly couldn't knowingly break the law. He wasn't really planning to leave this guy here to die, just to torment him a bit and vent his anger. Emerging from the underground operating room, Su Lin and the others reached the surface, where Chenhua's Team 3 had already rounded up everyone, not just the medical staff of Sisan Convalescent Center, but also all the patients undergoing treatment there, over 100 people, more than 90% of whom carried an air of nobility. Upon seeing Su Lin and Huang Weihan leading the team, they immediately began hurling accusations. Bastards, who the hell are you? Why are you controlling us? We're not your prisoners. Huang Weihan, you've got some nerve. Where's Xia Weihai? Bring him to me. Outrageous. How dare you act so recklessly? I'm calling the city authorities who gave you orders to treat us like this. Shouts of reprimand erupted one after another. Su Lin stepped forward, looking at the group of retired individuals before him, and said, Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know how many of you have used organs from the victims, but I can tell you with certainty, your days of easy living are over. Perhaps you once worked for the welfare of the people and contributed to society, but from the moment you accepted those surgeries arranged by Wang Lida, you became no different from Wang Lida herself, who harms the innocent. If you have any conscience left, any shred of belief, then step forward willingly. Think of those innocent civilians. Think about whose organs you used, who gave you a second chance at life. If you're still alive, why don't you have the courage to bear your guilt? Compared to human lives, what does bearing your crimes even amount to? For the rest of your lives, you should atone for your sins. 28 human lives, who can suppress that? Come on, you tell me, who could possibly suppress that? Su Lin pointed at a group of people and loudly scolded them with fury. Many among them wore expressions of confusion, while others turned pale with terror flashing in their eyes. Quite a few wore faces filled with remorse, bowing their heads in silence, not daring to utter another word. I've failed the trust of my superiors and let down the people. Arrest me. At this moment, a man stepped out from the crowd. Huang Weihan's pupils constricted sharply as he exclaimed involuntarily, Secretary Luo. Luo Yucheng, who had once served as the third highest-ranking official in the province, was an undisputed figure of substantial authority. He never expected that such an influential person would also be among them. Xiao Huang, I've failed the people. For the rest of my life, I'll submit myself to the law. Secretary Luo spoke as he walked forward step by step, extending his hands toward Huang Weihan. Su Lin nodded inwardly. These people were simply afraid of death, their consciences not yet completely lost. Some among them might not have known that Wang Lida had kidnapped others, then killed them to harvest organs for their transplants. Yet in many cases, even if they knew, they would pretend not to. Shameless, yet had maximized his own peace of mind. Su Lin tore off their fig leaf, leaving them no escape from their guilty conscience. 2 hours later, Su Lin entered the underground operating room and brought out Wang Lida, who was already wetting herself in terror. The team wrapped up and returned to the municipal bureau. Just as they entered, they saw Xiao Weihai hurrying toward them, phone in hand, saying, "It's a call from the provincial headquarters." Su Lin took the phone and spoke in a low, serious voice, "Hello, Deputy Chief Su, is it? I'm Director Wang Lida from the provincial office. You must release Wang Lida immediately. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences." The words from the other end turned Su Lin's face ice-cold with fury. Someone actually dared to come and pull strings, utter lawlessness. He roared directly, "I don't care who you are, get the hell out of here." Chapter 78. Who doesn't have connections upstairs? I'm targeting you for a reason. After hanging up, he returned the phone to Xiao Weihai, who stared at him in stunned silence before finally regaining his composure and saying, "Little Su, you're too impulsive. Doing this will land you in endless trouble." Su Lin scoffed, "Trouble? It's not like I don't have people backing me up." "You have connections?" Xiao Weihai was taken aback. Since when did this kid have such formidable ties? Su Lin smirked, pulling out his phone and dialing a number. After a short while, the call connected. "Hello," came a commanding voice from the other end. Su Lin immediately responded, "Deputy Chief Fong, I've been bullied. Are you going to do something about it?" Xiao Weihai nearly slapped his own thigh in excitement when he heard the words Deputy Fong. Exactly. He'd forgotten Su Lin had previously earned Deputy Fong's high regard and was even given a direct phone number. He wasn't wrong, there was indeed someone powerful backing him, someone whose influence practically reached the heavens. A deputy minister-level official, though not as prominent as a provincial leader, inherently holds rank one level above local authorities by virtue of being from the capital. In essence, Deputy Director Fong stands on equal footing with Haiyuan Province's top leader. Could someone of his stature possibly be intimidated by Wang Lida's network of connections? Absolutely not. Yet at this moment, Fong Ziyuan on the other end of the line clearly took offense at Su Lin's remark. This kid suddenly calls me out of the blue, just to say he got bullied? Coming to me because you got bullied? Xiao Su, you've disappointed me. Fong Ziyuan's tone was somber, carrying a hint of aloofness. Clearly he felt he'd overestimated Su Lin. Hearing the big boss's words, Su Lin nearly exploded with anger. "It's easy for you to talk from your high horse," he snapped. "I'm just a tiny deputy captain at the municipal bureau, yet provincial bigwigs keep threatening me with 'you'll bear the consequences.' This captain gig is fucking impossible." He started throwing a tantrum, basically making one thing clear: if you don't fix this for me, I'm quitting. Provincial level? Far away in the capital, inside the office of the Deputy Minister of Public Security, Fong Ziyuan, who was holding his phone, finally furrowed his brows. He asked in a deep voice, "What's going on exactly?" Su Lin immediately briefed the senior official on the case he was currently investigating. In reality, the moment he learned about the 28 lives lost, he knew this case had escalated to a major incident. The sheer madness of Wang Lida's organization could never be suppressed. But if the provincial higher-ups wanted to bury it, they'd still find ways to do so. That's why he bypassed the provincial authorities entirely and went straight to Deputy Director Fong. If even Deputy Director Fong couldn't deliver justice for those victims, then he might as well quit being a police officer. Bang! After hearing Su Lin's words, Fong Ziyuan smashed the water cup on the table to pieces and roared, "Bastards! Lawless, absolutely lawless! They dare come to you demanding people? Tell me, who is it?" Feeling the senior official's fury, Su Lin curled his lips and winked at Xiao Weihai, saying, "Director of the provincial office, though I don't know the exact name." "Alright, I understand." The senior official hung up the phone, but he immediately snapped back to attention and said, "You just focus on handling the case. If anyone gives you trouble, report them to me, I'll back you up." "Got it." Su Lin beamed with joy and cheerfully hung up the phone. It truly felt great to have connections upstairs, just drop a word when needed, and see if those bastards dared to call him again. Yet right after he hung up, another call buzzed straight to Xiao Weihai's phone. "Hey, Director Chen." Xiao Weihai saw the incoming call and immediately answered the phone. "What's going on?" The general office actually ordered me to suspend Su Lin's duties in the name of the second-in-command, and even demanded the release of Hao Yuan province's representative. Xiao Weihai wasted no time and promptly relayed the case details Su Lin had just summarized to Chuninghu. The latter was utterly shocked upon hearing these words. It was simply earth-shattering. That Wan Lida is something else. Tell Su Lin that no matter who comes for him, notify me immediately, and I'll launch an investigation right away. Bottom line, no one walks, no matter who shows up. I'm reporting this to the ministry now. Chuninghu erupted in fury, but his tirade was cut short by Xiao Weihai. He interjected, Director Chen, that won't be necessary. Su Lin has already contacted Vice Director Feng. The higher-ups have assured him he has their full backing. No one can touch him. Splendid, Chuninghu exclaimed. Your Jianyun city is going to make headlines again this time. The Criminal Investigation Brigade's first-class merit is all but guaranteed. Ha! Thank you, Director Chen, thank you. Xiao Weihai couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. After hanging up the phone, he said to Su Lin, Come on, young Su, let's go celebrate your success. My treat. Creak. Just as the two were about to head inside, a car suddenly pulled up at the entrance with a screeching of brakes. The car had barely come to a stop when a middle-aged man in his 50s stepped out from the back seat, dressed in a black professional suit and exuding an authoritative presence. The moment he stepped out, his gaze locked onto Xiao Weihai and Su Lin. From the other side of the car emerged a uniformed police officer, his shoulder straps adorned with olive branches and two four-pointed stars, the rank of a second-class police commissioner. Though of the same rank as Xiao Weihai, this newcomer carried far greater influence. Seeing the visitor, Xiao Weihai hurried forward and greeted, Director Yang, what brings you here in person? And Deputy Director Li, what a pleasant surprise. Though his face wore a smile, his heart was actually pounding with anxiety. He knew exactly why they'd come. Sure enough, Deputy Director Li spoke coldly in the next moment. If I hadn't come personally, your Jianyun City Bureau might have turned the world upside down, no? Xiao Weihai's mouth twitched slightly as he said with a chuckle, What are you talking about, Deputy Director Li? I don't understand? Stop the nonsense. I want to know what crime Wang Vida has committed? Deputy Director Li snapped coldly. Just as Xiao Weihai was about to speak, Su Lin stepped forward and said, Sir, we're still investigating this matter. His case is very serious. Still investigating? So you have no evidence yet? Deputy Director Li's face darkened with anger as he pointed at Su Lin's nose and yelled, You're the deputy team leader of the City Bureau's Criminal Investigation Division, right? I'm officially notifying you now, you're suspended pending investigation. That 20 million case isn't even resolved yet. Who gave you permission to come here? And what's more, release Wang Lida immediately. She stays put. Su Lin ignored the other party's demand, stating, We've already uncovered some evidence. Are you certain you want me to release her? Deputy Director Li glanced toward the provincial official Yang beside him, who gave an almost imperceptible nod. He immediately turned and declared, Yes, release her right now, immediately. Su Lin, can't do. You don't have the authority here. Yang Sheng couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward coldly, saying, I've spoken, does it count or not? Su Lin smiled. He'd been waiting for precisely these two sentences from them. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Deputy Chief Fong. I need to tell you something. Our province's number 2 and Deputy Director Li from the provincial department just informed me that even if Wan Lida is suspected of killing 28 people, I still have to let her go. What's more, I've already been suspended. If you have any matters to discuss, contact Bureau Chief Xia. That's it, I'm going home. As these words were spoken, Deputy Director Li and Provincial Head Yang felt their minds explode with a thunderous roar. That bastard was too ruthless, throwing them into a pit of no return. He had clearly investigated thoroughly, there were 28 lives involved, yet he still claimed there was no evidence. Damn him. Su Lin gazed coldly at the two men, a sneer curling his lips as if to say, You're exactly who I'm screwing over.